Traversing the world of Dragon Ball, I become a Saiyan, well-versed in the existence of various cheat-level items. Even without a golden finger at my side, I can still reign supreme across the realms. Why, you may ask? Because the bloodline of a Saiyan is the ultimate golden finger. Chapter 1. Transmigration, the Saiyan Vitalis. At the edge of the northern galaxy lies a planet named Lugia, strategically insignificant and burdened with a harsh environment, classified as a desert planet teeming with monstrous sand dwellers. Its commercial value is minimal, though affluent individuals occasionally purchase such planets to construct unique attractions or to house pets that require special climatic conditions, thus holding some strategic merit. Upon investigation, the strongest biological entity on the planet possesses a combat power of merely 684, rendering it an appropriate exile for newly born lower-tier warriors. The Saiyans, a notoriously aggressive and cruel race, have only grown worse since being conscripted by Kuerda, bolstered by technological assistance that grants them the means to traverse the stars. They wage wars, slaughtering the indigenous inhabitants of planets, selling these worlds at exorbitant prices in exchange for supplies and advanced technology. Infants deemed as lower-tier warriors are nurtured in cultivation chambers, where they are imbued with Saiyan knowledge, basic energy manipulation, and flight techniques before being exiled to suitable planets. Indeed, exile is the fate that awaits them. They must either complete their tasks to earn their return or perish in battle, after which stronger warriors are dispatched to conquer the planets anew. This is a cruel fate, showing no mercy to their own progeny. However, intermediate and advanced warriors receive special treatment and better conditions for growth. Vitalis, a lower-tier warrior born with a combat power of merely 42, is assigned to the planet Lugia. The endless expanse of sandy seas, with jagged dunes and devoid of vegetation, exudes a lifeless aura. Perhaps it is due to the daytime that various beasts lie asleep in their territories, awaiting the arrival of prey and the onset of night. Suddenly, a fireball appears on the distant horizon, trailing a comet-like tail as it crashes powerfully into the sandy sea, creating a massive crater where the sand begins to melt. At the center of the sand pit lies a small white sphere. A traveler from an interstellar civilization would instantly recognize it as the standard single-person spacecraft of the Kuerda Legion. Capable of remote interstellar travel, this vessel boasts great speed, ease of takeoff and landing, and high endurance, making it the preferred craft of warriors at the forefront of the Kuerda Legion. Naturally, indigenous civilizations cannot rejoice at its sight. Such spherical ships are exclusively used by specialized units capable of independent combat within the Kuerda Legion, while the common folk and higher-ups utilize larger spaceships. Thus, the sight of this spacecraft signifies the commencement of a countdown to the civilization's obliteration. Let me see if there's a weakling with a combat power of 5. As the smoke dissipates and the hatch opens, a diminutive figure emerges. With a spiky hairstyle reaching skyward, a lock of bangs falls naturally over his left brow, and he wears the latest combat power detector on his left eye. Despite donning the same battle attire as the common warriors, his demeanor exudes that of a protagonist. Indeed, he possesses the true essence of a main character. Vitalis is quite pleased with his appearance. Although he is merely cannon fodder, he shares the same face as the lower-tier warrior protagonist, Saiyan Wukong. Yet he is far better off than other lower-tier warriors assigned the same visage, as he boasts a normal skin tone, unlike Daliursi, who is darker, and he has inherited the hairstyle of Saiyan Wukong's Super Saiyan form, allowing him to enjoy a measure of handsomeness ahead of time. While Super Saiyan 2 Saiyan Wukong exudes a cold, fierce allure, Vitalis' black hair and eyes lend him a softer charm without diminishing his appeal. He is very satisfied with his image. Beep, beep, beep. Wow, the highest combat power is over 700. Truly unreliable. Such a barbaric race. No wonder the Saiyan population remains stagnant. They are utterly irresponsible, claiming the strongest only reaches 600, without considering real-time updates on detection data, simply dispatching children into the fray. Only 100 kilometers away? Time to skedaddle. There are still 2 weeks until the next full moon on this planet. I cannot afford to provoke them. With a swift motion, Vitalis hoists the spacecraft and hastily flies away. Wow, after a year and a half of slumber, my combat power has risen to 78. The highest combat power on this planet is 734. This time, the advantage is mine, 780 versus 734. How could I possibly lose? Could it be that they have also factored in the potential for local fauna to grow stronger over time, thus accounting for the travel time as a variable in the growth of Saiyan infants? Have I misjudged them? During his strategic retreat, he glances at his combat power, realizing he has significantly improved since his birth. However, lower-tier warriors have no rights. Just 6 months after birth, I was tossed onto a spacecraft for a year and a half of cosmic travel, arriving at this cursed planet to execute a slaughter task. The disparity with my previous life is stark. Vitalis was once a person from another world, where Science, Frisia, and Kuerda were characters from a manga titled Dragon Ball. After staying up late, reading novels, and playing games without adequate rest, he misstepped while descending the stairs on his way to work, leading to his demise. However, since he has arrived in this world, it seems he has already met his end. Refocusing his thoughts, he flies for about 20 minutes until he spots a rift roughly 10 meters wide and 100 meters long, deciding to descend into the valley in search of a suitable dwelling. I'll just find a cave to stay in for a while, relying on the life support system of the spacecraft for sustenance until my combat power is sufficient to head to Earth. As for the task, a joke. A trip to Earth will grant me an advantage. Once I return, I shall claim the throne. Let others handle the tasks. Luckily, he discovers a cave, home to a cluster of unknown creatures with single-digit combat powers. Vitalis, with his 2-digit strength, is unconcerned as he strides in with the spacecraft. According to the detector's readings, he randomly selects a few targets and dispatches them with a small energy orb equivalent to a standard grenade, ensuring that the weak creatures have no chance of survival. Perhaps sensing the threat to their lives, the remaining unknown creatures quickly flee the area. Indeed, possessing power makes a difference. Throughout the encounter, Vitalis never sees what these creatures look like, as they are effortlessly eliminated. Fortunately, the cave's interior is spacious and structurally sound, withstanding several minor explosions without collapsing. He ventures deeper, depositing the spacecraft and sitting cross-legged beside it. Vitalis closes his eyes in contemplation. Having spent most of his life in slumber since birth, now that he is awake and away from the main camp, it is only natural to carefully plan for the future. He extends his finger to etch the words Earth, Super Divine Water, Senza Beans, Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Dragon Balls, Namekian Dragon, Super Dragon Balls, and Yardrat into the stone floor. Tisk, Earth truly is the protagonist's lair, a site of many significant events and housing so many treasures. Coupled with the Saiyan bloodline, soaring to greatness in a short time is not just a dream. Now, it is the year 732 of the new cosmic calendar. Frisia has just taken command of the Legion, and in about 5 or 6 years, the Saiyans will face annihilation. I must rise before their destruction. It would be a grave loss to see the Saiyans perish. I must devise a plan to save them, ideally eliminating Frisia and his son in one fell swoop. During the Z period, Wukong's battle power seemed to be over 300. Boldly speculating, the current Kame Sennin is around 100, and the calculation suggests that Tianxin has 300. To give the gods some face, the others pose no significant threat. To be prudent, I will train for a period, aiming for a battle power of around 400 before heading to Earth. To this end, Vitalis devised a comprehensive training regimen, awakening at 8 in the morning for 2 hours of meditation, commencing a 2-hour run at 10, replenishing nutrients, and enjoying a brief nap aboard the spaceship at noon, rising at 2 in the afternoon for an hour of push-ups, an hour of squats, and an hour of sit-ups, followed by more nutritional replenishment on the spaceship, and concluding the day with meditation at 6, ensuring a punctual bedtime at 8 in the evening. With this series of training plans in place, Vitalis felt that he would soon be capable of delivering a punch to Frisia, trampling Kurd, reigning over the Kaioshin realm, and compelling the Kaioshin to kneel and present the Time Ring, leading the Divine Legion of Super Saiyans to conquer various timelines and dimensions, ultimately becoming the strongest across all universes. Even the God of Destruction would have to offer a cigarette and call him Sir. Chapter 2, Cultivation, Full Moon, Battle against the Beast King. In the dead of night, Vitalis stood atop the highest sand dune for hundreds of miles, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the earth illuminated by the moonlight. Merely a few hours had passed since his descent, yet he had not adhered to the plan of retiring early. The reason was simple. Vitalis was brimming with excitement, an exhilaration that rendered sleep impossible. Upon his initial traversal, he had spent days ensconced within a cultivation pod, sleeping incessantly. After a few months, he was hastily infused with rudimentary knowledge by machines before being cast into a spacecraft, subsequently forced into a state of hibernation until his awakening upon arrival at Rugia Star. Shortly after formulating his plans, he dashed out of the cavernous depths to soar into the skies, unleashing dozens of energy orbs of various sizes. After all, this was a power that had only existed in the realm of fantasy in his previous life, a nascent form of the formidable strength that would one day obliterate worlds and extinguish stars. The mere thought of it was electrifying. How could one possibly succumb to slumber? Was this an age conducive to rest? Once his vigor waned, he returned to the spacecraft to recuperate, but the nocturnal roars of beasts lured him back outside. Utilizing his detector, he sought out and vanquished any creature with a combat power below 50, even bestowing an energy orb upon those hidden beneath the earth. Those scurrying outside were subjected to his practice of the annihilation beam, which, at its essence, was merely an energy beam released from his fingertips. He even captured a passing dog resembling a husky, playfully striking it twice, finding its familiarity endearing enough not to take its life. After a night of revelry, his energy depleted once more, he paused to recover, lest he falter mid-flight and suffer a grievous fall. By just past 1 in the afternoon, Vitalis finally roused from his slumber, having succumbed to excessive indulgence the previous night, leading to oversleeping. Indeed, the youth must exercise restraint. Another half a day of training was squandered, a lamentable affair that even he deemed shameful, a lesson to be learned. He vowed never to allow such laxity again. Thus began his training. After 30 minutes, Vitalis found himself sprawled on the sand like a dog. Initially, all was well. He grew increasingly exhilarated, sprinting at a speed that surpassed even the 100-meter athletes of his past life without fatigue for over 10 minutes, eventually losing himself in a full-throttle dash. It became evident that, not long into the training, he had exhausted himself. 5 minutes later, he had somewhat recovered, realizing that this was the sensation that accompanied reaching one's limits. The Saiyan body was indeed formidable. Had it been his previous self, he likely would have remained incapacitated for days, legs sore and weary. The feeling of having pushed to the brink was rather pleasing. His original plan was rendered obsolete. While the training subjects would remain unchanged, the time constraints were discarded. Each exercise would be pursued to the utmost limits of his stamina, ceasing only when utterly spent. Such an approach, he believed, would maximize the potential of the Saiyan. Rising from his position, Vitalis clasped his head and commenced squats, relying solely on sheer will to unearth the latent power within him. In the ensuing days, Vitalis engaged in a rigorous regimen of running, squats, and sit-ups, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion before concluding each session. He diligently maintained his meditation practice, both before slumber and upon awakening. Although termed meditation, it often devolved into a cacophony of errant thoughts. Initially, his mind would flit uncontrollably, drifting into daydreams of cosmic dominion or reminiscing about the enchanting heroines of the Dragon Ball series. After several days of perseverance in meditation, he finally managed to quiet his mind, focusing instead on simulating battles against creatures he had encountered, contemplating strategies and special techniques. Though he could not emulate the Z fighters' battles within their mental realms or Piccolo's meditative mastery, it was an improvement over his previous distractions. Mastery over oneself is undoubtedly a pathway to strength. Yet, he found himself occasionally yearning for his mobile phone and computer, missing his beloved figures from the anime realm. On certain days, he felt the temptation to slacken his efforts, but the thoughts of Frieza and his progeny kept him awake at night. Although Frieza might allow King Vegeta to summon the Saiyans without response, it was prudent to assume he would not hesitate to send agents to collect heads. One could not rely on the notion that being a low-ranking warrior would afford him any leniency. After all, no Saiyan named Vitalis appeared in the original narrative. He refused to entrust his life to the whims of a so-called plot. Gratefully, it was Frieza's pressure that had kept him steadfast, without companionship or technology. The days were indeed arduous. He vowed to repay Frieza with a few punches when the time came. After a period of training, his foundational physical capabilities had improved, his constitution slightly enhanced, and, correspondingly, his internal energy had increased, culminating in a battle power of 95, an outcome of his diligent efforts. As a living being, his body grew stronger in all respects, but through training, Vitalis maximized the fruits of this growth. It was a testament to his Saiyan heritage that even a juvenile could endure such rigorous exercise. During this time, Vitalis contemplated honing his combat skills. However, he regretted not having studied any martial arts or fighting techniques in his past life. Though he had briefly practiced military boxing during training, it was a fleeting experience. In this life, the machines had only imparted basic energy manipulation and flight techniques, devoid of any true combat training. As Saiyan fighting skills were forged in the crucible of battle, to confront the planet's mightiest beings, he would ultimately rely on the transformation into a great ape. Yet, lower-class warriors could not maintain their sanity during this transformation, where instinct would dictate the outcome. Thus, he resolved to ensure his foundational combat strength was secure, operating under the primal instincts of his bloodline. The mindless rampage of a transformed Saiyan was a fearsome prospect, and tonight heralded the full moon. In his previous existence, Vitalis had admired the Saiyans while watching Dragon Ball, finding them extraordinarily impressive, with Super Saiyans being particularly awe-inspiring. From their lore to their portrayals, the Saiyan race exuded an undeniable coolness. The sole criticism lies in the transformation into a gigantic ape. In his past life, he vehemently rejected this notion and envisioned that if he were to become a Saiyan, he would certainly only transform into a Super Saiyan, never into an ape. However, now that he has indeed become a Saiyan, he finds himself eagerly anticipating the imminent transformation into a primate. Who can resist the allure of power? The thought of becoming a ferocious gorilla is exhilarating. With several hours remaining until dusk, Vitalis cautiously ascends towards the highest combat power on this planet. As a weaker individual, thorough preparation before battle is essential. In the midst of a desolate desert, an oasis emerges unexpectedly. Sparse trees the perimeter, while clusters of resilient weeds thrive tenaciously. As one draws closer to the center, the trees become more abundant, interspersed with unfamiliar plants resembling shrubs. As though one has ventured into a dense forest, rather than remaining in a barren wasteland. At the heart lies a vast lake, which Vitalis estimates he could swim in post-transformation. According to the readings from his detector, the creature resides within the lake. After noting the location, he hastens back to his spacecraft. He hoists the ship and randomly selects a direction to fly, discovering no entities with a combat power exceeding 20 within a radius of several dozen kilometers. He then finds a suitable position to land the ship and secures the detector inside, ensuring its safety during the forthcoming battle. It is safer within the ship, as one would need a combat power of at least 1,000 to breach its defenses. Once prepared, he returns to the oasis, finding a comfortable spot to lie down and await the arrival of night. Indeed, the oasis is a haven of comfort, with trees providing shade, the air remaining pleasantly moist, and a subtle fragrance wafting through, whether from grass or trees, he cannot tell. As evening descends, the sun's last stubborn rays begin to wane, while the moon reveals half of its visage. Vitalis, facing away from the moon, soars into the sky, gazing at the expanse of clouds above, lost in contemplation. Alas, his combat power is insufficient. Otherwise, a mere roar would scatter the clouds. He decides to wait a few more hours, observing the wind's direction and speed. For in his first battle, he cannot afford the slightest mistake. Vitalis is somewhat exasperated. Truly, the heavens are not in his favor. Thankfully, they're not dark clouds, or he would be in tears. Just as excitement builds, he encounters this layer of clouds. By around 11 o'clock at midnight, when only a sliver of cloud remains at the horizon, Vitalis finally makes his move. Indeed, he could have acted when the clouds occupied most of the sky. But he refrains, not out of cowardice, but because battle is not child's play. Life and death struggles demand utmost caution. Hovering above the lake, he casually conjures an energy sphere and hurls it into the water. "Come forth," he calls, not glancing back to see if the creature has emerged, but instead directing his gaze towards the moon. Chapter 3. A water monster? Without a doubt, it is a crushing victory. After launching the energy blast into the lake, Vitalis does not turn to see if the water monster has appeared. His focus remains fixed on the moon. Indeed, this was as anticipated. Perhaps it has been continually illuminated by the moonlight. Upon catching sight of the moon, a visceral reaction surged within. First, the sound of a rapid heartbeat resonated. Thud, 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 as waves of invisible energy radiated outward, distorting the very air around. Visible ripples began to pulse in rhythm with each heartbeat. The pupils constricted, gradually morphing into those of a beast. Facial bones contracted as low growls escaped Vitalis' throat, accompanied by protruding fangs and drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. The previously frail and diminutive figure expanded rapidly, the specially designed combat attire stretching to accommodate the transformation. In the blink of an eye, Vitalis underwent a metamorphosis from human to giant ape, his massive frame emanating a terrifying aura. It was almost unfathomable that mere moments ago, he had been a child. This was the unique transformation of a Saiyan. The Oozuru form, triggered by the moon's emitted Blutz waves, allowing Saiyans with tails to undergo this metamorphosis. His battle power surged to tenfold its normal level. Thus, if Vitalis' baseline battle power was 95, his current Oozuru form boasted an astonishing 950. This was no ordinary gorilla, but a Saiyan great ape. The great ape gazed at the lake for a moment before turning its attention back to the moon. unleashing a primal roar that conveyed an indiscernible message while rhythmically pounding its chest. In this state, Vitalis had completely lost his rationality and could no longer articulate words. After a brief interval, the great ape lowered its head and opened its maw, a faint glow igniting as it gathered energy for approximately 5 seconds before unleashing a wave of power into the lake. The immense force swept across the water's surface in a fan-shaped torrent, making contact in an instant. A substantial volume of water was vaporized, and the resulting shockwaves sent towering waves crashing toward the shore, revealing the lakebed below. Emerging from the depths was a monstrous silhouette resembling a dinosaur, with robust legs, short forelimbs, a tail dragging along the ground, and spiraled horns curving around its head. Its fearsome appearance was accentuated by cold, elongated eyes that exuded an air of intimidation. The beast roared in fury at Vitalis. Its back was shrouded in darkness, devoid of intact scales, and the scent of roasted flesh lingered in the air. Upon discovering the intruder daring to rest in its territory, the great ape was enraged. With a few powerful strikes to its chest, it charged at the beast. The descending giant offered the creature no time to react, forcefully driving its head into the muddy lakebed. The tremendous impact sent the scant remaining water into the air, creating a localized downpour. Thud, thud, thud. Seemingly unsated by the initial assault, the great ape lifted its right foot and stomped multiple times on the beast's skull. After a series of blows, it pressed its foot onto the creature's back, once again thumping its chest and emitting a series of unintelligible roars, as if proclaiming the consequences of trespassing in its territory. Suddenly, the exuberant great ape was taken aback, caught off guard by a counterattack from the vanquished creature beneath its feet. The creature's tail weakly flailed, intermittently striking the foot that rested upon its back. With a furious roar, the agitated giant ape increased the pressure of its foot, causing the creature to sink further into the mire. Ceasing its relentless pounding on its chest, the giant ape seized the creature's tail and yanked with all its might. A spray of purple blood erupted as the creature's tail was forcefully torn away. Whether from excruciating pain or the sting of humiliation, the creature succumbed to madness. Pushing the giant ape aside and rising to its feet, its bloodshot eyes fixed intensely upon its adversary, surprised that the defeated foe still possessed the will to struggle. The giant ape stumbled momentarily. However, the next instant, regaining its composure, the giant ape roared in anger, flinging the severed tail aside. With a speed incongruent to its massive form, it appeared before the creature in an instant, delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen. The creature was sent airborne, and before it could descend, the giant ape followed up with a swift punch to its head, propelling it even higher into the sky. A severed horn plummeted toward the lake's depths. The giant ape opened its mouth wide, gathering energy once more. A dazzling light flickering as it coalesced into a highly concentrated energy sphere rather than a diffuse wave. The energy sphere surged forward, swiftly catching up to the creature. With a tremendous explosion, the shockwave generated a fierce wind that whisked away countless grains of sand from afar, hinting at the onset of a dust storm. As the smoke cleared, no trace of the creature remained. Nothing but mere remnants, perhaps minuscule fragments if one were to search meticulously. Having vanquished the trespasser within its territory, the giant ape appeared quite elated, thumping its chest and emitting a series of unintelligible roars. After surveying its domain, having toppled numerous trees and either driven away or slain formidable beasts, the giant ape confirmed the absence of further intruders before settling by the lake, gazing up at the moon in contemplative silence. The following morning, Vitalis awoke to the blinding rays of sunlight. Upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. The near-dry lake revealed the distinct imprints of unknown creatures etched into its bed. Soaring into the sky, he surveyed the area, noting many fallen trees, chaotic footprints of titanic beasts, and the remnants of a colossal severed tail within the forest. It was not difficult to surmise that the previous night's battle had been exceedingly fierce, with the two giants clashing at the lakebed, draining it of water as they battled onto land. Fortunately, victory had been his. His prudence had paid off, having trained to a power level of 950, a significant advantage over the unknown creature's 734. Otherwise, the tail now lying on the ground might have belonged to him. Glancing at the severed tail and feeling the one coiled around his waist, Vitalis was filled with a sense of fortunate relief. It was indeed a delightful sensation. After a restful slumber, he now felt invigorated, as if he could fell a bull with ease, his entire being brimming with comfort. Vitalis could only recall the fleeting moment he last gazed at the moon, after which he seemed to have drifted into a deep sleep, his mind and body now at their pinnacle. Were it not for the surrounding environment and the knowledge of the Scion's transformation into a great ape, one might have assumed I had merely indulged in a blissful slumber. Extracting the spaceship's remote control from the compartment of my battle armor, I pressed a single button, summoning the ship to automatically locate and approach me, a convenience befitting the provisions of the Kurds Legion. Oh, but now it is referred to as Frisia's Legion, is it not? The battlesuit, too, having undergone the transformation and endured fierce combat, exhibited no signs of damage. Even the remote control remained unscathed in its compartment. Within mere minutes, the spaceship descended nearby, prompting me to hastily retrieve the scanner to assess the environment. Despite the apparent victory, the sight of a severed tail without the remains of any other creatures left me in a state of unease. What if there were survivors? Even a severely injured adversary could pose a threat to my non-grade 8 form. Thus, despite feeling 90% assured, I could not fully ease my apprehension without a thorough confirmation. Fortunately, the scanner indicated no combatants with power levels exceeding 300. This planet's maximum combat strength was recorded at 734, while several others range between 100 and 300. Vitalis' mission was to eradicate all life forms with a power level above 20 on this planet. After all, planets with a stable ecological environment hold greater value, requiring only the assurance that no beings could endanger the lives of our clients. Naturally, Vitalis had no intention of fulfilling this mission. He sought to challenge the mightiest. A restless itch to unleash his formidable strength was one reason, for possessing such power without engaging in combat felt profoundly unsettling. Additionally, with the full moon approaching, it presented an excellent opportunity to test the great ape transformation. Chapter 4. Combat power exceeds 100, preparing to journey to Earth. Vitalis replenished his nutrients aboard the spaceship. Although he was tempted to roast and consume the unknown beast's tail, he suppressed his appetite. Since his arrival, he had not enjoyed a single meal, let alone feasted on meat. The peculiar alien creatures were best avoided. Wild animals were off the menu, and extraterrestrial wildlife even more so. Even with the Scion's robust physique, which could withstand digestive distress and minor toxins, the potential for lingering health risks was too great. The fear of premature demise, leaving behind lamenting offspring who might echo the sentiment of a ruler who had barely begun his reign, was daunting. It was fortunate to leave heirs. The notion of departing without progeny was far less appealing. Hence, one must exercise caution regarding dietary choices while away from home. Fortunately, the spaceship was stocked with ample nutritional supplies, sufficient for over 3 years if in a state of dormancy. Having consumed half of the provisions during the journey, it seemed appropriate for the round trip's requirements. This period had been marked by extreme training, resulting in considerable expenditure of energy. Sustaining this effort for 6 months would be commendable. However, Vitalis had no intention of returning, thus the consumption rate was of little concern. Living on nutritional substances proved advantageous. There was no need for excretion, and even the sweat from training contained no excess impurities. These nutrients were specially formulated to meet the Scion's physiological demands, devoid of unnecessary elements, allowing for perfect absorption to sustain bodily functions. The sole drawback was the inability to satisfy culinary cravings, missing the flavors of food and the sensation of indulgence. One must accept that with every gain, there lies a sacrifice. I shall await the day I arrive on Earth to indulge in its culinary delights. For the gastronomy of the Dragon Ball universe is a veritable treasure that captivates even the gods of destruction and angels. As Vitalis injected himself with nutritional substances, he took a moment to assess his battle power. To his astonishment, it had soared to an impressive 102 points. After a year and a half of dormancy, his battle power had indeed increased, albeit modestly. The span of a mere half-month of intense training had raised his power from 78 to 95, a gain of 17 points. Yet this paled in comparison to the year and a half of rest. Last night, during his first true battle, he experienced a remarkable increase of 7 points in his battle power. It appears the legendary battle-hardened Scions live up to their reputation. Combat is indeed the most effective path to strength. Last night's fierce clash must have been exhilarating, although Vitalis lamented that his foundational battle power was insufficient, forcing him to rely on his transformation to compete. Were he to engage in combat in his normal state, it would undoubtedly enhance his fighting skills and control over his strength. Regrettably, he had lost such a formidable opponent. He would remember you, unknown beast, and express his gratitude for all you have contributed to his growth. Perhaps it is time to rely on his normal state in battle, as transformation requires certain conditions that are rather inconvenient. Yet, he must first learn combat techniques. Having just traversed into this world, to engage in life-and-death struggles would be sheer folly, leaving him only capable of preying upon those significantly weaker. Should he confront an equally matched adversary, the likelihood of his demise would be high. This is also why Vitalis is aware that the Saiyan transformation leads to a loss of rationality, driven solely by primal instincts, allowing him to confront monsters with confidence. If he were to operate alone, barring a swift victory, the exchange of severe injuries for his opponent's death would be a laughable outcome. It is fortunate that lower-tier warriors cannot maintain their wits. This lack of rationality is a source of Vitalis' confidence in his quest for dominance in the universe. After all, he can show no mercy to aberrations, yet may falter against sentient beings, finding it difficult to strike with lethal intent. In this world, with a strong prevail, few extend mercy to their foes. Being soft-hearted can lead to dire consequences. Thus, in times of necessity, he must rely on his transformation, allowing instinct to dictate life and death. He might feel a twinge of guilt afterward, but when transformed, he fights without restraint. With his power exceeding 100, and capable of surpassing 1,000 in his transformed state, he poses a cataclysmic threat on any planet, potentially laying waste to civilizations and inflicting irreparable scars upon the world, leading it toward decline while barely retaining a semblance of self-preservation. It may soon be time to venture to Earth. Fortuitously, within the Frisia Force's star maps, Earth is indeed marked. Perhaps the reconnaissance teams were too indolent to assign it a different name, opting instead to use the local appellation. Reflecting on the original narrative, wherein both extraterrestrials and celestial beings refer to this planet as Earth, he decided to search for it and was pleasantly surprised to find it. The solar system, with its celestial bodies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, remains unchanged. It is undoubtedly Earth, and indeed, these reconnaissance personnel are rather lazy. According to the planetary notes, Earth as civilization is exceedingly primitive, with a maximum combat capability of merely 348. Its remote location, while possessing a pleasant environment, is suspected to be patrolled by galactic enforcers, rendering it unworthy of conquest. The diminutive planet has been fortunate. Although discovered, its geographic position and the presence of galactic patrols have led Frisia's forces to dismiss it, thus ensuring its safety. Traveling directly to this planet is not feasible, and the probe cannot be taken to Earth. Moreover, the spaceship's supply of nutrients is insufficient to sustain a journey to Earth, necessitating further contemplation. A day later, having deliberated on the next steps, Vitalis boarded the spacecraft. The probe was not crushed, but rather discarded into the depths of a lake, left to its own devices. Before discarding it, Vitalis had hesitated for quite some time. The probe's capabilities, particularly its atmospheric sensing, had been quite appealing, and donning it made for a striking appearance. For Saiyan, wearing battle armor paired with a probe epitomized their essence. Without it, one lacked spirit. Regrettably, the drawbacks were considerable. Not only was there potential for eavesdropping, but it might also possess a tracking function, making its use a liability. Reluctantly, he parted with it. Damn Frisia. One day, I shall make you pay for my probe. I will not let this grievance go unaddressed. I shall remember this debt. Vitalis ground his teeth, vowing silently to make Frisia regret his actions. The small ship ascended rapidly, slicing through the sky with a white trail as it surged into the cosmos. Casting a glance at the starlit expanse, he donned the respirator hanging in the cabin and, under the influence of the medication, gradually drifted into slumber. The objective of this journey was a planet known as Route Epsilon, a commercial world that serves as a critical waypoint within Frisia's domain. It was owned by a wealthy individual who had purchased it from Frisia, thus ensuring that its inhabitants were well aware of Frisia's formidable reputation and unperturbed by potential troubles. Additionally, a spacecraft manufacturing facility was stationed there, merely 3 months away from Route Alpha, making it an ideal transit point before embarking on the journey to Earth, which would take another 6 months. 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. Yes, in the blink of an eye. Vitalis closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, beheld Route Epsilon. Viewed from space, the planet was a kaleidoscope of colors, with colossal structures visible to the naked eye. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, an alert sounded within the spacecraft, indicating an incoming communication request. After a moment's consideration, Vitalis chose to answer. Esteemed warrior, please dock your ship at the dock. Someone will escort you to the planet's interior. I refuse. I am a member of Frisia S forces on a mission and have no time for games, Vitalis replied decisively, maintaining his course towards Route Epsilon without a hint of slowing down. What nonsense! There was no way he would comply with such demands. With thoughts focused on his forthcoming actions, he recognized that success required unwavering resolve. The individual on the line seemed poised to speak further, but upon hearing Frisia's name, refrained from continuing. Beep. Fearing he might relent, Vitalis promptly severed the communication. I am now a member of the Frisia force, the most valiant Saiyan on the front lines. I need not justify my actions to anyone. Chapter 5. No money? No. The prestige of King Frisia is priceless. The spherical spacecraft soared across the sky, landing with authority in the outskirts. Fearing collateral damage, it refrained from descending in the city. Who knows if there are formidable beings here experiencing life? Some individuals ascended to the heights, eager to witness the spectacle and perhaps uncover treasures. Even if there are none, the excitement was enticing. However, upon seeing the uniquely shaped spacecraft, they hastily retreated, with some timid souls already activating their ships, preparing for a nighttime escape. This vessel is exclusive to the Frisia force, typically occupied by ruthless individuals tasked with extermination missions. Their kill counts are often tallied by the planet, as they eradicate indigenous populations and sell them at exorbitant prices to wealthy, homeless elites, providing them with assistance. The current leader is the universe's largest real estate mogul, Frisia. The former master was the infamous Kurd, who would not tremble at the mention. This is a force even the Galactic Patrol dares not confront. Although aware that this planet is recognized as a legitimate commercial entity by the Frisia force, Frisia is the law. Moreover, that madman delights in fireworks, and no one dares to wager on whether he might annihilate this planet. Those who witnessed or indirectly learned of the violent landing of the spherical spacecraft, those with power and influence, immediately fled. Vitalis was oblivious to the commotion he had incited. Even if he knew, he would likely be indifferent. At this moment, he was soaring towards the city, intending to indulge in a feast. After wandering for a while, he finally encountered cosmic cuisine, a plethora of bizarre dishes surpassing the infamous dark culinary arts of his previous life. For instance, there was a restaurant run by a gigantic species, where the head chef, resembling a colossal elephantine creature, would simply slaughter and skin unknown beasts, tossing them into a massive pot. After adding a medley of colorful spices, he would cover the pot and commence cooking. Curious, Vitalis flew above to observe. Thanks to the Scion's superior genetics, his keen eyesight allowed him to see the unknown creature wide-eyed, seemingly trying to comprehend who would consume it next. The sight made Vitalis nauseous, and he retched twice, glancing at the chef wielding a giant cleaver, who offered an awkward smile before hurriedly departing, suppressing the urge to strike. The chef was infuriated. How dare this intruder retch above his signature dish? Was he implying that his culinary creation was repulsive? Was this not an affront? Feeling that his culinary artistry was being trampled upon, he almost wished to chop that little nuisance into pieces. Alas! The distinctive battle attire and the tail coiled around his waist revealed the identity of this individual, one not to be trifled with. Abandoning the idea of dining on this planet, he seized a passerby to inquire about where spacecraft were sold and promptly headed to his destination. After explaining his purpose, he was escorted by an octopus-headed being into a room, presumably a high-end reception area. The decor was simple, with white walls and ceilings, yet the displayed items were extraordinary: skulls, horns, and pelts of unknown creatures, all suggesting that these beings were formidable in their lifetimes. It appears that merchants are astute no matter where they are. As a Scion, how could Vitalis possibly overlook the decor of this room, which aligns so perfectly with the preferences of his kind? Scions have a penchant for battle, and some warriors even have the habit of bringing home trophies from their conquests to showcase their might and achievements. It stands to reason that if Vitalis belonged to another race, he would not have been brought here. Alas, today, Vitalis is not here merely to shop. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a mermaid, a remarkable fusion of fish and beauty. With a human-like lower body and a fish's head, her physique was impressive, albeit unfortunate in its appearance. Greetings, esteemed Scion warrior. I'm a representative of the Arli tribe, here to serve you diligently. How may I assist you? Despite her fishy visage, her voice was surprisingly melodious. However, the positioning of her mouth atop her head and her bulging eyes were rather unsettling, prompting Vitalis to seek an expedient exit. I am Dodoria, the foremost henchman of Lord Frisia, the mightiest of the Scion warrior race. You may refer to me as Mr. Dodoria, he interjected, moving towards the window to gaze outside. I have been dispatched to Planet Baba for a punitive mission, Yet my vessel sustained damage en route. I require a new spaceship, and heed my words, should you fail to provide even one of the requested items, this planet will face annihilation. Why yes, sir. Please hold for a moment while I activate our company's internal communication. The mermaid stammered, trembling yet unfazed by the gravity of his threat. At this moment, our company shall endeavor to serve you to the best of our abilities. I require a carrier ship of 10,000 meters, equipped with 12 battleships of 100 meters each. Additionally, procure 3 years' worth of premium nutritional supplements for 100 people from the neighboring facility. You have 30 minutes. Should you delay, your race will vanish from this universe. Do you comprehend? Why yes, I understand, the mermaid responded, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. Now be off. Call for me once you are prepared. She practically fled, as if granted a reprieve, grateful for the automatic door that spared her the torment of operating it manually. Watching her retreat in haste, Vitalis felt a mixture of emotions, such as the world of the strong. The Frisia force has a notorious reputation. After all, Frisia is indisputably the ruler of the universe at this juncture. Most beings across the cosmos recognize Frisia, yet remain oblivious to the supreme Kai and the god of destruction. Thus, Frisia, who occasionally illuminates the universe with his fireworks, is indeed the self-proclaimed king without a crown. Vitalis, too, finds himself in a predicament, relying on Frisia's name to procure what he needs without monetary expenditure. As a Saiyan cub, a low-ranking warrior, and a failure in his mission, where would he acquire funds? The capsule spaceship is not an option to travel to Earth, although a low-ranking warrior might go unnoticed. One can never predict who might take interest in his movements. A Saiyan low-class warrior, merely a few years old, has failed to complete his mission satisfactorily, running about aimlessly. If the pursuit leads to Earth, it would spell disaster. While Frisia and his minions may not care after the annihilation of the Saiyans, the latter still exist. And Frisia is likely to monitor every Saiyan's movements closely. It is better to be cautious than to take unnecessary risks. Vitalis dares not gamble nor possesses the privilege to do so. Thus, he must take a lengthy detour to ensure a safe journey to Earth. Today, by invoking Frisia's name, I shall remember the contribution you have made, Frisia. My initial funds are all thanks to you. I appreciate your role in my future endeavor to overthrow the malevolent cosmic tyrant, Frisia. Perhaps I shall spare you a blow when that day arrives. After this light-hearted jest, Vitalis reaffirmed his resolve. Everything he does is to clear obstacles, to stand triumphantly at the pinnacle, living freely and joyfully. Chapter 6, Journey to Earth. The preparations were swift, completed in a little over 20 minutes. My lord, this way please, greeted a figure resembling a tiger-headed humanoid, not the mermaid of before. Together, they boarded a shuttle traversing between the space station and the planetary interior, arriving at the docking area. Under the guidance of the tiger-headed being, they surveyed the material reserves and the required battleships. With the creature's explanations, Vitalis grasped the operations of the warship system, aided by intelligent AI, which made it relatively straightforward. Although a single individual could not operate all functionalities during combat, it sufficed for long voyages. All right, you may disembark. Time is of the essence. I must hasten to the front lines, Vitalis declared, satisfied not only with the speed, but also with the quality of service. Truly, Frisia's reign inspires no one to be lax. My lord, the payment? The tiger-headed being asked cautiously, rubbing its claws. Vitalis glanced at the creature in astonishment, as if puzzled by its audacity. This is an urgent matter. My orders are to replenish supplies from Route B. As for money, why seek me, a warrior? I am solely responsible for combat. Finance is not my concern. You may report to the Frisia Force's financial department for reimbursement, he replied, his brow furrowed in impatience. Hey, may I inquire where the financial department of the Frisia Force is located? The tiger-headed being chuckled nervously, its legs trembling, yet somehow mustering the courage to continue questioning. Vitalis found this audacity truly astonishing. Had this creature been a member of the Frisia Force, it would have been obliterated by now. Fortunately, it had merely encountered a swindler, not a true member of Frisia's army. Not that it matters now, as it indeed is part of the Frisia Force, just not of a cruel disposition. Find out for yourself. Now go, and do not waste any more of my time, he sighed, compelled to dismiss the creature. Vitalis had no desire to harm these beings. Despite their mercantile nature, he could not bring himself to slay any life unjustly, especially not an intelligent one. This time, the fault lay with him. However, as the head of the tiger continued to act boldly, he found himself compelled to take action. After all, such a docile Frisia force, comprised of Saiyans, was an unusual sight. Who had ever encountered such a situation? If suspicions were to arise, it would be dire. This was not a night of a full moon, and it was unlikely that the transformation could provide an escape. The warships acquired through extortion alone could easily overpower forces of less than 10,000. While individually weak, their technological weaponry could easily annihilate stars. They dared to extort here solely due to Frisia's formidable reputation. Otherwise, during the Saiyan genocide, he would not have had the audacity to come here, even with wealth to spare. Indeed, upon noticing Vitalis' impatience, the head of the tiger hastily retreated, his frantic demeanor revealing he was not as fierce as his appearance suggested. This was the advantage of strength. Might is right. With the formidable name of the Frisia force and the notorious reputation of the Saiyans, not even a mere child could be questioned or disregarded. A coordinate near his solar system was inputted, and the warship departed. A month later, they arrived at their destination. This location was still 2 star systems away from Earth. Vitalis transferred to a small warship, while the carrier would continue at full speed until its energy was depleted, intermittently releasing its smaller vessels along the way. This was a calculated ruse. Although its efficacy was uncertain, it provided Vitalis with some semblance of security. If it proved effective, it could delay matters for years. In due time, the balance of power would shift, and he would face no fear. Half a month later, docking the warship above the Earth's temple, Vitalis approached, where the deity and Bobo awaited. As he descended before the deity, the latter eagerly inquired, "Alien, what brings you to Earth?" The deity was anxious, fearing that Vitalis might bring misfortune upon the planet. The separation of good and evil had rendered the deity exceptionally benevolent, wholly devoted to the welfare of Earth. In comparison, the Kaioshin of another realm paled in significance. This was the deity, a diligent and responsible guardian. Namekian, Vitalis began, "I have come in accordance with an ancient prophecy. Darkness approaches, and the universe is on the brink of endless conflict. Your home world will fall, your kin will be forced into exile, and all will be engulfed in peril." Upon hearing the deity's inquiry, Vitalis laid bare his intentions. "What do you mean?" Bobo interjected, sensing the gravity of the situation. "There exists a being in the universe who proclaims himself the Cosmic Emperor, often indulging in extravagant displays. In the future, he will learn of the Dragon Balls on Namek and will seek to seize them, mercilessly slaughtering your kin in the process. Earth too possesses Dragon Balls, and they will be his target as well." Vitalis spoke not in falsehood, but merely revealed the events that were destined to unfold. "Namekian?" the deity questioned. "After all I have said, are you not aware of the cosmic crisis? Is it only the plight of Namek that resonates with you?" Realizing that this was a child who had never known his parents and was unaware of his own heritage, the deity softened his stance. "Indeed, you are a Namekian, inadvertently adrift on Earth amidst a crisis, endowed with green skin, formidable vitality, the ability to regenerate from severed limbs, and peculiar superpowers. Remarkably, you require merely water and photosynthesis to sustain yourselves. Certain exceptional beings among you can even create Dragon Balls, mystical orbs capable of granting wishes." In an effort to convince the deity of your identity, Vitalis divulged everything he remembered about the Namekians. "Could it be that I, too, am an extraterrestrial?" The aged visage momentarily withered, lost in thought. The deity, Bobo, cast a concerned glance towards him. "I am well. I merely did not anticipate that I am, in fact, an alien. Do my kin fare well?" After elucidating this to Bobo, he inquired further. "Currently, they are in good condition, but due to past crises, the number of combat-capable Namekians is scarce, and their combat prowess is diminished, rendering them defenseless in this perilous universe. Furthermore, the existence of the Dragon Balls portends a grim future. According to an ancient prophecy, Namek will be destroyed in the cosmic conflict over the Dragon Balls." Upon hearing the deity's inquiry, Vitalis hastily responded, subtly steering the conversation towards Frisia. "Destruction? Who is this cosmic sovereign?" The deity struck his staff against the ground with force, a formidable aura emanating from him, revealing his deep concern for his kin. Despite never having encountered them, Namekians are inherently peace-loving, especially this benevolent deity. Vitalis was at a loss for words. Why the sudden display of anger? "I am but a child with a power level exceeding 100. To the present Vitalis, the deity appeared remarkably powerful. "The cosmic tyrant Frisia, a merciless fiend, has subjected my people to generations of servitude. He is capricious. He celebrates with fireworks when pleased, yet unleashes the same when displeased. Wait, I am unaware of the specifics regarding the subjugation of your people. Thus, I cannot pass judgment. However, from your description, This pyrotechnic enthusiast, oh no, this cosmic sovereign, does not seem so malevolent after all. He merely enjoys fireworks. We have many splendid fireworks on Earth that we could send him. The deity had discovered a potential opening. But the existence of the Dragon Balls is an insurmountable barrier between Frisia and the Namekians. The Namekians cherish peace and would rather perish than relinquish the Dragon Balls to Frisia. Conversely, even if Frisia were to obtain the Dragon Balls, he would not allow the Namekians, the creators of these orbs, to survive. Furthermore, his fireworks serve as a euphemistic expression. Frisia has proclaimed that the explosion of a planet is the most beautiful firework in the universe, and he can obliterate planets with ease. Bobo's face turned ashen, and the deity's complexion paled. Frisia's infamy was indeed well-deserved. Chapter 7. The journey of unleashing hidden powers begins. Destroying a planet? Is such a feat within the realm of human capability? After a moment of contemplation, the deity inquired. Indeed, dear deity of Earth, I should imagine that with your current strength, if you were to exert yourself fully, you could obliterate the moon, and your combat power would likely exceed 300 within the numerical framework established by Frisia's army. The combat power exceeds 1,000, capable of destroying the core of a planet, and with a power in the tens of thousands, one could obliterate a planet without resorting to cunning tactics. Frisia's base combat power stands an astounding 530,000, a figure that instills a sense of despair, as Vitalis remarked. Unfortunately, he dared not don a scouter, for it would lend more credence to his claims. Although he sought to deceive the deity, a being with centuries of experience is not easily swayed. Thus, he approached with caution. A peaceful resolution is preferable, as the disparity between active and passive cooperation is vast. Therefore, should negotiations falter, the warship looming overhead serves as the ultimate deterrent. When the time comes to demonstrate its might, the benevolent deity will likely acquiesce. Isensa yorunasti. Yet you are no benevolent soul. The cosmic emperor is indeed real, as is the 530,000 combat power. Your intention to target the Dragon Balls and annihilate Namek is also genuine. Your desire to resist is true. However, I implore you to refrain from invoking ancient prophecies of deceit. State your needs, and I shall comply, provided that you do not threaten Earth. If possible, I hope you can save Namek from its impending doom. The deity regarded Vitalis with a profound gaze. Of course, I hold a fondness for Earth, and Namek is equally admirable. Its destruction would be regrettable. By the way, can you locate the Dragon Balls on Earth? With the conversation opened, Vitalis felt emboldened. It seems your knowledge is extensive. However, rules must be adhered to. Even as the creator, I cannot transgress them. The Dragon Balls must be sought by those worthy. The deity shook his head, indicating that if one desires them, they must embark on the search themselves, as he could not provide any unfair advantage. Very well, I shall find a way. Mr. Bobo, would you accompany me on this journey? Vitalis turned to the enigmatic figure, who exuded an aura of formidable strength. Deity? Bobo disregarded Vitalis, and instead turned to the god for guidance. Look at this deity's attendant. The pair from the realm of the Kais ought to consider self-disembowelment. The deity lacks gravitas, and the attendant displays more arrogance than the god himself. Vitalis mused. Go, Bobo, do your utmost to fulfill his requests, the deity commanded. His countenance tinged with irritation. Yes, Bobo replied, producing a flying carpet from seemingly nowhere and stepping onto it. Observing this, Vitalis did not hesitate to join him. The experience was remarkable. The speed was exhilarating, and at present, Vitalis felt ill-equipped to keep pace. Mr. Bobo, please take me to find Master Rashi. Do you know where he is? Vitalis inquired tentatively. Indeed, Bobo replied, and without waiting for further conversation, they set off. In a flurry of motion, they arrived above the ocean. In the blink of an eye, Vitalis beheld a small island, complete with a quaint dwelling, several palm trees, a sunshade, and a rocking chair. Ignoring the peculiar items in the old man's grasp and the blood trickling from his nose, there was a distinctly modern, sage-like atmosphere. Upon seeing the small sphere hanging around the old man's neck, Vitalis knew he had come to the right place. Master Rashi, indeed a sage, was undoubtedly a kindred spirit, and a pivotal figure in this unfolding narrative. The chance to encounter the Dragon Balls and meet the protagonist seemed to be a matter of destiny. As Vitalis locked eyes with the Turtle Hermit for several moments, he leaped before the venerable sage. Greetings, Turtle Hermit. I require this item, and hope you might bestow it upon me. Vitalis had no intention of engaging in superfluous chatter. He aimed to be forthright. Who are you? This is merely a trinket I stumbled upon due to its aesthetic appeal. What purpose does it serve? Is it of significant importance to you? The turtle hermit swiftly wiped the blood from his nose, his sunglasses glinting with a flash of brilliance, embodying the grandeur of a true master. This is a Dragon Ball, crafted by the deities. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon, capable of granting the wishes of the collector. Perhaps the turtle hermit had heard legends of the Dragon Balls in this era, yet he likely had little interest in them, nor was he inclined to seek them out. He certainly did not anticipate that he possessed one of the Dragon Balls he wore daily. Vitalis had no intention of concealing the truth, as they would likely need to coexist in the future. It would be unwise to foster animosity, even if the turtle hermit seemed indifferent. I have an adversary I must defeat. He is formidable. I require the dragon's assistance to have any chance of vanquishing him and saving my kin. Vitalis articulated the purpose of the Dragon Balls, not to elicit sympathy, but rather to speak plainly. In the presence of such venerable figures, there was no need for embellishment, which would likely be unwelcome. Even if peaceful acquisition was not feasible, he was prepared to resort to forceful means. There was no need for circumlocution. Ha ha, amusing little rascal. I can grant you this, but I have conditions. The turtle hermit chuckled heartily. 100 of the latest beauty magazines. Vitalis was aware of the turtle hermit's proclivities. Neither wealth nor power would sway him. Only recognition could provide the opportunity to exchange for the coveted magazines. This has been my treasured possession for many years. The turtle hermit lamented as he slowly removed the Dragon Ball. I shall provide you with all the beauty magazines I can collect from around the globe, guaranteed to be no less than 1,000. Deal. The turtle hermit, fearing Vitalis might reconsider, hastily tossed the Dragon Ball to him. As Vitalis beheld the Dragon Ball in his hands, he found himself momentarily bemused. He had not anticipated such ease. He had prepared for a multitude of contingencies, expecting challenges from both the deities and the turtle hermit. Initially, he had assumed he would need to bombard half the temple and devastate uninhabited regions to threaten Earth. However, it was fortuitous that both were astute individuals, ensuring high efficiency in their dealings. Regardless of their thoughts, the objective had been achieved. With absolute prowess, he feared nothing. Thank you. I have other matters to attend to. I shall return in due time to deliver the magazines. Vitalis bid farewell and leaped behind Bobo. To West City. To Dr. Brief's house at Capsule Corporation. Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Bobo. Of course. As the two departed, the turtle hermit reclined, resuming his perusal of magazines, occasionally erupting into lewd laughter. With a flurry of motion, they arrived in a futuristic metropolis, where various flying vehicles traversed the skies. It was afternoon and Dr. Brief was enjoying tea in the courtyard with his wife, when Vitalis bounded before them. Doctor, I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. May I inquire if you're able to help? Vitalis directly stated his intentions. Ha ha ha, what a splendid young man. Before Dr. Brief could respond, his wife had already approached Vitalis, playfully pinching his cherubic cheeks. Seeking a favor, she bore it gracefully. After all, she was a beauty, so it was not a loss. Little one, do you need something? Did your toy break? Uncle will fix it. Dr. Brief glanced helplessly at his wife. Truly, they were the Briefs. I had leapt from such a height, and there stood a gentleman on a flying carpet, so composed. Doctor, is there a spacious place? Before we discuss matters, allow me to show you my reward. Chapter 8. Preparations for takeoff. Upon arriving at the Brief's backyard, one could only marvel. Indeed, he was the wealthiest man on Earth. A battleship was summoned and landed in the backyard. Is this a spaceship? As a connoisseur of Earth's cutting-edge technology, I immediately discerned the vessel's essence. Indeed, this is the ship I traveled to Earth in, one of the pinnacle achievements of cosmic technology. This is my reward. I require your assistance with a few matters, and this ship shall be yours. Agreed. As long as it is within my capacity. Dr. Brief, whose eyes had widened at the sight of the spaceship, was even more eager to delve into cosmic technology. Doctor, I need you to swiftly create a device that can locate these Dragon Balls, I said, handing the Dragon Ball to him. The second request is for you to construct a gravity-adjustable training room. If possible, I hope it can be expedited. The sooner, the better. The device to locate the Dragon Balls is not difficult. Give me half a day. As for the gravity room, I have previously conducted research on gravity. I will need half a month. Give me that time, and I shall deliver, Dr. Brief replied as he made his way to the workshop. Although he was keen to study the spaceship first, he adhered to his principle. Handle the task before claiming the reward. Ha, just like that. Little Vitalis. Shall you accompany your sister on a date? His wife chirped with a smile, seizing the opportunity before he could protest and whisking him away. At this moment, Mr. Popo remained suspended in midair, observing. Time swiftly passed to the evening. The afternoon had been utterly delightful. First, I was treated to afternoon tea, and for Vitalis, who had endured a life of hardship, such exquisite delicacies were unprecedented. The fare prepared by a private chef of the wealthiest man surpassed anything he had tasted in his previous life. In a moment of indulgence, having eaten too much, Vitalis, under the tender inquiry of the maternal figure, revealed his past, his Saiyan heritage, his insatiable appetite, and how he had been cast onto a desolate planet as a child, prompting her to weep profusely. Without delay, she called upon a cadre of chefs, who spent the afternoon preparing a sumptuous feast, allowing Vitalis, in his new world, to experience a hearty meal for the first time, culinary excellence that left him without regrets. After satisfying his hunger, Dr. Brief emerged with the Dragon Ball radar. Observing the similar design of the radar, one could not help but marvel at the familial resemblance. Indeed, the aesthetic style was an inherited trait, evident in all their creations. Vitalis, utilizing the Dragon Ball radar, discovered a Dragon Ball in the basement of the Brief residence. As fate would have it, Brief had stumbled upon the Dragon Ball earlier, deeming it aesthetically pleasing yet practically useless, and had discarded it into the basement. Perhaps emboldened by his acquisition of a cosmic spaceship, Brief did not inquire further and simply handed the Dragon Ball over to Vitalis. Politely declining the offer of hospitality, he returned to the temple alongside Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo remained as taciturn as ever, even during lunch, silently consuming his meal and responding to any attempts at conversation from Mrs. Brief or Vitalis with mere acknowledgments such as yes, or indeed. Perhaps those of great wisdom often appear aloof, thus exuding an air of mystique. Upon returning to the temple, under Mr. Popo's guidance, Vitalis found a place to rest. The majority of his tasks were complete, with only the final steps remaining to achieve victory over Frisia, no longer a mere dream. Perhaps relieved of pressure, Vitalis enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, uninterrupted until dawn. In a high altitude, daybreak arrived swiftly. Sharing breakfast with Mr. Popo, he noted that the Supreme Kai had gone out to bask in the sun. Mr. Popo, he said, I plan to collect the Dragon Balls later. Upon my return, I would be grateful for your guidance in mastering my energy control. Is that agreeable? After all, you are a profoundly skilled master, having survived since the previous Supreme Kai's era. Even during the Z Saga, you engaged playfully with the two Super Saiyan youths. Although Goten and Trunks did not engage seriously, one could perceive the formidable nature of Mr. Popo. While perhaps not possessing the overwhelming power of later warriors, Mr. Popo's depth of understanding is unfathomable. It would not surprise me if he had mastered the ultimate technique. His inquiries were met with succinct replies. With a response in hand, Vitalis quickly finished his breakfast and leaped from the temple. The first Dragon Ball lay at the ocean's bottom, easily retrieved, and he seized a large octopus, planning to present it as a gift to Gohan should their paths cross. If not, it would serve as a treat for Mr. Popo. The second Dragon Ball was effortlessly collected from the edge of a cliff. The third was hidden within a forest inhabited by a group of weak monsters, easily dispatched. The fourth was located in the mountains, likely the Bunyan Mountain, where the dwellings bore a striking resemblance to those from the anime. Greetings, I am Vitalis, here in search of the Dragon Balls. As fortune would have it, he encountered an elderly man returning slowly with a basket. Vitalis displayed one of the Dragon Balls to the elder. Oh, this? I found one in the mountains a few days ago. It looked nice, so I brought it back. Since it is of use to you, I shall retrieve it, the elder replied, turning to enter his home and soon emerging with a 4-star ball. Vitalis was pleasantly surprised by Gohan's amiable nature. He asked no questions and freely offered the Dragon Ball simply because it was needed. Truly a good soul. It was no wonder he could raise the innocent Goku. Thank you. This is my token of gratitude. As he continued his quest for the Dragon Balls, Vitalis presented the large octopus he had caught to Gohan. Ha! Very well. I shall not hold back, for it has been quite some time since I visited the seaside. I never anticipated that I would feast upon the great octopus from the ocean. It seems I have encountered a remarkable individual. The wisdom and enlightenment of these elders in Dragon Ball are truly profound, each surpassing the other. I declined Son Gohan's invitation to dinner. After all, the appetite of a Saiyan is quite formidable, and there was no need to impose upon the elder. Speaking of which, I have altered the course of history. Perhaps Kakarot will never arrive on Earth, and no one will step upon Son Gohan, which raises the question, will Son Gohan be unable to descend to the underworld? Will he be unable to serve as the protector of the Supreme Lord? The old man was quite willing to remain there while watching the anime. Should I calculate the time to send Son Gohan down? I shook my head to dispel this frightening thought. Although our interaction was brief, the old man possesses a commendable character, and Vitalis should refrain from taking any drastic actions. If fate allows, after Son Gohan passes away naturally, He will surely find his way to the Supreme Lord. The final Dragon Ball was discovered in a secluded mountain ravine. Thus, the collection of the 7 Dragon Balls was complete. Upon returning to the temple, I was met with a query. Are you certain you wish to make a wish now? The deity seemed rather displeased with Vitalis' miraculous ability to gather the Dragon Balls within 2 days, his face turning an unsettling shade of green. After all, the Eternal Dragon, capable of resurrecting the dead, must endure numerous trials to merit the granting of wishes. It was unexpected that Vitalis had managed to do so through cunning means. Indeed, wishing sooner allows for the cooling of skills to commence earlier. Each wish in my plan is crucial for defeating Frisia, and completing them swiftly brings me peace of mind. Hence, I must time my utilization of the Dragon Balls. Vitalis replied with solemnity, feeling a wave of apprehension as he prepared to wish. He placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, their brilliance shining beautifully as they congregated. By the way, Mr. Popo, you speak the language of Namek, do you not? Indeed. Excellent. With arms outstretched towards the heavens, Vitalis proclaimed, Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Chapter 9. Arise, Eternal Dragon. As soon as the invocation escaped his lips, a tempest arose. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, and the 7 Dragon Balls simultaneously ignited, their radiance merging into a blinding light that ascended towards the heavens. The form of the Eternal Dragon emerged from the brilliance, its colossal, serpentine body coiling through the sky before its immense head descended, its eyes as large as oxen. Fixating upon Vitalis, I shall grant you any wish. Speak your desire. It seemed that the absence of music diminished the awe of summoning the Eternal Dragon compared to the anime, lacking the essence that stirs the soul. Nevertheless, the sheer enormity of the dragon remained visually stunning. O Eternal Dragon, please bring forth the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek before me. Are you certain? The Eternal Dragon reiterated. Indeed, that is my wish. As you wish. With that, a flash from the dragon's eyes signified the arrival of the Namekian Dragon Balls, each larger than those of Earth, now resting at the feet of Vitalis. Your wish has been granted. The wish fulfilled, the dragon dissipated, and the Dragon Balls gradually ascended, transforming into stone. Just as they were about to disperse, Vitalis swiftly intercepted several of the stone Dragon Balls with a bag, securing them within. Observing Vitalis' audacious maneuver, the deity hesitated, his expression darkening, becoming increasingly pallid. Not daring to provoke the divine being, Vitalis turned his gaze towards Bubbles. Mr. Bubbles, the Dragon Balls of Namek require the Namekian language for their invocation. Might I implore you to translate? Regrettably, Bubbles could only converse in the universal tongue, lacking proficiency in Namekian, a testament to Bubbles' remarkable skills, though the means of his learning remained a mystery. Bubbles approached with resolve. In Namekian, arise, Eternal Dragon. Meanwhile, on the distant Namek, there was no need for alarm. The Dragon Balls had been used by an intriguing child, while the elderly Namekian Grand Elder employed his mental fortitude to soothe the guardians who had succumbed to panic due to the Dragon Ball's activation. Neru, fate has shifted. No one can foresee what the future holds. While this child seems promising now, the future remains uncertain. Should unforeseen calamity arise, I shall take my own life, thereby rendering the Dragon Balls powerless. At that moment, Mulin would ascend as the Grand Elder, with strict prohibitions against the creation of further Dragon Balls. The Grand Elder advised the shadowed Neru. Neru bowed his head, staring silently at the ground. On Earth, Mr. Bubbles, my first wish is to learn all the magical arts that exist throughout the cosmos. Bubbles nodded, invoking in Namekian. Please allow this child before us to learn all the magical arts that exist in the universe. A flash of red light sparked in the eyes of the Namekian dragon. The first wish has been granted. State your next desire. The deity, taken aback, found himself captivated by the magnificent form of the Namekian dragon, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity. Not only had the Dragon Balls increased in size, but the dragon itself appeared more robust and imposing, leaving the deity to ponder whether a new appearance for his celestial dragon might be in order. The dragon's words snapped the deity back to reality. Truly, hailing from home, it was powerful, capable of granting more than a single wish. Mr. Bubbles, I desire a jar of never-ending senza beans. In Namekian, I wish for a jar that can never be emptied of senza beans. This wish cannot be fulfilled. Infinite senza beans are beyond my capabilities. Indeed, the concept of infinity, even in grains of sand, was overwhelming, let alone senza beans. Perhaps only the Super Dragon Balls could accomplish such a feat, Mr. Bubbles. Let me rephrase. I wish for a jar that produces 1,000 senza beans daily. That constitutes 2 wishes. Are you certain? 2 wishes? to request a jar, then to have that jar endowed with the ability to generate 1,000 sins of beans each day? What a conundrum. It appeared that the Namekian dragon was not one to be easily outwitted. Mr. Bubbles, allow me to alter my wish. Grant my bag the ability to produce 1,000,000 sins of beans each day. With that, Vitalis revealed the bag he intended to use for the Namekian Dragon Balls. Bubbles, said the deity. Bobo, speaking in the language of Namek, requested, please bestow upon this bag the ability to produce 1,000,000 senzu beans daily. Tiny beads of sweat appeared upon the brow of the Namekian dragon, which replied, that cannot be done. The daily limit for sins of beans is 10,000. To exceed this would disrupt the cosmic balance. Then let be 10,000, Bobo conceded. One moment, I shall fetch a different bag, for this one is too large to contain 1,000,000. State your final wish, the dragon urged. Is there more? Bobo inquired of the deity. I wish to learn the language of the gods. Please grant this child the ability to master the unemotional tongue of the divine. As you wish, your desires have been fulfilled, the dragon proclaimed before vanishing from sight. One silver lining was that the Namekian Dragon Balls did not scatter chaotically. Presumably, this was due to the elders being assigned to guard them after a wish was made, thus avoiding such a scenario. In contrast, the Earth-S dragon had the tendency to scatter as a test for adventurers. Vitalis stepped forward to collect the Dragon Balls, hoisting 2 bags of them. Divine One, Bobo, I shall take a moment to rest and digest this newfound knowledge. It is rather overwhelming, he said to his masters before retreating to his chamber. Truly, the dragon was remarkable, a wondrous wishing machine, adept at imprinting knowledge deep within one's consciousness. With focused concentration, the information would surface rather than being forcefully crammed in. Yet, he realized he had been somewhat careless. Should his mind explode or he become a fool, it would be regrettable. As Vitalis lay upon his bed, he reflected upon the wish-making process. Surprisingly, he had initially sought to learn healing magic, only to discover that magic encompassed a vast array of possibilities, including teleportation, a wish he no longer needed since it had been granted so effortlessly. Next, he would study the control of ki with Bobo, followed by its enhancement. Without sufficient ki, he would be unable to utilize any effective spells. With sins of beans acquired, once he mastered ki, he could begin to tap into the Saiyan's passive abilities. The Saiyan race possessed a unique trait. Each time they faced death and subsequently healed, their strength would surge dramatically. In truth, this characteristic exists within all living beings, though it is not as pronounced in most races as it is in Saiyans. Of course, Saiyans are aware of this trait, yet not all find the opportunity to exploit it. In battle, nearing death is perilous, even among comrades. Few Saiyans dare to entrust their lives to one another. Completing a mission is one thing. Ensuring a safe return for healing is another. Should a task remain unfinished, or should they bring shame upon themselves, it is likely they would face execution at the hands of their peers. As maintaining the pride of the Saiyan race is paramount, Saiyans do not tolerate failure. As for mutually benefiting from each other as passives, Saiyans are fierce competitors, where victory and life or death are at stake. Once combat ensues, one side must perish, or both may fall. Their ferocity is unparalleled, even among allies. Their pride forbids them from accepting defeat. Furthermore, Saiyans fear death and are reluctant to place their lives in the hands of others. In the original narrative, Vegeta sought Krillin's assistance to enhance his passive abilities, and was indeed intimidated by Frieza's formidable power. In his quest for strength to defeat Frieza, he resorted to desperate measures upon witnessing Den's healing capabilities. After all, sustaining severe injuries without timely treatment could lead to a most unfortunate demise. Vegeta himself narrowly escaped a dire fate. These circumstances led Vitalis to conclude that the Senzu bean was destined for the Saiyans, providing sustenance for 10 days with a single bean, effectively catering to those with voracious appetites, and additionally offering healing and restoration of one's condition. Should every Saiyan carry an abundance of Senzu beans, it would become a nightmare for any race. Unless annihilated instantaneously, one could not hope to defeat these relentless warriors who grow stronger with each battle. Who would not fear such adversaries, even though there are limits to their passive abilities? The Saiyans who reach such thresholds are few in the universe who could overcome them. Furthermore, upon reaching their limits, it is conceivable that the Saiyan has already brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan transformation, rendering them even more formidable. Chapter 10. The Unfolding of Extraordinary Events. In the realm of Dragon Ball, magic is not the mainstream. It is not ineffectual, but rather, it is easily unraveled by the powerful. Mighty warriors can disregard mental magic, as attack magic pales in comparison to the destructive power of a single wave. Thus, the role of magic in Dragon Ball leans towards that of a supplementary nature. For instance, Babidi and his son, though formidable and their magic enigmatic to most beings in the universe, become mere fodder in the absence of Buu's protection when confronted by stronger opponents. Even Bu, despite his immense magical prowess, finds his magic ineffective or even counterproductive when facing those of comparable or superior strength, exemplified by the universe's most formidable candy, created by Bu himself. Ultimately, Bu relies on his own overwhelming power and his peculiar physique. Vitalis, upon wishing to learn magic from the dragon, originally saw its utility merely as convenient, such as the ability to change attire with a mere thought, which he particularly cherished. Healing magic also held great significance, considering that anyone could consume senza beans, and should they be destroyed or seized by an opponent, it would pose a grave dilemma. Moreover, running out of beans and suffering grievous injuries on the same day would be disastrous. The preservation of life is paramount, hence the decision to study magic. A serendipitous outcome emerged. First, it eliminated the need for a wish to teleport instantly, and second, based on the magical knowledge acquired by Vitalis, magic was merely an application of energy akin to the perspective of the Yardertons. The Yardertons' unique abilities stem from their extensive research on energy, which they termed differently. Though the name eluded Vitalis, the manipulation of energy allows for the achievement of remarkable feats. Without delving into the Yardertons' specific abilities, even during the Namex saga, Goku was able to glean information by merely touching Krillin's bald head, gaining insights into events that transpired during that time frame, and could even intervene in the group chats initiated by King Kai. His capacity to interject indicated that he had already been privy to the discussions. While Goku's remarkable skills were not showcased extensively later on, they illustrated that energy remains the essence of the Dragon Ball universe. Mr. Popo, could you impart to me the methods of controlling energy? Vitalis organized his knowledge regarding magic and subsequently approached Mr. Popo with a training invitation. Indeed, Mr. Popo, there is no need to arrange for additional training. Simply allow me to engage in combat. As warriors of the Saiyan race, we learn most swiftly through battle. This thought brought to mind Bopo's training methods with little Goku, as well as the example of Vegeta, who grasped the control of energy after merely enduring a beating. I urgently requested that the utmost priority be to grow stronger in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, the thought struck me that the annihilation of the Saiyans was not solely the doing of Frisia. Beerus poses an even greater threat. It is imperative to resolve this issue before it escalates. Even if the Dragon Balls could later resurrect the Saiyan race, it would inevitably provoke Beerus. This cat possesses unfathomable strength, and his power continues to grow with each passing iteration. There is no need to offend this god of destruction. Instead, it would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, as he could become a formidable ally. Thus, I envision myself as king, conquering Beerus with the most comfortable pillows of the universe and the delectable cuisine of Earth. Then, I could freely unleash my fury upon Frisia. Casting a glance at Vitalis, the aloof and enigmatic Bopo flickered away. Vitalis felt a sudden pang at his scalp and turned his gaze to Bopo's hand, where indeed, a tuft of hair remained. Why would he need to pull so much? After all, a Saiyans hairstyle is the essence of their spirit, a true travesty. Though he yearned to voice his frustrations, he refrained, understanding that he was at the mercy of another, who was only striving to assist him. Watching Bopo retreat to his chamber, Vitalis settled into a cross-legged position and commenced a genuine meditation, as opposed to the previous instances where he merely masqueraded his wandering thoughts under the guise of meditation. Among the myriad forms of magic, there exists a plethora of meditation techniques. Qi is the force born from the synergy of spirit and body, an amalgamation of both. Meditation fortifies the mind, while martial practice strengthens the body, and both endeavors enhance Qi and elevate its quality. Selecting a meditation technique that appeared promising, Vitalis began his introspection. Almost instantaneously, he entered a meditative state, evidently having already mastered this particular form of magic. This technique involved visualizing the celestial bodies of the universe and simulating their movements to amplify one's spirit. Vitalis first envisioned the solar system. However, his mental fortitude proved insufficient, rendering the planets immobile. Thus, he settled upon a small moon orbiting the Earth. Yes, the moon. A sudden thud echoed, reminiscent of wood striking the ground, likely the result of Bopo's handiwork. Vitalis severed his meditation and opened his eyes, only to find Bopo and the Supreme Kai standing at the doorway. The Supreme Kai's staff fallen to the floor, revealing him as the source of the disturbance. In the air, the energy released during meditation had disturbed the magnetic field, which was entirely normal. Yet, why did Bopo and the Supreme Kai appear so diminutive? Moreover, they seemed to have gained considerable strength, perhaps tenfold, but it was rapidly depleting. Confused, Vitalis extended his hands, observing a pair of furry, oversized hands shrinking swiftly. Could it be? Meditating on the moon could also lead to transformation, and without going berserk? Vitalis found himself puzzled, his mind racing as he recalled the officially recognized spin-off known as GT, where Goku treated Earth as if it were the moon. Unexpected joys abound, and there is no need for materialistic pursuits. The Saiyan's meditative state remains unbroken, while Vitalis exhibits a hint of excitement, a series of audacious thoughts flitting through his mind. Vitalis, who is that? The deity inquired, observing the transformed Vitalis. Though swayed by Vitalis' assertions and grateful for the news from his homeland, the deity could not shake the feeling of unease. The immense figure, radiating a powerful, calm yet brutal aura, convinced the deity that no one on earth could stand against him, not even through sealing, for the disparity was far too great. The likelihood of a sealing failure loomed large. Thus, the deity spoke plainly. The potential threat must be understood. He bore no fear of Vitalis' possible aggression, for ever since comprehending the cosmic matters, he had carried the necessary vessels and talismans for the magic sealing wave. Should an unstoppable cosmic adversary emerge, the deity was prepared to unleash the magic sealing wave, denying them the opportunity to wreak havoc upon Earth. In fact, if Vitalis were truly malevolent, the deity would prefer him to act now, allowing for immediate sealing of Vitalis. However, as it stood, Vitalis appeared entirely normal, devoid of deceit or malice. The recently encountered gorilla had indeed frightened the deity, powerful and ferocious. Were it not for his meditation, the deity might have been compelled to expel his lunch. This is a transformation unique to our Saiyan lineage, he mused. Upon transforming, one's combat power becomes tenfold. Although the deity's thoughts remained inscrutable, Vitalis sensed a degree of vigilance directed his way. There was no hostility, yet the deity remained cautious. He chose to disclose only a portion of the truth. Should the deity learn of his potential for uncontrollable fury post-transformation, who could predict the deity's reaction? Thus, it was prudent to maintain some secrets. As long as he refrained from transforming again, all would be well. This was merely a first experience, one marred by a lack of intelligence. Fortunately, despite the transformation, his body remained in meditation. Tenfold. What a terrifying capability. Henceforth, it would be best to avoid transformations. That aura was decidedly sinister. Surely, were it not for meditation, one could hardly control such power. Casting a deep glance at Vitalis, the deity picked up his staff and retreated to his chamber. These old fellows simply cannot be deceived. Even if they lack the strength for frontline combat in the latter stages, their realms are truly formidable. Perhaps this is the accumulation of time and life experiences? Thankfully, the deity was not a stubborn relic of the past. No contention arose. Should a confrontation occur, it would likely end in disaster. Let us commence. The aloof divine figure declared, stepping aside to allow the silhouette behind him to exit the room. With matching hairstyles and tails, yet clad in an orange martial arts uniform adorned with a celestial emblem, it was evident that the martial attire was quite impressive. Indeed, I look quite dashing. Observing the masked figure before him, Vitalis instinctively recognized its significance. A glimmer of light flickered in Vitalis' eyes as he finally exchanged his long-worn combat attire for a black and gray martial arts uniform, identical to that of the original black Goku. Alas, the hair color and eye hue were mismatched. Otherwise, his visage paired with such a hairstyle might well terrify Cell. The question remained, would Super Saiyan Goku fear him? After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Vitalis assumed the stance of Wing Chun. As a warrior of the Saiyan race, I intended to make a dashing introduction before the battle commenced, only to be caught off guard by an unscrupulous attack that struck my face. Observing Vitalis suspended from a tree, Bobo shook his head and proceeded towards the chamber of the deity. Chapter 11. The Saiyans have no limits. The puppets crafted by Bobo were merciless. They struck Vitalis and sent him flying into the tree. Before he could even comprehend the situation, his hair was seized, and he was lifted, followed by 2 powerful punches to his abdomen. Vitalis knelt, clutching his stomach and retching. One might ponder if he had been careless. Although combat serves as the finest teacher for Saiyan, I was not adept at fighting. Vitalis felt a swell of regret for having overestimated himself. Having enjoyed a streak of victories, it became evident that inflated pride rarely endures, as reality inevitably delivers a harsh lesson. Noticing that Vitalis was beginning to recover, the relentless puppet delivered a kick that sent him soaring into the sky, promptly reappearing above him to administer a sweeping kick that sent him crashing back down. Upon landing, Vitalis was once again propelled into the air. Observing the dazed Vitalis, the puppet refrained from further assault, instead waiting to catch him before he could crash to the ground, thus preventing any damage to the temple. Lying on the ground, Vitalis silently employed healing magic to mend his injuries. To his astonishment, the thought of using magic for healing was realized rather swiftly. While healing, he reflected on the recent brutal encounter. According to the design, this puppet should possess powers and skills akin to his own, merely enhanced by an awareness of energy. Through the puppet's combat techniques, Vitalis discerned that it lacked any martial arts knowledge. Yet its movements in striking and kicking were markedly different from his own, a precise execution without any superfluous motions or wasted energy. The results spoke for themselves. The blows were perfectly calibrated, wounding yet not fatal, leaving him conscious enough to heal. After being knocked down several times, Vitalis felt a twinge of embarrassment. He mended his fractured bones and wounds, dusted himself off, and stood up. The Saiyan blood coursing through him invigorated him. Despite the pain, he felt exhilarated, his blood boiling with fervor. In that moment, the combat spirit rooted in his lineage overshadowed the thoughts of his past life. As he gathered himself, Vitalis had yet to finish his thought when the puppet leapt up to deliver another kick. This time, he reacted in time, leaning back while simultaneously executing a kick aimed at the puppet's groin. Unfortunately, he missed his mark. The puppet performed an aerial flip and landed a kick squarely in Vitalis' abdomen. The sharp impact struck him hard, breaking his spinal column in the lower back. Damn, that was ruthless. The excruciating pain did not render Vitalis unconscious immediately. With trembling hands, he retrieved a magical bean from the pouch of his waist and consumed it. As soon as he swallowed the bean, his condition was instantly revitalized, and a powerful aura surged forth from within him. A grave injury, a brush with death, triggered a latent force within Vitalis, elevating his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Yet, he remained incapable of controlling this newfound strength, causing his energy to leak uncontrollably. Lying on the ground, Vitalis savored the sensations of the recent ordeal, narrowly escaping death. His memories from a past life complicated his thoughts, instilling a profound sense of trepidation within him, though his body trembled with exhilaration, every cell rejoicing in the thrill of battle and the acquisition of greater power from the brink of mortality. A significant divide emerged between his thoughts and his physicality. The memories of his former life served as both an advantage and a shackle. Understanding the narrative and the identity of his adversaries, wishing upon the dragon for celestial beings, and mastering magic all prioritized his own safety. He had hoped to overpower all foes through rigorous training and sheer strength, neglecting the warrior's mindset in favor of shortcuts. In that moment of clarity, Vitalis realized that while brute force could indeed crush the weak, those formidable warriors who had emerged from life and death struggles were not so easily vanquished. Was he not at risk of being countered by those seemingly inferior, yet not vastly weaker than himself? Even the minions he looked down upon possessed strengths in this regard, particularly those who had fought their way through the treacherous void of the cosmos. As a transmigrator and an infinitely potential Saiyan, he saw the vast Frisia force as merely a challenge posed by Frisia and his son. Even they, in his eyes, were figures he could surpass at any moment. In his view, he feared no one but the Omni King, confident that he would eventually transcend each of them. Be they gods of destruction or angels, all would pale in comparison. Yet, reality delivered a harsh lesson. If he did not correct his mindset, he risked doom before his ambitions had even begun to take flight. After a moment of contemplation, Vitalis rose to his feet. Although his energy was restored, he still felt the phantom ache of a broken spine, not physically, but mentally, resolutely ignited. He unleashed the boiling fervor within him. This time, he refrained from idle chatter and charged towards the replicant, delivering a powerful punch aimed at its face. The replicant merely tilted its head, narrowly evading the blow. Despite the immense air pressure generated by his strength shattering its mask, the replicant remained unscathed. In response to Vitalis' attack, the replicant attempted to strike him in the abdomen with its knee, only to be thwarted as Vitalis blocked the blow with his left hand. A grin spread across Vitalis' face as he transformed his punch into a knife-hand strike aimed at the replicant's neck. In the blink of an eye, the replicant fell silent, followed by a sharp pain in its lower back as it was propelled away. Vitalis rubbed the area that had been struck, grimacing in pain. Despite the discomfort, he felt a surge of joy. Thanks to the formidable physique and combat instincts of Saiyan, he could perceive the replicant's movements. Even when it had accelerated past him in a final desperate maneuver, his eyes lost the target, yet his body remained attuned to its presence. The perception of energy has become clearer. Restoring his stance, Vitalis subdued the recently surging energy, managing to control a portion of it, thus marking the beginning of his mastery over this force. He could not help but marvel at the innate combat talent of the Saiyans. Indeed, as he had suspected, they learn most rapidly during battle, even when subjected to one-sided assaults, absorbing the essence of their adversaries. Having grasped the fundamentals, the subsequent steps appeared straightforward. Employing a rudimentary method of control, Vitalis distributed the energy throughout his body, thereby enhancing both his defensive and offensive capabilities. He charged once more towards the replica, and although he had restrained part of his energy, his speed was noticeably greater than before. He darted to the side of the replica and executed an elbow strike, a move he deemed one of the most stylish attacks from Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, the replica was not stationary. The replica reappeared behind Vitalis, its hands clasped, aiming a strike at his head. Clumsily mimicking the replica's rapid movements, Vitalis narrowly evaded the blow. Yet the immature speed of his maneuver caused him to crash through 3 columns in the temple corridor. He instinctively touched his head, feeling a chill run down his spine. Compared to the fallen columns, that last strike had brought him face to face with death. His instincts warned him that had he taken that hit, it would have been fatal. There would have been no time even to consume a senza bean. What a ruthless opponent. Yet he was grateful, for his significant progress could be attributed to the Saiyan blood coursing through him, transforming his mindset and dispelling the cowardice of his past. Had he crossed over to another race, he might have simply resigned himself to defeat. Influenced by his combative nature, he felt no desire to retreat. Instead, he yearned to confront the powerful with unyielding force. However, a part of his soul restrained some of his more savage instincts, preventing him from becoming cruel or cold-hearted. Instincts are indeed a valuable asset. His body reacted swiftly, but his mind lagged behind. He aimed to slip behind the replica and unleash a flurry of strikes. It found himself misaligned, his thoughts and actions failing to synchronize. Sensing danger, he instinctively attempted to evade, and through this reaction, he recognized the replica's movements. Now airborne, he sought to learn and counterattack. Had he followed his instincts, he likely would have avoided such a predicament. His thoughts were already slow, and by the time he formulated an attack, his body could not keep pace with the sequences he envisioned. Moreover, the intimidation from the replica's assault left him flustered, resulting in a failure to subdue his opponent while leaving him in a regrettable state. Fortunately, he managed to evade a fatal blow, perhaps by yielding to instinct. He might touch upon the state of perfect mastery, suppressing his control and learning from Beerus for a while longer. He might then grasp the essence of self-mastery. Such techniques are divine. He quelled his wandering thoughts, reminding himself not to reach for unattainable heights. Calming the turmoil within, he charged once again at the replica. Chapter 12. A marked improvement, the essence of strength. After consuming 16 senza beans, his progress was unmistakable. Vitalis could now engage in a more balanced exchange of blows with the replica, fighting back and forth with vigor. Certainly, under the condition of power suppression. Enduring multiple severe injuries and near-death experiences, the effect had been remarkably significant. Were it not for the enforced restraint, Vitalis could effortlessly crush this automaton with a mere finger. Had it not been for the comfort derived from this handsome visage, and the absence of a more worthy opponent, Vitalis would have already obliterated this merciless figure. The combination of the mystical beans and the Saiyan race is simply unparalleled. After consuming 3 beans, Vitalis' strength had already overwhelmed his opponent. Yet he continued to suppress his surging power solely for the purpose of honing his combat skills. The consequence, of course, was that the restrained Vitalis found himself repeatedly bested until he consumed 10 beans, allowing him to finally match the replica automaton. From morning until now, as the sun descended and the stars began to twinkle, it was evident that, aware of the bean's effects, no one urged him to take a meal. The relentless battles, coupled with the continuous supply of beans, invigorated Vitalis further. He could easily continue fighting for another 2 days. However, Vitalis chose to cease. Firstly, his opponent was far too weak. Secondly, his power had escalated to a level that was difficult to control. He had merely contained the excess energy, as even a slight increase could lead to uncontrollable damage. Should he unleash his full strength, the temple would likely be destroyed, and the earth could suffer severe repercussions. The rapid growth of power is indeed a source of concern. Thus, Vitalis needed to focus on controlling his energy, an essential skill that would facilitate his swift transition into a full-powered Super Saiyan state in the future. Mr. Bobo, can this automaton be enhanced to the level of the meditating Bobo in the temple? Vitalis inquired, hoping for an affirmative response regarding this highly useful training tool. However, Bobo conveyed that it was not feasible, as the materials had their limits. This made sense. Were there no restrictions? The Supreme Kai would not need to intervene directly against Bu, nor would the subsequent Saiyan invasions or the androids pose a threat, as long as they could procure their hair to create an army of replicas. Yet, did Cell possess hair? He should, right? Stepping outside, Vitalis ascended into the air to commence meditation. Meditation enhances mental fortitude and strengthens willpower, playing a direct role in mastering energy control. While combat skills can be quickly acquired, Earth is not an ideal battleground, nor does it present equally matched opponents. As for the reason for meditating in mid-air instead of within a room, it is, of course, for the sake of ambience, conducive to cultivating a broad-minded perspective, not for ostentation. This time, he refrained from visualizing the moon, as he had not yet grasped the situation and could not afford recklessness. Vitalis estimated that his current combat power had surpassed 10,000. Should he lose control, it would spell disaster. One misstep could inadvertently lead to the demise of the Supreme Kai, though he was not overly concerned about the destruction of Earth. Scions cannot survive in space, so even if he were to go berserk, instinct would compel him to maintain control, thus sparing the planet from annihilation. Primarily, the death of the deity has led to the loss of power for Dragon Balls, resulting in a regrettable situation. Moreover, the deity and Bobo could be regarded as benefactors to Vitalis. Setting aside any affections for the characters from their past lives, during these recent days of interaction, Vitalis has found it unbearable to harm these kind-hearted individuals. Entering a state of meditation, as his mental strength intensified, the suppressed energy within Vitalis gradually began to be released. As he endeavored to manipulate it, the deity and Bobo emerged to observe Vitalis suspended in midair. There, Vitalis sat cross-legged, his formidable power disturbing the magnetic field around him, warping the very air. Visually, it appeared as though space itself was being kneaded, with the fluctuations in the magnetic field accompanied by flickering currents. Fortunately, Vitalis was engaged in training to control his energy, limiting the range of his influence to 100 meters. Otherwise, the deity would have already begun to reach for his vials. Is this the prowess of a cosmic race? Such a terrifying talent. In such a short span, he has become so immensely powerful. Excluding his transformations, the energy within him upon his arrival on Earth, while strong, was not insurmountable. Yet now, it looms so large that it saps my will to fight. Unbeknownst to Vitalis, the deity's trust was largely due to his awareness of his own homeland and a slight fondness for the bearer of news, Vitalis. Moreover, confident in his ability to handle Vitalis, the deity allowed him some freedom. Even with the looming threat of the cosmic warship, the deity remained assured that he could resolve the situation before Vitalis could react. After all, having lived for centuries, how could the deity not discern that this was merely a brute alien? Subsequently, Vitalis entrusted the spaceship to Dr. Brief, which alleviated the deity's final reservations. It seems that the sealing technique requires refinement. One must remain vigilant. The likelihood of a single vial being disrupted is far too great, necessitating a strategic arrangement that employs multiple vials simultaneously. Success in just one would suffice. It is imperative to collaborate with Master Rashi and his foremost disciple to develop techniques for collective use. My solitary strength ultimately has its limits. For the safety of Earth, I must remain cautious, even if Vitalis poses no threat. The deity cannot forget the brutal aura of that gorilla. A tenfold increase in battle power. If Vitalis were to amplify his strength tenfold now, the deity could scarcely fathom the devastation that would ensue. Even a mere roar could lead to countless lives lost. Directly or indirectly, the deity dare not gamble nor relinquish decision-making to another. Just because Vitalis is currently unthreatening does not guarantee he will remain so in the future. Oblivious to the deity's concerns, Vitalis is engaged in a battle of wits with the energy within him. After mastering the control of energy, he has learned to suppress the uncontrollable surges quelling each violent upsurge. Yet now, as he attempts to take control, he finds it exceedingly difficult, as the energy has grown overwhelmingly vast. Initially, he had only managed to reach 100, but now, at full release, it likely exceeds 10,000. The immense energy is unwieldy. He originally intended to release it gradually, but inadvertently opened a small fissure, which was immediately torn into a gaping maw by the overwhelming force. Despite exerting all his effort to control it, he can merely manage the rate at which it escapes. It is akin to a dam bursting. Once it begins, there is no stopping it. At this moment, Vitalis possesses neither the capability nor the strength to rein it back in. This is a force that has been suppressed repeatedly. With his current level of control, it is difficult to master it all at once. Therefore, Vitalis chooses to release it, no longer suppressing but instead directing the airflow outward, allowing the energy to disperse into luminous particles rather than condensing it. Perhaps this could be considered a revival of spiritual energy? A person's chi encompasses their spirit and life force, capable of achieving remarkable feats, including healing injuries through magic. Purely, one can also share their chi with others, replenishing their energy. With combat power exceeding 10,000, Vitalis, the foremost individual in the history of this universe, offers the finest nourishment for flora and fauna with his chi. It may even lead to awakening latent powers through evolution. As his chi diminishes, Vitalis's physical strength gradually wanes. Mindful of harming his body and aiming to enhance his control, he refrains from releasing it all at once, instead allowing it to flow gradually, equivalent to his total energy from the previous day every second. When he can no longer maintain his seated position in midair, he retrieves a magical bean, consumes it, and continues to release. Previously, he was compelled to do so. Now, it is for training, and Vitalis discovers that this method allows for rapid control over chi, akin to engaging in an all-out battle. He inadvertently uncovers a new training technique, uncertain whether others are aware of it or if it bears any drawbacks, but it suffices for the present. As for hidden injuries, he possesses magical beans, which are effective. And he also has Dragon Balls. There are myriad solutions, allowing for a certain indulgence. Chapter 13. Mastering Basic Skills, entering the hyperbolic time chamber to continue advancing. After a night of recovery and a cycle of releasing chi, Vitalis significantly deepens his control over it, discovering this to be an excellent training method that enhances both the quality and quantity of his chi. Only someone as lavish with magical beans as Vitalis could afford such extravagance. The sight of this would likely bring tears to the eyes of those warriors from Generation Z, who, under the misfortune inflicted by that rotund individual, must share a single magical bean when facing a crisis. As his control over chi deepens, Vitalis realizes that mobilizing larger amounts of chi becomes increasingly challenging unless one maintains it at peak levels regularly, which could cause unnecessary damage. Therefore, aside from combat and training, one must engage chi only when necessary. In the original narrative, the explosive outburst involved a loud roar, demanding full mobilization of chi, which also places a certain burden on the body. Shouting can help concentrate focus. Others may not know this, but Vitalis finds that attempting to mobilize chi in silence lacks passion and is inefficient. Conversely, shouting accelerates chi accumulation, and vocalizing truly feels exhilarating. Furthermore, the roar of the strong inflicts harm. After greeting Bobo and indicating his intent to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber, Bobo consults with the Supreme Kai, who consents, especially since the Dragon Balls have already been used and all dues have been settled. It is not worth turning against them now, nor is it advantageous to engage in conflict. Having succeeded, one would either face a mutual destruction or, conversely, endure a one-sided thrashing in the event of failure. The Celestial Guardian must preserve his formidable form to safeguard Earth. As the time chamber had long remained dormant, Bobo required preparation. Coincidentally, Vitalis also had matters to attend to. After bidding farewell to Bobo, he leaped down from the temple, traversing myriad obstacles until he reached the summit of Karen Tower, the dwelling of the esteemed Karen, commonly known as the Cat Sage. Greetings, Cat Sage. Vitalis acknowledged the venerable feline, who leaned upon a staff. Salutations, extraterrestrial being. What brings you to my abode? At this juncture, you do not require my training nor the senza beans. Could it be for the super divine water? Although he had never encountered Vitalis before, it was evident that the Cat Sage was aware of his existence. Indeed, allow me to introduce myself. I am a warrior of the universe's foremost fighting race, the Saiyans. I am Vitalis. As you have surmised, I seek the super divine water. Out of respect for the elders, Vitalis refrained from suggesting an exchange of fish right away. That would have been foolish. Despite their frailty, the profound wisdom they had accumulated over the years necessitated that Vitalis invest considerable time in study and pursuit. Compared to certain deities, these sages resembled true gods. Since you have spoken, and the celestial guardian has acknowledged you, I shall grant your request. The cat sage produced a vial from behind him and tossed it to Vitalis. You know of the super divine water's existence, so I presume you're also aware of its purportedly negligible side effects. I shall not elaborate further. I am curious as to how you possess such knowledge, and equally intrigued about your future. Do take care not to perish, he remarked, licking his paw before turning away. Clearly, recognizing Vitalis's eagerness, the cat sage did not wish to prolong the encounter. Observing the cat sage's retreating figure, Vitalis resolved that upon completing this training, he would dedicate some time to traversing the seas, rivers, and valleys to gather various fish as offerings for the cat sage. Even if he were to ascend to the throne of the Saiyans, he would issue a decree for his subordinates to scour the universe for fish. You bestow assistance upon me. When I require aid, I shall extend my hand in return. In absence of pressing matters, I shall indulge your interests, was Vitalis's philosophy. This time, the cat sage declined, and Vitalis would not resort to forceful acquisition. Once the Dragon Balls had cooled, he could simply request them from Shinran. With the super divine water in hand, Vitalis soared through the skies at full speed, arriving in an instant at the depths of the temple. Before the entrance of the time chamber, you are likely aware of the rules governing the time chamber, yet I must reiterate, the burden on one's mind is significant, and the environment within is harsh. Importantly, one may enter only twice in a lifetime, allowing for 2 years of internal time. Should one not fully utilize the allotted time, they may enter and exit an infinite number of times, but exceeding the time limit will cause the entrance to vanish, leaving one eternally lost in a different time and space, the aloof deity stated, his voice uncharacteristically verbose. Vitalis was well acquainted with Bobo's nature and silently scoffed at the aloof deity's manner. Beneath that exterior, he was a person of deep emotions, capable of shedding tears at the celestial guardian's departure. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Bobo. I shall be cautious, Vitalis replied, as he departed the scenic area. Passing through the rest area, he stepped into the training zone, where he immediately felt the weight of increased gravity compared to Earth. For Vitalis, returning home felt no different, as his home planet possessed a gravity akin to this realm. Rather, he relished the long-awaited sensation of power coursing through him, which brought him immense comfort. Aware of the side effects of the divine elixir, Vitalis seated himself, uncorked the bottle, gulped it down in one swift motion, and then nonchalantly hurled the bottle aside before reclining. No sooner had he reclined than he felt an unsettling sensation akin to ants crawling all over his body, swiftly followed by excruciating pain that enveloped him entirely. Every organ, every cell within him was undergoing a transformation, driven by the elixir's potency, which sought to unearth his latent potential to its fullest extent. This divine water could provoke one's inherent capabilities and significantly enhance combat prowess. However, it bore a deadly toxin. Those who consumed it must possess a pure heart, or else they risk succumbing to its poison. The elixir, a relic left by the celestial beings of Earth, required humanity to first withstand its toxicity to unlock their potential. As the sage Carlin once stated, even without the elixir, Goku could defeat the Elder Piccolo after years of training, and indeed, after consuming the divine water. Goku temporarily attained the strength to combat Piccolo and ultimately vanquished him despite sustaining severe injuries. This illustrates the elixir's efficacy. Vitalis surmised that the divine water was designed specifically to excavate potential. For those whose potential was exhausted, it was poison, as they had no latent abilities to tap into. The overwhelming power of the elixir would wreak havoc within their bodies, and merely succumbing to a complete death would be fortunate. A violent demise would leave no remnants to bury. Thus, Vitalis dared to drink it, believing himself to be no lesser than others of his kind. Even in comparison to the royal lineage of Vegeta, which was merely a hereditary continuation of strength. When it came to bloodlines, Broly's legendary heritage truly surpassed that of ordinary Saiyans. The innate battle power at birth does not determine the potential of any Saiyan. Rather, it is the effort and circumstances that hold significance. For instance, Vitalis at present possessed the strength to return and defeat King Vegeta, claiming the throne for himself. As time elapsed, Vitalis' cries of agony diminished and eventually ceased. The pain subsided, replaced by a warm surge that enveloped his entire being, leading him to wish for another canister of the elixir. Alas, being a terrestrial treasure, the potential it could unlock was limited. No amount beyond this would yield further effects. After consuming a senza bean, he felt revitalized and sensed a slight increase in his energy. For someone of Vitali's current combat prowess, this increment was quite significant. However, this increase was merely a supplementary benefit. The true advantage lay in the potential that had been unearthed. With the release of this potential and the enhancement of his talents, the forthcoming training would yield exponentially greater results than before. He was one step closer to confronting Frisia. Chapter 14. Emerging from isolation. Preparing to return home to ascend the throne. Vitalis had trained for over 4 years within the hyperbolic time chamber, diligently engaging in 3 facets of training daily: physical conditioning, meditation, and magical studies. Half a year later, with the growth of his aura and the mastery of advanced magic, Vitalis began to conjure clones, dividing his energy to engage in one-on-one and multiple combat training. The efficacy of striking others remained uncertain, yet when it came to inflicting blows upon himself, Vitalis was a consummate professional, relentlessly pushing his limits. Each injury served as a lesson, and with the aid of magical beans, he rectified numerous mistakes and overcame personal weaknesses. His tail underwent rigorous training as well, not only strengthening its power, but also transforming it from a liability into an asset in battle. Vitalis was determined not to relinquish the might of his tail. He aspired to explore the potential of reaching Super Saiyan 4, thus ensuring his tail would not become a burden. Boom! Dressed in a blue combat uniform, Vitalis was struck down to the ground by a single punch, the force creating a substantial crater that embedded him into the earth. Before he could rise, a colossal foot pressed his head back into the soil. This was a muscular version of Vitalis, larger than the ordinary, his physique seemingly forged from iron, every muscle defined. Strangely, his eyes were now those of a beast. With a swift kick, he sent the red-clad clone of himself soaring, and with a casual energy wave, he sent the green-clad clone flying as well. As he descended rapidly, his feet landed at the waist of the green clone, the overwhelming force obliterating it into particles of light. Observing the vanishing figure beneath him, Vitalis vanished from his original position, reappearing with one hand grasping the red clone, while the other pierced through its back, emerging from its chest. Unfortunately, the red clone was not a living entity, rendering the assault non-fatal. Seizing the opportunity, the blue clone embraced Vitalis from behind, and together they began to gather energy. Seemingly indifferent or perhaps unaware of their intentions, Vitalis merely withdrew his hand, seizing the arm of the creature, intending to tear it apart. However, as soon as he gripped it, they both detonated. To maximize the damage, the explosion was contained within a radius of 300 meters, causing a distortion in the space at the epicenter. As the explosion erupted, the air was forcefully displaced, generating a tremendous tempest. As the smoke dissipated, a bottomless pit emerged, while Vitalis remained at his original position, instinctively awaiting the restoration of his strength. After a prolonged moment, his form began to diminish, the beastly gaze fading, and his eyes returning to normal. What truly terrifying power! Witnessing this, Vitalis, now fully in control of his body, marveled at the spectacle. He divided his strength into 10 parts, allocating 3 to each clone, reserving 1 for himself. This 1 versus 3 encounter was overwhelmingly one-sided. One clone was swiftly obliterated, while 2 chose to self-destruct, inflicting no damage whatsoever on him. Not even a shred of his attire was lost. Fortunately, it was merely a self-detonation of the clones. Otherwise, he might have faced a dire fate. This form was a discovery made by Vitalis in his quest to harness the power of his tail. In the realm of a parallel dimension, the unrestrained Vitalis is free to explore the creation of perilous innovations. Aware that even meditation could lead to a transformation akin to that of a Saiyan, Vitalis was reminded of Goku from GT, who perceived Earth as the moon. Thus, Vitalis boldly conjectured that power resides within the tail, and the frequency of the full moon's light serves as the key to activating this latent potential. The artificial moon mastered by advanced science and the machinery crafted by Bulma in GT both simulate these frequencies, indicating that the tail can indeed be deceived. Goku, in a state of delirium, mistook Earth for the moon, affirming Vitalis' theories through his meditative practices. During this period, Vitalis underwent multiple transformations, successfully severing the mental connection to his physical form while meditating. In the realm of meditation, he employed magic to observe the outside world through his corporeal eyes. The transformed Saiyan's body instinctively attacked all living creatures within its sensory range. While envisioning the moon in his meditative space, Vitalis' physical form was poised to unleash its power, ready to dissipate the lunar essence and revert from the transformation mode at critical moments. This seamless transition allowed him to indirectly control the primal transformation. The humanoid form, now imbued with the might of the Oozru, was inspired by Broly, who had previously dominated single opponents like the formidable Cabe. Vitalis researched the power of the tail and, through magical means, harnessed this strength to achieve what he termed the Saiyan Great Ape humanoid form. This transformation is undeniably striking. At nearly 9 years of age, Vitalis stood at 134 centimeters, but in this form, his height surged to 167 centimeters, embodying the feral eyes and uncontrollable strength of a beast. Despite his enhanced combat skills during this time, Vitalis recognized that he was no match for this form, even with equivalent power. He doubted his ability to endure a direct confrontation for more than a minute. The rampaging Saiyan is pure charisma, a 24K embodiment of allure. Due to his ability to exert indirect control, Vitalis was quite pleased with this transformation. After a period of intense seclusion, he emerged significantly more powerful, reaching the pinnacle of his current potential. Initially planning a 2-year retreat, he found himself accelerating in strength, leaving a temporal marker outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, even if the exit were to vanish, Vitalis could still teleport out, effectively completing his solitary training. The convenience of magic proved invaluable, and he commended his past self for such wisdom. He had ventured out briefly to acquire the completed gravity chamber from Dr. Briefs. Apart from that, he dedicated himself to the hyperbolic time chamber, consuming countless senza beans. With such extensive efforts, Vitalis even brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan transformation. His foundational battle power had reached the required standard, and while meticulously observing his cellular structure, he noted that with the rise in combat prowess, certain cells had undergone mutations, carrying a unique energy. Vitalis surmised that these were the S cells, which were not so much mutated as they were dormant. Particularly during meditation, the growth rate of S cells accelerated dramatically. Perhaps to transform into a Super Saiyan, one need not possess an affinity for peace, but must undoubtedly maintain a calm and composed demeanor. Vitalis felt that his combat power had reached the minimum requirement of a Super Saiyan, and the quantity of S cells within him was sufficient. He merely needed a catalyst to transform into the Super Saiyan he had long desired. This was one of the reasons for his emergence from solitude, as he was a warrior of the Saiyan race who, since birth, had never encountered a genuine battle. Nor had he experienced a contest where opponents were evenly matched, let alone a life-or-death struggle. He had merely engaged in cautious development, which had hindered him from breaking through his limitations. It was only through a refined mindset, foundational combat strength, and the experience of countless battles that one could step into the realm of Super Saiyans. Vitalis planned to first reclaim the Saiyan lineage, nurture them, and establish a solid foundation before engaging in a full-scale war against the Frisia clan. Once the Saiyans rose to prominence within this universe, he intended to challenge formidable opponents across different timelines. As for the narrative of this universe, he regretted to say that while his ascent had demonstrated the advantages of knowing the storyline, he did not intend for this universe to unfold as originally scripted. His intervention would only introduce greater uncertainties, which would be detrimental, and adhering to the plot seemed far too tedious. Of course, there were certain elements he could retain, such as Bardock's son, Kakarot. Vitalis intended to find a suitable time to take him to Earth for Gohan to be a grandfather. Vitalis held a fondness for the elder Gohan. Their brief interactions had left him with a positive impression. Rather than sending Kakarot to enjoy a life of luxury with the old sage, he preferred to allow Gohan to relish the bond of grandparenthood. This way, when Kakarot eventually joined the old sage, their reunion would be even more fulfilling. Additionally, this would benefit Kakarot's future. Vitalis recalled the poignant moment in Goku's story when he first reunited with his grandfather. The heartfelt "Grandpa, I miss you" nearly brought tears to his eyes. After all, young Goku's expressions were truly captivating. The memories stirred within him also brought to mind his own grandfather from his previous life. The philosophies of Earth's martial artists were commendable, and in the future, not only Kakarot, but he would also send exceptional talents to learn, settle, and protect Earth. After contemplating his next steps, Vitalis took a shower, his gaze shimmering as he donned the same battle attire as Broly from the Dragon Ball Super movie, adorned with a piece of black beast hide around his waist. Returning home warranted a bit of flair. To thoroughly conquer these muscle-bound Saiyans, he intended to showcase his own physique. By transforming into the humanoid form of a Saiyan ape, he aimed to demonstrate that they too could achieve such a transformation, thereby becoming a king whom they would willingly follow. Alas, he was not yet able to transform into a Super Saiyan, which was somewhat disappointing. The thought of transforming during the coronation ceremony was exhilarating. Although his foundational combat strength could obliterate the entire Saiyan race, he felt a need to showcase his abilities. Chapter 15. Return and Challenge. Vitalis quickly adjusted his attire and stepped out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Having exited several times during his training, only a little over 100 days had passed in the outside world since he came to Earth. For Vitalis, more than 4 years had passed. The time chamber, with its greatest flaw being its manipulation of time, held the potential for countless possibilities. He sought out the deities, finding the god of destruction engrossed in research while Bobo remained by his side, a testament to their master-servant bond that left Vitalis both impressed and hesitant to intrude further. He merely bid them farewell, mentioning his intent to return home. Arriving at Dr. Brief's residence, he collected the books he had entrusted to the doctor. Despite his seemingly reserved demeanor and slightly absent-minded nature, Dr. Brief proved to be remarkably adept, possessing considerable wealth and an impressive collection of volumes, some of which were unattainable for most, requiring a certain level of affluence and status to access. After expressing his gratitude to the doctor and bidding farewell to the hospitable lady of the house who had invited him for afternoon tea, Vitalis made his way to Kame House. He presented the books he had retrieved from the doctor to Master Rashi, while retaining the latest volumes for himself. Given Master Rashi's advanced age and his occasional nosebleeds, Vitalis deemed it prudent to skim through the texts himself first to ensure their safety before handing them over. After all, should Master Rashi be unduly excited and meet an untimely demise, it would be a significant loss for both Earth and the universe. Vitalis contemplated the possibility of seeking Master Rashi's guidance for the Saiyan offspring in the future, even if he could not take them as disciples. Acquiring some wisdom from the Turtle School would be beneficial. Though Vitalis could emulate the Kamehameha technique, his imitation paled in comparison to the original, as it lacked the true strength possessed by Master Rashi. The Turtle School was established by Master Rashi, and the Kamehameha wave, as a manifestation of the Turtle School's spirit, reached its peak potential in his hands, channeling his power to its utmost. In Vitalis' hands, however, it resembled nothing more than a standard energy blast. Many could mimic the movements, yet such imitation bore little significance, for each martial art embodies the practitioner's will, developed to amplify their strength beyond limits in a fleeting moment. Only the inheritors of the Turtle School could truly harness the Kamehameha wave. With this understanding gained through his own training, Vitalis held deep respect for Master Rashi, now valuing this martial arts master even more, as he had yet to discover his own path and realize his will. He had relied solely on his lineage and external aids to reach his current level. His strength was thus superficial, while his will remained weak. Taking a detour to explore various water bodies, oceans, rivers, and streams, Vitalis now flew at full speed, capable of encircling the Earth in half an hour. He caught 2 substantial hauls of fish, proving the efficacy of the time capsule. One portion was given to the cat god, who had a genuine love for fish, while he presented another to Gohan, unsure of what else to offer him. It was too soon to send Gohan in search of the old sage, especially since Gohan had mentioned he hadn't visited the seaside for quite some time. Thus, he decided on seafood as the gift. After bidding farewell to those he had thought of, Vitalis settled cross-legged in the stratosphere, gazing at the starry sky in search of planet Vegeta. The realm of teleportation magic is replete with diverse forms. Some require specific coordinates, while others utilize energy localization akin to instantaneous movement. And there are those as adept as the Elder Kaishin, who can traverse to a destination merely by perceiving it. Vitalis, however, opted against constructing a personal coordinate system due to the monumental scale of the task. Although he had memorized a significant portion of the star maps provided by the Frisia Force, converting these coordinates proved trivial. The universe is vast and ever-evolving. By the time Vitalis would have established his coordinate system, it would necessitate frequent updates, a cumbersome endeavor. As for energy localization, no one on planet Vegeta possesses the capability to transmit their energy signature across such extensive distances to Earth, not even Frisia at full strength. Thus, Vitalis now resorts to magic, using the marked locations on the star map as a guide for his exploration. While he cannot achieve the omnipresent observation of the Elder Kaishin, who can perceive the minutiae of the mortal realm across dimensions, Vitalis' current strength suffices to locate planet Vegeta. Employing his magic, Vitalis directed his gaze towards the celestial expanse. Piercing through the skies, oceans, lands, planets, and stars, none of which could obstruct his vision. He beheld the fleet he had initially released to lure enemies, still dutifully following its directives. Upon spotting Route E-Star, he made a special effort to search for the formidable tiger-headed creature, yet he was disappointed not to find it. Nor could he locate the mermaid. After a casual observation, he shifted his gaze towards Route G-Star, familiar with this pathway due to his prior planning. Otherwise, relying solely on his vague recollection of the star map would necessitate an extensive search to rediscover it. Retracing his steps seemed more prudent, allowing him to relive the sensations of that time, and it was also swifter than following the star map. The star map is not something a human can easily memorize. It is not a mere two-dimensional representation like a conventional map. His ability to recall the general layout can be attributed to the Saiyan physiology. While the Saiyans possess commendable intellect, they are far more inclined towards action than contemplation. Upon arriving at Route G-Star, he gazed at the oasis where he once resided, reflecting momentarily before continuing his search. Since he emerged as an infant and was in stasis, Vitalis lacked memories and thus had to navigate based on the star map he had memorized. To ensure he would not easily forget, he took note of several distinctive celestial bodies that would not perish in the near future to serve as waypoints on his journey back to planet Vegeta. After expending some time locating these landmarks, Vitalis turned his attention to his home planet. Planet Vegeta, the current abode of the Saiyans, was acquired through the slaughter of its indigenous inhabitants by their wandering forebears. Most Saiyans reside in tribal formations, but with the technological support and accompanying personnel from the Frisia Force, they have developed a highly advanced metropolis. The royal palace is situated therein. At this moment, the city remained shrouded in night, with dawn still some time away. Vitalis deemed it prudent to wait a while longer. Each morning, King Vegeta would first attend to state affairs within the palace before engaging in his training. Therefore, the optimal moment for Vitalis to confront King Vegeta would be during the assembly of his subordinates. Gazing at the slumbering King Vegeta, Vitalis began to contemplate how to make his entrance and issue his challenge. On planet Vegeta, within the royal palace, King Vegeta strode towards his throne, casting aside his crimson cape, an emblem of regal glory, before seating himself upon the throne. He observed the 6 warriors kneeling before him. These were the mid-tier fighters currently present on planet Vegeta. Among the elite fighters, only King Vegeta remained. The mid-tier Saiyans numbered merely a handful, while the rest were low-tier warriors. Teleporting to the palace entrance, Vitalis made his way slowly into the hall. The unmistakable sound of his footsteps drew the attention of those present. Noticing that all eyes were upon him, Vitalis halted, crossed his arms, and spoke with deliberation. King Vegeta, I, Vitalis, hereby challenge you. I shall lead the Saiyans as their king, restoring order to the universe and reclaiming the glory of our warrior race. Chapter 16. The Throne. You little brat, what qualifications do you possess to challenge the king when you are not even a mid-tier warrior? A bald mid-tier Saiyan remarked upon realizing that Vitalis was merely a child, likely the offspring of Bardock. The Saiyan bloodline thrives on strength. The royal lineage and mid-tier warriors remain consistently few each generation, with only occasional exceptional low-tier warriors surpassing the ordinary Saiyan, producing offspring recognized as mid or even elite warriors. For instance, Bardock, a low-tier warrior whose strength was second only to the king, had a son who was classified as an elite warrior. If King Vegeta's soon-to-be-born son possesses adequate potential, then Raditz shall serve as the personal guard to Prince Vegeta IV, growing alongside him. Among the numerous low-tier warriors, aside from a select few strong individuals and their progeny, the rest are deemed unworthy of the mid-tier warrior's acknowledgement. Moreover, none among the mid-tier warriors bore a countenance, such as Vitalis's, thus relegating him to the status of a low-tier warrior. According to our clan's covenant, the strong shall reign. Do you think it matters to me whether I am a low-tier warrior? Vitalis shot a glance at the bald warrior, recognizing him as Bardock's father. It was reasonable to assume that his strength was formidable, given that his son served alongside Raditz in the court of Prince Vegeta IV. Furthermore, since Raditz had surpassed Bardock's inept eldest son, Vitalis reasoned that he could not be underestimated. I am not a relic of antiquity, nor do you truly comprehend my strength. I shall grant you one reprieve, considering you are educated, Vitalis proclaimed, viewing himself as a wise and formidable king, a ruler of benevolence and virtue. Although I have pondered extensively, the disparity in combat prowess is overwhelmingly vast and rather dull. Hence, King Vegeta, I offer you the opportunity to challenge me. Should you succeed in unseating me from the throne, you may retain your title as king. With that, Vitalis vanished, reappearing before the astonished King Vegeta, seizing him by the collar and casting him aside, then taking his place upon the throne. Impossible. King Vegeta finally grasped the situation, staring incredulously at Vitalis. The speed with which Vitalis had moved and the force with which he had thrown him left him utterly astounded. Although unprepared, King Vegeta could acutely sense the overwhelming force emanating from his opponent, making it abundantly clear that even in direct combat, he stood no chance against this young warrior. The other 6 mid-tier fighters, witnessing King Vegeta being cast aside, grasped the essence of the boy as confidence, and thus fell silent. After a gasp of astonishment, they swiftly retreated, indifferent to the notion of kingship, for the king loomed above all. Surrendering his throne was not a realistic option. He resolved to suppress his energy by 80%. Should the young warrior approach him, he would concede, planning to return next month to challenge him again. Vitalis observed the disbelief etched on the faces of the onlookers, feeling an inexplicable exhilaration, as if something within him had awakened. King Vegeta, unfamiliar with the concept of energy, was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. He rose and approached Vitalis, fully aware of his impending loss, yet driven by curiosity to gauge the strength of this lower-class warrior. The prospect of returning to challenge Vitalis next month was not one he intended to grant. A dignified exit would suffice. Being discarded before 6 witnesses was far preferable to being humiliated in front of a larger audience. These 6 were ultimately mere mid-tier fighters, and despite no longer holding the title of king, he would remain the strongest beneath the future new king. They were not fools. They understood the situation well. However, good intentions aside, after taking a single step, King Vegeta found himself kneeling, and had it not been for his pride, he might have collapsed entirely. Seeing King Vegeta struggle after just one step, the 6 mid-tier warriors were eager to experience the power of the new king. They exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus, and approached the former king, only to find themselves swiftly subdued, pressed to the ground. The ground remained intact, for he had only recently ascended to kingship. The palace could not afford any damage. Hence, Vitalis allocated a portion of his strength to reinforce the palace's defenses, showcasing the composure of a true powerhouse. However, due to the reinforced ground offering no means of dissipating force, these warriors found themselves suffering immensely. Observing their plight, Vitalis intensified his output, and soon, Vegeta 3 was sprawled on the ground. Energy encompassed not only the life force within one's body, but also carried psychological weight. Under the overwhelming aura of Vitalis, they bore not only physical, but also mental burdens. In a moment of dazed clarity, they envisioned a colossal golden ape howling at the heavens. Blood trickled from their orifices, and witnessing their grim state, Vitalis gradually increased his strength. The sound of cracking bones echoed, yet not a single cry of agony escaped their lips. They were warriors forged in the crucible of battle, having endured countless wounds. Although uncertain of Vitalis' intentions, they sensed a benevolent undertone within this mighty force. Not malice, but goodwill. Gradually, they even began to perceive a hint of joy within the atmosphere, understanding that they were not meant to perish. They suspected this might be a trial set forth by the new king, and thus, they gritted their teeth, unwilling to disgrace themselves before him. Perhaps the new king possessed a method to enhance their strength, for he was merely a lower-class warrior, yet exuded such power. It was conceivable that he had surpassed Frieza. If they performed well, they might be cultivated further. Moreover, these minor injuries were inconsequential. After a month or so, they would heal. It was merely a misunderstanding on their part. Vegeta 3 was the last to succumb to unconsciousness. This individual had even surpassed his limits. With not a single bone intact, and his internal organs reduced to a pulp, clinging to life solely through indomitable will. Perhaps it was the dignity of a king that sustained him. Approaching the pitiful figure of Vegeta 3, Vitalis produced a single senza bean, lifted the fallen king, and infused him with a pure essence of life energy, delivering the bean into his stomach. As the senza bean was consumed, Vegeta 3's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Indeed, it was one of the most extraordinary items within the Dragon Ball universe, far too valuable merely for stamina restoration. Certainly, as a meal, it would be an even greater waste. Observing that Vegeta 3 had nearly recovered, Vitalis casually discarded him back to the ground and returned to his throne. Though his physical wounds had healed, the torment endured had left him still in a state of unconsciousness. After waiting a while, and noting that Vegeta 3 had yet to awaken, he turned his attention to the other 6, who were also on the brink of death. Although their conditions were not as severe, the time elapsed meant even the strongest of bodies could not hold out indefinitely. Vitalis, therefore, resorted to casting a mental spell to forcibly awaken him. Originally, he intended to allow Vegeta 3 to regain consciousness on his own. The situation was indeed dire, and even Vitalis found it hard to bear. Yet, for the sake of their subsequent endeavors, he reluctantly chose to rouse Vegeta 3. Am I still alive? Vegeta 3 opened his eyes to find Vitalis seated upon the throne. My injuries? He quickly assessed his body, an expression of disbelief washing over him. Illusion? No. This is my power. This is truly my strength. Extending his hands, he felt the surging energy within him with incredulity. Do not be surprised any longer. Here, take this. They are on the verge of death. Give them these, and you will comprehend, Vitalis stated as he tossed 6 senzu beans towards Vegeta 3. With a crack, Vegeta 3's strength surged uncontrollably. Unable to perfectly harness his newfound power, he caught the beans, yet they were crushed in his grip. Gradually opening his hands, he divided the powder into 6 portions, carefully administering it to his companions. Take your time. Wasting even a little would pain me, for I have to sustain over 600,000 people. Awkwardly, Vegeta 3 slowly opened his hands, enveloping the energy to distribute evenly, feeding it to the others. He, too, was curious as to why Vitalis valued this so highly, considering his own restoration and the impending demise of the 6. Vegeta 3 speculated. Yet the potential implications were too alarming. If true, he glanced at the hand that had crushed the beans, relieved that he had not wasted any, for otherwise, he would have rendered that hand useless. The effects were instantaneous. However, observing the astonished expressions of the 6, Vegeta 3 kicked them out of the palace, delivering each one a swift blow. Feeling empowered, he sensed that Vitalis was safeguarding the palace, thus opting to launch them out the window instead. Given the force of his kick, if they failed to react, they would likely be propelled off the planet itself. Vitalis, king, after a moment of silence. Vegeta 3 finally resolved to speak. Chapter 17. The Gathering of the Saiyans and the Coronation Ceremony of the King. Vitalis, is this the source of your strength? Vegeta 3. Cold-hearted, ruthless, and brutal, yet one of the few who discerned the true nature of Frieza, daring to incite a rebellion against him. Unlike most Saiyans who revel in their days of unrestrained combat as part of Frieza's army, he recognizes their own power, bolstered by Frieza's backing, allowing them to roam freely across the cosmos. Little do they realize that Frieza's race harbors a deep-seated fear of the Saiyans, particularly of the emergence of Super Saiyans. They are akin to captives. Should they pose a threat, their annihilation would be swift. However, King Vegeta's folly in provoking Beerus hastened the demise of the Saiyans. As one of the few Saiyans capable of rational thought, Vitalis resolved that as long as Vegeta 3 remained untroublesome, he could stay. Indeed, this is a senzu bean, possessing the remarkable ability to instantaneously heal injuries and restore stamina, and it also has the added benefit of staving off hunger for 10 days. This information is not concealed, as it is intended for extensive deployment among the Saiyans to become a standard supply for each Saiyan. You must be aware that after healing from injuries, our combat power significantly increases, and a near-death experience leads to a profound transformation, Vegeta 3 remarked, reflecting on his recent experience with a complex gaze directed at Vitalis. I understand, which is why I brought them back. This treasure seems to have been created for the Saiyans. It would indeed be a waste of our potential and the senzu beans' efficacy if we did not utilize them. You mean to say you possess many senzu beans? Vegeta 3 inquired eagerly. If the healing chambers had such effects, Frieza and his father would have already been reduced to dust. Indeed, I have plenty, but you need not be overly excited. Relying on near-death experiences to enhance combat power can yield rapid strength increases, yet there are limitations. One cannot continuously push beyond their boundaries. Observing Vegeta 3's enthusiasm, Vitalis felt compelled to douse his fervor with a dose of reality, lest he begin to concoct schemes to eliminate his own life. You are overthinking it. Do you comprehend Frieza's power? Merely around 500,000. Not long ago, when he took over the Kurd army, he came here flaunting his might. I have long desired to eliminate him, having amassed intelligence in advance. Excitement seemed to have shifted Vegeta 3's tone. Currently, my battle power is estimated to be around 100,000. When the time comes for transformation, I could crush Frieza with a single step. Indeed, transformation, Vitalis glanced at Vegeta 3, noticing the tail at his waist, and sighed. Yet, opportunities are not completely absent. Vitalis gazed at King Vegeta 3 in astonishment, taken aback by the serious demeanor of this seemingly stern elder. It was indeed ironic. As the king of the warrior race of Saiyans, he found himself unable to lift his head under the oppressive weight of the Frisia family. Your intelligence is accurate, yet you are unaware of one crucial detail. The Frisia clan, in their pursuit of controlling immense power, employs transformations to suppress their strength, maintaining their combat prowess within manageable limits. Frisia can transform 3 times, ultimately projecting a power level anticipated to reach 2 billion. Vitalis doused the conversation with a chill reminiscent of absolute zero. 2 billion? That is a despairing figure. Indeed, while we rely on transformations to amplify our strength, they utilize transformations to restrain theirs. This stark contrast irked Vitalis, who felt that this notion was even more formidable than the Super Saiyan concept. To transform merely for the purpose of suppressing power was an extraordinary level of prowess. At least he found solace in the fact that he wasn't as handsome as a Super Saiyan. That was the last vestige of his stubborn pride. King Vegeta III staggered back a few steps, wishing to counter Vitalis' claims, yet he understood there was no reason for deceit. However, the figure of 2 billion truly felt hopeless. Contemplating his meticulously planned assassination, a chill coursed through his limbs. As a Saiyan and once a king, the blood within him surged, preventing him from collapsing to the ground in fear. With a battle power exceeding 10,000, experiencing death once resulted in an approximate 10-fold increase in strength. Without considering the limits proposed by the king, how many such experiences would it take to achieve a power level in the hundreds of millions? Moreover, there existed a limit. The image of Frisia's smiling face, with eyes that radiated coldness, left King Vegeta III feeling utterly powerless. Frisia was even more terrifying than his father. While King Cold at least maintained a facade of cooperation with the Saiyans, Frisia had ripped away that veil, unabashedly revealing his malice towards them. It is true, my current battle power is merely a little over 2 million. Even if I were to multiply that tenfold, I would still not stand a chance against Frisia, Vitalis lamented. Are you truly a Saiyan? King Vegeta III, grappling with despair over Frisia's might, felt an urge to strike Vitalis for such a remark. Nevertheless, he did not question Vitalis' battle power of over 2 million, having gained confidence after witnessing the potency of the Senzu beans. Regrettably, had he been unaware of Frisia's strength, he might have entertained other notions. However, now, King Vegeta III believed it prudent to resign himself to the situation. Summon all Saiyans back, whether they're on missions or in exile. I want them all here. I will grant you a year to rally everyone. Not a single cub can be overlooked. The Saiyan bloodline wandering outside is perilously exposed. If Earth scientists can produce aberrations, the vastness of the universe could surely harbor even more monstrous entities. In the future, when the Saiyans rise to dominance, these individuals could pose a significant threat to any wandering Saiyans. Vitalis had no desire to confront bizarre artificial warriors possessing Saiyan traits. I will subsequently arrange for the swift augmentation of our collective strength. A year from now, I shall hold my coronation ceremony, at which point I will lead the Saiyans in a battle against the Frisia army. I shall become a Super Saiyan and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to our people. Super Saiyan? Even you, so formidable, are not yet a Super Saiyan? In his youth, King Vegeta III believed he would ascend to the ranks of a Super Saiyan. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. He once thought it merely a myth, but as a king, he was privy to many secrets. Thus, he set his sights on the next generation. Upon discovering Vitalis' battle prowess, he entertained the notion that Vitalis had shattered the limits and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Not quite. I merely brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan power. I am but a step away from achieving that transformation, and when I do, I shall have a chance to defeat Frisia. However, we must cultivate our strength discreetly for a time. At the very least, you and Bardock must also become Super Saiyans for us to stand a chance. Frisia's father and brother are undoubtedly stronger than Frisia himself. If the 3 of us emerge victorious, the Frisia family's influence shall crumble. Hearing that he too could transform, King Vegeta III's breath quickened. Yet he ultimately quelled his excitement with sheer willpower, reminding himself that it was mere daydreaming. There would be time for joy once success was secured. Vitalis had yet to transform himself. King Vegeta III understood the folly of reveling too soon. We shall discuss the details later. For now, prepare for my coronation ceremony, set for 1 year from today. Should any Saiyans fail to attend, I shall send you to King Kai's planet for training. Watching King Vegeta III swiftly regain his composure, Vitalis couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of a father, who in many respects surpassed his son. King Kai's planet? Well, currently only the deceased can access it. Vitalis mused. King Vegeta 3 vanished in an instant, not out of cowardice, but because he could not afford to die for the sake of the Saiyans. He was destined to be one of the 3 Super Saiyans who would confront the malevolent Frieza family. Chapter 18. The Dangerous Saiyans and the Advancing Frieza. Oh ho ho! Such fearsome Saiyans. Ah, the Senzabine, instantly restoring injuries. Sitting in a spaceship resembling a baby carriage, Frieza observed the unfolding scene with a cold smirk. Dodoria and Zarbin stood by, too intimidated to speak. They were genuinely frightened, having previously assumed those dead monkeys posed little threat outside of the full moon. The sudden emergence of a king, however, was terrifying. Moreover, after witnessing the king's prowess, King Vegeta and his 6 subordinates had surpassed both of them. Even the Ginyu Force would likely be annihilated. Previously, they had not considered sabotaging the Saiyans. Had Frieza not been present, they would have surely fled by now. Fortunately, everything was under control. These Saiyans had no inkling that their every move was under our surveillance, enabling us to uncover their secrets. It is well known that Saiyans experience a significant power boost when gravely injured, yet few paid heed, for Saiyans are notoriously ruthless to their own. No one would entrust their safety to others, and many Saiyans had perished at the hands of their kin. Furthermore, the long duration of healing discouraged any Saiyan from remaining in a healing pod indefinitely, leading to the unlikelihood of relying on near-death experiences to grow stronger. However, the advent of the Senzu Bean shattered this equilibrium. Frieza was indeed taken aback. Although the large machine registered a combat power of merely over 300,000 during the training of that Saiyan. Witnessing the events unfold from beginning to end revealed that this new king could manipulate his power at will. To place blind trust in such machines could lead to a rather unfortunate demise. Hence, no one doubted the king's declaration of possessing a combat power of 2 million. Frieza felt a wave of trepidation. With such overwhelming strength, he feared he would be eliminated in an instant if unprepared. With this thought, Frieza soared out of the spaceship. 10 minutes later, as he beheld the drastically transformed Frieza entering, Dodoria and Zarbin quickly knelt, too fearful to gaze too long. While undeniably charming, the information regarding the king suggested that this was likely his ultimate form, a terrifying being with combat power exceeding 1 billion. Frieza could not afford to be careless. According to the intelligence gathered on the Saiyans, this Vitalis should not have been on planet Vegeta, but rather a mere outcast on a desolate planet. The sudden appearance on Vegeta raised suspicions that this individual might possess abilities akin to instantaneous movement, prompting Frieza to revert to his original form out of caution. He resolved to investigate where Vitalis had gone after leaving Route E. Perhaps it would be prudent to obliterate Route E, as it yielded no useful information. Standing before the screen, observing Vitalis seated upon the throne, Frieza commanded his forces. Frustrated by the lack of leads since the disappearance from Route E, Frieza felt he had brushed too closely with death this time. Thus, he dispatched the Ginyu Force to pursue inquiries on Route E. Unfortunately, this cautious little imp proved to be quite the challenge, employing deceptive tactics that would require time to unravel. With his injuries swiftly healed, Frieza was intrigued. There were indeed beings in the universe stronger than he, and acquiring such power would be akin to gaining numerous lives. Therefore, the Senzu beans must belong to him. He desired those in Vitalis' possession and sought their origins as well. He set a course for planet Vegeta, aware that if he could not arrive within 6 months, it would be disastrous. This time, Frieza cast aside his gentlemanly demeanor, revealing his urgency. Upon returning to his quarters, he contacted his father. "Well done, Frieza. Thankfully, you kept a backup plan. Monitoring planet Vegeta's 3 Super Saiyans is indeed a strategy. Ensure you arrive within 6 months and eliminate every last Saiyan without exception. Remember, the Saiyans heading to planet Vegeta must not be disturbed. If they sense something amiss, it could prove detrimental. First, eliminate their leaders, then slaughter all the Saiyans to be safe. If the situation turns dire, aim to take out one individual and retreat. It will take me and Cooler a year to arrive, but when we unite, victory will be assured." Listening to his father's counsel from the screen, Frieza powered off the device, crushing the wine glass in his hand. He had no desire to contact his father, but he could not afford to be complacent. This Vitalis, according to the records, was merely a little over 2 years old. Yet, look at the power he wielded now. Frieza had heard tales of wondrous structures in the universe that possessed extraordinary powers, existing in a realm where time flowed differently. He could not help but suspect that Vitalis had harnessed such an existence. Vitalis currently estimates that there are only 3 Super Saiyans, but what will happen if? A year later, countless Super Saiyans emerge? In the hierarchy of Saiyans, Vitalis is merely a low-level warrior, positioned in the mid to lower ranks. Indeed, his grandfather was correct. Saiyans are truly formidable, but could it be that his grandfather was mistaken? In the past, Frisia's grandfather left behind a warning regarding the golden-haired Saiyans. Yet he perished before he could elaborate. Subsequently, the Saiyans encountered by Kurd were all black-haired and of considerably lower combat power. Out of curiosity, he chose not to annihilate the Saiyans, who were responsible for his father's death, but instead sought a cooperative relationship to observe them. Frisia would dearly love to drag his deceased grandfather back to question him. Would a golden-haired Saiyans you encountered merely died? Frisia holds his grandfather accountable for not clarifying the situation, which led his father to harbor curiosity that ultimately resulted in trouble. And he himself became careless due to his father's actions. Fortunately, this Saiyan had first gone to planet Vegeta to reign as king of the monkeys. Otherwise, he might have met his demise due to negligence. Vitalis, who believed that the device only possessed a listening function, was unaware that Frisia had discovered everything. After all, prior assumptions prevail, and the likes of Vegeta 3 were aware that the device had a listening capability, which is why they refrained from wearing it during meetings. The royal palace had surely conducted inspections, allowing Vitalis the audacity to speak freely within its walls. Unbeknownst to him, a crisis looms on the horizon. Instead, he is counting down the days. In just 3 days, the Dragon Balls on Namek will be fully recharged. Time on Namek is shorter than on Earth, with 1 year equating to only 130 days on Earth. Comparatively, the Dragon Balls on Namek are immensely more powerful than those on Earth. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms erupt. It is Vegeta 3 who, after organizing his tasks, eagerly seeks out the 6 intermediate warriors he had dispatched. He is eager to battle, yearning to unleash his overwhelming power. Previously, he had struggled to control his strength, resulting in the destruction of many innocent structures, places that were bereft of Vitalis' protection. Thus, Vegeta 3 is in dire need of controlling his power, and the same applies to the 6 warriors, as combat is naturally the foremost option for Saiyans. Stepping out of the palace, Vitalis leans against a pillar, silently observing the 7 warriors colliding in the sky. This is the most high-caliber battle he has witnessed since his arrival in this world. Although the spectacle does not match the scale of his own battles against his duplicates. Every move is exquisitely precise, each strike fatal, honed through the crucible of warfare, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Is truly worthy of Vitalis' admiration. Chapter 19. I am merely training you. After watching for a while, Vitalis felt a surge of excitement. He dashed into the fray, intercepting Vegeta 3, who was valiantly facing the 6 warriors. Upon seeing Vegeta 3's forlorn gaze directed at him, Vitalis hastily clarified, I possess techniques to impart to you. And combat is the swiftest method to learn. Although there may be a slight inclination to fight, my intention to share knowledge is genuine. In the realm of my studies, the energy within us is referred to as chi. As for the ways in which chi exists and the techniques for its utilization, I believe you are all seasoned warriors who require no further elaboration. Vitalis gently articulated that while combat is essential, it is equally important to first articulate our goals. For only then can we clarify our objectives and enhance our efficacy. In the pursuit of understanding chi, that place has developed methods for sensing and controlling this vital force. The perception of chi allows one to discern the latent power within living beings without the need for detectors, and it carries no risk of overwhelming exposure. Mastery of chi perception enables swift reconnaissance of an enemy's location and strength, rendering the use of sight unnecessary in battle. As for chi control, I am capable of manipulating the intensity of chi at will, thereby altering my combat effectiveness as I please. If you solely rely on detectors, I can effortlessly showcase any level of combat power I wish, or even completely conceal my presence, making it impossible for you to locate me. These techniques are invaluable. Facing the Frisia army, which depends on detectors, we hold a distinct advantage. Come now, dear Vitalis, let us commence the lesson. I am eager to learn as well, remarked a handsome youth, exercising while watching the live broadcast. With the purpose now established, Vitalis charged forward, once again sending the 3rd Prince Vegeta flying. The bewildered prince exclaimed, Why do you only target me? As Prince Vegeta soared through the air, Vitalis conjured a clone to activate an energy shield, encircling the group. Fortunately, Vitalis was adept at controlling his power. For these individuals, having just experienced a surge of strength might inadvertently obliterate planet Vegeta if they were not cautious. Dozens of energy blasts hurtled towards the third Prince Vegeta's direction. Vitalis raised his index finger, condensing a small energy sphere before gently flicking it into the air. The initially fist-sized energy orb swelled in size, consuming the energy blasts launched by Prince Vegeta, halting them in midair. With a swift spinning kick, Vitalis sent the third Prince Vegeta, who attempted a sneak attack from behind, hurtling away. I have warned you. The perception of chi requires no vision. Ambushes are futile. Without mastery over chi control, you are as glaring as ink stains on a blank sheet of paper. Embrace your strength, feel my power, and rely on your heart. Abandon your eyes and ears. By the way, how does it feel to stand there, you six? Perhaps this is the reason why he is a king. While you remain mere foot soldiers, Vitalis taunted, observing the 6 individuals frozen in place. He sensed their combat spirit, but noted their hesitation to engage. The battle between the old and new monarchs was not one we should interfere with. Furthermore, even united, the 7 of us would find it challenging against a king. Though he did not complete his thought, Vitalis grasped their intentions. It seemed these individuals, witnessing the clash between him and the third Prince Vegeta, felt reluctant to intervene as the Saiyans revered strength and the disparity in their ranks was vast. Secondly, they believed that their combat prowess had soared, and even if Vitalis was formidable, he would find it quite challenging to contend with them together. They feared that such an encounter might lead to Vitalis' embarrassment and possible repercussions in the future. How brave you are, thinking that by joining forces, you can vanquish me. It seems you remain oblivious to the extent of my power. Come and experience it firsthand. As he spoke, Vitalis appeared before the bald man and delivered a swift kick to his chin. Seizing the bald man's leg, he utilized him as a weapon, striking the bearded man nearby. Both the bald man and the bearded man were sent flying, and in the next moment, for Vitalis' figures manifested, while the remaining 4 were simultaneously propelled away. Just as the recently recovered third Vegeta launched another assault, he charged at one of Vitalis' afterimages. Such a base tactic is hardly worth mentioning. Before he could finish his words, Vitalis delivered a kick to his rear. I have already advised you to learn to control and sense your energy. The disparity in our combat abilities is too vast, and relying solely on your eyesight cannot keep pace with my speed. Although these individuals are powerful, their levels pale in comparison to his, who had endured numerous setbacks on Earth. Now, the time had come for him to impart lessons upon others. Next, the sins of beans were available in unlimited supply. Of course, they could only be consumed when on the brink of death. This was for your own good. To expedite your mastery of energy manipulation, Vitalis observed with a malevolent glint at the 7 individuals. Regrettably, habits formed over a long period are hard to change. Even as Vitalis altered his attack methods, they relied solely on their sight, utterly failing to discern the direction in which to learn energy perception. In contrast, the future Vegeta excelled at deducing the capabilities of Goku and others, proactively learning during battle and ultimately mastering it after the conflict. TSK, if I do not teach you a lesson, you shall not learn. Observing the 7 of them, whose eyes widened at their every movement, Vitalis was struck by a sudden inspiration. Watch closely, this is one of the most powerful techniques I have learned. To ensure they focused on him, Vitalis emphasized his statement. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Clearly, upon hearing the term ultimate technique, the crowd's attention converged on Vitalis, their eyes widening even further. Vitalis spread his palms beside his temples, preparing the sun fist, and loudly declared the technique. A blinding radiance left the spectators momentarily blinded. Ha ha ha! Witnessing their bewilderment due to their sudden loss of sight, Vitalis couldn't help but chuckle. These individuals, in their eagerness to witness the ultimate technique, had strained their eyes to the limit, hardly daring to blink, thus amplifying the effect. See, you who rely on sight, once deprived of it, even with immense power, it becomes futile. Therefore, learn to sense the existence of energy, Vitalis instructed. In the midst of the ensuing chaos, third Vegeta regained his composure and instinctively countered that losing one's sight was indeed troublesome. Yet I can launch indiscriminate attacks, even obliterating this planet. As long as I cannot survive in the universe, there lies only one path ahead: death. You are indeed correct. Indiscriminate attacks can deter adversaries from approaching, and the annihilation of a planet serves as a bargaining chip in negotiations with opponents. However, the technique I just demonstrated can be executed by individuals with mere hundreds of combat power. What about you? Are you truly prepared to engage in mutual destruction when faced with such circumstances? Setting aside the question of worthiness, numerous races have managed to survive in the cosmos. As exemplified by Frisia, I have also mastered the ability to traverse between planets instantaneously, thus rendering your assertions impractical. Not everyone possesses the capacity for mutual annihilation. Moreover, at this moment, I am the one training you, imparting the methods of harnessing energy, rather than allowing you to refute my words or seek out my vulnerabilities for the sake of argument. As I spoke, Vitalis swiftly approached the blindfolded Vegeta 3, delivering 2 blows directly to his eyes, thereby rendering Vegeta 3 utterly blind. With hands pressed together, he struck both of Vegeta 3's ears, incapacitating his hearing as well. Upon completing this, he manifested 6 clones, subjecting each of the 6 to a similar fate. The ensuing scene was a one-sided assault by Vitalis, compelling the 7 sensory-deprived individuals to evade his attacks. Chapter 20. The Metamoran Fusion Technique. The Saiyans, true to their warrior heritage, were caught off guard at first. With their eyes and ears incapacitated, they lacked both sight and sound, relying solely on the pain inflicted by the relentless barrage of punches to remind them of their existence. After enduring a series of blows, they transitioned from chaotic flailing to a conscious effort to sense Vitalis' presence and defend against his assaults. In terms of combat, the Saiyans exhibited remarkable adaptability. Previously, they had no concept of such awareness. Combat was merely a matter of overpowering or being overpowered, and martial skills existed only to expedite the defeat or demise of their opponents. They believed that as long as their internal energy was sufficient to launch energy blasts, there was no need for deeper contemplation of their abilities, fixating solely on the pursuit of strength. Now, under Vitalis' guidance and with his brutal instruction, they successfully learned to perceive and control their energy. Witnessing their progress, Vitalis produced some senza beans, allowing his clones to feed them to the group. Under the influence of the senza beans, their conditions were instantly restored. Through training, they managed to suppress their formidable energy. While the repressed energy no longer exerted the overwhelming pressure it had prior to their training, they understood the significance of being able to control such power. Frisia had once located the hidden Saiyan outpost using a scouter, executing precise strikes. Had they possessed this ability at that time, those brave warriors would not have perished in vain. These were elite warriors with combat powers exceeding 2,000, and upon transforming, their prowess soared to 20,000. The mere thought left Vegeta 3 feeling nauseated. These techniques are not inherently difficult. Regrettably, no one had previously considered this approach. Henceforth, I implore you to impart these techniques to your kin. It is imperative that the Saiyans master energy control. Next, I shall teach you a technique that, with your newfound ability to harness energy, you are now preliminarily equipped to learn. Vitalis continued his instruction, undeterred by the excitement of the group. This technique is known as the Metamor Fusion, a method that allows 2 individuals to merge through a synchronized dance, transforming into a formidable warrior, capable of wielding strength surpassing 11, even greater than 2. As customary, I shall first demonstrate, after which you may follow suit. Once mastered, you will comprehend the profound power of this technique, Vitalis declared, as 2 replicas gracefully descended to the ground amidst the onlookers. Before their eyes, the 2 Vitalis figures executed identical yet mirrored movements, gradually advancing their steps, their arms swaying in harmony, ultimately bending sideways with their index fingers touching at the tips. Observing the comical display, the audience remained largely unresponsive. After all, as long as they could grow stronger, the absurdity of the act mattered little. The gathered individuals were imbued with a warrior's spirit, their thirst for power overshadowing all else. Although only half a day had passed, the astonishing revelations brought forth by Vitalis were of utmost seriousness. This technique, so highly regarded by him, commanded their utmost attention. As the dazzling light dissipated, Vitalis appeared unchanged, save for a new outfit, a vest, white trousers, and a blue belt, emblematic of the Metamor civilization. Perhaps it was merely a manifestation of his replicas. There seemed to be no rules against exploiting glitches. The fusion of my replicas merely resulted in the amalgamation of their inherent strength, without any qualitative leap. In a previous life, Vitalis had been captivated by Gogeta during his youth, diligently studying the movements and essential elements of the technique. Regrettably, he had lacked companions to practice within that existence, and in this life he had only trained with his replicas. Alas, even with the fusion of 2 replicas, Vitalis could still produce a single manifestation of such strength, while merging with his true self yielded results akin to reclaiming power, merely a change of attire. Hence, he could not rely on his replicas to exploit glitches. You there, you two share similar statures. Come forth and give it a try, Vitalis instructed, gesturing towards the bald-headed and bearded warriors. Yes, my lord, I am called Namor, and this is my companion, Hubba. The bald scion introduced himself and his ally. First, you both must synchronize your energy. It is imperative to remain in harmony, Vitalis emphasized, advising them on crucial points. The maximum duration for fusion is 30 minutes. Even if one does nothing, the fusion will disband once time elapses. Conversely, should immense power be unleashed, the fusion time will diminish, leading to an earlier disbandment, thus necessitating the exploration of their strength limits to avoid faltering in battle. Moreover, once the fusion dissolves, there is a cooldown period of 1 hour during which refusion is not permitted. It is essential to address the challenges inherent in dance fusion early on, for scions are not only combative by nature, but also possess an innate sense of pride. They seldom strike decisively until the very end, and only on rare occasions do they refrain from recklessness, which typically occurs when they find themselves at a disadvantage or in dire circumstances. Additionally, it is crucial that their movements and gestures remain identical. Otherwise, not only will they fail to grow stronger, but they may also weaken, resulting in a high failure rate of the fusion. After a considerable time, the two individuals finally align their energies, stepping back a short distance to stand side by side. Fusion, indeed, is a testament to the prowess of seasoned warriors. With but a single glance, the essential movements were ingrained, executed without a trace of shame. Flawless in every aspect, truly a resounding success. One must acknowledge that even Vitalis, despite his profound admiration for this technique, had only dared to practice it in secret during his past life, and in this life, he had also resorted to clandestine training within the confines of the room of spirit and time. It was only after much contemplation and a steadfast resolve to forge a formidable scion race that he unveiled it, though he anticipated ridicule. Once the entirety of the scion populace mastered it, the technique would transform from a source of mockery into a weapon that instilled terror in their enemies. As the brilliance faded, a robust figure clad in a vest emerged, his face angled toward the bald head, yet adorned with hair and a thick beard. His physique had not changed drastically, save for the increase in muscle mass. While his energy was deftly controlled, all present could distinctly sense the chasm between this individual and the two who had fused prior. I am neither that horse nor Hubba. Simply call me Naba, he proclaimed. His voice a harmonious blend of the two, though peculiar, possessed a certain magnetism that rendered it more melodious than a singular voice. Now, I stand immensely powerful. Young king, allow me to witness your strength, shall you? Pray tell, what audacity compels two warriors with power levels of 50 to 60,000 to challenge me? And Naba, you say? Such an odd name. Perhaps I shall refer to you as Mahu instead. With that, Vitalis suddenly materialized before Mahu, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. He then addressed the remaining four. You four, fuse as well. Experience the might of fusion. As for Vegeta, with Bardock absent, the others are unworthy to fuse with you. Go gather all from Vegeta's planet, and ensure they seek partners, 2 by 2. From henceforth, this shall be our Scion battle protocol. For any task undertaken, one must always be accompanied by another. Meanwhile, the other two pairs completed their fusion. Vitalis, along with the three, plunged into battle. The power of fusion was undeniably formidable, vastly superior to their previous endurance. Vegeta 3 observed the three fused warriors, eager to join the fray. He had long desired to vanquish Frieza. In comparison, the dignity of kingship seemed trivial, especially as he was no longer a king. With thoughts of Bardock hastening home, Vegeta 3 felt a surge of excitement. The king had previously mentioned that he and Bardock could aspire to become Super Saiyans. Once fused, they could potentially annihilate Frieza and his son. Pondering the future, Vegeta 3 soared toward the royal palace, ready to initiate the widespread adoption of fusion. In stark contrast to the fervor on Vegeta's planet, Frieza approached with a heavy heart. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his newfound mastery of energy control and perception, envisioning the day he would boast of Vitalis and instill fear in him. Little did he expect Vitalis to retaliate with such an explosive revelation. The concept of fusion and the remarkable capabilities exhibited by those Scions made Frieza contemplate retreat. Had it truly only been half a day? Was such terror truly warranted? The Super Saiyan, the sins of being, fusion, and Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Now he had no choice but to press on, hoping to catch this group of troublesome monkeys off guard. It was crucial to eliminate them swiftly. For the longer the battle dragged on, the more dire the consequences would be. A collective of fused Super Saiyans attacking head-on? This was the only opportunity he had. Thus, Frieza commenced an even more rigorous training regimen. Chapter 21. The Cooling of Namex Dragon Balls. He dispatched the 6 who were about to unfuse. Vitalis returned to the palace. It appeared that the power gained from fusion was not merely a simple summation. For instance, the fusion of 50,000 and 60,000 yielded a combat strength of approximately 220,000, while the fusion of 40,000 and 50,000 only resulted in about 110,000. Furthermore, the fusion of two 50,000 power levels approached 20,000, revealing an inexplicable pattern in their comparisons. Was it the disparity in potential among the fusers? Or perhaps the relationship between them? Much like the ancient Kaishin's assessment of Goku and Vegeta's bond, the unique connection between the fused warriors, Vegeto, was far more formidable than an ordinary fusion. Being both friends and foes, could such complex emotions generate immense power? Or was it a resonance of feelings? In previous incarnations, it was widely accepted that fusion was additive, while merging was multiplicative. However, the 3 recently fused warriors illustrated that fusion transcended a mere amalgamation of 2 individuals. It was a further enhancement of their powers based on their foundations, though the nature of this amplification remained erratic. The prevailing theories suggested it pertained to the potential of the fusers and their interpersonal dynamics. Nevertheless, King Vegeta III had already initiated the dissemination of energy and fusion techniques among the warriors on planet Vegeta, and in due time, substantial data would be collected for comparison. It was indeed the Saiyan race that could endure the upheaval of monarchy without faltering in their operations. To claim the throne, one must vanquish the reigning king and seize the position for oneself. Forming alliances to overthrow the king would garner no assistance, though one might seek external aid for an assassination. However, this would inevitably provoke the ire of all Saiyans. Defeating the king in single combat would earn universal recognition. No one would dare disregard the king's commands or defy his authority. Of course, the nature of the task mattered. If one were to command the Saiyans to commit collective suicide, it would not be heeded. Yet, if tasked with charging toward Frieza, not a soul would retreat, even knowing the futility of such an endeavor. Saiyans could perish, but only on the battlefield. Vitalis had firmly established his reign. As long as he maintained his superior strength, the Saiyans would forever follow him. This was precisely why Vitalis aspired to be the king of the Saiyans. Otherwise, he would be embroiled in the intrigues typical of mortal kingdoms, where subordinates feigned loyalty while harboring ulterior motives. It would be far better to allow the Saiyans to face extermination at Frieza's hands. For instance, King Vegeta III surely harbored dissent and had considerable ambition, likely plotting in the shadows. Yet the king was Vitalis, who not only resolutely executed his commands, but also urged himself to strive for excellence. This unconventional unity was, perhaps, the very reason the Saiyans were renowned throughout the universe. Most Saiyans lack familial ties or companionship, their sole passion being combat. Yet, they unite under the leadership of their king. In a certain light, Saiyans possess an endearing quality. Not only are they fiercely loyal, but they also harbor boundless potential. Countless lower-tier warriors, while not on par with Goku, could achieve a mere fraction of his prowess, rendering Vitalis capable of awakening from slumber with a smile. After some contemplation, Vitalis summoned King Vegeta III and 6 mid-level warriors. Subsequently, he abolished the existing warrior hierarchy. Henceforth, Saiyans would no longer be classified by their birth power levels. All would be considered lower-tier warriors, with only those who mastered the Super Saiyan transformation able to ascend to mid-tier status. Upper-tier warriors must command the divine aura to become Super Saiyan gods. This would establish the future hierarchy of the Saiyans. In military matters, ranks such as Marshal, General, and Legion Commander would be instituted. 2 individuals would form a pair, 6 pairs constituting a small team, 6 small teams forming a medium unit, and 6 medium units creating a large contingent. The foundational center would focus on fusion as the primary method for task allocation, with daily operations centered around team actions. In times of war, battle groups would be formed on-site, with medium and large unit leaders appointed as the situation demands. Each general would oversee a maximum of 10 battalions, while Marshal could command up to 100. Vitalis does not intend to establish a standing army, as every Saiyan is inherently a warrior. Given a brief period of development, achieving star-level power per individual is not merely a dream. With pairs fusing, They would hold their own against any opponent below Frisia's caliber. Vitalis' caution lies in maintaining a team-based structure. The roles of Legion Commander, General, and Marshal would not be accompanied by a standing army, primarily due to the lack of necessity. However, they would be granted the authority to form battle groups as a precaution. Should a crisis arise, these leaders could act as the backbone, swiftly assembling a force to counterattack. Otherwise, similar to the past, outside the Royal Guard, Saiyans would scatter like loose sand, their strength dictated by mere whispers, unable to organize a rebellion in the king's absence. For instance, if Vitalis were to bestow the rank of Marshal upon Bardock, and if Bardock possessed such authority within the Bardock chapter, the Saiyans would not question his command, but instead follow his orders to fight alongside him. Although the outcome might still lead to destruction, it would be preferable to Bardock facing overwhelming odds alone. The concept of a Super Saiyan God? Several were already on edge. The excitement of just learning about Super Saiyans had barely settled when the notion of a Super Saiyan God emerged. Were it not for Vitalis' royal status, inquiries would have already surfaced, rather than waiting for him to finalize arrangements before posing questions. However, in contrast to the other six, Vegeta 3 clearly understood something significant. Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan God, he remained deeply furrowed. Vegeta, do you know something? Vitalis inquired curiously, recognizing that Vegeta 3's grandfather had escaped from their homeland, suggesting he might possess some knowledge. Yes, my king, I am aware. Long ago, it is said that our Saiyan race was immensely powerful until a rebellion erupted. It was instigated by a child, rumored to be the legendary Super Saiyan, whose unchecked power wreaked havoc, slaughtering many of our kin. In moments of despair, the ancestors unwittingly triggered a mysterious ritual, giving rise to a formidable warrior known as the Super Saiyan God. Tragically, after vanquishing the legendary Super Saiyan, this warrior succumbed to exhaustion. Henceforth, both the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God became the stuff of legend, leading the Saiyans into a period of decline. It was not until a millennium later that an unknown Super Saiyan traversed the cosmos, leaving behind tales that rekindled belief in the existence of Super Saiyans. However, the Super Saiyan God appeared only once, its authenticity shrouded in uncertainty. Did Vegeta 3 dare to voice his knowledge? He spoke cautiously indeed. I am aware of the ritual for becoming a Super Saiyan God, yet we currently lack the conditions to perform it. It was surprising that Vegeta 3 possessed such extensive knowledge. The last appearance of the Super Saiyan God, who fought against the legendary Super Saiyan and perished from exhaustion, made sense when considering Broly. The Super Saiyan God is still a distant prospect. We must focus on our present circumstances and not get ahead of ourselves, Vitalis remarked. He did not intend to conceal the existence of the Super Saiyan God, revealing it could invigorate the spirits of those present. Vegeta, Bardock, I appoint you as marshals, hoping you will govern the kingdom well in my absence. As for the 6 of you, you will temporarily serve as Legion commanders. If this arrangement proves unsuitable, I shall make adjustments later. We will proceed with this structure for now and amend it as necessary, Vitalis mused, contemplating a few easily pronounced numbers. 8 marshals, 36 generals, and 72 Legion commanders should suffice. The remainder can be filled in after the coronation ceremony. I must retrieve an item and will be away for several days. Vegeta, manage the kingdom in my stead. The mastery of ki and fusion must be disseminated widely. Upon my return, there shall be a delightful surprise, Vitalis declared, vanishing from the throne before Vegeta could respond. He was en route to Earth to procure the Dragon Balls from Namek, as their cooldown period was nearing its end. It was time for the Saiyans to experience a surge in power. Meanwhile, Dodoria, contact the nearby planet of Rubingsing. I will make my way there with all haste to resupply. Ensure they are prepared for our direct journey to Vegeta's planet, Frisia instructed, hastily departing from the spaceship. There was no time to waste. It had barely been a day, and already the Super Saiyan God had emerged. Unlike the Super Saiyan, which had specific power requirements, the Super Saiyan God could be summoned through ritual. However, the conditions for such a ritual were not currently met. After Vitalis had spoken, he vanished without a trace, leaving Frisia anxious. What if he had gone to prepare for the ritual? If they arrived too late, would they not be heading towards a banquet of death? Surely, this band of fools would celebrate their demise. Including Kurds and Gula, they travel on their own, fortunate that their lineage can survive in the vacuum of space, allowing them to traverse independently. There is no time to waste. Their grandfather, truly met his demise at the hands of Saiyan, succumbing to his injuries. According to the legend left behind by that individual, he was none other than a Super Saiyan. A few Super Saiyans do not instill fear. for they have surpassed their father. However, when it comes to deities, especially one known as the Super Saiyan God, who would not feel trepidation, they must act swiftly to eliminate this band of wild monkeys to secure their peace. Otherwise, who knows what might emerge in the coming days. Chapter 22. The Dragon Balls of Namek have cooled. Vitalis appeared at the Earth Temple. While watering the flowers, Bobo noticed him. You left less than a day ago. Have you forgotten something? Mr. Bobo inquired. No, I have successfully inherited the throne. I will be staying here for a few days until the Namekian Dragon Balls cool down, after which I shall return, Vitalis explained. Upon hearing this, Bobo turned back to continue watering. Following Vitalis was not an issue. He had only been gone for less than a day, and the atmosphere had not yet had time to shift. It was impossible to feel sorrow, nor could one truly feel joy. It was as if he had never departed. By the way, Mr. Bobo, could you kindly take a child with you? He is somewhat troublesome, and I hope you can help train his mindset. Vitalis contemplated Broly, who had already been born. Had he not returned in time, he would have faced exile. Vitalis intended to bring Broly over, allowing Mr. Bobo to teach him for a while before seeking instruction from Master Roshi, believing this to be far superior to the barren planet where only Paragus could teach him. While Paragus may possess greater raw combat strength than Mr. Bobo and Master Roshi, his understanding of martial arts was lacking. After all, Saiyans are warriors, not martial artists. Vitalis eagerly anticipated the growth of the enhanced Broly. Simultaneously, Broly was also the ideal fusion partner that Vitalis envisioned, as he was currently the easiest to transform. Yet, a sliver of fear lingered in Vitalis' mind, the potential of failing to achieve a breakthrough during battle and facing dire consequences. However, once fused, transforming would undoubtedly become less challenging. With prior transformation experience, Vitalis was confident he could accomplish it in a brief span. In truth, Vitalis sought to experiment with the Super Saiyan God ritual this time, albeit with concerns about unleashing uncontrollable forces. If a person with a heart for peace can become a Super Saiyan God through the ritual, what of those with malevolent hearts? Could there exist a Super Saiyan of evil? A Super Saiyan God of evil? The likelihood is substantial. A heart for peace embodies the strength of will, yearning for tranquility and birth from the resolve to quell rebellion. Yet, what of pure evil? Does it not also represent a formidable force of will, especially among the current Saiyans, who engage in plunder and destruction, committing every conceivable atrocity? They are acutely aware of their wrongdoing, but remain indifferent, reveling in the chaos of battle while executing their tasks. For notions of justice and evil bear little significance to them. The Frisia Force provide the stage for their battles, allowing them to accomplish tasks for Frisia while amassing wealth, truly a lucrative arrangement. As for the lives lost in the process, no Saiyan cares for the sentiments of the defeated, especially those who have perished. Firstly, it remains uncertain whether the Ultra Instinct form has any foundational combat requirements, and secondly, Vitalis currently lacks the confidence to suppress the Ultra Instinct. Of course, Vitalis could become a transformation into Ultra Instinct himself, but at present, he hesitates to attempt it, fearing that during the ritual, he may be brainwashed by the prevailing mindset of today's Saiyans. While there exists some non-combatant Saiyans dedicated to research and logistics, their mentality mirrors that of their warrior counterparts. Though he has never encountered the unique Saiyans Bardock and Jine, they are but two individuals, and their eldest son has evidently not inherited their will. Thus, Vitalis plans to have Broly train in the hyperbolic time chamber for a few years. Once their heights are comparable, he will lead them to a desolate planet to conduct the ritual. If Ultra Instinct proves manageable, it will be a cause for celebration, heralding a divine era for the Saiyans. If not, the fusion warriors of the two will obliterate everything until the Saiyan mindset is reversed, paving the way for the widespread acceptance of the Ultra Instinct form. Mr. Popo consulted with the Supreme Kai, who consented after Vitalis briefly outlined the existence and potential dangers of the Ultra Instinct. This extraordinary phenomenon made the Supreme Kai's legs tremble with apprehension. It was clear that it could not be sealed by the current sealing techniques. The Supreme Kai emphasized the importance of Mr. Popo's guidance, trusting in his calm disposition. He believed that, under Popo's tutelage, that troublesome individual would cultivate a tranquil mind, thereby solving a significant dilemma for the universe. Moreover, having received the Saiyan's goodwill, future benefits would surely follow. The Supreme Kai visited the other world to inquire about his homeland and the Saiyans. While some had heard of his home planet, Namek, it was only mentioned in the context of the wish-granting Dragon Balls, woven into beautiful mythologies. In contrast, the Scions were well known as the villains in tales of evil invasions. Recognized by nearly everyone, countless souls perished daily, a portion of which were sent by the Scions, one planet at a time. Upon first learning about the Scions, the Supreme Kai felt deep regret, wishing he could immediately return to seal Vitalis away. However, after reflecting on the Vitalis he had encountered, he recognized him as not inherently malevolent. Though he occasionally displayed unusual traits, the Supreme Kai, who constantly observes the human realm, understood this behavior as typical of youthful exuberance. Furthermore, Vitalis showed respect towards those of high moral standing he had interacted with. He did not belittle others due to his strength, and even with the power to seize. He preferred to obtain through exchange, repaying those who acted selflessly in his own way. Thus, the Supreme Kai resolved to allow Vitalis to develop freely. Having already reported to King Kai, who gravely acknowledged that both Vitalis and the Scions will be placed under surveillance. With a leader assuming responsibility, the deity felt a sense of calm. Not even the presence of a mere Broly could induce concern. Summoning the Scions would pose no challenge for the deity, who was one of the 4 supreme Kaiashins, the direct overseers of the celestial realms, tasked with maintaining cosmic order and intervening during uncontrollable crises. The previous actions of the Scions, while ruthless in their slaughter of life on various planets, had merely grazed the nerves of the gods, as their deeds remained within the delicate balance of the universe, preventing any direct retribution against them. However, the newfound knowledge acquired by Vitalis on Earth significantly augmented the Scion capabilities. Coupled with the acquisition of the Dragon Balls, devices that grant wishes, this could potentially disrupt the established equilibrium, hence the Kaioshin's heightened concern. Unbeknownst to him, Vitalis was under scrutiny from many eyes. He instantaneously teleported back to planet Vegeta, instructing his escort to lead him to the nursery. The Scion nursery was segregated into 2 distinct sectors, one for combat personnel and the other for non-combatants. The latter comprised a minor fraction, including various technological and logistical specialists. Witnessing the prowess of technology, Vegeta, too, selected a portion of those deemed unfit for battle, encouraging them to procreate across generations in hopes of fostering a technological mastery among the Scions. Unfortunately, these so-called specialists merely utilized existing technologies. The journey to independent innovation remained distant. Thus, it was hoped that through generational bloodlines, an exceptional scientist might eventually emerge. In stark contrast, the remaining populace consisted predominantly of combatants, subjecting their offspring to a harsh reality. Only those with a battle power rating of intermediate warrior or higher were permitted to remain, while lower-ranked warriors faced exile, only returning upon the completion of combat missions. This cycle of reproduction and development mirrored that of humans on Earth. Yet due to their extended lifespan and prolonged youth phase, the Scion's population remained notably smaller. Presently, with over 60,000 individuals, the majority were aged, and the survival rate of newborns was alarmingly low. The fact that they had not faced total extinction merely underscored the resilience of Scion genetics. Upon locating the person in charge, Vitalis expressed his desire to meet Paragus' son, and he was soon led to a standard incubation chamber. Your Majesty, we are deliberating whether to send Broly to the elite training facility. His battle power at birth was an astounding 10,000. He may very well be the legendary Super Saiyan destined to lead our race to glory. However, Broly's combat strength is exceedingly volatile, sometimes surpassing 10,000, which has resulted in significant damage to our measuring devices, rendering us unable to accurately gauge his prowess. After all, we are assessing an infant's battle capability, and naturally, we do not possess high-caliber power detectors. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such an anomaly as Broly? Enough, Vitalis interjected, cutting short the official's lengthy exposition. He understood their intentions all too well. Regrettably, both the research and combat personnel of the Scions often relied solely on their instincts in battle, neglecting intellectual pursuits in their daily lives. Unable to speak, the throne must pass to another, and thus the fate of Broly was sealed. In Dragon Ball Super, Broly's encounter with King Vegeta III was relatively mild, merely banishment. However, the fate of Broly as dictated by his master signifies a formidable vitality, as he was not extinguished. Had the researchers displayed a modicum of ingenuity, perhaps Broly's trajectory would have been profoundly altered. Yet the reigning king is now he. The king, Paragus, is en route back. Is that so? Please convey my sentiments. I shall not wait for him. As he gazed at the hatch that released the nurturing liquid, Vitalis cradled Broly in his arms, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes. Broly was adorned in a tiger-striped infant outfit, complete with a cap. The researchers hastily gathered instruments to capture this moment for posterity before returning to the Earth-S shrine. The deity marveled at Broly's immense power and instructed Bobo to take Broly to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. This was at Vitalis' behest, as he urgently needed strength, necessitating an acceleration of Broly's growth. Time sped by. 6 days had elapsed since Broly commenced his training, and the Namekian Dragon Balls had cooled sufficiently. The time difference proved advantageous, as 1 year on Namek equates to merely 130 days on Earth. Chapter 23. The mighty Broly makes another wish. Utilizing the temporal markers he had previously established, Vitalis arrived at the hyperbolic time chamber. There, he beheld the young Broly seated in meditation, his energy entirely contained, indicative of his formidable mental fortitude. Over the years, Broly had been educated by Bobo in various languages of different races. Upon gaining awareness, he began to master the control of his ki and meditation, dedicating only a fraction of his time to physical training and combat techniques. Broly's capacity for learning was astonishing. He could replicate nearly every technique he had witnessed, often surpassing the original in countering foes. Consequently, Bobo instructed Broly in emotional control, even encouraging him to replace sleep with meditation. Remarkably, Broly's meditation did not involve the cultivation of any power, merely a pursuit of tranquility. Nevertheless, his strength continued to burgeon over time. Presently, Broly could manage his emotions effectively in his ordinary state, no longer prone to impulsivity and rage. However, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, maintaining control became a formidable challenge. Indeed, Broly had mastered the art of transformation. During a reckless experiment, Vitalis had urged him to concentrate his ki at his back, leading to his actual transformation. Initially, he could exercise control, but before Vitalis could conduct further research, Broly ascended into the legendary Super Saiyan form. Fortunately, Vitalis swiftly transported himself and Bobo away, perhaps considering the prospect of reincarnation. Thankfully, Broly was still young, not yet wielding the power to fracture the fabric of space-time. He merely wreaked havoc within the confines of the time chamber. From that point onward, Vitalis refrained from further recklessness. He imparted various teleportation techniques to Broly, with plans to inquire about Frieza's whereabouts upon their return, intending to surprise Frieza by sending Broly directly into the heart of the enemy's lair. Relishing the chaos of an unrestrained rampage, Vitalis and Broly share a common desire for a truly exhilarating battle. Regrettably, Vitalis lacks the courage to face Broly in combat. However, their relationship has blossomed under the guidance of Bobo, leading Broly to adopt a more human demeanor, filled with curiosity and admiration for the father he has never met. His introverted nature has made him increasingly reliant on Vitalis. Consequently, Vitalis feels a sense of relief regarding Broly's character. Armed with a card to suppress Super Saiyan God, he now seeks a power capable of restraining Broly. The Super Saiyan God ritual can be tested in due time, while Broly himself is not afraid. His berserk form is undeniably striking and formidable, yet devoid of familial connections. It is advisable to keep a safe distance when faced with him. Thus, the need to contain Broly's power arises. Broly is hesitant to unleash his full strength, let alone maintain control, so assistance or prevention regarding his rampage necessitates power. Ordinary Super Saiyan forms cannot keep pace with Broly's version. Therefore, the strength of Super Saiyan God is imperative. Fortunately, creating a Saiyan God is a straightforward process. Merely conducting a ritual suffices, even though the current gods may not rival the might of the ancient Ko and Beers. A collective of Super Saiyan gods should suffice to contain Broly. Come, Broly, allow me to show you the Dragon Shenron. Let's make a few wishes, and then return home. Vitalis suppressed his thoughts and awakened Broly, who was deep in meditation. Originally, Broly referred to him as brother, but Vitalis requested change. Being called by his name by Broly is a delightful experience. In the original narrative, the mere mention of Kakarot by Broly ignited excitement, especially when accompanied by a fitting soundtrack. A barrier of energy enveloped Broly, establishing a connection as they teleported outside the temple. Utilizing magic, Vitalis transferred the radiant Namekian Dragon Balls from within the temple to the ground before them. In Namekian, he intoned, "Arise, dragon, and fulfill my wish." Vitalis and Bobo had learned this foreign language, enriching themselves and sparing others from trouble. With a flurry of energy, the dragon materialized. "State your wishes," it commanded, recognizing an old acquaintance, and the dragon offered no unnecessary words, indicating that they would meet regularly henceforth. In Namekian, a time chamber was established on planet Vegeta, with the entrance deep within the royal palace. These are 2 wishes. Are you certain? The dragon seemed to offer no loopholes. Vitalis, determined not to be lenient towards the dragon, declared, I wish for the entrance to be above the palace. Are you not targeting me? Are you certain there are no vengeful sentiments? Vitalis gazed at the dragon with resignation. My second wish is for the time chamber on planet Vegeta to allow for adjustable gravity. And my third wish is for the chamber's area to be expanded to its maximum capacity. Vitalis stated his wishes directly, knowing that there was no room for testing. As you wish, the dragon's eyes gleamed with a flash of light. Your wish has been granted, the dragon declared before vanishing, leaving the Dragon Balls dull and transformed into stone. Throughout this occurrence, the deity remained unseen, with Bobo by the divine figure's side. Vitalis refrained from interrupting the two. He returned to planet Vegeta with Broly, without any farewells, and only a few days had passed. Their acquaintances were unaware of his return to Earth. This was primarily because Vitalis had not anticipated such a smooth outcome, saying goodbye one day and returning the next, leaving others to think they were merely jesting. Their sentiments had been wasted. Upon arriving at the royal palace, Vitalis and Broly heard faint murmurs emanating from outside. Upon closer inspection, the words revolved around inquiries about something. Vitalis led Broly out of the grand hall, where they observed numerous Saiyans pointing towards a portal that stood in the air, seemingly without any surrounding walls, resembling the one in the Earth's temple. My king, you have returned, sensed the presence of Vitalis, and King Vegeta 3 hurried forward. The portal had just materialized above the palace, and according to those who discovered it, it had appeared suddenly. Fearing treachery, they had refrained from taking immediate action and had summoned scientists with instruments to investigate. Vitalis gazed at the portal as King Vegeta 3 explained. This portal is a result of my wish granted through the Dragon Balls. This is Broly. You must have conducted some investigation into me and may have doubts regarding my age. Now, if you investigate Broly, you will find that he was merely an infant 6 days ago. The hyperbolic time chamber, he continued, is an extraordinary space where 1 day outside equates to a year inside. The environment is harsh, coupled with a gravity adjustment feature, making it an exceptional training facility. Vitalis revealed all pertinent information regarding the hyperbolic time chamber, as it was primarily intended for their use, rendering concealment unnecessary. King Vegeta 3, upon hearing this, understood instantly, his eyes gleaming with realization. The truth was singular. Vitalis had become formidable through the use of Senza beans and the hyperbolic time chamber. He regarded Vitalis with newfound respect, acknowledging him as their true king, a stature he felt unable to match. He resolved that when he next sought the throne, he would spare Vitalis' life. For even though Vitalis was currently stronger, he now possessed the knowledge of his secret. Confident in the strength of the royal bloodline, he believed he could surpass Vitalis in the future. Meanwhile, Frieza and his son, in a fervent flight, received reports from their subordinates regarding the hyperbolic time chamber. Those detestable monkeys, Frieza seethed through clenched teeth. Recently, they had hurried to planet Rubing, where Cooler and Gula encountered each other, subsequently merging to expedite their journey. After gathering on planet Rubing, they intended to march towards planet Vegeta. The timing was critical. After a brief respite, this unprecedented phenomenon had emerged, and Frieza and his son could not afford to waste a moment. Time was no longer on their side. Chapter 24. Captain Broly of the Elite Guard. After taking a stroll through the hyperbolic time chamber, it became evident that its expanse far exceeded that of the one on Earth. Although the Earth's chamber possessed a vastness akin to that of the planet itself, it proved to be rather insufficient for a race like the Saiyans, accommodating only a handful of individuals at best. Now, having been expanded to its utmost limits by the Namekian dragon, its dimensions could conservatively be estimated to encompass several star systems. Vitalis had no interest in measuring the precise size. It was merely necessary for the entire Saiyan race to engage in their training. With a population exceeding 60,000, even a few times that number would be sufficient, and should it become inadequate, the Super Dragon would be consulted. Thus, there was no cause for alarm. After conducting a simple experiment, it was discovered that the chamber could be sectioned to regulate gravity, a significant improvement over Vitalis' initial conception of uniform gravity throughout the entirety of the space. Starting from the entrance as the focal point, the gravity would increase tenfold beginning at the level of planet Vegeta, escalating by an additional tenfold for every 100,000 meters. Henceforth, this would serve as the Saiyans' permanent training ground. Vitalis intended to summon the Saiyans, mandating meditation as a core practice. While he did not seek to transform everyone entirely, He aimed at least to cleanse their hearts of bloodlust, restoring them to their essence as a pure warrior race, enabling them to comprehend the distinction between a thirst for battle and a thirst for blood. His primary concern was that these individuals, upon acquiring immense power, might recklessly provoke beings they ought not to antagonize, such as the gods of destruction. The gods of destruction of this universe occasionally roamed about, but those from other universes were also prone to wander. Moreover, there existed numerous perilous ancient entities. While they may disregard trivial skirmishes, they would not overlook the power the Saiyans would eventually wield. A conflict with an unknown monster could attract the attention of higher existences, a scenario best avoided. Thus, the mastery and integration of energy were foundational for the Saiyan self-preservation, making meditation an essential measure for controlling their thoughts. Meditation could cultivate tranquility, enhance their mental fortitude, yielding multiple benefits. If all else failed, this generation of Saiyans could be subdued, serving as mere instruments of procreation to rectify the next generation. The strength of an individual signifies the might of an era, but the strength of a collective signifies true power. To be the strongest among the strongest of a race. Both authority and power were coveted by Vitalis. Returning to the royal palace with the gathered individuals, alongside the previously mentioned 7, 3 additional former mid-level warriors joined their ranks. One being Broly's father. Although this character was indeed detestable in the original narrative, he was nonetheless Broly's progenitor, and since there was no animosity between them at present, there was no intention of targeting him. Paragus, like the other former mid-level warriors, you shall hold the position of Legion Commander, with the authority to form battle groups as needed during times of war. Casting a glance at the still youthful father, Vitalis made arrangements. Your Majesty, it is an honor to serve as your vanguard, Paragus expressed, kneeling on one knee. One must admit that Paragus was among the few who demonstrated strategic thinking, though the original storyline had veered off course. Had it not, given Broly's feelings towards him, there would have been no need for a control device. Rise. Broly shall henceforth serve as the captain of my elite guard. Subsequently, 12 warriors will be selected to join my elite guard, to be led by Broly. Upon hearing Vitalis' decree, Broly approached the throne and, emulating his father's earlier gesture, knelt before the king. King. Broly felt deeply honored and was willing to serve as the king's vanguard. Observing Broly, who was learning from his father, Vitalis found it amusing. At the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently good. A change of path can lead to entirely different life experiences. As his strongest fighter, Vitalis resolved that with Broly at his side, he would ensure that this Broly would be the happiest across all dimensions, unlike others who had suffered tragic fates. Very well, Broly, rise now. From this moment forth, stand beside me. There is no need for formalities. You are my most significant ally, he said, patting Broly on the shoulder. Broly, despite his youthful age, none among you could rival him. He is the legendary warrior of our Saiyan race, a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon, explained the Super Saiyan Vitalis to the assembly. Although they were all Saiyans, no one underestimated Broly, for he was favored by the king and was likely to be the king's fusion partner. No one dared to belittle Broly, though it was inevitable that they might unwittingly provoke him in the future. Paragus, despite being a mid-tier warrior, was at the bottom of the ranks and, being older, would likely face ridicule from his peers. Moreover, with the combative nature of his fellow warriors, many would likely challenge the new king's captain of the guard, for in the Saiyan hierarchy, the capable ascend while the weak descend. To protect both these individuals and his own life, Vitalis believed it best not to conceal Broly's identity. Although he himself could not yet transform into a Super Saiyan, Broly's potential was unparalleled. Once Broly's transformation was revealed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Saiyan race. Some had even suggested that Broly should be crowned king, while temporarily keeping his transformation hidden until Vitalis succeeded himself, which would be the wisest course of action for him. However, as soon as Vitalis entertained this thought, he felt an unsettling sensation. The warrior instinct within him forbade him from backing down. Despite Broly's taciturn nature, Vitalis sensed the deep bond Broly felt for him, as he had grown alongside Vitalis and Bobo in the hyperbolic time chamber. Therefore, Vitalis felt assured in Broly's capabilities. Indeed, a Super Saiyan like Broly, born from a unique bloodline, emerges once every millennium and is a true warrior of legend. Unlike ordinary Super Saiyans, who can amplify their base power by 50 times, the potential of a legendary Super Saiyan knows no bounds. The downside, however, is that Broly currently struggles to control this immense power. Transformation into a legendary Super Saiyan often leads to uncontrollable rage. Thus, Vitalis issued a warning to his comrades. Do not provoke Broly, or you shall suffer the consequences. Vegeta, ensure that enough personnel remain to operate Planet Vegeta. The rest shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber. You shall have half an hour, after which I will impart a technique that can enhance your mental fortitude. Vitalis had originally intended for the entire clan to join. Unfortunately, there were still members of the Frisia force on Planet Vegeta. Many were technical staff with considerable skills. Killing them would be a waste, and allowing them to escape would spell trouble. So for the time being, dedicated personnel were assigned to oversee them. Whether it be Vegeta 3 or Vitalis, neither has made a deliberate move against these individuals, considering that certain advanced technologies still require their operation. Moreover, once Frisia meets his demise, these individuals will belong to them. Hence, there is no pressing need for any further action. As for the king, all but the essential personnel have already entered the hyperbolic time chamber, amounting to a staggering 400,000 individuals. By the time Vitalis arrives here, those who entered long ago have already spent considerable time within, with some even conquering 30 times the gravitational force and training in such conditions. The formidable combat power, accompanied by mental fortitude, is readily discernible to Vitalis. Shall we summon everyone for a briefing, my king? Vegeta inquired, observing Vitalis at the entrance. After all, during his reign, he relished the sensation of addressing others in such circumstances. There is no need for that. Simply gather the commanders. I shall entrust the task to you. You are responsible for instructing everyone to allow Vitalis to speak. It is one thing to witness myriad outrageous statements in a past life, yet another to articulate them. He replied. He imparted 2 meditation techniques, one to hone mental will, and another to facilitate combat in the spiritual realm. Together, these methods are particularly suited for the Saiyans. Coupled with gravity training for physical enhancement, this represents the most fitting training regimen for the Saiyans. As Ki is a fusion of life energy and mental strength contained within the body, forming the foundation of the Dragon Ball universe. Both elements can significantly foster the growth of Ki. After advising Vegeta to ensure that all individuals meditate for no less than 3 hours daily, he handed over a bag of senza beans for distribution among the masses. Pure meditation may prove tedious for the Saiyans, while they may not overtly resist. Prolonged monotony could drive them to madness. Hence, combat becomes inevitable, and with the senza beans at their disposal, they can engage in relentless battles. As long as they are not mortally wounded, for the Saiyans, this place resembles paradise. After a brief arrangement, Vitalis, accompanied by Broly, ventured into the outside world. Broly harbored concerns that his power might surge uncontrollably with the passage of time, while Vitalis felt confined by his current limitations, finding the stagnation rather uninspiring. Vitalis' baseline combat power now exceeds 2 per million. Solely relying on rigorous training and near-death experiences has become insufficient for further enhancement, although some effects remain. The increments are minimal given Vitalis' present stature. Beyond his mental state, he struggles to identify other deficiencies. The training environment and resources are far more opulent than those available to any warrior in the original narrative, and age is not a valid excuse, as Gohan at this age could easily overpower him with a single hand. Determined to push himself further, Vitalis resolved not to wait until he was fully prepared to crush his adversaries, but instead to challenge Frisia directly. Contemplating his current power of 2 per million, he deduced that Frisia's earlier forms posed no threat to him. If he successfully transformed, his power could reach around 1.2 billion, allowing him to at least match Frisia's might. Should the battle prove too challenging, he could always rely on Broly. Yet again, he found himself thinking of Broly. It seems there are gains and losses. Broly's presence has rendered him complacent, diverting his initial plan to lead the Saiyans into war after a year. Broly's emergence has thrown his strategy off course, as he had just contemplated bringing Broly along to spar with Frisia. It is only with the support behind one that courage can be summoned. Vitalis is acutely aware that he lacks the so-called heart of a true warrior. Yet transformation proves to be exceedingly arduous. The memories of his past life serve as both an advantage and a burden. Although this life has seen marked improvement, in his previous existence, he accumulated numerous methods for weight loss and exercise without ever putting them into practice. This time around, he has resolutely embarked on a prolonged period of cultivation, which is commendable. However, when it comes to the determination to engage in a worthy battle, an element of trepidation remains. Meanwhile, Frisia, how much longer until your arrival? My father and I have experimented with fusion, and its strength is indeed formidable. Although it lasts merely half an hour and necessitates an hour's interval thereafter, the power wielded during that brief period is astonishing, greatly enhancing our speed. In 10 days, we will reach planet Vegeta. Frieza and his son are currently in communication. Gula and Cooled are venturing into other territories, thus positioned in a distant galaxy. Under the pressure exerted by the Saiyans, the two have united to practice fusion. The power gained from their successful fusion fills them with delight, but also a sense of greater dread, as they resolve to swiftly eliminate the Saiyans. With full effort, I still require 2 days to arrive. To mask my energy signature, I shall transfer to a spaceship at Lubing Star, which will take 4 days to reach planet Vegeta. I plan to cultivate there for a few days. 10 days from now, we shall annihilate this group of monkeys. We will be confronting the Saiyans of 10 years hence, who have mastered the transformations of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, as well as that so-called legendary warrior, a troublesome little brat. Frieza gritted his teeth in frustration. The knowledge they have been secretly acquiring is all too real, serving as a testament to the veracity of their claims. The warrior race of Saiyans, though lacking the elite combat prowess of Frieza's forces, is far more formidable than other cosmic races. No adult Saiyan possesses a battle power below 1,000, with many averaging between 4 to 5,000, and some even reaching 8 or 9,000, nearing 10,000. Once transformed into their Great Ape form, their power multiplies tenfold. Even Frieza's most powerful subordinate, Jinyu, dares not venture alone to planet Vegeta. Only in the presence of King Frieza does he display such arrogance, daring to show disdain toward King Vegeta. Without Frieza and his son, the so-called Cooled Army and Frieza's Legion lack the overall strength to rival the Saiyans. Currently, the new king has ruthlessly defeated King Vegeta III and his subordinates, consuming a Senzu bean to achieve an average battle power of 50 to 60,000. With King Vegeta himself boasting an astonishing 100,000. The new king, that little brat, possesses a battle power exceeding 2 million, yet he is merely a low-level warrior. How can this continue unchecked? Initially, the three were unperturbed, even leisurely observing the gradual developments on planet Vegeta while covertly acquiring knowledge. The insights gained are undeniably useful, yet the more they learn, the greater their anxiety becomes. Senzu beans, the Saiyans' inherent abilities, fusion, the room of spirit and time, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan God. Each revelation heightens their panic. Chapter 25, An Unexpected Arrival, Frieza Descends. On this day, Vitalis was outdoors, grilling with Broly, whose golden hair danced in the breeze, complemented by golden eyebrows and light green eyes. This moment marks the beginning of Broly's rigorous training under Vitalis, aimed at mastering his powers through the full potential of Super Saiyan. Engaging in indulgence, meditation, and various activities, Broly maintains this state. After several days of intensive practice, the turbulent aura surrounding Broly begins to stabilize, and he no longer transforms into his legendary form recklessly. This legendary transformation, originally dubbed Super Saiyan in early concepts, has been colloquially referred to by Vitalis as Legendary Super Saiyan, a term he prefers due to familiarity, despite the original nomenclature eluding him. Vegeta has remarked that this form represents the most primal Saiyan state, with some suggesting it emerges as a result of Broly's immense Oozuru power reaching its zenith. However, Vitalis chooses to uniformly refer to it as Legendary Super Saiyan, although the latter explanation bears resemblance to the Super Saiyan 4 from GT. The transformation Vitalis intends to explore himself, pondering whether he will achieve the same legendary form as Broly or the Super Saiyan 4. Yet, the prerequisite remains mastering the Super Saiyan transformation itself. The query of whether to transform into an Oozuru before or after becoming a Super Saiyan persists. While lost in these contemplations, Vitalis is abruptly struck by an ominous presence, an insidious aura that is not particularly powerful, yet feels distinctly malevolent. A sensation he encounters for the first time. During this period, numerous Saiyans have returned, some fresh from missions, their overwhelming killing intent making Vitalis uneasy. Nevertheless, compared to this sinister force, they are insignificant. Despite not detecting any overtly threatening power, the very absence of such makes it all the more perilous. A being emanating such wickedness cannot be weak. Vitalis mentally catalogs all the formidable entities he knows, yet struggles to deduce who might be on Vegeta's planet at this moment. Beerus could appear, but it is inconceivable that he would possess such a malevolent aura, as divine beings remain imperceptible to mortals. Furthermore, this individual exhibits mastery over their own power, with no trace of energy leaking. only an innate wickedness that Vitalis can sense. It is thanks to his recent focus on the spirit bomb, immersing himself in the natural energy of the universe, that he becomes aware of this dark presence. With unwavering focus, Vitalis gazes towards the sky, where a circular spacecraft glides toward Vegeta's planet, hovering near the atmosphere. The ship's hatch opens, and a multitude of figures emerge, swirling around the vessel, their forms bizarre and varied. Ultimately, the upper hatch of the ship slowly opens, releasing an object reminiscent of a baby carriage. Upon glimpsing the figure seated within, Vitalis rubs his eyes vigorously, but the sight remains unchanged. It is Frisia, and in his final form. Could it be that Frisia has not yet suppressed his power through transformation? The thought crosses Vitalis' mind. Damn, if he cannot sense his power. Could Frisia be controlling his energy? Vitalis senses that the situation is far from straightforward. It is rather troublesome. Frisia conservatively estimates his power at 1.2 billion, while the mightiest Broly currently possesses a base combat power exceeding 1.8 million. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he barely reaches over 90 million. Should he transform into a legendary Super Saiyan, he might momentarily match and surpass Frisia. However, there's the concern that Frisia may realize Broly's escalating strength during battle, preventing him from gaining further opportunities to grow. Vitalis begins to contemplate the power dynamics between both sides. Although Broly's strength increases incrementally with each battle, it is relatively minor. After all, in the original tale, he had over 40 years of development, continuously suppressed on a desolate planet, which explains his rapid evolution from a mere mortal to overpowering Super Saiyan gods. Broly still requires time. Even if I were to fuse with him now, it is likely that I would only hinder his progress. My thoughts could weaken Broly. Vitalis hopes that Frisia is merely observing the Saiyans, realizing that engaging in battle would be unfavorable. Abandoning any thoughts of retreat, Vitalis leads Broly toward Frisia. The two parties meet in the stratosphere, where Vitalis ascends to a level matching Frisia, gazing at him with determination. Though slightly weaker, there is no need for fear, at worst. They could flee with Broly in return to exact vengeance later. As for the potentially deceased Saiyans, the Dragon Balls would suffice for resurrection. Silently commending his own cleverness, Vitalis addresses Frisia. Your Majesty Frisia, it is an honor to receive your esteemed presence. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. Allow me to arrange a banquet and introduce myself. Oh ho, I'm familiar with you, Mr. Vitalis. Frisia's iconic laughter interrupts, revealing Vitalis' identity before he can complete his introduction. Observing Vitalis and the golden-haired Broly, Frisia realizes that one is on the cusp of becoming a Super Saiyan while the other is already in that form. Damn, my father and the others are taking too long. Should I strike first? I wonder how the Saiyans in the hyperbolic time chamber are faring. Is there a Super Saiyan god among them? While scrutinizing Vitalis in an attempt to glean information, Frisia hesitates about initiating an attack. The composed demeanor of Vitalis causes Frisia to waver. Should he wait for his father to arrive? Initially, he intended to converge with them, but the fear of Vitalis fleeing upon sensing their full-speed approach prompted Frisia to arrive first, buying time and blocking these Saiyans from escaping. Yet, when a moment to strike arrives, Frisia finds himself uncertain. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying aspect. Delaying to rendezvous with his allies in another galaxy would take several days, a risk Frisia and his comrades are unwilling to take. Wait, does Lord Frisia know of my existence? It is truly an honor. Regardless, the sooner he acts, the better. Every passing second allows these Saiyans to grow stronger. Oh ho, I possess much knowledge. Senza Bean's Super Saiyans, the hyperbolic time chamber, Super Saiyan gods. How perilous indeed. The Saiyans truly deserve their reputation as a warrior race. Frisia rises slowly from his seat, preparing to take flight, presenting the celestial beings and the room of spirit and time. Reveal to me the secret of the god of Super Saiyans, and should you eliminate those whose power exceeds 500,000, I shall spare you, Mr. Vitalis. Frisia gazed intently at Vitalis. A splendid proposal, is it not? Simply rid us of those with a power level above 500,000, and you shall remain the king of the Saiyans, Frisia said, slowly gesturing towards Vitalis. In an instant, a beam of purple laser shot towards Vitalis with incredible speed. The moment he acted, Frisia's energy surged forth, astonishing Vitalis, who was still contemplating how Frisia possessed such knowledge. This could not merely be a power of 1.2 billion. Vitalis had calculated the strength of 1 2 billion using his own and others' abilities, and it was far from this formidable. It is crucial to remember that the original Frisia only wielded such power at full capacity. However, this current Frisia displayed that same formidable strength effortlessly, without any visible changes in his musculature. Undoubtedly, this Frisia surpassed the one depicted in the original narrative, and by a considerable margin. Caught off guard, Vitalis could not react. But Broly, in his Super Saiyan state, redirected the laser into the cosmos. Oh my, is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Truly astonishing. This strike could annihilate planet Vegeta. One must not underestimate you, you band of troublesome monkeys. The attack was deflected, and Frisia felt no surprise. He merely wished to test whether he could eliminate Vitalis. Even if one possessed a battle power exceeding 2 million, without mastering the transformation into a great ape, they remained insignificant. What truly concerned Frisia was the Room of Spirit and Time. He had already locked onto the portal, fearful of a swarm of golden-haired Saiyans emerging. Should I attempt to destroy this portal? What would occur if I did? Could it entirely sever two distinct dimensions? Although it would be a pity, confining these Saiyans to another dimension would not be without merit, Frisia pondered. While Broly yearned to charge at Frisia, he recalled Vitalis' instruction, at all times without his command. Broly was to refrain from aggression and only defend. Thus, he awaited Vitalis' orders. Chapter 26. The defense of planet Vegeta commences. Casting a wary glance at Frisia, he thought, without Broly's intervention, I would certainly have perished. Indeed, the weak remain weak. Having traversed through dimensions effortlessly, I had only considered the listening capabilities of the scouter, unaware that Frisia possessed other means of surveillance, revealing his trump cards without hesitation, which incited Frisia's wariness and prompted him to act preemptively. Frisia, could you enlighten me on how you monitor our activities? Vitalis inquired, hoping for a response that would aid in future precautions. Oh ho ho. Just moments ago you referred to me as Frisia the Great, and now you simply call me Frisia? Such a discourteous little monkey you are, Mr. Vitalis. This behavior may lead to unpopularity, you know. Coincidentally, Frisia also sought to buy time, awaiting the arrival of his father and brother. To secure a steady victory over his adversary, there was no need for reckless risks. At that moment, Vitalis, Broly, and Frisia simultaneously turned their gazes toward a singular direction. There, two formidable presences, even more potent than Frisia's, were approaching. Is it cooled, Gula? Vitalis inquired. Oh, it seems you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Frisia retorted with curiosity. I have inherited my father's territory in this galaxy, and while it is not surprising for you to know about my relationship with him, Gula ventured into other regions long ago, so the inhabitants here should be unaware of him. Frisia, intrigued by the young boy's extensive knowledge, reflected on how, in a short span, the Saiyans had harnessed their inherent advantages, transforming from a disregarded race into a formidable threat. Broly, go ahead and eliminate him, Vitalis commanded impulsively, urging Broly to take action. The trio was united, yet the current Saiyans, when combined, paled in comparison to their adversary, an unforeseen circumstance. With a smirk, Broly complied with the order, channeling his energy to the maximum. Golden flames enveloped him as he hurled a punch toward Frisia. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. Yet Frisia chose not to evade. Instead, he met Broly's fist head-on. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Broly stood at 17 meters tall, his ferocity starkly contrasting with Frisia's diminutive form, making Broly appear as the true demon. They remained locked in combat, escalating their power in a contest of energy. Waves of invisible force radiated outward, scattering Frisia's minions, while Vitalis gradually retreated to the palace rooftop, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, observing the clash of titans. Ah, such remarkable power. Had I not trained prior to this encounter, I would surely have struggled, Frisia mused, reveling in the moment. Consider yourself fortunate. I, Frisia, have never trained a day in my life. In contrast to Broly's full-throttle assault, Frisia appeared to navigate the situation with ease, roaring in frustration at Frisia's demeanor. Broly abandoned the contest of strength, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches like a torrential downpour upon Frisia. Oh, impressive momentum. But alas, the chasm between us is insurmountable. Frisia taunted, folding his arms across his chest. Amid Broly's savage onslaught, Frisia merely contorted his body with casual grace, evading each of Broly's strikes. However, Frisia's subordinates were not as fortunate. Each of Broly's powerful blows produced sonic booms, compressing the air to its extreme, inflicting damage upon the minions rather than Frisia. The smaller ones were obliterated, while the larger ones were left in pieces, sending them fleeing in terror. As Vitalis observed the fierce exchange and the occasional rain of blood, he acutely sensed the rapidly approaching Cooled and his offspring. Should he flee? Vitalis was consumed with conflicting emotions. His heart raced, adrenaline coursed through his veins, and he yearned to join Broly in battle. Yet reason cautioned him that such a course would lead to his demise. This was Frisia's final form. While he might have dared to engage in earlier stages, now would surely spell his end. Moreover, what had Frisia just uttered? He has undergone training, reminiscent of the original Frisia, who, after 4 months of rigorous cultivation, bridged the chasm between mortals and deities, engaging in combat with the formidable Kamba, who possessed divine powers. Contemplating this, Vitalis felt a wave of weakness wash over him, devoid of any inclination to resist. "Are you afraid?" remarked the youthful Vegeta 3, who had been standing beside him. "Your cowardly demeanor is hardly befitting of our king," he continued, gazing at the battle unfolding in the sky. "As it stands, you are a capable king, ushering in change for our Saiyan race. Yet you remain an inadequate warrior, without the spirit of a fighter. You cannot truly embody the essence of a Saiyan king. Flee. Your instant transmission technique will outpace Frisia. I have already dispatched warriors with power exceeding 1,000,000. We shall wear them down, providing Broly a chance to eliminate them. Should we falter, we will obliterate the entrance, and our kin within will strive to cultivate their strength. In the future, it will be upon you, our king, to lead them out and exact our vengeance. King, perhaps your fighting spirit does not inspire my full allegiance. Yet I acknowledge the transformation you have brought. Let us proceed, and may you guide the Saiyans towards glory." Vitalis gazed at Vegeta 3, enveloped in silence. At that moment, a cacophony of sonic booms erupted from the exit of the hyperbolic time chamber. A multitude of fusion warriors, clad in the traditional garb of the Metamorans, emerged. Clearly aware that facing formidable foes individually was futile, the Saiyans opted for fusion. Boom! A flash of light pierced the chaos. A fusion warrior swiftly annihilated the countless minions Frisia had summoned, clearing the battlefield within moments. With Saiyan fusion warriors now engaged, the space was becoming increasingly constrained, as these lesser foes occupied too much room. Damn, Bardock still en route. Vegeta 3 cursed, observing the performance of the fusion warriors. He regarded Bardock solely as a worthy fusion partner, as designated by the king. Regrettably, Bardock was currently on a mission with his squad and was still making his way back. "Listen, Bardock, something unforeseen has occurred. Frisia has arrived on planet Vegeta, and the Kurds are on their way. We cannot escape this time. Contact other Saiyans en route. Do not return, but wander the endless universe until the king leads us to victory over Frisia," Vegeta 3 urgently conveyed during the call. In the absence of companions to practice fusion, Vegeta 3 intended to engage Bardock in conversation, merely seeking mutual understanding. However, he was unexpectedly drawn to Bardock's character. This anomaly, Bardock, was well-liked among lower-tier warriors for his camaraderie and was a man worthy of trust. After their interaction, Vegeta 3 found himself quite impressed by this individual. Regrettably, his wife was also an anomaly, and their son, Rat Eyes, had been spoiled, exhibiting an unbearable laziness. During this dull period, he would often train his unworthy son in place of his comrades. After exchanging a few words with Bardock, Vegeta 3 terminated the communication. Each day, meditation alleviated his irritability, and the tranquil life allowed him and other Saiyans to notice aspects they had previously overlooked. Gazing at the nurturing facility where his newly born son resided, he refrained from taking him to the hyperbolic time chamber, wishing to grant his son a normal childhood. Paragus incessantly boasted about his son, igniting great anticipation in Vegeta 3 for his own offspring. Indeed, upon his birth, his son showcased remarkable potential, with a battle power ranking only second to Broly in the annals of history. Thus, he declared that his son would inherit the name Vegeta. With aspirations for his son's future, the incessant boasting of Paragus, and discussions about family with Bardock, he felt compelled to ensure a joyful childhood for his son, a pursuit he was determined to surpass both Paragus and Bardock's progeny. Perhaps his son's combat prowess may never rival Broly's, but little Vegeta would undoubtedly enjoy the happiest of childhoods, unlike himself and other Saiyans, who grew up akin to ruthless killing machines. This tranquil mindset allowed the Saiyans to recognize the significance of matters once neglected. Observing those he had assigned to relocate the infants, Vegeta 3 turned his gaze towards Frisia, his body gradually swelling. Without a fusion target, transformation into a great ape appeared to be the optimal choice. Simultaneously, some of the fused warriors opted for the transformation as well, the already numerous silhouettes becoming a veritable shadow that obscured the sky. A multitude of unfused warriors gathered behind Vitalis, as fusion had a time constraint, and they were the reserve forces following the disbandment of the previous batch of fighters. Was it time to flee? Witnessing the colossal corpses fall, no longer mere fodder of Frisia's army, but Saiyan's, Vitalis felt an unsettling discomfort. Chapter 27. The powerful Frisia. Vitalis no longer in retreat. Oh ho ho ho! What a splendid race indeed! Frisia taunted Broly while dispatching the great apes. These deceased apes, largely positioned too far to engage, resorted to shouting from a distance. The closest among them occasionally approached to harass him. Though, save for Vegeta 3, they had all succumbed to madness. Instinct guided them to recognize their most formidable threat and kin. Coupled with the intermittent roars and commands for Vegeta 3, everything appeared to be in meticulous order. Indeed, Vegeta 3 was astonishingly orchestrating this rampaging horde of great apes, creating considerable trouble for Frisia. After fusion, the battle power of these apes was at least 2 to 3 million, with several reaching 4 to 5 million, and upon transformation, soaring beyond 10 million. Frisia could not dispatch them with ease. A significant expenditure of energy was required to eliminate them effectively. Yes, they must be exterminated. A group of agile warriors, wielding bags, traversed the crowd, tossing a senza bean into the mouths of any who sustained severe injuries. Frisia stomped in frustration, determined to eliminate these foes. However, Broly relentlessly pursued him. Preoccupied with evading Broly's onslaught, Frisia endured a barrage of powerful attacks, each wielded by masters with battle powers exceeding 10 million. Neglecting his defenses could lead to injury, and maintaining such defenses consumed significant energy. Observing Frisia's depletion, a glimmer of hope for victory emerged, yet no one rejoiced, for two formidable presences were swiftly approaching. The only chance lay in vanquishing Frisia before their arrival. Facing two adversaries was preferable to three. That wretched wild monkey sent Broly flying with a kick, while Frisia darted toward one of the individuals clutching a senza bean. Along the way, the great apes fell, struck through the heart by Frisia's deadly beams. Returning to the ground. So this is the senza bean? Seizing the hand of the fused warrior, Frisia reached for the bean. Boom! Realizing the disparity in their strengths, the captured warrior chose self-destruction, not to harm Frisia, but to obliterate the senza bean along with himself. Now, Frisia, fortified by the senza bean, could not be defeated by mere tactics of attrition. Oh ho! Quite amusing. Frisia chuckled in rage, initially intending to acquire the senza bean first. With it in his grasp, he could unleash his full power without restraint, though such power was taxing and detrimental to prolonged combat. Die, all of you! Frisia roared, resolved to annihilate the planet itself, disregarding the senza bean and the hyperbolic time chamber. Everything must perish. If this continued, it would be Frisia himself who would meet his demise. Previously, he had ruled the cosmos without such trifles. A massive purple energy sphere erupted from Frisia's hand, hurtling towards planet Vegeta. Sensing the impending doom, the giant apes unleashed a cacophony of roars, attempting to obliterate the energy sphere. Yet, this was Frisia's wrath manifest, far too formidable to be deflected. The Saiyans on the ground unleashed beams of energy, striving to prevent the destruction of planet Vegeta. Alas, the chasm in power was insurmountable. Frisia's combat prowess soared to 1.5 billion, and even with some depletion, he was not to be halted by their combined efforts. Just then, while Frisia was engaged in a beam struggle with the Saiyans, Broly struck him with a powerful kick, sending him hurtling away. The energy blast he had unleashed, now devoid of its source, was expelled from planet Vegeta, soaring into the cosmos. That detestable wild monkey! Frisia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had finally sustained an injury, inflicted by that insufferable brute. This urgency to annihilate planet Vegeta stemmed from the rapid ascent of Broly's power, which had now approached 1 billion, coupled with the thousands of mighty apes. Defeating Broly was no easy feat. Frisia felt a surge of anxiety. If my father does not arrive soon, I may have to flee. Escape? Was he truly considering it? Vitalis remained in a state of confusion. Just one Frisia had claimed the lives of hundreds of warriors. Should there be a collapse, the numbers would only double. These were the elite among the Saiyans. Even the Saiyans, who possess extraordinary powers, have spent nearly a decade training in the hyperbolic time chamber. with most of them boasting a combat strength ranging between 100,000 to 500,000. Those with power from 500,000 to a million are merely a little over 30,000, while those surpassing a million number only a few hundred. Yet, in the face of the terrifying presence of Frisia, numbers become utterly meaningless. This was once a level of strength the Saiyans could scarcely imagine, reduced now to mere fodder to exhaust Frisia's stamina. The harrowing scene struck deeply at Vitalis' psyche. This was not a battle. It was warfare, a war wagering the survival of his entire race. Limbs and bodies flew through the air in a gruesome dance. Such a sight was beyond Vitalis' imagination. In his memories, he recalled the clashes between the protagonists and the antagonists, cities laid waste by Babidi, planets obliterated by Frisia, and Bu executing Earthlings with pinpoint accuracy. These were moments he had once found exhilarating while watching anime, detached from the reality of loss, for the fallen bore no relation to him. But now, his kin were being slaughtered, and he had only recently ascended to the throne with a sense of arrogance. Yes, arrogance, because he had rescued the Saiyans. He looked down upon these brutes. His desire to be king stemmed from viewing the Saiyans merely as useful tools for his own ends. As he gazed upon the familiar faces, most of which he could scarcely remember their names, he reflected on how these once thought of as brutal and mindless savages dutifully followed his commands, engaging in monotonous meditation and training daily. They promised to forsake violence, yearning only for the thrill of battle. To them, bloodshed held no significance. With the availability of senza beans, they could fight alongside their comrades to their heart's content. This was all they desired. Defeating Frisia would mean no longer having to undertake perilous missions, allowing for a life filled with training and combat, a dream cherished by the Saiyans. These once brash warriors, having calmed their tempers, occasionally revealed a charming side. They would gather together, grinning, beseeching Vitalis to show them what a Super Saiyan looked like through Broly. Upon witnessing Broly's prowess, they were inspired to train fervently, vowing to become Super Saiyans themselves. So, should he truly flee? Vitalis pondered his past life. In his youth, he had been oblivious, believing that as long as his parents were present, he could act without restraint, for there were no problems insurmountable for them. It was only upon reaching adulthood, grappling with the weight of grown-up responsibilities, that he recognized the folly of his former self and the hardships endured by his parents. Regrettably, he found himself powerless to effect change. Purchasing a home or car required loans, and marrying was not merely a matter of mutual affection. The ethereal notion of love must rest upon a foundation of material stability. The impoverished were deemed unworthy of marriage and procreation. Thus, in his former life, he had resigned himself to a life of despair, living day by day. Yet now, with the power to shape his destiny, could he still consider retreat? In a previous life, one could escape from reality and immerse oneself in a personal utopia, all thanks to a secure and tranquil sanctuary. But what of the present? Is it possible to continue this evasion indefinitely? Perhaps this is the price of altering one's fate, no longer suppressing the exhilarating essence within one's veins. Vitalis bellows towards the heavens, his fury igniting into a formidable blaze. The ground fractures, a chaotic magnetic field disrupts gravity, and stones defy convention, levitating into the air. I shall no longer flee. After all, is death not also a form of solace? As long as I possess the courage to face death without fear, what else is there to dread? To remain unchanged is akin to choosing death. Chapter 28. The Power of Frisia. A Frisia at full strength, and Broly on the verge of unleashing his fury. Elevating his power to its zenith, Vitalis stands resolute, refraining from recklessly charging forward. Currently, his battle power exceeds 2 per million, while the formidable Vegeta 3 boasts over 2 million. Even in a fused state with Broly, defeating Frisia seems an arduous task, and merely keeping pace with him would be a commendable feat should he merge with Vegeta 3, bolstered by the might of their primal forms. Their combined power could reach over 50 million, yet it would still fall short against Frisia. Remaining stationary to seek an opportunity, magic becomes the sole recourse available to Vitalis. It is far more effective than succumbing to madness and becoming mere cannon fodder. Ha ha ha, truly remarkable. Had I not been forewarned, I might have been vanquished by you wild monkeys. How utterly vexing. Why not await your inevitable demise in silence? Frisia grows increasingly agitated, a continuously strengthening young boy, along with a horde of monkeys that require energy to eliminate, poses a significant annoyance to Frisia. He wishes to concentrate his efforts on destroying Broly. Yet this beast is remarkably resilient, having sustained numerous attacks without any injury beyond torn clothing. Not a drop of blood was spilled, while he himself has been wounded by a mere kick. With the incessant harassment from the surrounding monkeys, he finds no opportunity to vanquish this monster, whose strength now rivals his own. Had he not trained beforehand, he would surely have met his end. The prolonged absence of his father and cooler only intensifies Frisia's irritation. You wretched monkeys, count yourselves fortunate. You shall witness my full power, 100 of my strength. This form, which I have only previously employed out of curiosity, has never been seen by anyone else. With no other choice, Frisia resolves to unleash his full might. Although this state consumes an immense amount of stamina, securing a senza bean alleviates concerns about depletion. With determination, Frisia evades Broly and his companions, erecting a protective barrier to fend off external assaults. Clenching his fists at his waist, he unleashes a tremendous force that surges skyward. His muscles swell dramatically, his physique expanding, though his height remains largely unchanged. Yet, his fierce aura resembles that of a colossal titan. Surrounded by a throng of giant apes, he appears diminutive. Yet it is his overwhelming power that positions him as the epicenter of the world. Based on the strength of himself and his companions, Vitalis estimated that Frisia's power was approximately around 200 million. Fortunately, it seemed that Frisia's so-called training had not lasted long, and he likely had not endured any mental torment in the afterlife, which explained why he had not directly transformed into his golden Frisia form. Moreover, this state would not endure for long, and Vitalis perceived a glimmer of victory. If he could eliminate Frisia before those two individuals arrived, there was still a chance. With a crack, Frisia gathered his power and, without further words, instantly appeared before Saiyan holding a senza bean, brutally snapping the hand that clutched the bean. Before the warrior could recover, a violet-red energy blast propelled his body towards the great ape horde. The violent explosion scattered the surrounding scions. This strike consolidating the majority of Frisia's power and clearing the sky above. As the smoke dissipated, the epicenter of the explosion revealed an absence of life. This attack had claimed the lives of at least 200 fused great ape warriors. Thankfully, the explosion had occurred at a high altitude, with its force concentrated within the great ape crowd, sparing planet Vegeta from harm. Had it struck directly at the planet, even 10 of them would have been obliterated. Breathing heavily, Frisia retrieved a senza bean and swallowed it. His stamina was instantly replenished, and the internal injuries inflicted by Broly were completely healed. Ah, what a splendid treasure! The senza bean was made for me, allowing me to unleash my full potential without concern for fatigue. Frisia cackled maniacally. This scene caused the remaining rational scions present to twitch at the corners of their mouths, particularly Vitalis, who was incredulous that a villain would actually steal senza beans. Indeed, in the original tale, there had been instances of theft, only to be reclaimed shortly after. However, none present, including Broly, stood a chance of retrieving or destroying them from Frisia's grasp at this moment. A fully powered Frisia far surpassed Broly, who still needed time to catch up. Frisia's gaze turned cold as he observed the Scion warriors, who, upon witnessing the scene, began to crush the senza beans in their hands and scatter them into the air, defiantly challenging Frisia. Ha ha ha, truly wild and unrepentant monkeys, Frisia exclaimed, instantly appearing before one of the warriors who had just crushed a senza bean. He ensnared the warrior's neck with his tail, lifting him effortlessly behind him. Just as Broly closed the distance, Frisia reappeared behind another warrior, plunging his hand through the chest and extracting the still-beating heart. Oh, it appears not to be black? But why? Why commit such inhumane acts? These are priceless treasures. You selfish wild monkeys, having consumed so many senza beans, now waste them before me. Die for your senza beans. Frisia seethed, weaving through the crowd. With each flash, a warrior would be left heartless. At full power, Frisia was beyond Broly's reach, who could only watch helplessly as Frisia unleashed a massacre. Frisia, engage me in battle. The furious Broly bellowed, witnessing his kin being mercilessly slaughtered while feeling helpless. In that moment, Broly ceased to suppress his rage. He feared losing control, worried that he might harm his family, his father, and the king who must never endure any harm. He had long stifled his emotions. Although surrendering to fury would amplify his strength, ultimately, it would render him the greatest threat. Anger surged within Broly, augmenting his power once more. With a thunderous roar, his abruptly heightened strength caught Frisia off guard, and Broly swiftly struck him down to the ground. The overwhelming force created a deep crater, fracturing the earth into wide gorges. As Frisia attempted to rise, Broly forcefully pressed him back down, gripping Frisia's tail and slamming him from side to side. Simultaneously, he infused his grip with energy, shattering Frisia's protective shield. Devoid of that safeguard, Frisia cried out in agony, his voice reduced to pitiful gasps. Die, you wretched monkey! Frisia, in a moment of desperation, severed his own tail, using the momentum to execute a flawless 360-degree escape while launching a concentrated energy sphere at Broly. Broly effortlessly swatted it aside. He seized Frisia's hand, preventing him from consuming a Sensibine. Broly opened his mouth wide, gathering energy, determined to annihilate Frisia before succumbing to his impending rage. Once he had amassed sufficient power, he hurled Frisia into the sky, unleashing a torrent of energy. In midair, he aimed to eliminate Frisia. This was his last vestige of rationality. Chapter 29. The arrival of Cooler and his son, Desperate Power. A colossal explosion reverberated. Before the echoes of the blast could dissipate, a derisive laughter pierced the air. Ah, my dear brother, how utterly pathetic you are. Though you're in disarray, should I not commend you? After all, you have endured for so long against these terrifying wild monkeys. Had I not arrived in time, you have perished. How tragic. As the smoke cleared, a larger version of Frisia appeared, standing before him to absorb the onslaught. Cooler, stop teasing your brother. If Frisia had not sensed the danger and rushed here, our clan would be in peril. Are you all right, Frisia? That in your hand is a Sensibine, correct? Hand one over, for I am quite fatigued after flying for so long, remarked the imposing Cooler, significantly larger than Frisia, but still dwarfed by his brother. Clearly, it was Cooler who had shielded Frisia from the attack, while the most colossal figure was their father, King Cold. Vitalis and the others felt their spirits plummet. Although they had sensed the rapid approach of two formidable energies and speculated that they belonged to the Cooler family, the revelation of their final forms was utterly disheartening. Must they exhibit such arrogance? Is it beyond your means? At the very least, Vitalis resolved to confront Frisia and his progeny after transforming into a Super Saiyan, rather than mastering Super Saiyan 2 or even 3 before approaching them. Frisia produced 2 Sensibines and tossed them to the duo. The restored fighters unleashed their formidable energy, altering the magnetic field of planet Vegeta. The distant sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, with countless lightning strikes weaving through the atmosphere. Yet where the others stood, the skies were clear, gravity shifted, and debris floated in midair, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Indeed, it was the end of the world. Each individual present possessed the power capable of obliterating a planet. However, the Saiyan faction struggled to survive in the void of space, and being on their home planet limited their power. Conversely, Frisia's faction sought the Sensibines and the hyperbolic time chamber, confident in their strength, believing they could annihilate all Saiyans without resorting to planetary destruction. Unconcerned with the internal environment of the planet, Frisia's side recklessly unleashed their might, causing various calamities within the planet. Gale force winds, torrential rain, thunderous lightning, landslides and tsunamis ensued. Fortunately, there were no ordinary people present, or else millions would have perished. Ah, King Vegeta, it seems you have thrived during our time apart, yet your great ape form remains as grotesque as ever. Kurta gazed at Vegeta 3, whose battle power exceeded 20 million, and could barely tolerate the sight. Kurta, perhaps you should consider your own appearance. Look at that ludicrous head of yours and your bare skin. Are you not wearing any clothing? Even in our great ape forms, we don garments. We are civilized beings. Vitalis cast a surprised glance at Vegeta 3, realizing the extent of their oppression over time. Unfortunately, his limited vocabulary suggested a need for education on the art of insult from other planets. Nonetheless, Kurta's arrogant demeanor and relatively reasonable remarks incited his ire. At that moment, Broly completely lost control. His pupils vanished, and his golden aura gradually shifted to green as his muscles swelled once more. In an instant, he vanished from his position, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Gula. Lacking rational thought, he instinctively recognized that this individual had saved his prey and posed a threat to him, compelling him to obliterate the perceived danger. Alas, every blow from Broly was effortlessly deflected by Gula, who merely used one hand. The disparity was still too vast. Even though Broly had surpassed Frisia, he remained at a disadvantage against Gula. Vitalis sensed that Gula's power was now more than twice that of Frisia, while Kurta was 5 times stronger. This lineage, blessed with innate power, had no inclination to train. For them, exertion was unnecessary, as they were born to reign supreme over the cosmos. Except for the legendary gods and demons, no one could threaten them. With ages surpassing Frisia's, they were far stronger than him. Moreover, Vitalis remained indecisive, pondering whether this truly represented the limits of the two. Clearly, these two had mastered the art of emotional control. Mere moments ago, they were far from planet Vegeta, yet perhaps sensing the imminent danger posed by Frieza, they traversed the vast distance in the blink of an eye to rescue Frieza from peril. They had crossed light years in an astonishingly short span. Terrifying. Oh, King Vegeta, when did you learn the art of wordplay? Is this still the same King Vegeta who once annihilated countless planets? Or has the pride you once held been usurped by that little brat who claimed your throne? Kurd remained with his arms crossed, overlooking the scene. Dispelling the imagined moon from his mind, Vegeta 3 returned to his former self. Indeed, both Gula and Kurd were formidable. Yet the determined Saiyans would not cower. Death was merely a part of the fight. If they were to perish, let it be with honor in battle. Initially, he had intended to fuse with Vitalis, but upon sensing Vitalis' lack of fighting spirit, he refrained from pressing the matter. Now that Vitalis had regained his resolve, even if they were to struggle post-fusion, they would at least be able to fight. They needed to buy time for Broly. Even if planet Vegeta were to be obliterated and the Saiyans extinguished, if Broly could take down 1 or 2 foes, it would not be in vain. However, the infant had not yet been completely relocated, and the intensity of the battle complicated the transfer. Furthermore, fearing Frieza's reaction, they hesitated to transport the infant to the room of spirit and time. For now, they could only move the infant to the palace, and once everyone was gathered, they would transport them all at once to the room of spirit and time. Ahahaha, is this truly the legendary warrior? A Super Saiyan, how intriguing. It is no wonder he could best Frieza. Gula, with just one hand, effortlessly deflected Broly's ferocious onslaught. Foolish Gula, finish off the Super Saiyan quickly. This one only grows stronger with each encounter. Do not delay. Frieza bellowed, observing Gula's self-satisfied demeanor. Broly had left an indelible mark on Frieza's memory. His skin was tough and resilient, growing stronger the more he was struck, seemingly without limits. In a short time, he had caught up to and surpassed Frieza. Who would have dared to believe such a feat was possible? Oh, my foolish brother, it is merely your weakness that is evident. Look at this wild monkey, lacking reason, devoid of strategy, merely flailing about. How could I possibly lose? Gula scoffed. Even after defeating his own brother, he remained just that, a brother. TSK, witnessing Gula's arrogance, Frieza soared to Kurd's side. Even if Broly were to triumph over Gula, he would not stand a chance against Kurd. Observing Broly's victory over Gula, Kurd would surely recognize the threat Broly posed and eliminate him without hesitation. Ah, my foolish brother, watch as your dear brother avenges you, Gula taunted, delivering a swift kick that sent Broly flying, then quickly appearing in front of Broly's trajectory to send him hurtling back once more. How does it feel, my dear brother? Have you been defeated by this mere sphere? Truly shameful. This sphere is quite entertaining. Indeed, Gula mocked, reveling in the playfulness of the moment, for Frieza, his brother, was indeed fortunate. He yearned for Gula, who had ventured out early from the ranks of the Kurid to fiercely carve out his territory, while Frieza, shortly after his birth, inherited the legions and lands of Kurid, inciting Gula's envy. Alas, a greater force loomed in the form of Kurid himself. Otherwise, Gula would have certainly made Frieza feel the warmth of a brother's affection. Yet, despite his thoughts, his brother could only rely on his own strength. Chapter 30. The Transcendence of Broly and the Ruthless Kurid. The Saiyan race, hailed as the mightiest in the universe, truly lived up to its legendary status. Given time, no entity in this cosmos could hinder their advance. Kurid, arms crossed, gazed at Vegeta and Vitalis, proclaiming, "Unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me. And now I shall eradicate your wicked lineage for the sake of this universe's tranquility. However, Vitalis, you, the new king of the Saiyans, are quite impressive. Would you consider becoming my son? Together, we could share the cosmos, provided you divulge the secret of the Super Saiyan God and offer up some senzu beans. Kurid possesses knowledge beyond that of my 2 sons. The existence of deities is not merely a myth, it is a veritable reality. Kurid had once pursued divine power, but alas, it was a realm beyond his reach. The formidable destroyer gods and the terrifying Majin Buu, who, despite being capable of vanquishing the fabled Kaioshin, was ultimately defeated by them. Having witnessed such beings, Kurid ceased his quest for power, and his impulsive nature faded, as he merely wished to govern his own domain peacefully. A long lifespan, coupled with invincible strength for mortals, is akin to the divine. There is no need to provoke those who are not of this realm. Yet now, the power of the gods re-emerged before him. Could the Scions not achieve the divine ceremony? Were they inferior to the gods? As for whether he would spare the Scions upon acquiring their secrets, that was a jest. Arriving late would be perilous. How could he refrain from annihilating them to soothe his startled spirit? Regarding the proposition of claiming Vitalis as a son, Kirid could entertain the notion of a different race. But now, aware of the Scion's potential, he would not allow such a remarkable lineage to exist in this universe. Vitalis, however, dismissed the two foolish individuals as he contemplated his escape. If he could flee, he could rely on the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Scions, believing that their return would render them even more formidable. Unfortunately, he was currently ensnared by Kirid's ominous aura. Any movement would trigger an attack. Clearly, Kirid was aware of his ability to instantaneously teleport. Faced with such a staggering disparity in power, Vitalis had no confidence in escaping unscathed. A moment's hesitation could lead to his demise. The prospect of retreating with serious injuries would hinge on fortune. Regrettably, just as he resolved to fight with all his might and abandon his flight, he was confronted with such a formidable adversary. Fate can be cruel. Oh dear, are you ignoring me? How disappointing. Are you attempting to stall for time to protect your kin? The palace below is teeming with weak energies. They must be the little bastards of the Scions, correct? The intention is to deliver them to the hyperbolic time chamber and subsequently obliterate the entrance, is it not? For those of you who have mastered instantaneous movement techniques, perhaps the existence of an entrance is superfluous? By the way, Vegeta, your child was born just a couple of days ago, wasn't he? Named Vegeta as well? Such a ludicrous tradition. This is the tragedy of a short-lived race, relying on names to perpetuate their glory. Kurd gazed mockingly at the duo of new and old kings, speaking eloquently. Already aware of the Scion's trump card and maintaining an overwhelming power advantage, there was no need for excessive anxiety. With King Kurd present, how could one possibly lose? Alas, it feels rather cold, leaving me to appear as a jester. Go to hell, you dead monkey. Just as Kurd was speaking, he was interrupted by the furious roar of his eldest son, casting an irritated glance in his direction. It turned out that Broly's muscles had once again surged, his golden hair transforming entirely to green, with his internal energy escalating dramatically. In stark contrast, Gula found himself in a dire predicament, ensnared by Broly's grip. Repeatedly struck in the face, his facial bones misaligned from the relentless blows. Gula, resembling a distressed damsel, screamed as he gathered energy in his left hand to strike at Broly. Unfortunately, at this moment, Gula could not breach Broly's defenses. Kurd was left dumbfounded. What was happening? Just moments ago, it was his son who was treating Broly like a ball, and now he was the one being used as a punching bag? Was this the essence of a Super Saiyan god? After a considerable pause, Kurd finally voiced his bewilderment, yet no one responded. While Kurd engaged in his soliloquy, Vitalis established a telepathic chat group, pulling all present Scions, save for Broly, into the conversation. I am Vitalis. This is a telepathic communication channel I created through magic. Simply convey your thoughts without revealing any vulnerabilities to Kurd, he stated. What a convenient ability, remarked Vegeta 3. My son is impressive. He observed as Paragus began to catch up with Gula. The lesser Scions were relegated to mere listeners. We need to divert Kurd and Frisia's attention and safely deliver the infants to the hyperbolic time chamber. They're the hope of our future, Vitalis insisted. The Frisia duo somehow learned of our plans. Their timing is indeed catastrophic for us, Vegeta 3 added. Currently, apart from Broly, we possess no means of resistance. Even at our utmost effort, we can barely reach a battle power in the tens of millions, while Frisia and his son exceed the billions, Vegeta 3 lamented. Against Frisia, we might still serve a purpose of attrition, but Gula and Kurd are overwhelmingly powerful. Annihilating US would require little effort on their part. One cannot deny the despair evoked by Kurd's might. Revert from the great ape transformation, Vitalis commanded. The Scions in their berserk forms cared little for the strength of their adversaries. They charged forth relentlessly, undeterred until death. Witnessing them rush towards Frisia and his son, only to be effortlessly dispatched, Vitalis issued his orders. Now, Kurd wishes to engage in conversation, while Gula is playfully sparring with Broly, and Frisia observes, waiting for his brother to strike. There is no need for death. The Scion spirits within the great ape dissipate under the meditative moonlight, reclaiming control over their bodies. Look, my son is dominating Gula, observes Paragus alongside Vitalis and Vegeta 3, as various warriors watch on. Your child possesses remarkable strength, but such behavior may lead to the loss of friendships. However, it is perilous. Broly indeed holds the advantage. Yet the disparity between Kurd and Gula is vast. Can Broly enhance his power once more? Even if he can, will Kurd grant him the opportunity? Vegeta 3 expresses his pessimism. Indeed, if he had arrived a moment later, my son would have triumphed single-handedly. Pargus reflects, content in his son's prowess. The warrior race of Saiyans knows no ifs or buts. Even amidst errors, we shall not regret, for regret is the refuge of the weak, declares the fiery Vegeta 3. Confront reality. Engage in battle. And if death must come, let it be in the throes of combat, for we are a warrior race. Fighting is our instinct, our honor. Even in death, our eyes must remain fixed upon the enemy. Channel your hatred towards your own inadequacies. Blame yourselves for not being formidable enough. It is not your fault that the enemy is strong, but being weaker than them is ours, Vegeta 3 asserts. Truly, he who once held the title of king exhibits a mindset that, while extreme, resonates with Vitalis. In the midst of their discourse, Broly decisively overwhelms Gula with a single hand. Meanwhile, Frieza stands, arms crossed, relishing the sight of his brother's plight. The golden-haired Super Saiyan resembles the very one who once vanquished him. That golden-haired Saiyan, perhaps the current green-haired one, embodies the Super Saiyan god? Kurd gazes impassively at his tormented eldest son, aware of Gula's concealed ambitions, having merged with him multiple times recently, though he does not harbor anger. Recognizing this as a tradition of their lineage, he allows Broly to continue, hoping Gula will comprehend the disparity between father and son. As for Broly, there remains much to prove. Even if he surpasses Gula, it does not guarantee he can catch up, and the fusion with Gula seems to etch invincibility upon his very visage. He feels confident in facing even Beerus or Majin Buu. Vegeta, and you, the youthful king, do you refuse to answer my queries? You make me appear a fool, yet I am magnanimous, holding no grudges. On the contrary, I am exceedingly forgiving. Kurd states with a smile that lacks warmth, radiating an unsettling chill. He slowly raises his right hand, extending his index finger. Ah, Vegeta, your son has been born, and I have yet to extend my congratulations. Allow me to commemorate the arrival of the new Vegeta with a display of fireworks. With a subtle flick of my finger, a small violet orb drifts toward the palace, gradually swelling in size as it approaches. Its pace is leisurely, seemingly awaiting interception from Vegeta and his companions. Kurd Vegeta 3, his veins bulging with fury, is resolute in his determination. He is willing to sacrifice everything for the peaceful growth of his son, convinced that his proud offspring will avenge him. Yet now, Kurd dares to strike at his pride. Positioned below the energy orb, Vegeta 3 boldly advances. Ah, return to me, he shouts, attempting to repel it back, but alas, the disparity is too great. Witnessing Vegeta 3's plight, Vitalis charges forward as well. Those Saiyans are notoriously unyielding. They place immense value on their emotions when altered, and it is he who has instigated this change. He bears the responsibility. Paragus joins the fray, as numerous Saiyans gather around. Below, there are more than just Vegeta's son. Their wives and children, the Saiyans, free to unleash their combat instincts, have discovered the emotions they had long neglected. In the past, it mattered little, but now they refuse to allow anyone to harm their families. Oh, is this still the cold-blooded, merciless warrior race of Saiyans? How tragic it is to sacrifice oneself for a mere brood. Observing this scene, Kurd becomes intrigued. He exerts more force, accelerating the energy sphere downward. The determined Kurd is unstoppable, and beneath him, Vegeta 3 and the others find their feet pressed against the palace dome. Run, Vitalis bellows, realizing the dire situation. At his command, a multitude of Saiyans clutching their children emerges. Kurd's keen eyes discern something. He reaches out, and a child is flung toward him. Below, a tremendous explosion engulfs all, with no one escaping its reach. Chapter 31. The Reckless Kurd, the Wrathful Warrior. As the smoke dissipates, the grand palace has vanished, replaced by an unfathomable chasm. The residual power crackles at the edges of the abyss, where arcs of electricity occasionally dance. Under Kurd's strike, the infants of the Saiyans have been obliterated, along with the warriors tasked with their transport. Pushing aside the warriors who shielded him, Vitalis strides toward the edge of the pit. He retrieves a magical bean from his enchanted space and consumes it. A white aura surges forth once more, and intense fluctuations emit a sharp whistling sound. Step by step, he fixes his gaze firmly upon Kurd. Kurd clutches a Saiyan infant in one hand. Judging by the hairstyle, it is little Beta, born not long ago. The bloodshot eyes of the child stare intently at Kurd, too frightened to observe the surroundings or sense how many remain alive. Vitalis always approaches the Saiyans with an air of superiority. He vanquished Vegeta and ascended to the throne. He brought with him the senzu beans, the techniques for energy cultivation, the fusion method, and the room of spirit and time. He believed he could alter the destiny of the Saiyans, considering himself their savior, and thus, he assumed the mantle of their king. However, reality delivered a harsh slap. The Saiyans indeed grew powerful, but they also hastened their demise, presenting a more extravagant annihilation than depicted in the original narrative. Does he regret it? Yes, he does. Does he harbor hatred? Indeed. He laments his awareness of his own shortcomings, yet he failed to enact change. He despises his cowardice, his lofty aspirations unaccompanied by action, and his inaction itself. If only. A multitude of thoughts swirled within Vitalis' mind. Regret is the refuge of the weak. Confronting reality, to fight and to struggle, is the essence of honor. Reminiscent of the words spoken by King Vegeta III. Indeed, at this juncture, right and wrong have become inconsequential. The past is irrelevant. What matters now is his desire to annihilate the Kurds. He reflects on his recent life among the Saiyans, ultimately fixating on the warriors he has vowed to protect. Why protect them? Are not the Saiyans known for their cold-heartedness? Because he is their king, because he has transformed the Saiyans. Thus, he must now battle as the sovereign of this warrior race, assuming the responsibilities of kingship and bearing the burdens of change. With each step, the energy he summoned began to transform, enveloped in a faint golden hue, his brow and hairstyle unchanged but illuminated by a shimmering golden glow. Vitalis charged at Kurds with all his might, determined to rescue Vegeta before meeting his end, not merely because he is the secondary protagonist, but as a fellow warrior's son, a matter of camaraderie and duty, devoid of narrative significance. Oh, how fearsome! Reality defied his expectations. Frieza had also sensed the commotion and intercepted Vitalis. A Super Saiyan, perhaps? Slightly different, yet undeniably much stronger. However, he was still inferior to the madman over there. With crossed arms, Frieza effortlessly neutralized Vitalis' onslaught, commenting that the confidence of King Frieza had returned. Upon witnessing Frieza's obstruction, Vitalis' fury intensified, his white energy now interspersed with increasing golden hues. The brilliance of his brow and hair intensifying, even as their inherent color began to shift. The pupils in his eyes vanished, leaving only the whites. Unaware of the transformation overtaking him, the enraged Vitalis yearned to tear apart the barrier that Frieza presented. Who is that? The king? Vegeta III emerged from a nearby pit, having been shielded by fellow warriors. Observing Vitalis in battle filled Vegeta III with profound satisfaction. A strange joy mingled with a subtle sense of loss. The naive prince has matured, yet he remains utterly ineffectual. He cannot even keep pace with the monstrous Broly, and now even that once despised little prince has far surpassed him. The feelings of Vegeta III toward Vitalis are extraordinarily complex. He has usurped his throne, spared his life, and brought forth countless treasures invaluable to the Saiyans, enabling them to stand tall and aspire to reign at the pinnacle of the universe. Once, he had thought of this fortunate little brat as merely a fleeting nuisance, believing he would soon surpass him and reclaim his rightful throne, harboring a deep-seated contempt for this lower-class warrior. Yet, it is undeniable that the benefits bestowed by Vitalis have greatly enriched the Saiyan race, leading Vegeta to conclude that he would not kill him. This time, he acknowledges this king. However, the situation remains grim. The trivial Frieza no longer poses a threat, and even the battered cooler, pummeled by Broly, is hardly a concern. The true menace lies in the yet-to-strike cold. Vegeta still alive? The sudden voice jolted Vegeta III from his reverie. Turning towards the sound, his heart, heavy with sorrow, trembled at the sight of that iconic hairstyle, a trademark of the Vegeta lineage. There, grasped by Cold's single hand, was the defiant figure of his son, struggling yet silent in pain. Observing this scene, Vegeta III felt as though the world had lost its sound and color, leaving only the agonizing rhythm of his pounding heart. Why is little Vegeta still alive? He had believed that his son perished in the explosion. He had prepared himself, as a father, to stake the dignity of the Saiyans on a final stand. Yet now his son is held captive by Cold. Perhaps it would have been better had he truly perished in the explosion. How delightful! Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, after all this time. I never knew you could display such an adorable expression. Truly marvelous. Cold chuckled heartily at the sight of Vegeta III, feeling this day was indeed worth it. Since learning of the events on planet Vegeta, a thorn has lodged in Cold's throat, causing him great discomfort. fearing they might become a threat. He had sent his sons to planet Vegeta to eradicate these nuisances completely. Now, with the ominous clouds lifted, the Saiyan elite warriors have been nearly annihilated, and the weaker fighters have been all but eliminated, with infants destroyed by his own hand. The next step is to eliminate these thorns, uncover the secrets of the gods, and then visit the hyperbolic time chamber to eradicate the Saiyans. What's the matter, Vegeta 3? Surrender the sins of beings, reveal the secrets of the gods, and I shall grant you a dignified death. As for your son, I will offer him a chance to serve me once more, cold taunted, shaking little Vegeta in his grasp. What nonsense are you spouting? I believe Vegeta would not wish to be remembered as the traitor of the Saiyans. From the moment of his birth, he has been a warrior of our race. We do not fear death. We no longer intend to serve as your pawns. You have ravaged our homeland and slaughtered our kin. Vegeta 3 closed his eyes in anguish, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. So many of his people had perished, and despite his son's noble lineage, he could not expect any special treatment. A soft sound echoed, yet to Vegeta 3's ears, it was unbearably jarring. He opened his eyes to behold the lifeless body of a small, headless corpse descending slowly. Kurd merely flicked the blood from his hands. A smile etched upon his face as he gazed at Vegeta 3. With trembling hands, Vegeta 3 yearned to catch his son's remains, but a violet energy sphere surged forth, detonating violently and obliterating the tiny body entirely. He staggered back, regaining his balance. He could not falter. As a Saiyan, his existence was defined by battle alone. With a deep breath, he retracted his hands, clenching them at his waist, his hunch now the most upright it had ever been. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, scattering the clouds that had been swept away by the ferocity of combat, only for them to regroup into a dense, ominous mass. As if intent on crushing the earth below, lightning erupted from nowhere, crackling incessantly, while a radiant golden light enveloped Vegeta 3. In the distance, sensing the surge of power emanating from Vegeta 3, Vitalis turned his gaze in that direction, channeling his own strength with ferocious intensity. The same golden light encircled Vitalis. Chapter 32, Super Fusion Warriors. An immense force blew away everything nearby, dissipating the golden light and revealing Vegeta 3 and Vitalis. Golden hair and eyebrows framed Vegeta 3's visage, alongside his golden beard, while his cold, emotionless emerald eyes struck fear into Kurd and Frieza, who dared not meet his gaze. Seizing the moment of Kurd and Frieza's astonishment, Vitalis and Vegeta 3 swiftly converged. A brilliant golden radiance erupted anew as they fused. The disparity in their foundational power was profound. Upon witnessing Vegeta 3 transform into a Super Saiyan, Vitalis communicated with him, opting for fusion. This tremendous force attracted the rampaging Broly, while Gula took the opportunity to approach Kurda, procuring a sense of being from Frieza. He had nearly been beaten to death. That wretched Frieza. His recklessness had granted such formidable warriors a chance to grow. Equally exasperating was Kurd, who seemed to have learned from the wrong examples, nurturing 2 powerful Super Saiyans. Now, as these two fused, Gula sensed their ferocious aura and the murderous intent directed at their fathers, feeling a sense of shame in associating with Kurd and Frieza. How reckless they all were. Fortunately, with his own power, Gula believed that merging with Kurd would allow them to suppress this adversary. Had Frieza and Kurd confronted him, defeat would have been inevitable. Father, shall we also fuse? Before he could finish his thought, Gula's vision blurred, and his father vanished, replaced by a strange warrior standing in his stead. A strand of bangs fluttered before her forehead in the breeze, her hair styled in an exuberant, gravity-defying manner. Her striking emerald eyes swept over Gula, sending a tremor through his heart. Fusion, it appears you have indeed acquired considerable knowledge, mastering not only the control and perception of energy, but also the art of fusion. A voice resonated, reminiscent of Vitalis and Vegeta 3. The fusion of Vitalis and Vegeta. A rather challenging name to devise. Let us simply call it Vegeta, the fusion warrior declared, arms crossed. Merging with Cooled may prove quite troublesome. While I am eager to engage with your fuse form, I would prefer you to perish first. At present, I lack the qualifications to indulge in such frivolities, Vegeta remarked, gazing at Gula with a hint of indifference. His eyes narrowed, fixing Gula in place as he began to retreat. Do not kill me. I was coerced into this by Cooled. It is Cooled and Frieza who have enslaved you Saiyans. I played no part in it. Even today, I have not slain a single Saiyan. It was Cooled and Frieza who executed those deeds, Gula hastily pleaded, feeling his body lose control. "Perish, you wretched monkey!" Gould exclaimed, launching a massive energy sphere toward Vegeta. As Gula distracted Vegeta, Frieza seized the moment to strike, leaping forward to deliver a kick aimed at Vegeta's waist. Fusion, a formidable technique that could alter the very fabric of reality in an instant. With effortless grace, Vegeta evaded Frieza's kick, sending him soaring into the sky with a swift kick of his own. With a mere flick of his finger, the energy sphere in Gould's grasp was sent spiraling into the cosmos. Grabbing Gould's arm, he hurled him toward Frieza, the latter colliding with the former in a spectacular display. Extending his right hand toward Gula, a small, colorful orb shot forth, enveloping Gula and lifting him into the air, pursuing his father and brother. In a seamless flow of movements, within mere moments, Gula and his kin found themselves utterly defenseless. At the instant they converged, a burst of colorful light flashed. There was no explosion, no smoke. Father and sons vanished without a trace, silently departing for the underworld. Whether they ventured to heaven or hell was a matter for Yama, the deity of death. Alas, Vegeta remained too weak to extinguish their souls. Within the span of a minute, from the conclusion of transformation and fusion to the eradication of the trio, the fusion warrior's prowess was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Broly, having succumbed to rage and lost his sense of purpose, charged toward Vegeta. His overwhelming power sought an outlet for release. "A rare opportunity to have some fun with you," Vegeta mused, observing the charging Broly. He met the assault head-on, seizing Broly's face and forcing him down. "Let us change the location. Planet Vegeta can no longer sustain our battle." Grasping Broly, he executed an instantaneous transport to a desolate planet. The thin atmosphere rendered the world virtually devoid of life. It served as an ideal battleground for the two warriors. Confronted with the large hand upon his face, Broly began to gather his energy. After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta refrained from retaliating. After all, he was one of their own. With a swift movement, he struck Broly, causing his energy to surge into the sky. As Broly had yet to master his own powers, Vitalis had refrained from teaching him other techniques. However, following his rampage and battles with Frieza and Cooler, Broly had absorbed their combat styles, which bore a strong resemblance to Frieza and Cooler's techniques. Unfortunately, such methods were ill-suited for Broly. Thus, Vegeta began to impart his own moves to Broly. Techniques honed through countless battles by the third generation of Vegeta were learned by Vitalis on Earth and were now executed by Vegeta upon Broly. In his berserk state, Broly instinctively absorbed the skills of his foes, growing ever more formidable. 20 minutes later, Broly's raw power had matched that of the earlier Cooler. But perhaps due to nearing the limits of his age, his rate of growth had begun to slow a full 10 minutes prior. To prevent a severe depletion of Broly's potential and to avoid the risk of being overpowered, Vegeta delivered a precise strike to incapacitate him. Carrying the now dormant Broly, Vegeta returned to planet Vegeta. Perhaps the surviving Saiyan warriors had alerted those within the room of spirit and time, as a multitude of Saiyans were now clearing the battlefield. They searched for the remains of their kin, leveled the land, and several powerful warriors utilized their strength to quell the erupting volcanoes and suppress the raging storms. Observing the scene before him, Vegeta remained speechless. The other Saiyans, upon seeing him, chose not to intrude. In the final moments before the fusion was undone, Vegeta glanced at the sky, his overwhelming power scattering the dark clouds, allowing sunlight to once more grace the earth. As the light flickered, Vegeta split into two. Paragus, fortunate to have survived, had merely been knocked unconscious and was soon found by the searching warriors. At that moment, he held his son, tears of joy streaming down his face. Having narrowly escaped death, and now as the father of the savior Broly, his emotions were profoundly stirred. Watching Paragus embrace his son, the hands of the third-generation Vegeta trembled slightly. Countless lives had fallen to those hands, swift and steady. Yet today, they quaked multiple times. Observing this, Vitalis smiled with satisfaction. He understood that he had truly transformed these Saiyans. Though cold and ruthless, once they felt deeply, their emotions became their most potent source of strength. In this moment, the Saiyans were willing to forsake their pride and honor, consumed by their feelings. Vitalis placed a hand on the shoulder of the third Vegeta. "No more daydreaming. Let us clean the battlefield and rebuild our home. You wouldn't want little Vegeta to see you in such a state upon his revival, would you?" He remarked. "Revival? Is it truly possible?" As he watched Vitalis depart, the third Vegeta resolved to place his trust once more in this king who brought about change. Chapter 33. After the War. At the terminus of the underworld, in dimensions loftier than the mortal realm, lies a realm unattainable by mere mortals, planet North Kai. For figures encircled one another, their antennae quivering as they alternately clenched their fists and gasped in astonishment. Vitalis remained oblivious to the fact that, apart from themselves, other entities had witnessed the recent cataclysm from beginning to end. Kurd, Gula, and Frisia, each a harbinger of terror, wielded powers that overshadowed the cosmos, their dominions encompassing vast stretches of the universe, except for the vicinity of the Galactic Patrol headquarters and the territories besieged by the Demon Realm. The real estate ventures of the three fathers sprawled across the cosmos. Their capricious tempers led to the wanton annihilation of life-bearing planets. Moreover, an apathetic Kaioshin, perpetually in pursuit of the elusive Majin Buu, only exacerbated the plight of this universe. Over the years, the cosmic population has steadily dwindled, with life being extinguished at a rate far surpassing natural births. The life-bearing planets, in their natural genesis, could hardly keep pace with the devastation wrought by these beings. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin remained indifferent, having long ceased the creation of planets and life, leading to a state of imbalance. The comprehensive metrics of the universe's various aspects continued their decline, and the faltering performance left the four Supreme Kais in a state of anxiety. Divided into four cardinal realms, the Supreme Kais presided over the universe from the cosmic center, wielding formidable authority. Yet, only they were privy to their own tribulations. Their superior, the Grand Kai, reveled in contests, incessantly seeking challengers for various competitions and martial arts tournaments, or indulging in peculiar dances to eclectic music. Meanwhile, they diligently toiled, striving to appease their superior while scouring for talent. As for the kings of hell beneath them, tasked with overseeing all matters related to the deceased, they lacked both the time and the strength to assist, often finding their own burdens heavier than those of the Kais. The celestial beings of the individual planets fared no better, many barely managing to survive as their assigned worlds were obliterated, relegated to the underworld in wait for reappointment. The prospects were grim. Only a handful of planets could boast celestial beings, and selection prioritized those from their own worlds, leaving many unassigned deities contemplating a career shift. Thus, the positions of the four Kais became increasingly precarious. They dedicated themselves earnestly to the advancement of the universe, monitoring those who posed a danger to it, and suppressing transgressors of the divine edicts. They contemplated whether to vie for the position of Grand Kai, and while the Kaioshin's role seemed too reliant on lineage, it was not beyond their reach. Alas, even united, they could not surpass the Grand Kai in strength. Oh, what joyous news! The North Kai rejoiced at the demise of Frisia. The malignant scourge within his jurisdiction had finally met its downfall. Indeed, it was unexpected that Gula and Kurd had perished here as well, remarked the South Kai. Ah, what are you celebrating? The elimination of these three fathers only renders the Scions even more perilous, cautioned the more rational West Kai. It is true that the Scions possess formidable strength, yet their numbers are even greater, making it easy for them to cross boundaries, as the East Kai remarked with foresight. But what about before they cross the line? The North Kai inquired, sensing something amiss. Oh dear, my pork rib rice is broken. I must attend to it, the West Kai exclaimed hurriedly before departing. By the way, I must race with the Grand Kai. The appointed time is fast approaching. The East Kai also left in haste. Do not look at me. My forces are hardly sufficient, and sending them would only lead to utter annihilation. The competitive South Kai glanced at the North Kai, who was gazing at him helplessly as he departed. The Scions are indeed formidable, with their spirit time chamber, Senza beans, and fusion techniques. The legendary warrior, the green-haired Super Saiyan, is already quite troublesome, and the fusion warrior, Vegeta, seems to be aware of those who are observing them. This is quite a predicament. Thus, let the North Kai bear the burden. After all, it is not within their jurisdiction. They merely need to dispatch someone to eliminate the remnants of Kurd and Gula from their territory, and this year's quotas can be raised. There is no need to involve themselves in the ensuing chaos. After all, it is unlikely that the Scions would reach the Kai planet. The North Kai stood there, feeling forlorn. In the distance, Baburus and Gregory watched their contemplative master, refraining from making a sound. Each morning, one realizes the benefits of going to bed early the previous night. How amusing. Suddenly, the North Kai spoke up unexpectedly and burst into laughter. In good spirits, he ventured onto the road, climbed into his beloved car, and began racing at breakneck speed, circling the Kai planet in the blink of an eye. He had merely feigned ignorance. He knew far more than the others, who had only seen a fraction of the situation. The others were not constantly monitoring Kurd and Gula, but were drawn by curiosity to their joint venture toward Vegeta's planet. It was ill-advised to privately intrude upon a colleague's territory. Thus, the three of them formed a team to investigate. Their domains had, to varying extents, been invaded by the father and son duo of Kurd and Gula, hence their attention was naturally drawn to them. They witnessed the might of the Saiyans who annihilated Kurd and his son and were aware of the notorious ferocity of the Saiyans from the past. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that the North Kai had long been keeping an eye on the new Saiyan king. Whether he is benevolent or not is hard to say. At the very least, he understands the importance of respecting elders. The North Kai had observed the transformation of this king and recognized the changes he brought to the Saiyan race. Thus, the North Kai remained unperturbed. Things could hardly worsen. It would be better to allow things to unfold as they may. As they say, the current Saiyan race is prone to crossing boundaries. Should they do so, they would be eradicated. Conversely, if they thrive, the North Kai would benefit effortlessly. At the very least, the Saiyans would suppress the emergence of other races. He was willing to trust Vitalis for once. Vitalis had been acknowledged by the Earth's deity and the Grand Elder of Namek. The North Kai felt assured of their qualities. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Vitalis sat cross-legged at the entrance of the mental time chamber, surrounded by onlookers. The palace lay in ruins, and he had nowhere to go. He was reluctant to enter the chamber, yearning instead to resurrect his kin without enduring decades of waiting, particularly as his lifespan was a significant concern. Thus, he found himself meditating at the entrance, reflecting on the sudden and tumultuous battle that had transpired. The initial oversight was a grave one. A technique originally intended for the Saiyans had been appropriated, providing the foundation for Frisia and his cohorts ambush. He had assumed only the scouters possessed listening capabilities, neglecting other technological advancements, and naively considered strength to be the sole criterion in the Dragon Ball universe. Disregarding the importance of technology, as he quieted his mind, Vitalis keenly sensed numerous miniature robots hovering in the air, alongside many machines in synchronized orbits. Having just defeated the Kurd family, but remaining unaware of the machine's functions, he refrained from acting recklessly, opting to wait for the Saiyans to take full control before making any judgments. Valuable items could be retained, and anything deemed unnecessary could be reclaimed. There was no need for waste, especially now that the greatest threat had been vanquished. Moreover, Vitalis took a moment to contemplate the unfolding narrative. Initially, he had sought merely to enhance himself and develop the Saiyan race, believing that any ensuing crises could be weathered. However, the Kurd family's actions had imparted a profound lesson. Yet, despite his reflections, he outright rejected the notion of following the predetermined storyline. It was far too cumbersome, and he could not bear to send these Saiyans to their demise, nor could he resurrect the Kurd family. He deduced the most critical events from his knowledge of impending crises, particularly the tournament of power hosted by the Omni King. Without Goku's intervention, it was uncertain whether it would even take place. If it were to be cancelled, the universe's lagging behind would be obliterated without warning, leaving them oblivious to their demise. Thus, he resolved to prepare for dual outcomes, aiming to achieve victory in the tournament. If possible, he would aim for 10 Super Saiyans in their blue forms as a foundation. Understanding the techniques of the gods would be even more advantageous. If one-on-one battles proved insurmountable, 5 fused Super Warriors would be more than a match for any other universe. Additionally, elevating the average level of his universe presented a formidable challenge, as he was uncertain how the Omni King and the Grand Priest would assess this. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the fact that those who were not gods still wielded power over the hearts of the divine. Vitalis could only speculate on the factors that might influence their judgments. Moving forward, he intended to deploy the Saiyans in full force, striving for the peace, prosperity, and stable development of the universe. Firstly, this would provide the Saiyans with purpose. Secondly, it would serve to redeem their past misdeeds, which Vitalis himself found distasteful. While he could not erase their history, he felt compelled to facilitate their redemption, wielding his power to enforce it. Thirdly, he aimed to prevent his universe from receiving a low score and facing annihilation, should they succeed in their endeavors. Might he one day ascend to the position of a Kaioshin? In summary, the challenge posed by the Omni King was formidable, and overcoming it was essential for a future to exist. As for the preceding crises, they remained a pressing concern. After enduring this upheaval, Vitalis resolved to take the initiative, preemptively extinguishing any impending dangers. This timeline cannot accommodate a formidable existence like that of Sheru. Moreover, Majin Buu will subsequently dispatch agents to scour for him. It is preferable to locate him while still sealed and subsequently deliver him to Beerus or exile him to another timeline. After all, Vitalis harbors no confidence in confronting Bu without risking catastrophe. This entity is exceedingly difficult to vanquish, necessitating the annihilation of every single cell. And it can grow stronger through absorption, rendering it insurmountable. Especially now, with so many Scions still alive, it is foreseeable that they will only grow stronger. And the prospect of a Majin Bu thriving in such an environment is daunting. All other formidable adversaries, including Golden Frisia and the likes of Broly from the original narrative, must be dealt with decisively, ensuring that Frisia's subordinates are gathered and deprived of any chance of resurrection. Broly is one of their own. Other threats from the cinematic universe, such as the androids, are unlikely to emerge. The remaining Super Namekians and demons like Hildegard do not pose significant issues and can be defeated in direct confrontation or through sheer numbers. It is the androids with infinite energy and the ever-evolving Bu that truly constitute a menace. The Scions will next establish a presence on various life-bearing planets, refraining from engaging in conflicts between civilizations. As long as they do not annihilate planets or extinguish civilizations, the Scions will not strike first. Other forms of conquest or enslavement may proceed at their discretion. While they strategize across the universe, they will simultaneously enhance various metrics within their realm. Should they establish a cosmic defense force? The thought of deploying Scion brothers crossed Vitalis' mind with a mischievous gleam. The cosmic defense force can be formed. It will necessitate a cordial engagement with the Banking Center and the Galactic Patrol. These entities are utterly unhinged, and the powerful dare not provoke them. However, they are keenly aware of the whereabouts of Scion infants, dispatching operatives to hunt them down. 3 days later, the environment on planet Vegeta has stabilized significantly. Debris and remains have been collected and preserved in cold storage. However, intact bodies are exceedingly rare. Even the incomplete ones are scant, with the majority reduced to ash. Gazing at the over 30,000 warriors before him, Vitalis felt a surge of pride. This number merely comprises those who have emerged after a period of post-battle training, each boasting a battle power exceeding 1 million. Most have brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan. Vitalis has gleaned some understanding of the requisite number of S cells to attain Super Saiyan status, yet the fundamental battle power index remains undetermined. Further data collection and comparison will be necessary as the number of Super Saiyan increases. The 30,000 present have been meticulously selected for their sufficient battle power and exemplary performance in meditation courses, having shed their savage tendencies and calmed their once volatile natures. They represent the most likely candidates for breakthrough. Many Scions, however, are still struggling, while they can manage basic meditation. Years of slaughter have rendered it difficult for them to attain tranquility, resulting in a painfully slow growth of S cells. Some, having succumbed to a lifetime of violence, are beyond redemption. Fortunately, these individuals still recognize him as their king and have answered the call of their hearts. Vitalis allowed these individuals to cultivate within the time chamber, meticulously arranging daily meditation and combat sessions, ensuring they spent their twilight years joyfully within its confines. The hope was that during this time, they could contribute to the expansion of their population by bearing offspring. 30,000 warriors, led by King Vegeta III, launched an assault on Frisia's territory in the northern galaxy, tasked with eliminating the Frisia force's soldiers and assimilating their technological experts. Unfortunately, most of them could only master the instantaneous movement reliant on key positioning, necessitating the use of spacecraft for initial travel. After familiarizing themselves with the area, they would find it easy to traverse using instantaneous movement. Having briefly outlined the mission, I watched as the 30,000 warriors departed aboard their spherical ships. Each soldier was responsible for 2 to 3-star systems, and, in times of peril, nearby Scions could rapidly provide support through instantaneous movement. Meanwhile, King Vegeta III set off alone towards the Frisia Force's headquarters, which would soon become the base of the Galactic Defense Corps. Vitalis, accompanied by Broly and a small team, prepared to journey to planet Namek to visit the Grand Elder and establish an elite squad for its protection. The sky was a vibrant green, rendering the water similarly verdant, creating an atmosphere imbued with shades of green. This was the ancestral home of the Namekians, their paradise. Here, the Namekian skin harmonized seamlessly with the surrounding environment. With 3 suns in perpetual motion, there was no night, allowing for constant sunlight and an assurance against starvation. Standing outside the Grand Elder's door, an individual much younger than the Supreme Kai awaited us. The Grand Elder anticipated our arrival, we were permitted entry. Yet a warning was issued. Any ill intent towards the Grand Elder would jeopardize the future of the Namekians, and he would not hesitate to eliminate us. However, Vitalis remained unperturbed, recognizing this as a natural response. He understood that these warriors were like the Grand Elder's children and had no intention of causing harm to such a venerable elder. The Grand Elder possessed unfathomable strength, and the mighty Namekian dragon could unlock immense potential, leading Vitalis to believe the Grand Elder was far from weak. While his combat prowess might not be formidable, he undoubtedly wielded a wealth of magical abilities. Standing before him, Vitalis could sense an ancient, profound power, one that, when unleashed, could shake the very foundations of the universe. Instructing his team to wait outside, Vitalis entered with Broly. "Child, you have finally arrived," the Grand Elder greeted warmly. To Vitalis, the Grand Elder's form and visage appeared quite daunting, yet his smile was genuinely infectious, evoking a comforting familiarity reminiscent of a kindly old man rather than an extraterrestrial being. A sense of warmth enveloped him. "Indeed, I have come. It seems my actions have not gone unnoticed by you, Grand Elder." "Thank you. The Namekian dragon has been of tremendous assistance to us," Vitalis replied, momentarily taken aback by the realization that the disappearance of the Dragon Balls could not have escaped the attention of the Namekians. Moreover, the Namekian dragon had already been summoned twice, and as its creator, he could not fathom that the Grand Elder lacked countermeasures. At the very least, the Grand Elder could choose self-destruction, rendering the Namekian Dragon Balls into mere stones. Thus, Vitalis was convinced that his ability to summon the Namekian dragon was tacitly approved by the Grand Elder. There is no need for further elaboration. The future has undoubtedly been altered, whether for better or worse remains unknown. I hope you can persevere unwaveringly, the Grand Elder remarked with a smile. Vitalis, however, was left in a state of bewilderment. The future? Altered? Was the Grand Elder truly that formidable? Ha! I am merely a decaying relic. No need for excessive contemplation. The Grand Elder chuckled, seemingly perceiving Vitalis' confusion. Indeed, I wonder if the Grand Elder could help me and my fellow Saiyans unlock our potential, Vitalis mused, as this was one of his objectives for visiting Namek. The Grand Elder possessed the ability to elicit latent potential. While it could not compare to the potential development under the old Kai, one only needed to look at Krillin before and after unlocking his potential to realize the Grand Elder's prowess. Alas, if I had arrived earlier, it would have been feasible. Now you are all too powerful, and my remaining lifespan is insufficient to draw out the powers hidden within you. The Grand Elder solemnly shook his head. Despite this, there was no significant disappointment for Vitalis. It mattered little to him at present. May I learn this technique?" he inquired, refocusing on his primary goal. The Grand Elder regarded him in silence. Upon Nairu's entrance, he too cast a glance at Vitalis with his head lowered. "This lad is truly greedy." "Yes, but it is unnecessary. My ability merely brings forth the strength you will one day possess. It pales in comparison to the progress you would achieve through your own training. After all, the power drawn forth early still requires time for adaptation. It is far better to cultivate it yourself," the Grand Elder elucidated. Well then, Vitalis thought, realizing he had overestimated the situation, envisioning a future where the Saiyans would consume the super divine water and subsequently utilize potential development to rapidly enhance their overall combat prowess. He would have to seek the old Kai for guidance and devise a plan. Chapter 35. The God meets an old friend, the filial Raditz. Grand Elder, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." After discussing some cosmic wonders, Vitalis suddenly had a thought. In a flash, Vitalis vanished before the Grand Elder and the others. The next instant, he reappeared, grasping the bewildered god, accompanied by the anxious Mr. Bobo, who was gripping the god tightly. Startled by Vitalis' sudden appearance, the god was taken aback, and as Vitalis reached for him, he found himself unable to resist. In that fleeting moment of disappearance, Bobo seemed to sense something and also reached out for the god. "Grand Elder, look, I brought you your fellow countrymen," Vitalis exclaimed, pushing the god before the Grand Elder. The flustered god fidgeted with his staff, casting a resentful glance at Vitalis before shifting his gaze to the Grand Elder, ultimately fixing his eyes upon Nairu. Time's relentless passage is indeed a poignant reminder of the past. In Nailu, he saw the fervor of his youthful self. In his quest to locate his family, he embarked upon the celestial path to seek the tutelage of the divine, vanquishing evil and steadfastly safeguarding the earth ever since. With admiration, he gazed upon Nailu, marveling at the striking resemblance to his younger self, a reflection of his own spirited youth. It was astonishing to realize that he was the son of Kadaz, having safely arrived on Earth. The Grand Elder's murky eyes sparkled momentarily before becoming clouded once more. It was unexpected to encounter the offspring of an old acquaintance. During the cataclysm on Namek, many of their kin had fled. Regrettably, whether they escaped or remained, nearly all perished, leaving the current Namekians as descendants of those who survived. Tears streamed from his clouded eyes as he reminisced about the joyful days of Namek before the upheaval, a time he could never return to. "Come here, child," the Grand Elder called, struggling to gesture towards the deity due to his size. The deity approached the elder with a certain restraint, standing before the Grand Elder. He felt the weight of the elder's large hand covering his face, suppressing the urge to flee, for that hand was indeed formidable, capable of crushing his skull with the slightest pressure. Yet, the bond of blood and the aura emanating from the Grand Elder instilled an involuntary trust within the deity. After several minutes, Vitalis wandered around Namek with the Saiyan squad and Bobo. The deity approached him. "Thank you, Vitalis," he expressed. "Just a small gesture, really. It is thanks to you that I could lead my people to overthrow the malevolent cosmic tyrant Frisia and his wicked family," Vitalis replied, waving his hands dismissively. "By the way, I still urgently require the power of the Dragon Balls. I wonder if you could enhance the Earth-S Dragon Balls? Perhaps shorten the cooldown time or add a few more wishes," Vitalis inquired. The deity fell silent, while Bobo rolled his eyes and Broly turned away. "Ahem, just a thought," Vitalis admitted, a bit anxious, but given their long acquaintance, there was no need for pretense. "It can be done, but my power is insufficient. I must become a perfect Namekian to achieve this," the deity replied, his face darkening with frustration, despite having been moved earlier. "Understood. If you need my assistance, just call," Vitalis said, sensing the deity's intentions. It appeared that after uncovering some of the Namekian secrets, the deity was no longer averse to embracing his darker side, or perhaps was simply yearning for power. "Take me back," he said, casting a final glance at his homeland before resolutely turning to Vitalis. "Don't you want to look at your homeland and chat with your fellow villagers a bit longer?" Vitalis asked, puzzled. "No, I have no regrets about returning once, but as the deity of Earth, I cannot remain away for too long." The deity shook his head. "Very well. This Saiyan team has been dispatched to safeguard planet Namek. Subsequently, I shall also send a team to protect Earth. When you wish to return, inform them, and they will transport you here. Instant teleportation is indeed quite convenient." Vitalis shared his arrangements. "Do not entertain any frivolous thoughts. The warriors I have chosen are meticulously selected and will not falter. Given that both planet Namek and Earth harbor Dragon Balls, they are inevitably subjects of desire, attracting potential calamities. Hence, I have dispatched guardians for peace of mind. Furthermore, I am on the verge of establishing a cosmic police force to protect all life-bearing planets. Planet Namek and Earth are not exceptions." Upon witnessing the look of discontent on the Supreme Goddess' face, Vitalis hurriedly clarified his intentions. "Very well. As long as no harm comes to the people of Earth, you may proceed as you wish," the Supreme God sighed in resignation. He felt powerless to intervene, and addressing him directly was somewhat of a courtesy. All he needed to do was prepare for any impending crisis. After returning, he resolved to enhance the sealing technique, ideally achieving a collective confinement. After escorting the Supreme God and Bobo back to Earth, Vitalis entrusted the Saiyan team to the Elder and returned to planet Vegeta. "Father, you have returned," exclaimed a young man with hair cascading to his waist as he rushed to the side of a man resembling the protagonist, Goku from Vitalis' memories. However, the scars on the man's face lent him an air of ferocity, rendering him even more imposing. "Raditz?" Bardock inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, father, I am Raditz. It has been several years since I last saw you," the youth replied, though his hands trembled slightly, and he occasionally cast glances at his father's face, clearly exhibiting a hint of pride. "Is that so? To me, it merely feels like a brief separation." "The hyperbolic time chamber is truly remarkable," Bardock remarked, gazing at the portal suspended in the air. He had maintained contact with Vegeta during this time and was aware of the upheaval among the Saiyans. He had sensed Frisia's malevolent intentions long ago, but regrettably, his humble status rendered him powerless to effect any change. It was a pity he had been unable to partake in the battle due to his absence. He felt a deep sense of regret. Strangely enough, the thought of not having the opportunity to confront Frisia left Bardock with an emptiness in his heart, suppressing the unsettling feeling. Bardock and Raditz took flight towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Every returning Saiyan made it a priority to visit, for without spending time inside, they would truly fall behind the evolving era. I must tell you, Father, my combat power has reached 530,000. I hold great promise of becoming the next Super Saiyan. Allow me to guide you. Raditz proclaimed, once the foremost warrior under the king. Now, apart from newborn infants, he could find no Scion weaker than Bardock. Having just returned, Vitalis overheard this declaration and noticed Bardock's distinctive face along with Raditz's striking long hair. In truth, many Scions bore resemblance to Bardock. After all, they were lower-class warriors. And many faces looked alike, with only hairstyles differing. Of course, there were also those with similar hairstyles but different skin tones. Moreover, Bardock's scars have become his unique insignia. As for Raditz, Vitalis ought to find time to shave his eyebrows, fulfilling a long-held fantasy of the legendary Super Saiyan Raditz. However, Raditz's words piqued Vitalis' interest. Bardock, a purebred Scion, may prioritize camaraderie and family more than other Scions, yet upon hearing his son's remark, he hastily seized Raditz and rushed into the room of spirit and time. Chapter 36. A Father's Farewell and a Son's Laughter. Vitalis found the scene amusing and followed suit, eager to witness the legendary Bardock. This family is, in many respects, legendary. While the chapter of Bardock may not transpire in this universe, perhaps in alternate timelines, there exists a Bardock who was defeated by Frieza, traversing time and space to transform into a Super Saiyan and ultimately vanquishing Frieza's grandfather, thereby leaving behind the legend of the Super Saiyan. Their eldest son, Raditz, heralded the Z era, marking the Dragon Ball series' entry into an age of cataclysmic destruction, capable of annihilating planets at will. Although Raditz himself may not be directly involved, his infamous declaration of Power Level 5 has become a meme in another world, such that one might not know of Raditz or the Dragon Ball anime, yet have heard the phrase, the weakling with a power level of 5. The second son, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, ignited the world with his Super Saiyan transformation, being the pioneer of the Super Saiyan evolution, battling deities and ascending to divine realms, mastering techniques of the gods. Their grandson, Son Gohan, the first to achieve Super Saiyan 2, once stood as the strongest among mortals beneath the gods after unlocking his potential. Though he has since waned in strength, still, he awaits a moment to rise again to greatness. The youngest grandson, Son Goten, the least aged Super Saiyan, brims with untapped potential. Regrettably, overshadowed by his formidable ancestors and his youth, he has yet to showcase his abilities. However, once he fuses with his companion Trunks, he will undoubtedly ascend to the upper echelons of the Dragon Ball universe, vying for a position among the strongest beneath the gods. With diligent training, his future remains boundless. This family could indeed be deemed the mightiest in the universe. Among them, Bardock stands out, a fierce warrior and one of the few Scions who eschews frivolity. Perhaps his opportunities have dwindled? Bardock grasped Raditz and brought him to the 30 times gravity chamber. Observing Bardock's labored movements, Raditz remarked, "Father, your battle power is merely over 10,000. This is too soon for you. Let us train in the 20 times gravity chamber for a while, where I can teach you about energy perception and control before returning here." Raditz still harbored concerns for his father, but alas, lacking formal education, he was unaware of the art of communication. Bardock's eyes reddened, his muscles taut, as he struggled to turn his head. "Use all your strength to fight me." Perhaps this is how Scions express their emotions? Really? If I strike you, you might perish. Mother would kill me, and Uncle Vegeta would surely cause me trouble. I promised to teach you about energy, and Uncle Vegeta allowed me to rest. Raditz hesitated to respond. Regrettably, Raditz remained oblivious to the human heart and the pride of father. "Damn it, Raditz." Bardock managed to move laboriously beside him and delivered a resounding slap. Regrettably, under the influence of 30 times gravity, the progress is exceedingly slow. This is precisely why Bardock, having traversed the cosmos and witnessed planets with gravity several times that of planet Vegeta, can endure such a weight. Most Scions commence their training at the standard gravity of 1, that of planet Vegeta. Observing his father's unwavering perseverance, Raditz's eyes brimmed with tears. Is this the embodiment of the Scion fighting spirit? The indomitable spirit of the warrior race, the Scions, unyielding in their resolve. He fought back the tears, rubbing his sore eyes. He understood that his father exemplified the virtues of training through personal example. He also recognized his past laziness, but under Uncle Vegeta's stern guidance, he had come to realize his errors. Now, witnessing his father's current state, he felt an even deeper regret for the time he had squandered. With that thought, Raditz lifted his foot and delivered a swift, forceful kick to Bardock's abdomen, sending him flying several hundred meters. Vitalis, observing this, wondered if Bardock had often subjected Raditz to harsh treatment. In a flash, he appeared beside Bardock, who was now breathless, eyes glazed over, his battle suit tattered, and the ground marked by deep furrows. Clearly, Raditz had unleashed his full strength, or rather his full leg. Fortunately, Raditz had not succumbed to rage, and Bardock, being a Saiyan, possessed a robust physique with a power level exceeding 10,000. Under these conditions, he had not been obliterated by the kick. Had he been slightly weaker, he might have been cleaved in two. Placing his hand upon Bardock's chest, Vitalis channeled pure life energy to stimulate Bardock's heart. After a couple of firm compressions, Bardock finally began to breathe again, though the situation remained dire. He was merely clinging to life through Vitalis's energy on the brink of death. Casting a glance at the rapidly approaching Raditz, Vitalis sighed and retrieved a senza bean to feed to Bardock. Upon consuming the bean, Bardock's condition was fully restored. It seemed his soul had briefly ventured to the afterlife, now bewilderedly blinking as he surveyed his surroundings. After gazing at Vitalis for a moment, he appeared to question the identity of this figure. Then his eyes fell upon Raditz, standing nearby. Veins bulged on his forehead again. This surge of anger led Vitalis to believe that Bardock was on the verge of achieving Super Saiyan transformation. In a flash, Vitalis decided to give this moment to the father, a man fervently yearning to impart paternal love to his child. At this moment, Raditz too noticed his father's unusual demeanor. He attempted to call out to Vitalis, but was a fraction too late. "Raditz, you truly are my son," Bardock remarked as he rose slowly. "Well, father, it was you who urged me to use my full strength. Who knew you were so fragile?" Vitalis, having forgotten to provide Bardock with the necessary items, returned just in time to hear Raditz's words. Though interrupted, he unfortunately arrived a moment too late. Silently, he retracted a bag of senza beans that he had initially intended for Bardock, realizing that it would no longer suffice. Switching to a larger bag, he filled it to the brim, estimating that it contained over 10,000 beans. He handed the senza beans to Bardock. "Consume these, and when you have finished, seek out Vegeta. You still have 3 days for training, which translates to 3 years here, after which you may return to me." Vitalis refrained from elaborating further. The current circumstances were not conducive to discussions of other matters. Let us pray for Raditz, hoping he will never be surpassed by Bardock, lest he be inundated with paternal affection. Raditz, due to his father's lineage, was born with formidable battle power, classified as an elite warrior. Yet, this did not alter the ramifications of being born into a lower-class warrior family. He faced disdain from others, becoming lethargic and disinterested in training. Coupled with his mother's rare kindness as a Saiyan, Raditz could be deemed quite ineffectual. Although Bardock valued family, his affections were primarily directed toward Jain. He merely wished for his son to grow up healthily, showing little concern for anything beyond that. Driven by a pursuit of strength, Bardock frequently ventured into battles with his squad, seldom returning home, which led to Raditz's misguided upbringing. Growing up in such a unique environment, he lacked the conventional Saiyan ambition for power, adopting a complacent attitude and relying solely on his innate strength for sustenance. According to the original narrative, he ultimately fell short of even achieving the status of a mid-tier warrior. Fortunately, the arrival of Vitalis altered the situation. Vegeta 3 took a slight interest in Bardock's circumstances. Aware of a certain scoundrel who had been training with Raditz in the hyperbolic time chamber for a while, which barely nudged Raditz back on the right path. At least in the eyes of Vegeta 3. However, Vitalis believed it merely shifted Raditz from one misguided direction to another. It is often said that Saiyans lack emotional intelligence. Even when considering the feelings of others, they seldom articulate their thoughts properly, instead expressing themselves through unconventional means. For Bardock and his son, there were advantages to this situation. The abundance of senza beans alleviated the fear of loss of life, and should anyone perish, the Dragon Balls could readily retrieve them. Unless one were consumed by a being like Majin Buu, or if a soul were immediately sent for reincarnation, or subjected to the destructive whims of Beerus or the erasure by Zeno, death within the Dragon Ball universe is not deemed a significant calamity. In summary, Bardock was on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan. His pride was no less than anyone else's, especially with Raditz having surpassed him. With Raditz's honeyed words, it was merely a matter of time. Chapter 37, The Frieza Force. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. The original intention was to assemble the Saiyans, gathering them for at least a year to ensure their formidable strength, thereby effortlessly overwhelming the Frieza Force. A grand coronation ceremony was envisioned, culminating in a decisive defeat of Frisia, thus asserting dominance over the universe. Unfortunately, Frisia learned of the plan in advance and arrived sooner than anticipated. While the outcome was relatively favorable, it came at the cost of hundreds of thousands of warriors and children. Reviving them would require at least 2 wishes. Though this notion seems callous, it is indeed a loss from a long-term perspective. The original plan could have resulted in universal supremacy without casualties. Now that Frisia and his progeny have perished, the news has reached the Frisia force, and it will gradually disseminate throughout the universe. Consequently, Vitalis has dispatched a considerable number of warriors to undertake the annihilation of the Frisia force, the Cold Force, and the Gula force. This serves a dual purpose: to swiftly inherit the legacy of Frisia and his offspring, and to establish authority, laying the groundwork for a future cosmic garrison. Regrettably, the number of Scions who have mastered instant transmission remains scant. The majority still rely on energy positioning, with only a select few having acquired the ability to teleport to visible targets. Furthermore, the accompanying observational magic has progressed rather slowly, with the most adept capable of monitoring only within small star systems. Otherwise, the task would be considerably simplified. Of course, Vitalis possesses teleportation magic, capable of transporting personnel en masse, and, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, the range can extend across the northern galaxy. However, Vitalis is reluctant to resort to this, believing he has already done enough. As a king, he now observes whether these Scions can keep pace with his ambitions, rather than continually being dragged along by him. Upon reviewing the dispatched Scions, it is evident that although they have only been away for a few days, the nearby planets under the control of the Frisia force have already succumbed to the Scion suppression. Those researchers and other non-combat specialists remain behind, while the combat personnel are to be exterminated without exception. Although Vitalis harbors no fondness for slaughter, or rather, has yet to acclimate to it and even fears it, this does not preclude him from addressing these latent threats. Fortunately, the Scions are quite adept in this regard, especially since Vitalis has issued orders permitting them to eliminate any adversaries that attack them without prior consultation. Other acts of slaughter must be reported and approved by their immediate superiors, while actions leading to city-level destruction or greater require the authorization of a commander. Should any unreasonable conduct be discovered afterward, the commander will face repercussions, and planetary annihilation necessitates Vitalis' personal endorsement of a world-ending decree. These regulations have been instituted because the current Scions possess the capability to obliterate planets, and failing to impose restrictions would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. Fortunately, the technique of telepathic communication is not overly complex, and contemporary Scions can easily master it. Their prowess allows for interstellar communication with ease and with sufficient personnel distribution. They can establish a chat network covering the entire universe. Real-time communication is straightforward, allowing for swift reporting and approval processes that will not hinder military opportunities. Vitalis, lacking management experience, can only act incrementally. Thankfully, the Scions exhibit a certain simplicity and do not actively seek loopholes for unscrupulous maneuvers. Moreover, the hierarchical structure formed by their combat abilities fosters a strong sense of respect and deference, which discourages subordinates from questioning their superiors. Although these Scion warriors have calmed through meditation, Vitalis remains uneasy. Thus, while training alongside Broly in the full power of Super Saiyan, he also observes the Scions executing their missions. If the former Scions embodied chaotic evil, the current ones represent lawful evil, devoid of notions of justice, goodness, or malevolence. At present, Vitalis has satiated their need for unrestrained combat, fulfilling the primal instinct for battle coursing through their veins. Empowered by formidable strength and a tranquil mind achieved through meditation, they are inclined to heed Vitalis' commands. Notably, even Broly, the mightiest among them, submits to Vitalis' authority, establishing a semblance of lawful malevolence among the Scions, who now adhere to the orders set forth by Vitalis. They will eliminate anyone Vitalis deems worthy of death, and if he commands mercy, they will oblige. After all, engaging in fervent battles with comrades is far more exhilarating than mere killing. The current trajectory appears promising. Vitalis aspires to cultivate a neutral order among the Scions, aiming to replace the ineffectual galactic patrol and establish a new hierarchy within the universe, striving to enhance its overall evaluative value. However, one must not expect the Omni King to overlook this universe based solely on its ratings. The whims of this capricious child are unpredictable, and should he find amusement or displeasure, he may annihilate the universe without hesitation. Therefore, acquiring power comparable to that of the Omni King is imperative to safeguard his own existence. The journey ahead will undoubtedly be perilous, and instigating chaos within this universe is inadvisable. Once stability is achieved here, Vitalis intends to explore other universes, dimensions, and timelines. Notably, the Omni King's purges are confined to the current timeline and do not extend to others. Furthermore, the Omni King is not an omnipotent, singular being. Though currently incomprehensible, he is not entirely insurmountable. Yet, as humans, one must harbor aspirations. Vitalis shall observe the Scions for a while longer, selecting suitable candidates for experiments aimed at achieving the Super Saiyan God transformation. Should even a single success be attained, the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue forms will rapidly become widespread. In truth, most Scions possess considerable potential. Regrettably, the original narrative deprived them of such opportunities. Unlike their counterparts in brother universes, where the Saiyan race boasts inherently high combat capabilities, remaining oblivious to the existence of Super Saions, which they could easily achieve upon discovery. Similarly, the Scions of this universe are not lacking. Their foundational strength has significantly improved due to Vitalis' influence, and surpassing their current limits is merely a matter of time. However, one pressing issue remains. Scions cannot survive in the vacuum of space. While their formidable ki and physical prowess enable them to traverse perilous environments such as magma, deep oceans, and the cosmos, their reliance on oxygen renders them vulnerable. Without it, their combat effectiveness diminishes rapidly, compared to races that traverse the universe solely through physical means. Scions fall short. Nonetheless, should they resolve conflicts within the confines of their breath-holding limit, they face no issues. Such beings need not venture into space. They can effortlessly eliminate foes within the cosmos from the safety of their planets. However, encounters with equally matched adversaries pose significant challenges. Even attaining the status of Super Saiyan God does not grant them the ability to survive in the void of space. The Scions remain overly dependent on oxygen. This particular shortcoming must be addressed. Otherwise, instantaneous movement will merely serve to maintain a position of invulnerability. Thus, for the next wish upon the dragon, this issue requires resolution. However, one wonders what price the Scions must pay to ensure their survival in the cosmos. If it involves altering their bloodline or physical structure, the cost would outweigh the benefits. It is hoped that there exists a method that does not necessitate changes to the Scion's potential, bloodline, or bodily composition. Reviving someone consumes 2 wishes, while resolving the Scion's respiratory issues will claim another. One cannot help but lament the insufficiency of Dragon Balls. Some matters are best left to the dragon, for relying on oneself can be perilous and cumbersome. For instance, traversing time and space, Bulma has only recently come into existence, and it is improbable that a crisis involving androids will emerge in the future. Trunks may not even exist, and the time machine remains uncertain. The time ring is located in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Despite his limitations, he stands in stark contrast to the antagonists of a generation, and he could effortlessly annihilate the Saiyan race. Without considering the fusion warriors and Broly, the current Supreme Kai presents an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, should a confrontation ensue, Beerus is not to be trifled with. Even if the Supreme Kai were to be slain at the outset, resulting in Beerus's demise and the angel remaining idle, the deities from other universes would seek vengeance, and Vitalis would find himself at a loss. It is difficult to predict the reactions of other gods, but Beerus's brother, Kampa, would undoubtedly retaliate, and Whis' sister may also be displeased, potentially leading to the destruction of this universe. Therefore, it is imperative to upgrade the Earth Dragon Balls. If one Supreme Kai is inadequate, a replacement must be sought. Dandy would be an excellent choice. Alternatively, Dandy could assume the role of Supreme Kai on Vegeta's planet and subsequently create another set of Dragon Balls. After all, the Supreme Kai genuinely cares for the Earthlings as if they were his own children, deserving of the title. Moreover, Dandy's abilities could conserve a significant number of Senzu beans, making his presence on Vegeta's planet quite advantageous. There is promise in this endeavor. By the way, has Dandy been born yet? Chapter 38, The Growth of Bardock. Time swiftly passed, and Bardock met with Vitalis as scheduled. During this period, Bardock successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Initially, Bardock lagged behind Raditz by at least 50 times, but he was quite relentless, leveraging the Senzu beans to train tirelessly, relying on meditation to recover from mental fatigue, leading to rapid advancements. Regrettably, the initial disparity between him and Raditz remained considerable. consistently trailing Raditz by approximately 100 to 200,000. Although Raditz occasionally sought opportunities to slack off, he began to exert himself under the pressure of his father, maintaining a certain gap. Once Bardock's battle power surpassed 1 million, his transformation into a Super Saiyan was a natural progression. Vitalis believed Bardock's S-cells had long been sufficient. His pent-up rage allowed for such a seamless transformation once his foundational power reached the requisite level. Bardock shattered the record for the lowest battle power required for transformation. Aside from Broly, both Vitalis and King Vegeta 3 achieved Super Saiyan status only after surpassing 2 million, while their foundational powers significantly exceeded Bardock's. Once Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, he became the fourth strongest among the Saiyans. The success of Bardock has led many to begin valuing meditation, as they realize that their deficiency lies in S-cells rather than combat prowess or anger. Indeed, anger serves merely as a catalyst for breakthroughs. During this period, Raditz has endured considerable hardship, suffering daily at the hands of the Super Saiyan Bardock. Initially, he attempted to summon his mother's help through tears, but regrettably, the more he wept, the more exhilarated Bardock became. Each day, Raditz is compelled to meditate for 12 hours, with the remainder of his time spent enduring Bardock's affectionate torment. He often finds himself on the brink of death multiple times daily. His base combat power has surpassed 3 million, marking him as one of the most potent Saiyans, as he enhances his power through near-death experiences. While most Saiyans see their progress slow after reaching 1 million, with only marginal improvements, Vitalis and Vegeta 3 fall into the second tier, managing to reach over 2 million. Presently, Raditz occupies the third tier, having augmented his power to over 3 million through the same near-death method. Upon reaching the limits of his potential, he must then rely on rigorous training. Nevertheless, he has surpassed the majority of cosmic races, ranking just below those like Frisia and the formidable beings such as androids and bioengineered entities. Do you have any tasks, my king? Bardock inquired as he approached Vitalis, who was seated at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Bardock, congratulations. How does it feel to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vitalis asked with a smile. Bardock was uncertain. Raditz would surely be pleased, as his base power now stands at over 3 million, placing him just behind Broly and Vitalis in terms of base strength. Remarkable indeed. This newfound strength is unprecedented. Upon transformation, my power surged 50-fold, and as I gradually adapt to mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, that multiplier continues to grow. Bardock revealed his findings. Indeed, the Super Saiyan form is merely the beginning. To my knowledge, there exist transformations that surpass it, such as Super Saiyan 2, and even further beyond to a third stage. Vitalis disclosed, recognizing that this information would eventually surface and preferring to share it early for collective development. Super Saiyan 2? Is that so? Bardock inquired, transforming into a Super Saiyan without a loud shout or any special effects. He merely erupted into golden flames for an instant, successfully transitioning into the Super Saiyan form. It was evident that Bardock had effectively mastered the transformation, outpacing Vegeta 3. After all, he had been consistently unleashing his Super Saiyan form to dominate Raditz, while carefully controlling his strength to avoid fatal harm to him, which in itself was a unique form of Super Saiyan full power training. Bardock began to gather energy, his muscles visibly swelling, particularly his pectorals, which were already impressively robust, now appearing even more exaggerated. Does this signify a transcendence beyond Super Saiyan? Bardock inquired, noting the formidable power of this form, which indeed amplifies both strength and speed, albeit at a significant energy cost, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged combat. No, this form is referred to as Super Saiyan 1, Stage 2. From this foundation, one can further enhance their strength, known as Super Saiyan 1, Stage 3, Vitalis explained as Bardock simultaneously began to unleash his energy once more. The exaggerated bulge of muscles resembled that of a diminutive giant, an aura of ferocity enveloping the surroundings. Is this the case? This form possesses an extraordinary strength. A mere touch nearly brought Raditz, whose combat prowess reached an astounding 3 million, to the brink of death. I too hesitate to employ it extensively, as the amplified power comes at the cost of considerable sluggishness, even slower than the initial Super Saiyan state, and it demands a greater toll, making it unsustainable for long durations. Moreover, it is incapable of maintaining the Super Saiyan transformation, Bardock remarked slowly. One must commend Bardock. Without the guidance of Vitalis, he has uncovered so many aspects and developed various forms. Had Vitalis been aware, he would have readily abandoned these transformations in favor of a more comprehensive and closer to ultimate Super Saiyan full power training. If Vitalis had been left to his own devices, uncertain of the intelligence at hand, he would have lacked the confidence to discover these forms. Yet, what has Raditz truly endured? In contrast, to compensate for the lack of speed, I have also devised a form that completely forsakes power in pursuit of velocity. Naturally, even in this accelerated state, the striking force is not negligible. Yet to achieve the equivalent might of the power form requires a bit of time. As Bardock spoke, his physique began to diminish. A gentle touch in the power form had left Raditz gravely injured. To attain a similar effect in this new form, one must apply a few more kicks. Through training, I can now switch forms in just 3 seconds, allowing the power form to make its presence felt on the battlefield. Currently, Bardock's muscles have entirely dissipated, leaving him with an almost frail appearance. Were it not for the discrepancies in hair and eye color, one might mistake him for Super Saiyan God Goku. Vitalis mused. Is this truly the father of the protagonist? He has navigated his own path and implemented corresponding changes. Goku chose to master Super Saiyan, adopting it as a standard practice to minimize exhaustion and enhance endurance, culminating in the development of the full power form that maximizes Super Saiyan strength, drawing ever closer to Super Saiyan 2. Conversely, Bardock opted to address his shortcomings, fortifying his combat capabilities. Following the king's nomenclature, this form could be designated as Super Saiyan 1, third stage speed mode, while the previous could be termed power mode. The sole drawback lies in the time required for switching. However, soon, transcending Super Saiyan seems within reach. Bardock clenched his fist. Such is the nature of these Saiyans, forever dissatisfied with the status quo. Previously, they merely chased the legends of Super Saiyans. Now, they can transform but swiftly suppress the excitement of the Super Saiyan transformation, striving to surpass it once more. Indeed, Super Saiyan 2, compared to the various forms of Super Saiyan 1, is more holistic, balancing strength and speed. Yet, Super Saiyan 2 can also transition into speed mode and power mode. Your thoughts are not misplaced. Even in subsequent forms, these will prove beneficial, and Vitalis believes these forms warrant cultivation. In the original narrative, Trunks and Vegeta, relying on the power form, possessed battle powers that could rival the carnage of that era, and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, albeit lacking in speed, rendering them incapable of inflicting significant harm. However, with so many Saiyans now operating in groups, eschewing one-on-one combat, there are no longer concerns of that nature. Those in speed mode are tasked with harassment and interception, while those in power mode focus on offense, and they can even enhance their abilities through unconventional means. Nevertheless, the foundation of combat power remains paramount. The strength attained after transforming into Super Saiyan is contingent upon one's base state. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is 100-fold of the base state, while Super Saiyan 1 is 50-fold. Thus, even if a base power is 10 million, 50 times that would be 500 million, and if it is 1 million, 100 times would be 100 million. Even Super Saiyan 2 cannot contend with Super Saiyan 1, for the disparity between base states is not easily bridged. Vitalis remarked that he did not wish for these individuals to become so enraptured by the power of Super Saiyans that they neglect their foundational abilities. 100 million at 50-fold and 300 million at 50-fold, Bardock murmured. Observing Bardock's contemplative demeanor, Vitalis felt a sense of satisfaction. During this period, Bardock's base combat power had only reached a little over 1,500,000, yet he had mastered Super Saiyan 1 with remarkable finesse. Employing speed mode and tactical switches, he had surpassed several versions. If this trend continues, Bardock will eventually realize his own deficiencies in base power. Of course, by then, relying solely on transformations might make him a formidable warrior, but it would be wiser to awaken him early to avoid unnecessary detours. In due course, with a significantly high base power coupled with various flamboyant transformations, Bardock might become a surpasser of legends. But that 300 million must refer to Raditz, right? Chapter 39, Individual Arrangements. Bardock, you shall lead 10 legions to cleanse the cosmos, pursuing the remnants of the Frisia Force, the Gula Legion, and the Kuldur Legion. The primary target is a dark sorcerer named Babidi, who wields various forms of magic and carries a forbidden entity. Vitalis assessed Bardock's current situation and made arrangements. In ancient times, there was a being known as Babidi, who created the terrifying Majin Buu, easily defeating the gods. Although he was subsequently sealed away, his son Babidi now seeks to resurrect Majin Buu. Before that occurs, we must preemptively locate and extinguish this threat, for Majin Buu is virtually immortal. Even a single cell can lead to his revival, and he can restore himself even if reduced to gas, making him exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Moreover, he can absorb the power and techniques of his foes, growing ever more formidable. Therefore, he must not be resurrected. Otherwise, the universe would face inevitable destruction at the hands of Majin Buu. The Kais are no match for him, and should Beerus arrive, it may be too late, leading to the inexplicable demise of the Kais. In such a scenario, Zeno and the Grand Priest would undoubtedly recognize the impending calamity that awaits this universe. The resurrection of Majin Buu requires a vast amount of energy, which is why Babidi will appear on various battlefields. It is imperative to locate him and eliminate him with full force, avoiding prolonged engagements to prevent the premature resurrection of Majin Buu. Vitalis reiterated the peril posed by Majin Buu time and again. After all, the Saiyans are not only powerful and striking, they possess an inherent impulsiveness that can easily lead to catastrophic outcomes. Hence, Vitalis felt the need to emphasize this warning repeatedly. Certainly, these individuals are tasked with locating the target, and should they succeed, it would be ideal if they could eliminate the threat. If not, Vitalis will merge with Broly and swiftly teleport to confront Babidi to seize Majin Buu. Following this, they will seek the Supreme Kai, requesting him to bring Majin Buu before the God of Destruction, believing that Beerus, aware of Majin Buu's destruction of the previous Supreme Kai and several other candidates, would be eager to eradicate him. Subsequently, the Supreme Kai will be sealed within the Kaioshin realm, leading to a collective sense of satisfaction. Vegeta, you shall continue your advance. Conquering Frisia's domain. Ensure that the scientists remain, particularly the one who created the scouters and battle suits. It is imperative to secure him while eliminating the rest. You will then remain at Frisia's headquarters to establish a cosmic peacekeeping force and create a communication network, inviting the current Saiyan high-ranking officials to join. The combined strength of Vitalis and his allies is sufficient to draw all Saiyans into this network, though it would be a significant drain on resources, thus making it impractical. They may converse amongst themselves, and, subsequently, each will manage their assigned personnel within a tiered structure. Paragus, you shall lead a legion centered around planet Namek, executing a deployment plan. After all, he is Broly's father, and his foundational combat power exceeds 2 million. Vitalis, setting aside past prejudices, has arranged for him to hold the rank of general. This deployment plan entails stationing a group of 2 Saiyans on each life-bearing planet, tasked with its protection to prevent destruction due to human interference or cosmic disasters. This will be conducted under the premise of non-interference with the civilizations, observing and learning from their exemplary traits. Should they encounter exceptional talents, these individuals may be invited into the cosmic peacekeeping force, regardless of their race, fostering a spirit of unity and camaraderie. Naturally, life-bearing planets are scarce within a stellar system. Larger systems may host several, while smaller ones may contain only a single planet. Hence, adjacent planets may have a small team station for mutual support. If a remote planet lacks nearby life-bearing planets, a single team will be assigned there. Within the support range, no team shall oversee more than 3 planets at once. It is crucial that at least one fusion warrior is prepared to engage immediately when facing formidable foes, adhering to the principle of discretion and caution. Any individual who appears inscrutable shall be fused with immediately. Otherwise, unless they achieve significant merit, they shall not possess the right to resurrection. This rule was established by Vitalis to prevent the Saiyans from recklessly exploiting the possibility of resurrection. Accumulating merit is essential to earn the privilege of being resurrected. However, family and friends may also expend their own merits for resurrection. It is not that Vitalis is unwilling to utilize the Dragon Balls for wishes, besides a few essential requests. Subsequent opportunities for wishes are inconsequential. Yet to uphold the cosmic order, the number of resurrections must be regulated, preferably confined to the Saiyan populace. The potential emergence of evil dragons is one concern, and angering the deities of the underworld could lead to complications, especially since relationships are not yet well established. Recklessly breaking the rules is not a prudent course of action. Being kind to one's own is sufficient. As for other races, may they meet an early demise and be reborn swiftly. For now, this is all I wish to convey. I hope that everyone can accomplish their tasks promptly. Broly and I will attend to some minor issues. Should anything arise, we shall reconnect. Vitalis has severed the link. He intends to take Broly to deal with the Ginyu Force first, as he harbors reservations about sending others in his stead. He fears that one day, someone nearby may shout change, and he would find himself exchanging bodies. Caution is the mother of safety. Furthermore, one of the members of the Jinyu Force possesses the extraordinary ability to pause time, a racial talent that could certainly warrant further investigation. As for the other lesser beings, Vitalis cannot even recall their names or faces. At most, he remembers the peculiar dance of their team, which left a lasting impression on the young Gohan, albeit skewing his aesthetic sensibilities. Fortunately, Biddy also appreciates that particular style, providing a common interest for Gohan and laying the groundwork for their future collaboration, thus forming a Saiyan superhero duo. These foes must be eradicated by Vitalis himself, leaving no trace behind, for only then will he feel at ease. Subsequently, he will return with Kakarot to Earth. Indeed, due to their time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kakarot was born earlier relative to the outside world. However, accounting for the chamber's time, his age aligns closely with the original narrative. This little one, blessed by his father's lineage, boasts a combat power of 200,000. Conceived after Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, it is likely that he will be able to transform at a similar age to Goten. In a few generations, Saiyans may very well become the mightiest race beneath the gods. However, being only a few days old, it would be unwise to whisk him away immediately. Kakarot should remain with his family for a few days, growing a bit more before being taken to Earth. Jinera, Tatus, and Bardock all possess the ability of instant transmission, making a visit to Earth to see Kakarot quite simple. This will allow Gohan to experience the bond of grandparenthood, while also establishing a foundation for Kakarot to learn martial arts from the Saiyans when the time comes. Gohan, being a disciple of Master Roshi, must be properly guided, for while one might agree to send a person, imparting true wisdom is a different matter altogether. Thus, the first order of business is to eliminate the Jinyu Force. Chapter 40. The Jinyu Force. Planet Rudine. This is the next target for the Jinyu Force. Currently, they remain in a dormant state, unaware of Frisia's demise. The Jinyu Force is a super elite squad, meticulously selected by Frisia from the finest warriors across the universe, known as the elite among elites. Each member possesses unique abilities and exceptional combat prowess. Frisia indulged them greatly, granting them elevated status, which means only he can command them, and they, in turn, remain loyal to him. Particularly, Jinyu is renowned as Frisia's foremost sycophant. Others joined the Frisia force due to its formidable reputation. While Jinyu was drawn in by Frisia's appreciation for his artistry, receiving applause and admiration for his awkward dance rather than the scorn typical of lesser beings. A soldier is willing to sacrifice for one who understands him. Frisia's gentlemanly demeanor earned the unwavering loyalty of Jinyu Force. Apart from Frisia, no one could awaken them from their dormant state during missions. Thus they had yet to receive the news of Frisia's demise and remained diligently engaged in his tasks, tracing the whereabouts of Vitalis and seeking the origins of the Senzu-beans. Standing on the ground, watching the rapidly descending spaceship, Vitalis could not help but reflect on the nostalgia of childhood. The ship, carrying several individuals, executed its programmed maneuvers, shifting formations with flamboyance. With a powerful thud, the ship landed. The hatch opened with a hiss. Lycum, a robust man with a pineapple-shaped head, was the first to leap out, performing two obscure gestures before striking a pose and shouting his name. Kiki is Lycum posed. A blue-skinned figure speckled with black darted out, mirroring Lycum's stance, but in reverse. J.S., with red skin and flowing white hair, flaunted his locks dramatically during his movements, clearly having put great thought into each action to showcase his long hair perfectly. Gudo, a short, green-skinned alien with prominently large eyes on either side of his forehead, mimicked Jesus' movements from a short distance away, though his stubby limbs rendered him rather comical. Jinyu, with a pale purple body, two long black horns, and a muscular forehead resembling a demon, stood with his back to the audience, distinct from the four others. After executing two movements, he struck a perfectly standard pose, looking at the audience beneath his legs. Jinyu Force, after posing, transitioned through several more movements, clearly delighted even in the absence of an audience. It seemed they had been cooped up for too long during their slumber. Remarkably, there was no decline in their abilities despite the dormancy. Now, as they were assigned separate missions by King Frisia, they contemplated their movements, planning to rehearse a new team dance before departing this planet, as ordered by Jinyu. Understood. I believe my movements will be the most striking. Mine will undoubtedly be the best. This time, I shall innovate and create new steps. Enough chatter. Jinyu interrupted the bickering. Jinyu, they shouted their battle cry. Gudo, J.S., Jinyu, Lycum, Berta, all lined up from shortest to tallest began to jog in place. The Jinyu Force shouted their name in unison. Scattering, Jinyu deemed it time to prepare for the mission. Oh, what is happening? They felt an immense force immobilizing them. Jinyu asked with difficulty, how should one articulate this? Truly, the Jinyu force, renowned as the strongest male ensemble, would have been even more magnificent with the accompaniment of your theme song. Vitalis, accompanied by Broly, slowly approached the Jinyu force. Upon recognizing the newcomers, several members instantly discerned their identities, realizing they were face to face with their primary target. Saiyan Xiaowang, what brings you here? Inquired Raikum. Ignoring Raikum, Vitalis remarked, it must have been quite a challenge for Frisia to locate such an extraordinary quintet, exceptionally powerful and sharing similar interests. How amusing it is to recall how nearly I was brainwashed by you during my time on that little platform. You truly deserve the title of the strongest male group, the only ones capable of making Frisia blush. Such a pity that your demise is imminent, he lamented, seemingly genuinely sorrowful for the impending downfall of the group. Oh dear, why do I feel like the villain in this scenario? Although the videos edited on that platform portray you as paragons of justice, I assure you, I'm the one on the righteous path, Vitalis quipped. You scoundrel, tell me how you know about Lord Frisia and us. What nonsense are you spouting? Jinyu bellowed in rage, indignant at being disregarded. Although they recognized Vitalis' formidable prowess, rendering them immobile under his overwhelming power, Jinyu harbored suspicions that Lord Frisia was no longer present. Even if it was hard to believe that the mighty Frisia, along with Gula and King Cold, had fallen on planet Vegeta, the fact that this Saiyan brat was aware of Frisia and had come to intercept them indicated that Lord Frisia had indeed met his demise. Indeed, Frisia is dead. I have come to escort you to the underworld to join him. With your presence, you will surely provide warmth to Frisia for eternity. I trust you will be grateful for my gesture, Vitalis mocked. Oh, and please relay a message to Frisia. I shall visit him in heaven someday. Do not fret. I shall be thanked in due time. Curse you, Lord Frisia. Jinyu and Raikum seethed in anger and despair. Isn't Lord Frisia meant to be in hell? How could he possibly be in heaven? Inquired the bespectacled Gudu. You. Upon hearing Gudu's words, Jinyu trembled with rage, yet lamentably. As he was neither a Saiyan nor the protagonist, he could only seethe impotently. Well then, farewell. I have matters to attend to, and shall not prolong our pleasantries. Let this display of fireworks commemorate my soon-to-be fated childhood. Farewell, my childhood, Vitalis declared as he levitated the 4 members of the Jinyu force, excluding Gudu, slowly into the sky, enveloping them in a protective shield. Ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters, Vitalis directed energy into the bodies of the 4, resulting in an explosion from within. For blossoms of fireworks erupted. Due to the shield, the explosion did not spread, and the sound was minimal, barely audible from the ground. As the smoke dissipated, Vitalis noticed remnants at the base of the shield and intensified his energy input, raising the temperature further. Using magic to conjure flames, he began incinerating the remnants. Observing that there was no debris left, Vitalis nodded in satisfaction before sending the shield into space, directing it towards the star of this galaxy. Surely, with the temperature of the star, those gases would sublime once more. Chapter 41. Time suspended. After completing everything, Vitalis turned his gaze towards the distant horizon. Feeling the sensations emanating from his vital points, such as his neck, chest, and forehead, and he smiled with delight. This is what it means to suspend time. Such a formidable ability. Had it not been for his knowledge of Gudu's powers, he might have faced dire consequences. The Saiyans primarily rely on their energy. Their physical bodies are indeed robust, yet in the vastness of the cosmos, mere physical strength does not hold much significance. Without the enhancement of energy, they are only marginally superior to Earthlings, being only a few dozen times stronger. Many races and advanced technological weaponry could breach their defenses. Gudu, possessing the ability to pause time, is the quintessential assassin. Although he might struggle against physically powerful races like Frisia, the Saiyans would undoubtedly fall prey when they let their guard down. Therefore, since arriving on this planet, Vitalis had maintained his energy in a combat-ready state. And Broly had been repeatedly cautioned to do the same, lest they be caught off guard by this little 4-eyed creature. Indeed, this little creature had engaged both him and Broly, but alas, it failed to breach their defenses and chose to flee instead. Had it not been for his perception of energy, they might have been caught unaware. However, this little creature seemed to have exhausted itself after repeatedly pausing time. Now its energy was exceedingly weak, and its movements sluggish, likely crawling along the ground. In an instant, he teleported beside Gudu, observing this small being laboriously crawling forward. Drenched in sweat and evidently fatigued, Vitalis chuckled softly. Despite its appearance, it was quite endearing. Where are you headed? Do you require my assistance? He inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing the familiar voice, though only a few minutes had passed, Gudu was certain he would never forget that voice, etched into his memory. Since the inception of the Jinyu Force, they had been undefeated, silencing all who crossed their path, even the most unruly of children. Yet, they had never encountered such humiliation until this individual appeared, suppressing them effortlessly and muttering incomprehensible phrases before ruthlessly eliminating his comrades. The death of his like-minded companions struck him profoundly, plunging him into despair. In a desperate attempt for vengeance, he unleashed his most potent time pause. Unfortunately, after considerable effort, he found he could not breach their defenses and was ultimately forced to flee, vowing to return stronger and establish a new Jinyu Force. No, the Gudu Force, to exact retribution. Yet now, the sudden emergence of that voice sent icy shivers through the adrenaline of survival he had just begun to feel. His heart, which had only recently found calm, began to race once more. Slowly turning his head, he was met with the visage of a demon, smiling at him. The rapid fluctuations of his experiences, coupled with excessive energy depletion, and now this fright, caused Gudu's eyes to widen in shock before he fainted. Perhaps it was merely the overwhelming exhaustion that had led him to lose consciousness? Surely, it cannot be that my handsome visage has rendered you unconscious, Vitalis inquired of Broly. Turning his head. In response to the question, Broly shrugged and shook his head, indicating his ignorance, as it was beyond his comprehension. Whether it was exhaustion or fright that caused the fainting mattered little. If necessary, he could awaken the creature with a single punch, inducing an alternate state of unconsciousness. It seemed that the surroundings had transformed, and so had Broly. Whatever happened to the promised yearning for communication? He had now become an aloof deity, immersed in reticence. An invincible fighter who acted as he pleased. Had he been corrupted by Boppo? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. After taking a couple of steps, he placed his foot upon Gudo, channeling a modicum of energy into him. Neglecting this situation would likely lead to his demise in slumber. Observing Gudo's condition improve, he used his foot to guide him back to planet Vegeta. You're awake? Vitalis, engaged in his training, inquired as he sensed Gudo's revival. Just awakening and still dazed. Gudo's heart trembled as he turned towards the voice, confronted once more by that devilish face. He was smiling. When you fainted, I had no choice but to send you to meet your little companions and your Emperor Frieza. Seeing the little one nearly faint again, Vitalis said with exasperation. Upon hearing the mention of death, Gudo immediately suppressed his thoughts. He stood up, straightened, and bowed low in one fluid motion. Respectfully, mighty Saiyan King, what are your commands? I am eager to serve. Gudo had come to understand that not ascending to the heavens with his companions signified that Vitalis needed him. For the time being, he was safe. To survive and avenge Emperor Frieza and Captain Jinyu, as well as Vice Director Guys, he resolved to endure humiliation and bear the burden. Biding his time for revenge. It matters not. Here, take this. These are senza beans. I trust you are aware of their effects. Let me experience the pause of time. Vitalis stated succinctly, tossing a small pouch of senzu beans to Gudo, which would presumably enhance his endurance. By the way, let me inform you that this is planet Vegeta. Not long ago, Frieza and his sons were brutally slain here. You may wish to test whether you can escape. Should you be captured, you'll have the opportunity to witness how Frieza met his end, Vitalis remarked languidly, contemplating Frieza's formidable nature and the fact that his progeny had perished here. Gudo had initially considered attempting an escape, but now he was deterred. Then, let us commence, Vitalis commanded, having seen the intimidation yield results. It was not that he feared Gudo would flee. Even if he did, he could easily recapture him. His concern lay with Gudo wandering aimlessly, inadvertently encountering battling Saiyans and becoming collateral damage. Ha ha, my king, it is over. I can endure no longer. Gudo suddenly gasped. Vitalis was taken aback. Is it over already? I merely declared the beginning, and now you are finished? No, this cannot be. Just a moment ago. Have you paused time? He queried, realizing the implication. Yes, my king, I did indeed pause time, Gudo replied, breathless. Vitalis came to a realization. The quaint little being before him had halted time in that very instant, causing him to be momentarily oblivious. The stillness of his surroundings was the reason for his lack of response. How long did you pause it? Vitalis inquired with curiosity. Your Majesty, Gudo replied. I utilized 8 magic beans to suspend time for approximately 10 minutes. Normally, in peak condition, I can pause for no more than 10 seconds, managing 5 or 6 pauses. While at full capacity, I can extend that to a minute. In desperate circumstances, I can stretch it to 2 minutes. However, relying on magic beans to restore energy has its limits, capping at 8 minutes. Even if I had the energy, my mind cannot sustain the consumption indefinitely. Pushing further would lead to my demise. Gudo hastily elucidated, sharing the limits of his abilities to prevent his curiosity from becoming a fatal flaw. Silenced, Vitalis had initially hoped to experience the sensation of time suspension, to see if he could master it, but he realized he was utterly unaware of its occurrence. As for having Gudo instruct him, it was a talent-based skill, and it seemed likely that Gudo himself did not grasp the underlying principles. Otherwise, Frisia would have mastered it long ago. It appeared that becoming the ruler of time was beyond his reach, leaving him disheartened. He mused that perhaps he was a prodigy capable of learning it, but it seemed he was merely indulging in fantasies. Time suspension, whether in his past life or this one, was the skill Vitalis yearned for the most. The myriad of possibilities it offered, from executing complex maneuvers to the subtleties of escape or assassination, were trivial matters. This ability was essential for him in this lifetime. The renowned assassin of Universe 6 could rely on sheer energy to crush foes, yet when confronted by deities, manipulating time was a tactic they could wield at will. Without a means to counteract it, one would remain perpetually on the defensive. Chapter 42. The Determination of the Deities, Kakarot and Son Gohan. Vitalis led Gudo deep into the room of spirit and time, establishing a section with normal gravity, surrounded by a high-gravity environment to prevent Gudo from wandering freely, effectively imprisoning him for the time being. It would be a pity to eliminate him. He hoped to grow stronger and potentially master time-related skills in the future. Regular provisions of water and food were arranged, ensuring Gudo's survival for the time being. After several days of training, Vitalis sought out Jine, informing her of his intention to take Kakarot to Earth for further training. Notably, Kakarot was born in the room of spirit and time, his age aligning closely with that of the original narrative, his hairstyle and appearance mirroring Bardock's, retaining the name Kakarot, thus likely not transformed into another being. However, in the external world, his age had shifted from being younger than Bulma to now being older. Upon learning that her son had a mission, Jine did not refuse. She was brought to the room of spirit and time to spend some time with Kakarot, imparting foundational knowledge to him. Cradling the young Kakarot, she admired his striking features that were unparalleled in the universe. Although many lower-tier warriors bore similar faces, few were blessed with handsome hairstyles and normal skin tones. Even those like Dallas were undeniably appealing. Vitalis personally sealed Kakarot's powers. Otherwise, with his current strength, a mere gesture could have sent Gohan to meet the goddess prematurely. After confirming his decision, he teleported with Kakarot and Broly to the Earth-S divine realm, as it was essential to greet the Earth-S champion. Oh, what is this? Are you planning to dine? Upon arriving at the temple, Vitalis encountered the deity and Bobo squatting outside, engrossed in the examination of an unusual rice cooker. Indeed, it was a rice cooker adorned with a seal. Ignoring Vitalis' playful antics, the deity began to recount the origins of the rice cooker. So, in order to reclaim your powers and become a complete Namekian, you must absorb this evil incarnation once more? Vitalis inquired. He recalled that the deity possessed extraordinary talents, capable of creating Dragon Balls, and exhibited combat abilities that were exceedingly rare among Namekians. It could be said that only the deity had achieved such feats. Other Namekians with similar versatility had to rely on assimilation. However, it appeared that the deity and Piccolo wished to fuse once again. But this required the consent and lack of resistance from the other party. Would the old Piccolo agree? Is it feasible? Will that fellow obediently return? Vitalis frowned and asked. It is feasible. After all, this entity was expelled from my being. I have studied him for a while and am confident in my ability to absorb him again. Purifying his malevolence and dark thoughts, the deity responded with unwavering assurance. Very well, what must I do? Vitalis asked, noting that Piccolo was virtually invincible during this time on Earth. While he could not assist in other matters, he was willing to offer his martial support. It was unfortunate that the Demon King, the caretaker Piccolo, was a professional in that role. However, given that the plot had deviated so far off course, it was uncertain whether the Demon King could even emerge normally, and now the deity was indeed Vitalis' friend. I cannot defeat him. I need you to subdue him, rendering him incapable of resistance, and then I shall absorb him, the deity said slowly. This is simple. When can we commence? With only a few hundred battle power? Multiplying that by several hundred would not even create a ripple, Vitalis remarked. Although the time was not yet ripe, the old Piccolo was already behind several versions. I am ready at any moment. It is up to you, the deity replied, clearly eager. The perfect version of him, aptly referred to as the supremacy, would undoubtedly become unimaginably powerful, even surpassing his former self. Then let us begin now. We simply need to remove the seal, he suggested, gesturing for Broly to assist. Broly took a moment to observe the spectacle before departing, planning to deliver Kakarot to Gohan first, as Kakarot, although over a year old, was still not quite capable of handling his bodily needs. Broly stepped forward, tearing off the sealing symbol, and thoughtfully opened the lid to facilitate the Demon King's emergence. A plume of green smoke wafted forth. Ha ha! I, the Demon King Piccolo, have finally emerged. The world shall once again burn beneath my feet. An ancient Namekian, strikingly similar in appearance to the deity, gradually materialized from a mist. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his dark green skin appeared to have suffered from prolonged neglect of photosynthesis. Clad in a martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for demon and a bright purple belt, Vitalis felt a sense of familiarity. This was the essence of the formidable Demon King, who had once instilled a sense of dread in both the protagonist group and the audience, mercilessly overpowering them, even inflicting severe wounds on the already powerful Goku during their final showdown. Certainly, there's the classic scene of the Demon Lord spitting out eggs, which children eagerly imitate, such as using a ping-pong ball, holding it in their mouths, and forcefully ejecting it. Although it may appear rather unseemly, it is undeniably impressive for a Demon Lord. Broly nods at the onlookers, signaling that he is ready to strike. In an instant, Broly appears beside old Piccolo, his right hand aimed directly at his face. With a resounding crash, debris scatters as the spirited old Piccolo finds himself pinned to the ground by Broly's single hand, his distinctive Namekian head creating a crater upon impact. The deity, watching from a distance, feels a twitch of concern. This is the embodiment of his malevolent thoughts, having succumbed to the path of darkness. His sheer combat prowess now surpasses that of the deity. Yet, here he is, subdued with ease, and the resemblance to the old man's face brings a sense of embarrassment. It seems the prolonged seal has weakened old Piccolo. The deity approaches slowly, placing a hand upon Piccolo's abdomen. Sensing something amiss, Piccolo attempts to speak. But with his face mercilessly pressed down by Broly, he cannot utter a word, nor can anyone discern his expression. He is even restrained by Broly's energy, unable to move his legs. Is this your notion of kindness, Broly? Fearing that the deity might show mercy, you resorted to such measures. Otherwise, one glance would have sufficed to immobilize someone like old Piccolo. Vitalis nods silently, affirming Broly's innate goodness. Realizing more time is needed, Vitalis begins to search for Gohan's energy. Compared to the interlude with old Piccolo, this is of greater importance. With a swift motion, Vitalis vanishes from the temple. At this moment, it is morning. Gohan is chopping wood, not with an axe, but with a swift kick that sends a log soaring into the air. He then leaps up, efficiently chopping it into uniform pieces stacked neatly to the side. He remains vigorous in his old age. Were it not for encountering Kakarot, this old fellow might have lived for many more years. Unfortunately, Vitalis has brought Kakarot here. One wonders how long he will last this time. With a clap of his hands, Vitalis levitates Kakarot and approaches Gohan. The old gentleman exudes an impressive aura. Despite his age, he retains such strength. Truly, he is deserving of the title of Master Roshi's esteemed disciple. Vitalis praises him, inadvertently mentioning Master Roshi. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. I am no match for the youth. I hardly noticed your arrival. By the way, how did you know I was Master Matato's disciple? Gohan inquires. Indeed, during my quest for the Dragon Balls, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Roshi. It was during our conversation that I learned of your remarkable master-disciple relationship, a truly impressive bond. Both of you are esteemed martial artists, and who wouldn't relish such praise? Vitalis responds, accurately noting that in terms of realms of mastery, few in the universe can compare to these two. Haha, you hold me in too high regard. I can assure you, I am no match for you. How is the master? Gohan replies, dismissing Vitalis' compliments. Words may be sweet, but though age may have dimmed his vision, it has not blinded him. Vitalis is certainly a force to be reckoned with. At least Master Roshi cannot fly. The turtle sage is in good spirits, and I often seek him out for conversation, as he is a master of martial arts from whom I have learned much. However, the turtle sage often laments the absence of his proud disciples, expressing a desire to see them once more before he departs from this world. Vitalis gazes toward the turtle hermit's abode, his hands clasped behind his back. Alas, I'm not worthy of being considered a favored disciple. Nevertheless, it is regrettable that I have caused my master concern in his old age. I should visit him before my own time comes. Gohan's vision gradually blurred. Ahem, I have come with a request. The atmosphere shifting subtly, Vitalis hastily redirected the conversation. Oh, my young friend, what is it you seek? I haven't brought any Dragon Balls to trade this time. Gohan chuckled, stroking his beard. Well, you see, this young one beside me is my kin. His parents are occupied with a mission, and his older brother is consumed by training. I would like to ask if you could take care of this child for a while, Vitalis said, cradling Kakarot once more. Gohan, looking into the child's innocent eyes, fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 43, Gohan and Goku. The poor little fellow. Very well, I shall look after him for a time. Gohan, moved by Kakarot's adorable appearance, decided to lend his assistance. By the way, are you not the brother of that training-obsessed Raditz? Gohan inquired, glancing between Vitalis and Kakarot. Were it not for the age discrepancy, he might suspect this child to be an illegitimate offspring, and it would be safest for this reclusive elder to raise him. Not all. I'm nothing like that fool Raditz. In time, his parents and brother will come to visit Kakarot. By the way, Kakarot is the name we Saiyans give, and since he will be living on Earth, could you please give him a new name? Vitalis explained, curious to see what Gohan would choose. An alien, you say? Though it seems unbelievable, this tale certainly does not belong to an ordinary human. While Earth is home to many humanoid species, they are merely animalistic forms. Moreover, many extraterrestrials have visited Earth, albeit unnoticed by the average person. Goku. From now on, you shall be called Goku. Gohan exclaimed joyfully, raising Kakarot toward the sky. Hee Goku. The young one echoed, laughing along, untainted by the mission to eradicate Earthlings. Kakarot is not a creature of slaughter. On the contrary, inheriting the essence of Bardock and Jain, he is inherently kind-hearted. It is only in the original narrative that he was given orders that distanced him from humanity, rendering him seemingly aggressive. This is quite splendid. Witnessing this scene brings Vitalis great comfort, reminiscent of moments from his past life, while watching GT. This also spares him the need for artificial memories to be erased. Henceforth, you shall be Goku's grandfather. I entrust you with this responsibility. His family will visit him during their leisure time. I must take my leave now, Vitalis said, bidding farewell. It was evident that Gohan held a fondness for this little grandson. Grandfather? Gohan pondered as he watched Vitalis' departing figure. Let us depart, Goku, hailing from the stars. Have you never tasted the milk of Earth? Would you prefer cow's milk, goat's milk, or perhaps the mythical milk of dinosaurs? With Goku perched upon his shoulder, Gohan jubilantly made his way toward the forest. Upon reaching the turtle hermit's abode, they found the sun shining brightly, illuminating the old sage who was reclining in a rocking chair, shielded from the sun by a parasol, engrossed in martial arts manuscripts. Vitalis retrieved the extraordinary texts he had safeguarded previously, confiscating those unsuitable for the young and elderly, mindful of the old man's health. As excessive excitement could lead to dire consequences, he casually tossed them beside the turtle hermit. Startled, the old sage glared, ready to reprimand the thoughtless youth, but nearly faltered upon noticing the manuscripts at his feet, his expression instantly transforming into one of delight. Ah, splendid goods. What series is this? I have never heard of it. The rubbish I have perused before pales in comparison. These are true treasures. Flipping through the pages, the turtle hermit's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he cradled the priceless texts, vanishing in an instant. After a brief moment, it became apparent he had retreated indoors, likely seeking a place to conceal these invaluable tomes. For those of his caliber held books in high esteem, refusing to tolerate even the slightest damage or stain. Minutes later, he emerged, glancing back multiple times. Well done, young lad, the turtle hermit said, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Ha ha, esteemed elder, you jest. Collecting these was merely a trivial task. I shall surely bring more when I next visit you. Vitalis replied with a smile, recognizing that even these venerable masters, despite their ethereal demeanor and profound wisdom, harbored worldly interests. Perhaps this is part of their cultivation, a necessity for nurturing the heart and mind, indicating there remains much for him to learn. Undoubtedly, this could also be the secret to the turtle hermit's longevity, preserving a youthful spirit. Vitalis resolved to emulate this, hoping to extend his own years. Uncertain if the old master had a disciple named Gohan, he tactfully shifted the conversation. Gohan is indeed my disciple. Have you encountered him? How fares he? The turtle hermit, upon hearing Gohan's name, set aside his playful demeanor, his gaze becoming distant as he turned toward the sea. Indeed, I met him during my quest for the Dragon Balls. He is an exceptionally talented martial artist. I have learned much from him, and during our casual exchanges, I discovered he is your disciple. A true testament to the adage that a great master begets exceptional students, Vitalis remarked, his gaze aligning with that of the turtle hermit, a wistful smile betraying his thoughts. That boy is quite stubborn, the turtle hermit mused, seemingly lost in contemplation. Yes, however, Gohan has expressed a desire to see his mentor once more before his time is up, to resolve any lingering regrets. He recently adopted a child, and intends to wait until the child matures a bit before bringing his precious grandson to visit you. Hoping you might impart some wisdom to his eldest grandchild, Vitalis gently shared Gohan's recent circumstances. The old turtle hermit's beard seemed to twitch, and beneath his sunglasses, his eyes sparkled with tears of joy. Haha, splendid. Raising a big grandson, allowing me to guide him is indeed the right choice. That little rascal still has a long way to go. Teaching him himself would only lead to misfortune for the child. At least he has a modicum of conscience. Knowing his own limitations, the turtle hermit chuckled, displaying evident delight. Should I consider relocating? This place can't accommodate many, and training here is rather inconvenient, he mused, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others as he gazed at his little island. Cough, there's no rush. The child is just 1 year old. We can wait a few years until he grows a bit before moving. Let's seek a larger place and relocate when the time is right, Vitalis suggested. The turtle hermit, filled with excitement, immediately considered moving, eagerly anticipating the years to come, which seemed rather pitiable. Well, yes, let's wait a bit. But will that little one be capable of caring for a child? I hope he doesn't lead the child astray. The turtle hermit expressed his concerns, suppressing his excitement. Eat well, study diligently, and sleep soundly. I wonder if Gohan still remembers the tenets of the turtle school. I hope he can pass them on to his child. He gazed into the distance with worry. Listening to the turtle hermit's words, Vitalis felt a sense of discomfort, particularly regarding the principles of the turtle school's training. He too had once been moved by this old coot. Now, hearing those words again, especially as he plotted against the turtle hermit, stirred something within him. Perhaps I should seek out other turtle hermits in different timelines to vent my frustrations. After all, this old man hasn't committed any unforgivable acts in this timeline. I'll make sure to compensate for his interests later, he thought, contemplating actions he could take for the turtle hermit. In truth, Vitalis wished for an opportunity to set things straight with the turtle hermit. Though he had found the old man amusing in his previous life, reliable at crucial moments, willing to sacrifice everything for the world, even his life, and tirelessly guiding his disciples, even those possessing the power to obliterate the universe. He also recognized that the turtle hermit had crossed lines on occasion. The childhood goddess had been slighted by him. The memories of those scenes ignited his frustration, especially when watching with friends, just after expressing admiration for someone, only to see the old man take advantage shortly thereafter. Others may have been unaware, but Vitalis could not tolerate it. Yet now that the timeline had altered, he decided to let it be. As for the turtle hermits in other timelines, he hoped never to encounter them at crucial moments. Chapter 44. The Super Namekian. After a moment of restraint, discussing philosophical matters with the turtle hermit helped shift his mood. Suddenly, Vitalis sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from the direction of the temple. Surely, the deity had succeeded. Quickly bidding farewell to the turtle hermit, he teleported back to the temple. Everything appeared normal. Perhaps he had simply missed the special effects due to his tardiness. The deity was seated in the air, seemingly rejuvenated. Mr. Popo watched the deity anxiously, while Broly sat by the temple, gazing down at the world below. Vitalis decided to linger a while longer to earn some money and take Broly to experience the vibrant life of contemporary youth. The original developmental rhythm was characterized by the divine assistance of the god, with Piccolo as the central figure, enhancing Piccolo's energy and thus augmenting his combat prowess, transforming him into a purely combat-oriented Namekian. However, this came at the cost of losing the Dragon Balls. What was gained was a prodigious talent, deemed by the Grand Elder of Namek to be no less formidable than a Super Saiyan. Piccolo did not disappoint the god, consistently trailing behind Goku and Vegeta, only a version or two behind, which was far superior to those who later fell into obscurity. The original work is difficult to evaluate without Vitalis' perspective, yet he felt a sense of loss. Unfortunately, Piccolo and the god had no choice at that time. Presently, however, there is no shortage of combat strength. Even without the existence of Super Saiyan Level 2, no one can currently rival the base power of Goku and Vegeta during the Cell games. Yet, With the arrival of the lightning-fast cell, if he could withstand the entirety of the Saiyan race for 3 minutes, Vitalis would gladly bestow upon him the title of God of Destruction. Thus, a combat-oriented Super Namekian is entirely unnecessary. The current unification, led by the god, is far more advantageous, especially considering it is the genuine Piccolo that has split off, restoring the god's role as a perfect Namekian significantly. With the god's innate talent, he could indeed propagate a new lineage of Namekians. If a few among them could create Dragon Balls, it would be even more fortuitous. Vitalis contemplated how to subtly encourage the god to produce more offspring, but regrettably, the god was quite aged, making the task of nurturing exceptional descendants a strenuous endeavor. To conceive a perfect Namekian would likely cost him dearly, and should he neglect quality in favor of quantity, the resulting progeny would be uneven in capability. This was evident in the tragic fates of several of the second-generation Piccolo's brothers, one of whom was reportedly devoured. In comparison to Piccolo, the essence of their lineage, they were a dismal sight. Perhaps it would be prudent to learn a mental manipulation technique to control the malevolent Namekians and facilitate their assimilation with the god. He recalled a particularly nefarious Namekian capable of transforming into a Super Namekian, whose formidable strength could potentially enhance the god exponentially through assimilation. The descendants of the god at that time would undoubtedly be powerful. Yet, no matter how formidable, Vitalis remained fixated on the Dragon Balls. Shaking off his fanciful thoughts, he resolved to assign the Saiyans a task in the future, to search for the lost Namekians scattered across the cosmos. Following the great upheaval on Namek, many Namekian children were sent to distant worlds, and there must be others capable of producing Dragon Balls. After all, the universe is rife with legends about wish-granting orbs. And since the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek remain undisclosed, it is certain that other spheres exist elsewhere. Alternatively, there could be experiments conducted to forcibly assimilate those malevolent Namekians. Having found a group of recently successful robbers, Vitalis was poised to assume the mantle of a superhero. The goddess' reign had concluded. Concluded? Is there an issue with the Dragon Balls? Do you not feel the urge to conquer the world? To see it reduced to ashes beneath your feet? Upon witnessing the god open his eyes, Vitalis hastily inquired. He feared that the god might be unduly influenced by Piccolo. He was not concerned about being outmatched, but rather about the potential complications with the Dragon Balls. Observing Vitalis, the deity restrained the urge to unleash his wrath. Despite his newfound strength, the two Saiyans before him remained profoundly enigmatic. No problem, he thought, I'm still myself. Unaffected, I have merely come to a realization. In the past, I took an extreme stance against harboring malevolent thoughts, which led to the fracturing of my negativity, nearly resulting in catastrophe. What resides within me is merely my negative self, an embodiment of my darker impulses. However, the separation birthed a new persona, one of utter malevolence. Rather than allow this to persist, I would rather reclaim it entirely. I believe I can now master my sinister inclinations. The deity spoke slowly. After some contemplation, Vitalis concurred with the deity's perspective. In his earlier years, he may have been overly concerned with the deity's status, and his extreme nature led him to be excessively preoccupied with dark thoughts. Had he not fragmented, he might have become a dark overlord by now. However, the passage of years had granted him clarity, and exposure to a broader world made him less resistant to this dark facet of himself. By the way, can you actively absorb Namekians now? I doubt that fellow would willingly agree to fuse with you, Vitalis inquired curiously. If you could indeed force absorption, then this ancient one possesses the potential for invincibility. The deity's expression darkened upon hearing such audacious thoughts, stirring the malevolence within him. Suppressing the tumult of emotions, he retorted, No, that is not permissible. Due to unique circumstances, he is a fragment of my being that I can reclaim. This is reclamation, not assimilation. Oh, I see, Vitalis replied, understanding the situation. What a pity. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to devise methods to control my psyche. It seems the deity is quite averse to absorbing Namekians. Perhaps I'll attempt again after some time, especially since I haven't located that malevolent Namekian yet. What about the Dragon Balls? How much enhancement can they provide? How many wishes can they grant? Can the cooldown time be reduced? This was merely a diversion. Vitalis was in no rush. Bobo rolled his eyes, while the deity turned to leave. Broly shot a glance at Vitalis before quickly averting his gaze. In a few days, once the Dragon Balls regain their power and I upgrade, you will know. The deity's voice echoed from within the house, sparing Vitalis from prolonged embarrassment. All right, Vitalis said, scratching his head. Although his inquiry may have been ill-timed, It was indeed something he was eager to know. Sometimes, the more one knows, the heavier the burden becomes. Nevertheless, it was only a matter of days. He could wait. Summoning Broly, he teleported to the target he had previously identified. The culprits were in the midst of a celebration. With a swift clap, each was rendered unconscious, likely to remain so for an extended period, and upon awakening, they would probably find themselves in prison. Hoisting them in sacks, they soared towards the neighboring city. One couldn't help but admire the impressive audacity of these robbers, who had managed to secure a substantial amount of wealth. One individual purchased a villa capsule, and then he and Broly proceeded to the flying car shop. Minutes later, let us embark on a journey to find a suitable environment to settle down. In due time, the two of us shall pursue a driving license. After all, it is quite ironic to acquire a splendid vehicle only to realize one lacks the necessary credentials. While this may seem trivial, it is imperative to abide by the laws of our chosen abode. The terrestrial realm undoubtedly offers a more favorable environment than planet Vegeta. Not to mention, the culinary delights alone provide ample reason to remain here. Vitalis has resolved that, in the future, all Saiyans without mission shall come to Earth for respite, indulging in gourmet cuisine and learning the art of its preparation. They may also interact with Earthlings, acquiring insights into interpersonal conduct, which might even yield a few Super Saiyans. Moreover, the Saiyans mingling among Earthlings could serve as a precaution against artificial beings, swiftly identifying and neutralizing any threats, thus leaving no opportunity for such entities to emerge. Once the Red Ribbon Army has thoroughly assessed the technicians and their clandestine bases, they will be promptly eradicated, and henceforth, the scientific community on Earth will be under vigilant scrutiny. The scientists of Dragon Ball Earth are rather peculiar, and Vitalis harbors no desire to be hunted down by bioengineered beings. Chapter 45. The Summoning of the Dragon Once More. Days pass joyfully in a blur of leisure. Vitalis takes Broly on excursions through mountains and wilderness, exploring every city and amusement park along the way. Their days are spent in carefree enjoyment, though occasionally they find themselves short on funds, necessitating the search for rare treasures or precious metals to exchange for money. Ordinary robbers are utterly incapable of sustaining them, and with Vitalis' ability to perceive global happenings effortlessly, the success rate of such criminals hovers around zero. In the past, they might have succeeded once or twice, but now, even if they manage to escape, they invariably lose their ill-gotten gains or find themselves incarcerated, leading to a decline in the robbery profession. While reveling in their escapades, they gather intelligence on the Red Ribbon Army and discover that there is no place known as Penguin Village, nor is there any projection of a certain powerful individual. The genius creator of all, Dr. Senbei Norimaki, is, however, a notable figure. This revelation brings a sense of relief to Vitalis, albeit accompanied by a tinge of disappointment, for he had been keen to witness a clash between Aral and Beerus. As for the Omni King, the convergence of these two entities would not be contained within the 12 universes. Nonetheless, the absence of such an encounter may be fortuitous, as it mitigates the potential for unforeseen consequences. The whereabouts of Dr. Gero have been largely determined, and he has commenced the android project. However, it remains uncertain whether the modifications to humans and Cell's project have begun. Thus, Vitalis refrains from hasty actions, opting instead to observe meticulously. Intending to strike decisively once he has comprehended the entirety of Dr. Gero's operations. Leaving no room for risk is paramount, although he covets the technology of androids. As the Saiyan King, he possesses ample combat prowess and does not require unstable creations, while the possibility exists to acquire knowledge of android technology through the dragon. Such a pursuit is deemed unnecessary due to inherent safety concerns. It is indeed a pity for Android 18, a childhood idol. She stands on par with the formidable heroines of various anime, possessing great strength, a nurturing demeanor, and an astute awareness of her partner's dignity, making her one of the most suitable candidates for matrimony. However, the unaltered siblings were not sought after by Vitalis. It is truly lamentable. They were abducted and transformed, only to be betrayed and sealed away. After enduring such hardships, they emerged into a future timeline where the absence of constraints led to a descent into darkness. The primary timeline, having faced numerous setbacks, remained untainted by missteps and thus preserved its essence, leading a relatively decent existence. Yet, the journey was exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it is best for this timeline to simply allow a pair of ordinary siblings to live a normal life. In the endless expanse of time, there is no shortage of the number 18, In due time, it suffices to pay homage to the goddess in other realms. Estimating that the time was ripe, Vitalis, accompanied by Broly, returned to the temple. Upon arrival, he observed the deity busily engaged from the early hours. Clutching a model in his hands, Vitalis could hardly suppress a grin upon seeing it. The dragon's head and horns appeared somewhat acceptable, yet the upper body was ludicrously overdeveloped, boasting chest muscles more exaggerated than even Broly's. To draw a comparison, it was as if one were juxtaposing the Super Saiyan Broly against a mere ordinary Super Saiyan Goten. In this context, Broly merely possessed a hint of musculature. Vitalis felt compelled to offer his counsel, asserting that the original dragon was indeed the most handsome. Good morning, deity. Is this your new creation of the dragon? Vitalis jovially inquired as he settled beside the deity. I must say, the dragon reflecting your Namekian style is quite large, but it pales in comparison to the elegance of the previous dragon you crafted. Is my dragon handsome? The deity glanced at Vitalis, surprised to find this entity capable of human speech. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that the Namekian design suited his taste better. Indeed, look at the Namekian dragon. Aside from its size, it lacks any distinctive features. Just behold the Earth Dragon's physique, its horns, its claws, its aura. There is simply no comparison, is there? Vitalis, in a moment of improvisation, found himself fabricating praise, unprepared for such an inquiry. Yes, you're absolutely correct, Vitalis, Broly responded, astonished to find himself questioned. Yet, Vitalis' assertions rang true. By the way, deity, is your new dragon stronger than the Earth Dragon? If so, its appearance matters little. It is still rather commendable. He mused, convincing himself that indeed, appearance was secondary to functionality. The deity gazed at Vitalis with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation, observing the model in his hands. He suddenly found the Earth Dragon more agreeable. Tossing the model to Vitalis, he remarked, if you think it is decent, then it is yours. With that, he turned and entered the temple once more. When he emerged again, he held shimmering Earth Dragon balls in his hands. One could not deny that when gathered, they emitted a rhythmic glow, presenting a rather splendid sight, though lacking in voice, leaving something to be desired. I have slightly upgraded the dragon's capabilities. The number of wishes has increased from 1 to 2, which is the extent of my current limits, the deity stated calmly, though the upward curve of his lips betrayed his pride. But only 2? Vitalis pondered silently. However, he did not reveal his thoughts. Any improvement was commendable, and one could not be overly demanding. Yet, he needed to think of some flattering remarks for the deity later on. The upward curve of the deity's lips was too conspicuous. Failing to offer compliments would not suffice. After all, they were not an ungrateful wretch. The challenge lay in discerning what the deity favored, making it rather difficult to procure an appropriate gift. Perhaps the cat immortal was easier to care for. He looked at Vitalis in astonishment, not expecting this fellow to refrain from sarcasm. He had even paused, intending to deliver a verbal slap to Vitalis' face. But perhaps his own expression had betrayed him, and now that opportunity was lost. The deity internally reprimanded himself. Although the cooldown period remained unchanged, this enhancement was monumental, not merely an increase of 1 wish. Previously, a person could only be resurrected once. Now, there were no limits. As long as one had not been reincarnated, resurrection was possible. However, reviving too many at once would deplete a significant amount of energy, occupying 2 wishes. Casting a sidelong glance at Vitalis, the deity spoke. He was aware that this time Vitalis intended to resurrect his kin and had made some adjustments accordingly. After all, they belonged to a warrior race likely to court danger. And without limitations on resurrection, they would now understand his prowess, wouldn't they? He was unperturbed by the potential misuse by the Saiyans. He had retained some contingencies, but alas, the Dragon Balls could be destroyed at any moment. Once Vitalis changed, those Dragon Balls would vanish forever. I didn't catch that, Broly. Did he say there are no limits on resurrection? Vitalis inquired, digging into his ears before turning to Broly. Yes, you heard correctly. He indeed stated so, Broly replied, bemused by Vitalis' astonishment. This time, Vitalis was genuinely taken aback. Dandy had upgraded the Dragon Balls, but apart from increasing the wishes to 3, the other rules remained intact. The deity had truly delivered this time. Although there were only 2 wishes, they could only be rivaled by the optimized version of the Namekian dragon. Ahem, by the way, deity, what do you like? If it's something absent from Earth, I can seek it out in the universe, Vitalis asked, contemplating whether the deity could eventually elevate the Earth's dragon to the status of a super dragon. Such a revered being must be appeased. He shot a disapproving glance at Vitalis. I only wish for Earth to remain in eternal peace. I share that sentiment. Whoever dares to threaten Earth will face the wrath of us Scions, without exception, right? Broly responded earnestly. For Vitalis, Earth was a uniquely significant realm, even if it was not exactly the same. It was home to humans resembling Scions in appearance, delicious food, and those were sufficient reasons for him to protect Earth. Indeed, Broly also found the food delightful, the locals pleasant in conversation, and there were many intriguing things. Moreover, he would strike down anyone Vitalis instructed him to. Nodding, he placed the Dragon Balls on the ground, signaling that Vitalis could commence. "Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish," Vitalis exclaimed. "Where's the dragon? Is it malfunctioning?" Vitalis raised his arms high, calling out, yet there was no change in the sky, nor did the dragon appear. "Cough, I forgot to mention, the summoning incantation has changed. You must cry out, 'I implore you, great dragon, grant my wish.'" The celestial being cleared his throat and spoke unnaturally. "I never anticipated that you would be such a deity, and it seems you possess a rather delicate sensibility." However, Vitalis had no intention of embarrassing the divine being, especially since he was still utilizing his resources and could assist in upgrading the Dragon Balls. The being was quite amiable. Thus, even if he proclaimed, "O magnificent dragon of Earth, manifest your power and fulfill my wish," Vitalis was willing to shout it, for there was no loss on his part. And he stood to gain immensely, as long as the deity was pleased. "I implore you, great dragon, grant my wish," Vitalis bellowed, his voice resonating with fervor, such that even the feline sage below could hear him clearly. Clutching his ears and casting a reproachful glance at Vitalis, the celestial being felt it was a form of revenge. This fellow was indeed rather petty. Nevertheless, it appeared that Vitalis was well informed. The Namekians possessed exceptionally keen hearing, able to detect distant and faint sounds. This robust shout posed no issue for Bobo and Broly, but it was a significant assault on the divine being's senses, nearly rendering him deaf. The familiar scene unfolded once more. "State your wish," the dragon declared directly, as if they were old acquaintances. Dragon, may I inquire if I can preemptively claim wishes for the next decade?" Vitalis asked earnestly. After all, no one could seize the Dragon Balls from him, and it seemed likely he would be the one making wishes in the future. Requesting a preemption seemed reasonable. The deity regarded him with an air of disdain. Bobo maintained his usual expression. Broly appeared to have an epiphany. The dragon's large eyes blinked momentarily. "That does not comply with the rules. Please state your wish. Or do you have none? If so, I shall take my leave." It seemed the dragon was somewhat busy and eager to conclude his duties. "Very well, as anticipated. O dragon, please restore the bodies of the Scions harmed by the Kurds on planet Vegeta." This wish had been thoroughly contemplated by Vitalis. It was a minor loophole, as resurrection required a complete body for a perfect revival. Scions lacked the vitality of Frieza. Moreover, at that time, while some Scions had survived, many were severely maimed, missing limbs, and some had even suffered catastrophic injuries, sustained only by the aid of Senza beans and advanced medical technology. While it was possible to attach prosthetics, and certain potions could facilitate some degree of regeneration, Vitalis believed that nothing surpassed the original. Thus, he refrained from allowing these warriors to undergo treatment, preferring for them to be restored collectively. "My second wish is to resurrect all the Scions slain by Frieza and his father during the battle on planet Vegeta." He continued articulating his wishes, refraining from requesting the revival of all Scions killed by the tyrants, instead opting to specify those who had perished in that particular battle. He was cautious, for many Scions had met their end previously, and he feared potential complications. Vitalis chose not to resurrect those, as some had been utterly obliterated, necessitating wish adjustments, which would be cumbersome. Furthermore, resurrecting them would result in their revival across various locations, making it difficult to manage and likely to incite trouble. Thus, let there be a limitation. Those who perished at the hands of Frieza and his progeny may now find peace. Perchance some have already atoned for their sins and reincarnated. Your wishes have been granted. I shall take my leave. It appears he is cognizant of the lengthy encounters that await him with Vitalis. The dragon is exceedingly straightforward, foregoing any pleasantries. Indeed, the dragon's abrupt arrival and departure leave Vitalis without the opportunity to extract information, much to his chagrin, as he had prepared extensively. With a modicum of skill, he could have determined the answer based on the dragon's reactions. Unfortunately, the dragon does not afford him such an opportunity. Does this imply that the dragon possesses the ability to foresee the future? Within the realm of Dragon Balls, there exist numerous methods for predicting future events for the dragon. Comprehending the past and future is a trivial matter. Yet, is this foresight a result of observation during the wish-granting process, or does it occur during ordinary times. What does the dragon engage in when not granting wishes? Could it truly be that it slumbers after transforming into stone? The existence of the dragon god remains an enigma. Shaking his head, he chose to ponder no further. For now, the Dragon Balls serve as an exceptionally useful tool. He shall utilize them, addressing any issues as they arise. At the very least, this is not the GT timeline, and the presence of Broly, who only emerges during the Super Era, serves as testament. The absence of Black Star Dragon Balls before and after the merging of the Supreme Kai also substantiates this. However, Vitalis harbors no fear of the so-called evil dragons. He is undeterred by the need to gather the scattered Dragon Balls throughout the universe within a year. When the evil dragons emerge, he can simply cast the Dragon Balls into the Kais realm or the underworld. Wishing for a barren planet in exchange for Black Star Dragon Balls is a viable option. If collecting them proves unfeasible, the destruction of a barren planet is of no consequence. It is unlikely that he would feel fear. Rather, it is regrettable that he lacks such playthings. After exchanging greetings with the Supreme Kai, he returned to planet Vegeta with Vitalis. Upon receiving the news, the gathered crowd awaited the return of their families with bated breath. When Vitalis arrived, he was met with a throng of people, all eagerly surrounding a recently resurrected individual, verifying the authenticity of the resurrection. Vegeta 3, adorned in an ostentatious golden cloak, had since replaced his regal mantle with a blue one following the transfer of the kingly responsibilities. Now transformed into a Super Saiyan, he donned a battle suit with golden trim and a white base, golden boots, and a golden cloak, maintaining the full power state of the Super Saiyan form. He could be described as the most visually striking presence in attendance, radiating a brilliant golden light, even without the enveloping golden aura. At this moment, he cradled the young Vegeta. Nearby, Bardock stood with Chi-Lai and Raditz. While Bardock and Chi-Lai maintained a certain decorum, Raditz, unrestrained, eagerly pinched the cheeks of young Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, why not entrust young Vegeta to me? I shall ensure the knowledge you imparted to me is passed down to him. You must be quite busy with the Universal Patrol, correct? Raditz mused, noting the resemblance. Surely, battling would be exhilarating. Observing his son's foolish antics, Bardock felt a surge of irritation. It was evident to all present what Raditz was contemplating. Did he take others for fools? With a swift kick, Bardock sent Raditz flying and proclaimed, "Let me train little Vegeta. I assure you he will surpass the Raditz you have trained by 100-fold. Jinai cast a sidelong glance at Bardock, aware of his lingering resentment over the incident where Vegeta 3's training of Raditz had resulted in his son returning home to deliver a severe beating. It seemed he now wished to mentor little Vegeta, hoping that one day he would be strong enough to confront his father. There's no need for that. I will educate my son myself. The framework of the Galactic Patrol is already established, and the techniques of telepathy and instantaneous movement taught by the king are invaluable, alleviating much of the burden. From here on out, I will proceed methodically. I have ample time to spend with Vegeta 3, he asserted resolutely. I will ensure my son is well trained. I believe he possesses the potential to be the strongest. Defeating Raditz will not take long, and even you, Bardock, will find yourself bested by my son." He gazed gently at his offspring. Vegeta 3 felt a sense of liberation after relinquishing his title as king. Following the demise of Frieza and his son, an emptiness enveloped him, as if a long-held burden had been effortlessly lifted. Amid Paragus' daily boasting about his own son, he found himself yearning for the revival of his son, which deepened his affection for him. He also contemplated his relationship with his father, intending to improve his interactions with his son. After all, the Saiyans had evolved, and there was no longer a need for stringent expectations. He merely wished for his son to be happy, safe, healthy, and to live a long life. Can he really compare to Raditz? Even Kakarot may not measure up to the pride of Paragus. Ironically, despite his disdain for Raditz, there is no denying his talent, and he harbors expectations for Kakarot as well. Apart from Broly, he has never feared anyone more than his own son. Now, under Paragus' misguided influence, their generation has developed a penchant for comparing their progeny. Little Vegeta has merely been delayed due to death. Catching up to Raditz will be a trivial task. As for Kakarot, with your power level barely reaching 200,000 at birth, is that all? He is not much different from a mere novice warrior. How could he possibly compare to my son? To Vegeta 3, it was clear that his son's innate talent was unparalleled. "Ah, my son, you have returned. Let me see how much stronger you have become." Paragus exclaimed dramatically upon noticing Broly's arrival. "What perfect timing! Just as we were comparing sons, my own has returned." They exchanged knowing glances, mutually deciding to sidestep the topic. Bardock and Vegeta 3 approached Vitalis. This truly cannot be compared. Chapter 48. Preparing for the feast. Vitalis observed the group of burly men engrossed in their comparisons of sons. Although the atmosphere had shifted, he found it rather amusing. As the second iteration of Broly was exalted, Paragus excelled in this regard, daily boasting of the unparalleled strength of his Super Broly, igniting a fervor for comparing their sons. Many Saiyans have begun to focus on the cultivation of the next generation. After all, Vitalis has abolished the tradition of sending newly born Saiyans in a battle. With the children remaining at home, the inevitable comparisons arise, leading to potential harm. Consequently, specialized training between fathers and sons has become commonplace, indirectly fostering familial bonds. After all, as a warrior race, their emotions are often forged through combat. Now that everyone is gathered, why not enjoy a barbecue together? I shall handle the seasonings while Broly manages the ingredients. Let us celebrate. Observing the scene of families reuniting, Vitalis found himself engulfed in a whirlpool of emotions. Among those resurrected were warriors who fought for him and innocent children who had suffered tragic fates, all due to his actions. Yet, this harmonious atmosphere was also a product of his influence. He felt a blend of guilt, inadequacy, and an overwhelming sense of pride. Although he had long since accepted the reality of his transmigration and had initiated a series of changes, each recollection felt dreamlike. At this moment, he felt deeply integrated into this world, embraced by this community. Perhaps once they were a savage warrior race, but now they were endearing compatriots fighting for him. Responding to his command, he vowed to lead his people towards a stable, joyful, and prosperous existence. Anyone who dared disrupt this peace, be it internal dissenters or formidable external forces, would face his unwavering wrath. Fortunately, the Saiyans adhered to commands, and even the more tempestuous among them were content to remain deep within the hyperbolic time chamber, living a life filled with fervent battles. The warriors outside executed their tasks admirably, reinforcing Vitalis' belief that his efforts were not in vain. Thus, his next objective was to continually grow stronger, to reign as king, and to guide his people forward, overcoming all obstacles. After exchanging greetings with Vegeta 3 and Bardock, he returned to Earth with Broly. He instructed Vegeta 3 and Bardock to gather everyone, except for those occupied with missions, for a gathering 3 days hence. This occasion would serve to celebrate the defeat of Frieza and his son, as well as the resurrection of fallen warriors, while also holding Vitalis' coronation ceremony. During this time, all those who had been scattered had returned, including even the recently exiled infants, escorted back by dedicated warriors. Thanks to the hyperbolic time chamber, nearly everyone had mastered several instant transmission techniques. Most relied on key-based positioning, while some learned to teleport to visible targets, acquiring various auxiliary spells that enabled limitless movement. The more skilled among them even mastered group teleportation magic. This enhanced mobility was one of the reasons Vitalis decided to hold this gathering. And since many had yet to meet him, it was essential for him to make an appearance. First, he visited the doctor, requesting assistance in gathering seasonings. Fortunately, with over 600,000 Saiyans, their population mirrored that of a small city compared to Earthlings. Given the doctor's standing, meeting the requirements for this barbecue gathering would be a simple task. Simultaneously, an invitation was extended to the esteemed doctor and his family to attend a banquet, and a reply affirming their participation was received. Regrettably, their eldest daughter seemed to have vanished, leaving only the doctor and his wife to attend, much to Vitalis' disappointment. As he repeatedly missed the opportunity to meet the legendary sister of Bulma, after departing from the doctor's home, he proceeded to invite the god of the heavens, Bobo, the cat sage, Gohan, and Master Roshi. Except for Master Roshi, all accepted the invitation. The god of the heavens intended to visit Vitalis' clan, the so-called warrior nation, to ascertain whether they had genuinely transformed. The cat sage was persuaded to attend by Vitalis' promise of an array of exotic fish from various planets. Upon hearing that he might meet Goku's parents, Gohan instantly agreed to join the gathering. Master Roshi, initially intrigued, firmly declined upon learning that Gohan would be attending. He preferred to await Gohan's initiative to bring his children to him. Vitalis was momentarily perplexed by Master Roshi's stance and chose not to press the matter, knowing that opportunities would abound in the future. Subsequently, a trip to Namek was made, but unfortunately, none of the Namekians agreed to participate, as they had grown accustomed to a tranquil existence and were not fond of commotion. However, Vitalis mused that a barbecue gathering might be rather cruel for the Namekians, who only required water. They likely had no idea what meat tasted like. Reflecting on this, he acknowledged his oversight in considering their preferences and expressed his apologies to the Grand Elder before departing from Namek. At the same time, he contacted Vegeta 3 to arrange for individuals to gather the necessary ingredient for the barbecue from various planets, with particular emphasis on sourcing fish and fish-like creatures. Concerned about potential toxicity, he also procured a selection of terrestrial ingredients and sent them to the former Frisia headquarters, now the headquarters of the new Galactic Patrol, for elemental analysis and the creation of detection machinery. This would ensure that only safe food for Earthlings would be provided. Although Saiyans and Earthlings appeared quite similar aside from their tails, their physical resilience differed significantly. Saiyans possessed commendable resistance to toxins. Thus, certain delicacies that might serve as mere snacks for Saiyans could prove fatal for Earthlings, underscoring the necessity of thorough testing. Fortunately, there existed a brilliant scientist named Kiko, renowned for his inventions of detectors, spaceships, and battle gear. He had surrendered swiftly upon Frisia's demise and was retained to serve in the Galactic Patrol. Vitalis remained vigilant concerning scientists in the Dragon Ball universe, instructing his team to closely monitor Kiko. The laser gun capable of injuring Super Saiyan Blue Goku was likely crafted by him. Although Goku had let his guard down, the ability to penetrate defenses and inflict harm was not inferior to that of Earth's Dr. Gero. Thanks to Kiko, the detection machines were developed promptly, and arrangements for mass production were made. The prototype was returned to Earth for further testing by the Doctor. While Kiko appeared cautious and unlikely to create chaos, it was prudent to remain vigilant. After considering every conceivable detail, Vitalis set out on a shopping excursion with Broly. As they passed a bookstore, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten the most crucial item. With Broly by his side, Vitalis embarked on a sweeping journey through the major bookstores of various cities, meticulously acquiring all culinary tomes to transport back to Planet Vegeta for the warriors responsible for logistics to study. These warriors would be the backbone of the barbecue event, and without proper learning, it was likely that the spices would go to waste. The universe boasted a myriad of spices, many reminiscent of those on Earth. Yet few possessed the culinary prowess to study gastronomy as the Earthlings did. Furthermore, Vitalis harbored a personal inclination towards Earth, and the Saiyan palate bore a resemblance to that of Earth, making accelerated learning a practical choice. It would be splendid to incite a culinary wave among the Saiyans. They could even host cooking competitions and bestow titles of esteemed chefs. With preparations in place, Vitalis began to contemplate the words he would utter during the coronation ceremony. Chapter 48, King of the Saiyans, Vitalis. Soon, the anticipated day arrived. Accompanied by Broly, he first visited the home of the Doctor to pick up the couple, having learned that their daughter, though contacted, was unable to return due to prior commitments. Vitalis could only marvel at the brilliance of the Doctor's daughter, a genius in her own right, even if her path diverged from that of scientists like Bulma. She had already discovered her passion at a tender age and was diligently pursuing it. Using instant transmission, he transported the couple to Baozi Mountain to fetch Gohan and his grandfather, and it was evident that Gohan was well prepared, carrying a large bundle and pushing a wooden baby carriage, seemingly handcrafted by him. At that moment, Goku lay peacefully asleep in the carriage. Their next destination was the summit of Korin Tower to retrieve Master Roshi. Vitalis deemed it beneficial for the Doctor and Gohan, being Earthlings, to meet a deity from their world, thus opting for a leisurely flight instead of instant transmission. He conjured a square energy shield, shaping seats at the base, a novel application derived from his skill development. Originally designed for techniques like Keyblade, he whimsically decided to experiment with various shapes. The process was surprisingly simple, supported by a vast reservoir of energy, allowing for playful creativity as long as he maintained control to prevent the energy from exploding or dissipating. It also served as a form of training for his mental fortitude and control. Traveling swiftly, he enabled the others to discern their general direction. The Doctor and Gohan stood at the edge, admiring the scenery while engaging in discussions about the wonders they encountered. Although Gohan was quite mature, his youthful martial arts journey had exposed him to many sights, while the Doctor, despite perhaps not having witnessed as much, possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, each affirming the other's insights. Meanwhile, the Doctor's wife flitted about the group, occasionally exclaiming in delight at the scenery or playfully nudging Broly, inquiring if he fancied a date, and even sneakily poking Goku's cheek, infusing the atmosphere with her vivacious spirit. "Oh look, such a towering spire," the Doctor's wife exclaimed, gazing in awe at the miraculous structure before her. Is this the legendary Korin Tower? It is said that the master, in his youth, ascended to the pinnacle and passed the trials set forth by the celestial beings. Sun Wukong reminisced about the glorious events previously mentioned during his training with the master. Indeed, the height is remarkable, and this structure merits further investigation. The doctor, however, found the tower rather illogical, sensing its value for research. Everyone, please take your seats. Let us engage in something exhilarating. Initially, there was a sense of novelty, and Vitalis had conducted considerable research as well, yet over time, one inevitably grows weary. As everyone settled into their positions, they extended their safety harnesses from their seats, securely fastening all, for aside from him and Broly, even Sun Wukong, despite possessing some skills, was merely an ordinary individual. The sealed power of Goku also made him vulnerable. Without protective measures, he could easily sustain injuries. Thus, the Corinthus spiral ascent officially commenced. With a spirit of playfulness, Vitalis guided the group in a spiraling ascent around the Corinta. The speed was moderate, akin to that of a roller coaster. Yet to prevent any mishaps, he added an extra layer of shielding for a few individuals. Wow! The lady exclaimed with exuberance, while the doctor and Sun Wukong remained composed. Yet, the presence of the lady infused Vitalis with the feeling of being at an amusement park. Her single spirit could rival that of an entire group. Master Roshi stood at the railing, leaning on his cane, smiling at the rapidly approaching group below. They came to a steady halt not far from Master Roshi. Opening a passage, the old master leapt into their midst. "Ah, what a delightful cat!" exclaimed the lady, crouching before Master Roshi, who exchanged knowing glances with her. Observing this scene, Vitalis chuckled, shaking his head. In the realm of Dragon Ball, one notable aspect is how, upon becoming acquainted, even the most haughty of beings can mingle with mortals. Should I consider finding a caretaker for my future children? He mused as he soared toward the temple. Wait, weren't we supposed to meet the celestial being? The lady, captivated by the cat, noticed their movement and inquired with curiosity. Ah, well, madam, if I'm not mistaken, I am indeed that celestial being. You may refer to me as Caring or Master Roshi, replied the master with a twinkle in his eye. He found this interaction rather pleasant. Those who sought him out were typically rugged men, preoccupied only with martial arts, which could be rather dull. Ah, the lady gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. I apologize. I did not anticipate that Mr. Cat was the celestial being. After her astonishment, she clasped her hands together in immediate contrition. Not to worry. Those meeting me for the first time often react this way, except for that young lad. The ever-smiling Master Roshi reassured her. Before long, they arrived at the temple. Although there were trials set between Corinta and the temple, they posed no challenge for Vitalis. Upon witnessing Vitalis' actions, the celestial being had anticipated his thoughts and had preemptively disabled the trials. Otherwise, they would only serve to waste energy and support Vitalis' formidable abilities, making it more prudent to deactivate them, thus avoiding waste and denying that pesky young fellow any advantage. Ah, Master Celestial, you appear to have rejuvenated a few years in my absence. Once everyone was steady, Vitalis removed the protective shield and greeted the celestial being. The deity may have absorbed a part of itself, replenishing its vitality as it appears significantly rejuvenated. Although still displaying signs of age, the wrinkles have diminished, and the skin possesses a newfound luster with a touch more green. Greetings, divine being. It is an honor to meet you. I apologize for my previous preoccupation with research that hindered my ability to extend proper hospitality, Dr. Brief stated, bowing respectfully alongside his wife before the deity. Observing their reverence, Gohan followed suit, acknowledging the divine presence, having nearly mistaken the green figure for the deity, only to realize that the one in black was the true divine entity. Indeed, a scientist possesses discernment. At first glance, the black figure might seem somewhat naive, yet the longer one gazes, the more profound its depths appear. Divine being? Mr. Bobo queried, glancing at the deity with confusion and gesturing towards himself. The silent deity glanced at Bobo, then at the earthly lettering adorning its chest. Indeed, it was correct. Despite recent studies on the language and script of Namek, and preparations for garments intended for a return home, there had been no error in attire. Ah, how amusing! Vitalis suddenly burst into laughter, as if recalling a delightful thought. Time had elapsed, and with Dr. Brief's sporadic appearances, much had been forgotten. Yet witnessing such an entertaining scene brought him joy, and he felt fortunate for his amnesia. The deity's demeanor was undeniably entertaining. Clearing his throat, he remarked, well, let us discuss the banquet. Preparations are nearly complete. Noticing the deity's disapproving gaze, Vitalis swiftly changed the subject. A shroud of energy enveloped the gathering as he enacted a teleportation spell to planet Vegeta. The group materialized upon a white jade platform, suspended in midair, slightly elevated above the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. At its center lay a square red carpet bordered in gold, upon which rested the Saiyan throne, simple yet majestic. This platform had been specially prepared by Vitalis, imbued with levitation and anti-gravity magic to facilitate the Earth visitors' acclimatization to the environment. Planet Vegeta possessed 10 times the gravity of Earth, and without caution, joyous occasions could swiftly turn into calamities. A thin layer of energy shield enveloped the platform, within which a specialized device maintained the air composition akin to that of Earth. Vitalis had taken every precaution. Should an incident occur, only the Dragon Balls could rectify it. Apart from reincarnation and soul obliteration, death held little consequence, especially for those heralded as heroes for saving the world. The afterlife could be more pleasurable than existence itself, particularly for those with divine connections, akin to returning home. He instructed everyone to take their seats on one side of the platform. Vitalis ascended the throne, his gaze flickering as he donned a suit of gray with black accents, draping himself in a crimson royal cloak. Primarily, Saiyans held little regard for crowns or scepters. The only vestige of tradition was this cloak, which appeared to be accompanied by a gold chain. However, disliking the latter, Vitalis chose to forego it. As Vitalis took his seat, Bardock and Vegeta 3 bowed and positioned themselves, one to the left and one to the right of the throne. Broly stood beside Vitalis' throne. The remaining Saiyans, arranged in accordance with their battle prowess, formed an orderly and densely packed assembly around the platform, suspended in the air, awaiting the king's address. I am your king, Vitalis. Chapter 49. Because I desire peace, we must bring order to the universe. The Supreme Kai sat below, observing Vitalis upon the throne and the multitude of Saiyans hovering in the air. He suddenly felt that this arrangement was quite agreeable. His relationship with Vitalis seemed amicable, and there was no intention on Vitalis' part to harm Earth. Continuing in this peaceful coexistence seemed favorable. Primarily, he had scrutinized the assembly for some time and found no one weaker than himself. Even the mightiest defenders of Namek would likely be the weakest here. Even the youngest of the Saiyans exuded an extraordinary strength. Although they maintained control, the unintentional aura of power they radiated sent shivers down the Supreme Kai's spine. He pondered whether, after the complete assimilation of the Namekians, they could potentially annihilate all Saiyans. He could only hope that Vitalis would usher in a transformation. Occasionally, he would engage in conversation with his superior and other colleagues. The intelligence he had gathered from the Grand Elder of Namek reflected that Saiyans were a breed of battle-mad lunatics. Although they appeared similar to ordinary Earthlings now, most harbored a deep-seated aura of malice and resentment, an essence forged through countless acts of slaughter, a lingering curse born from the souls of those who perished at their hands. With a grim expression, he observed Vitalis deliver his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that many of you have harbored doubts regarding my orders during this period, particularly concerning the establishment of the Cosmic Guard. However, I am pleased, for despite your uncertainties, you have executed my commands admirably. As Vitalis rose, he flicked his cape with a flourish. I am Vitalis, a warrior of the universe's mightiest combat race, the Saiyans, your king. I seek peace, thus. We must bring order to the cosmos, and nothing more. Why peace? Because this is our homeland, our territory, and we shall not permit any to run rampant. Those who dare to annihilate life-bearing planets, kill. Those who indiscriminately slaughter entire races, kill. I hereby announce the promotion of Vegeta 3 to the rank of Marshal, appointing him as the captain of the Cosmic Guard, responsible for the daily operations and maintenance of cosmic order. As he spoke, a golden medal materialized upon Vegeta 3's chest. Bardock, I confer upon you the rank of Marshal and appoint you as the Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Forces. Effective immediately, you shall pursue the remnants of Frieza and his progeny within the universe, tasked with countering the forces of the Demon Realm. Currently, Frieza's forces were but a few insignificant grasshoppers. The real concern lay with the Demon Realm, which Vitalis had come to understand during this time. The Demon Realm, a dimension of corruption, could lead many astray. Those influenced, either willingly or unwillingly, would often identify themselves as demons, inciting slaughter across various locales. This is utterly intolerable for Vitalis, who is devoted to enhancing the rating of this universe. Although the strength of the Demon Realm remains uncertain, it is evident that Depura is either the most formidable demon lord or merely one among many. However, he is destined to be an adversary, prompting Vitalis to take action sooner rather than later, denying the demon realm any opportunity to prepare. We are the warrior race of Saiyans, and I implore everyone to cooperate with the two marshals to suppress the malevolence in the universe and restore order and peace to our homeland. Indeed, were it not for the concern of displeasing those of higher standing, Vitalis, brimming with fervor, would have boldly declared this universe as theirs. Though he opted for a more tactful approach, cloaked in the guise of vanquishing evil, it is clear that aside from a few entities, the Saiyans possess the mightiest fists, capable of achieving peace through sheer strength. Let this universe have the time it needs to recuperate. Now, let us cheer in celebration of our triumph over the malevolent Emperor Frisia and his kin. I hereby declare the barbecue feast to commence. After making some simple arrangements, Vitalis delved into the main agenda, for eating is of utmost importance. Initially, he had contemplated an elaborate coronation ceremony, complete with speeches and even a Saiyan rendition of I Have a Dream, but ultimately he abandoned such notions. As a warrior race, there was no need for frivolities, especially since everyone already acknowledged him as king. There was no necessity for ostentation. Thus, he merely offered a succinct self-introduction, affirming his status while outlining the forthcoming developmental trajectory. At Vitalis' command, the Saiyans dispersed into their respective teams, igniting bonfires, while the logistics warriors entered the hyperbolic time chamber to prepare ingredients and craft delectable dishes. Despite the throngs of tens of thousands, every individual's immense power rendered it all trivial. The Saiyans began to perform their ancient war dance, vowing to engage in primitive hand-to-hand combat without utilizing any energy or techniques. A joyous and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Through projection magic, the Earth visitors were afforded a view of the events unfolding below, primarily for the benefit of the esteemed couple, the doctor and his wife, while the god and the cat sage retained their ability to observe. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced through the moment. "Father, look at this!" As onlookers admired the Saiyan war dance, they turned to find Raditz soaring in, proudly bearing the skinless carcass of an unidentified creature, showcasing it to Bardock. "Father, behold. This is an amashed beast I hunted on planet Materialia. Its meat is exquisite, and roasted with salt, it is utterly delightful." Raditz boasted with glee. "I brought back 50 of them, but alas, the indigenous people nearly exterminated my clan due to their delectable nature. I believe it is imperative to request an annihilation order." "Ah, but destroying the planet would be too regrettable. We merely need to eradicate those detestable natives. How about we call it an extinction order?" "I shall seek the king's approval shortly," Raditz declared with indignation. "Is that so? Quickly, let's roast it and savor it before discussing anything else. Bardock, allow me to see your catch as well. Let us compare and determine whose prey is the finest." Vegeta 3 seized the opportunity to suggest that Raditz prepare the barbecue while he engaged in a spirited contest with Bardock. Over time, he discovered Bardock's undeniable charm. He sensed that Bardock was destined to be his lifelong rival. Even when he took the lead, Bardock could swiftly close the gap without losing ground. Recently, during a sparring match, his nearly flawless Super Saiyan full power state was caught off guard by Bardock's adept switching of speed and strength. Had it not been for his superior foundational power, he might have faced defeat at Bardock's hands. Yet, even then, the battle ended in a stalemate. Despite having the upper hand initially, why was Bardock so remarkably exceptional? While he merely followed Vitalis' guidance, Bardock forged his own path. This ignited a competitive spirit within Vegeta 3. He absolutely could not allow Bardock to surpass him, lest he lose face. How dull. Just yesterday, he fortuitously encountered a stellar beast, expending considerable effort to slay it and bring it back. Meanwhile, Jain was busy attending to Bardock, having cast a glance at Vegeta 3 before turning to go on. He was confident that Vegeta 3 could not match him. The quality of the stellar beast was irrelevant, for what mattered was its strength. Any creature worthy of the title stellar beast was an extraordinary being existing within the cosmos, massive in size and formidable in power. Some of these beasts even fed on stars. In the past, he could only flee from such creatures. However, Bardock had discovered a stellar beast nearly the size of planet Vegeta, which he had slain from an extreme distance within the planet's interior, returning only after risking a series of instantaneous movements. What could Vegeta 3 possibly compare to him? A stellar beast? He could easily retrieve one. But how could it be that he encountered such luck? The prey he had prepared was rare, but it paled in comparison to the stellar beast. While these beasts were powerful, they were exceedingly scarce. Previously, he would avoid them, but now He thought, wait, I shall hunt a few myself. Vegeta 3 had once feared venturing out to encounter stellar beasts and had studied their movement patterns nearby. He was confident he could procure one before the banquet concluded. He, Vegeta, would never be inferior to anyone. Chapter 50. Is this truly something for children to enjoy? Gazing at the frail old man before him, Bardock was perplexed as to why the king would send his young son to a remote planet to be raised by such a weak elder. Standing silently before Gohan, Bardock struggled to find the right words. Hello there. Ha ha ha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gohan, from Earth. You must be Goku's father, Gohan said, perceiving the hesitation in the man before him. At that moment, he pondered whether Goku was perhaps a son or brother of Itali's, only to realize now that there were so many individuals sharing similar facial features and hairstyles. Just by appearances alone, he could hardly keep count. He was still trying to discern who Goku's true father was when the marshal approached, likely the very man he sought. As a marshal, he must be quite busy, he thought. No wonder Vitalis came to seek his assistance. Goku? Bardock pondered. Ah, how forgetful of me. If my memory serves me right, the Saiyan's name is Kakarot. Is it not? I bestowed upon him an earthly name, Son Goku. Observing Bardock's perplexed expression, Gohan hastily clarified. Son Goku? Kakarot? Lifting Kakarot from a crib. Bardock sensed the power within his son had been sealed. Nevertheless, he understood. It was King Vegeta's doing to prevent Kakarot from inadvertently harming the elder. Yet, he felt Kakarot was likely rendered useless. Although he was born with immense power, being sealed and sent to such a backward planet meant that the strongest warrior from Earth was that green-skinned Namekian. In the past, he might have been compared, but now he seemed insignificant. Growing up in such an environment, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to catch up to Raditz and little Vegeta, let alone Broly. Sigh, it matters little. Raditz is merely average, and Kakarot is of no consequence either, as long as the king is pleased. Perhaps it would be for the best if Kakarot grew up happily on Earth. He sighed internally, contemplating the need for another child, for he could already envision Vegeta's face in the future, along with the detestable Paragus. Casting a deep glance at the elder before him, he entrusted Kakarot to him. I will fetch a communicator shortly. If anything arises, call for me. Son Goku, is it? Is that the sky? Of course. I shall take good care of Goku. Although he could be a bit mischievous, he is undoubtedly the finest and most adorable grandson in the world. Ha ha ha. Gohan laughed heartily. Delighted to see Goku's family today. Gently placing Kakarot back into the crib, he noticed the garments, diapers, bedding, and the wooden trinket clutched in the sleeping Kakarot's hand. Perhaps this is not so bad. Saiyans have no childhood to speak of, and Kakarot may find happiness here. Huh? Is that Kakarot? What is this? A mobile crib? Noticing his father's actions, Raditz tossed the meat he was holding to a nearby companion and approached Bardock. He quickly spotted the peacefully sleeping Kakarot in the crib. What is that? Could it be the legendary toy? Raditz was astonished, observing the wooden object Kakarot grasped, which seemed to be a carving of some creature. With lifelike scales, short foreclaws, stout thighs, a high, curling tail, and a head that seemed to roar towards the heavens, it appeared rather impressive. Raditz had heard that the offspring of other races possessed little combat power at birth and would need to endure a lengthy period of growth to develop any fighting capabilities. During this time, many would squander their days playing with things collectively referred to as toys. Whenever this occurred, adults would boast about how the Saiyans, as a warrior race, were fighting while the children of other races played in the mud. He had once felt a sense of pride in this. Yet now, gazing at Kakarot, he felt a pang of sorrow. Did he ever sleep in such a mobile crib during his childhood? No, he was always kept in the incubation chamber. After his mother brought him home, he slept on an unknown animal hide with a stone bed beneath. Observing Kakarot, who was being gently rocked back and forth, surrounded by a warm and inviting blanket, one couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance towards him. It seemed that sensing this malice, little Goku stirred awake. As he cried out, Son Gohan swiftly scooped him up. Oh dear, don't cry. Let Grandpa take a look. Did you wet the bed? He said, quickly checking the diaper for any signs of dampness. It was dry. Are you hungry? He wondered, placing little Goku back into the crib. He retrieved a prepared bundle from the side table and opened it. Inside was a box filled with capsules of various colors. He took out a white capsule marked with the character for milk, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground. With a pop, smoke billowed forth, revealing an apparatus approximately 80 centimeters tall. Upon opening it, Son Gohan found bottles filled with liquid. Come, Goku, let us see which one you'd like to drink today, he said, holding a bottle to the baby's lips. Goku took a sip and continued to wail. Don't fancy dinosaur milk today? How about some cow's milk instead? He placed the first bottle back and retrieved another. Raditz, with a vacant stare, observed the scene before him. He recalled being taken from the incubation chamber, where he consumed meat and drank water, occasionally indulging in alcohol, and even tasting raw flesh and warm blood. Milk? What was that? Moreover, when he cried as a child, his mother would simply toss him outside. As for his father, he likely used similar methods to soothe him. On the rare occasions when his father was home, after he cried, his father would come over, and he would quickly fall asleep, and quite soundly at that. However, the memories were hazy, and he had forgotten how his father comforted him. He once thought he might have been knocked unconscious, but now it seemed his father had merely comforted him in his own way. It seemed that mothers were not reliable in child rearing. He would raise his children differently. Fortunately, he had his father. He felt no envy at all. Father, I request to train Kakarot on Earth, ensuring he becomes a competent warrior. I fear he might lose his fighting spirit and forget his identity as a warrior race. Indeed, he dotes on his younger brother, and he must be cherished. Besides, a trip to Earth wouldn't be so bad. I truly do not envy it. We could discuss it after you achieve Super Saiyan transformation. As for now, after your meal, wait for me in the 150 times gravity chamber. I will assist in your training. With a glance at Raditz, Bardock could see through his little thoughts. Now that he was alive, he felt confident in caring for the two brothers for a lifetime, but he needed to have the strength to protect himself. His expectations were modest. He only wished to transform into a Super Saiyan. The meat is burnt. I must check, Raditz exclaimed as he hurried away. Training with his father was indeed correct, but that was his father's training. He was merely the target, euphemistically referred to as training by taking hits. No one understood his father's power better than he did. The last time his father developed a new form, which part of his body had not been shattered. Behold this joyful little creature. Come, Broly, I share a bond of life and death with Bardock, so you must protect Kakarot from now on, for he will be your brother. Haragus approached Bardock, beckoning Broly to join them. Bardock, don't turn away. This fellow never strays far from Broly. Kakarot, a brother, you say? Broly stood by, observing the wailing Kakarot. Chapter 51, The Deal with the Doctor. Watching Bardock and the others, Vitalis refrained from approaching. Although Bardock appeared cold, he held his family and comrades in high regard, even offering a communicator to Gohan, indicating his acceptance of the elderly man. Come, Doctor, let us indulge in barbecued delicacies. Sourced from the valiant warriors who have hunted across various planets, a feast not to be savored on Earth. I have matters to discuss. Let us converse over our meal. Vitalis called to the doctor, intending to strike a business deal. Doctor, I have an idea. I shall provide you with alien technology for your research, and I hope that any advancements beneficial to our Saiyan race will be shared with us. The brilliance of Dr. Brief was astounding. He could repair alien spacecraft and had inadvertently mastered anti-gravity technology in the process. Surely, a scientist of Brief's caliber could not resist the allure of more advanced technology. The Saiyans had inherited the remnants of Frisia's army, which lacked any groundbreaking technology, and he intended to present all of it to the doctor to cultivate a favorable relationship. It appeared that the time machine might now hinge upon Dr. Brief's expertise. Indeed, no problem. By the way, the warship you provided last time has proven immensely beneficial. I have discovered many intriguing things. Brief did not hesitate to agree. His lifetime reliance on time capsules had made him extraordinarily wealthy, and now, with the prospect of alien technology, his life had reached new heights. As for the sharing of technology post-research, it mattered little to him. I did not expect the doctor to acquiesce so swiftly. I thought he would find a more subtle way to express his requests. The doctor's prompt agreement encouraged him, and he resolved to find someone to gather all the research materials for Brief, for he was indifferent to those matters. His goal lay with the time machine. The world of Dragon Ball is indeed fascinating, rich with martial arts, magic, deities, and advanced technology. The magical creation Majin Buu holds limitless potential, surely capable of crossing paths with those gods of destruction. On the technological front, the pinnacle is represented by androids, with Cell, who assimilated the cells of multiple races, embodying their unique traits and possessing boundless potential. The androids 17 and 18, beneath Cell, possess infinite energy and can continuously grow stronger, with the post-time skip 17 being extraordinarily remarkable. Moreover, the artificially created android 16, equipped with an infinite energy source, boasts power comparable to Cell in his initial phase, and harbors a bomb capable of obliterating planets, truly terrifying. Lastly, there is the time machine constructed by Bulma, which, although limited to traversing parallel dimensions, taps into the very essence of time and space. One could say that it is a vibrant tapestry of both magic and technology, each holding its own against the mainstream martial arts. Vitalis expressed his thoughts, hoping for a substantial supply of time capsules. As for compensation, he requested a list of the materials that Earth lacked, promising to send someone to procure them, and any surplus would be sold to him. Currently, it appeared that he was at a disadvantage, providing technology while acquiring essential resources that Earth lacked. Thus, he planned to send a dedicated team to discuss matters with the doctor, ensuring the doctor could enjoy the technology without guilt. Exchanging excess technology and goods for Earth as currency seemed reasonable, especially considering the financial demands that Science would face on Earth. The doctor, confident in his ability to present technology that would satisfy Vitalis, did not decline the proposal, recognizing the finite nature of Earth's resources. Vitalis also mentioned he would dispatch a small team to remain on Earth, ready to assist if needed, offering military support free of charge. Should other needs arise, they could hire additional warriors, particularly for protection during cosmic travels, which Vitalis deemed essential. The Brief family found themselves in a precarious situation, facing hostility from rivals envious of their wealth. The doctor and his wife preferred to remain at home, where they felt secure, as venturing outside would lead to a multitude of distressing encounters. Establishing a station team on Earth for protection seemed harmless, but if they wished to explore beyond Earth, hiring assistants would be necessary, allowing them to earn some extra income as the wealthiest individuals on the planet. After discussing some collaborative matters with the doctor, Vitalis approached the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai stood at the edge of the platform, observing the Science below, while Bobo lingered nearby. Bobo, why don't you grab something to eat? I need to speak with the Supreme Kai for a while, Vitalis suggested. Acknowledging the Supreme Kai's nod, Bobo stepped aside to fetch some raw meat, seemingly preparing to cook it himself. Have you changed your perception of us, Science? Vitalis sensed the Supreme Kai's wariness towards him and the Scion race. It was not surprising. Vitalis understood that the Supreme Kai could communicate with the underworld and had superiors. The rise of the Science and the fall of Frisia were significant events, and he doubted that King Kai was unaware of them. It was only logical for the Supreme Kai to be cautious when faced with a race previously notorious for their combat prowess. Moreover, the Supreme Kai had treated him well, offering substantial assistance. This invitation was also a gesture of goodwill, showcasing the strength of the Scion race and demonstrating their intention to engage openly rather than resorting to deceit. The Universe Patrol, dedicated to maintaining peace in the cosmos, seems commendable. I hope you can sustain that mission, Vitalis remarked. However, I find it curious, why not seek to govern the universe? It shouldn't be a daunting task for you. Wouldn't it be beneficial to establish laws to manage the cosmos? Simply prohibiting genocide and planetary destruction does not prevent wars. The Supreme Kai pondered Vitalis' intentions, struggling to comprehend why one with the power to rule the universe would choose to adopt a neutral stance in the face of the world. I ventured to dominate the universe only after indulging excessively, yet I find myself lacking the strength to impose my will upon the cosmos. The burdens of rulership are indeed cumbersome. One must tread carefully when addressing one's subjects, considering myriad factors before taking action. My sole desire is to ensure that my kin live peacefully, especially after the devastation wrought by Frisia, who obliterated numerous life-bearing planets and led to the genocide of various extraordinary races. It is a lamentable loss, for I yearn for a universe that is vibrant and enthralling. As for war, why should it be suppressed? To me, as long as my race is not completely annihilated, life-bearing planets are not destroyed, and no conflict reaches my doorstep, it can be deemed peace. Vitalis has also contemplated the idea of universal dominion. However, upon deeper reflection, it becomes evident that such a pursuit is fraught with complications. As a sovereign, one cannot solely contemplate personal desires. The broader picture must be taken into account. He lacks the luxury of leisure, and the constraints of leadership can be quite stifling. Unlike Frisia, who can eliminate foes at will, he cannot afford to govern in such a manner. To enact laws as a ruler would only serve to bind oneself further. Thus, it is best to adopt a stance of neutrality and establish guidelines that allow all beings to operate within a framework. Regrettably, the notion of universal ratings cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, everyone would grasp the significance of self-restraint, fostering individual development. Currently, he dares not mention the Omni King, nor does he speak of deities of destruction or angels. Excitement? A troublesome silence envelopes the deities. He senses that Vitalis has not revealed the entire truth, yet a portion of it rings true, and that is sufficient. Chapter 52. Drifting in the Waters. After conversing with the deity, Vitalis returned to his throne, surveying his realm with a sense of accomplishment. However, the current state of affairs is not particularly optimistic. Numerous issues require resolution. With the expansion of the Saiyan, Vitalis has garnered intelligence regarding the suspected whereabouts of the great sorcerer Babidi, a band of itinerant magicians wielding formidable magic, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. Many planets are plagued by demonic disasters, whether due to individuals succumbing to corruption and gaining immense power or through the summoning of powerful demons from the underworld. Additionally, bizarre creatures have emerged from unknown origins, wreaking havoc before vanishing without a trace. Some phenomena can be inferred from Vitalis' memories, yet others are entirely unfamiliar. Many of these challenges are beyond the current capabilities of the Saiyans. Even with the fusion of himself and Broly, victory remains uncertain due to the vast disparity in foundational strength. However, inaction is not an option. Should these entities be left unchecked, their growth could surpass that of the Saiyans, potentially leading to a scenario where the Omni King's intervention is unnecessary, as their existence would not last until that point. Moving forward, Vitalis intends to explore the possibilities of the Super Saiyan God experiment and the existence of Super Saiyan 4. The Super Saiyan God transformation involves 5 righteous Saiyans channeling their spiritual energy to the transformed individual, enhancing their internal ki and elevating them to the divine realm, the so-called God Ki. Subsequently, 2 states are established: an ordinary state that does not utilize God Ki, and the Super Saiyan God state achieved after releasing God Ki, both of which can serve as a foundation for transforming into a Super Saiyan. In ordinary circumstances, the transformation manifests as a golden-haired Super Saiyan. The evolution from Super Saiyan God, which possesses divine power, culminates in the creation of a blue-haired Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, colloquially referred to as Super Blue. Previously hesitant to experiment, Vitalis feared unleashing an evil deity that could not be contained, as the original narrative required 5 Saiyans with hearts of righteousness. However, he now plans to initially seek out a few weaker warriors to test the waters, confident that with Broly's presence, failure is unlikely. If necessary, fusion with Broly would ensure dominance. Ideally, the Super Saiyan God transformation is preferred, if faced with an evil deity. Subjugation is the approach. As for Super Saiyan 4, Vitalis perceives it to bear similarities to Super Blue in a certain sense. Saiyans possess both human and beastly strengths, embodying the forms of both humans and great apes. The transformations of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3 follow a human-centric path, not utilizing beastly power, as the presence of a tail is irrelevant in these forms. In contrast, Super Saiyan 4 involves transforming into a great ape, achieving a golden gorilla form, and after regaining rationality to control that power, further evolving into Super Saiyan 4, a Super Saiyan endowed with the might of a great ape, exuding primal ferocity. Meanwhile, Super Blue represents a Super Saiyan imbued with divine power, possessing a godly essence. Currently, the most promising candidate for attaining Super Saiyan 4 is Vegeta 3, who has mastered the Super Saiyan transformation and can maintain his sanity while in the great ape form. Previously, Vitalis hesitated to disclose this path to Vegeta 3, fearing that the latter might seize the throne once more. Nevertheless, he has come to believe that there is no need for secrecy. Even if the throne were to be taken, it could always be reclaimed. The warrior spirit of the Saiyans should not shy away from battle. Moreover, he has observed the recent transformations in Vegeta 3 and has decided to trust him, confident that even if the throne were lost, Vegeta 3 would adhere to the plans established by Vitalis. Thus, experiments with Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 will proceed concurrently. Additionally, the old Kaishin requires strategic planning, as potential release also represents a viable pathway. Gohan has forsaken the Super Saiyan route, forging his own path, as he has expressed a desire to fight as a human. For now, this is referred to as the human path. Consequently, with 3 distinct paths, human, beast, and divine, despite inherent differences in talent among their kin, each can find a suitable avenue for themselves. Observing the lively scene before him, Vitalis felt a sense of great potential. At that moment, Giant had completed her tasks and approached Goku, exchanging greetings with Gohan. Meanwhile, a well-fed Goku had become the most charming figure in the vicinity, seated on the ground, surrounded by a plethora of empty milk bottles. As Gohan tidied up, he retrieved a time capsule, continuously producing an array of wooden toys for little Goku to play with. These included various wooden sculptures, windmills, small carts, and airplanes, all meticulously crafted by Gohan himself. Observing son Wukong joyfully at play, Jine hurriedly dashed about, inspecting the baby carriage, touching the toys, and watching the blissful Wukong break into fits of laughter. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness that Wukong had such a grandfather, reminiscing about her own experiences with Raditz, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. The surrounding Saiyans, too, recalled their own childhood experiences. While they may not be able to relive those moments, perhaps it was time for the next generation to experience something different. The current Saiyans were indeed formidable, equipped with Senza beans and the hyperbolic time chamber, and those in their prime still had room for growth. Would it not be delightful for the younger generation to indulge in some enjoyment? Suddenly, little Wukong burst into tears once more, prompting son Gohan to drop the bottle and swiftly lift him up. "Oh, do not cry, do not cry. Grandfather is here. Let grandfather see what is the matter." He cooed. "Ah, you wet yourself, huh? Ha ha ha. Let's change your diaper." As Gohan discovered the little one's predicament, he removed Wukong's damp trousers and gently placed him in the crib, covering him with a blanket. He then retrieved a capsule and tossed it onto the ground. With a bang, smoke billowed forth, revealing a cabinet nearly the same height as Gohan. Upon opening it, a stack of unfamiliar fabric materials was unveiled, identical in style to the damp trousers and diaper just removed. Selecting a fresh diaper, Gohan quickly wrapped it around little Wukong and donned him in a new pair of trousers. Vitalis observed this scene with a smile, recognizing that the protagonist exuded a radiant aura wherever he went. At that moment, not only on the platform, but also many Saiyans hovered in the air, watching as Gohan changed Wukong's diaper. Meanwhile, Bardock stood with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, arms crossed, his right index finger rhythmically tapping against his left arm. This was his son, so openly indulged in front of so many onlookers, which made him feel quite uneasy. Yet, he could not voice any objections, as Gohan truly cared for Kakarot. However, casting a glance around, he silently noted those who were spectating, planning to have him train alongside Raditz. Training with a group would allow them to share Senza beans, making for a more effective and continuous regimen. Jine squatted beside Gohan, observing his actions. May I give a try?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued by the amusing task. "Huh? Sure," Gohan replied, somewhat understanding the Saiyan's robust nature. Now, witnessing Wukong's mother wishing to change his diaper brought him joy. He handed the freshly diapered Wukong to Jine, placing new diapers and trousers beside her. Bardock turned to leave, muttering to himself about having to change it again, but if Jine wished to do so, so be it, not wanting to linger. He walked over to Raditz and picked up a piece of meat to gnaw on. Crunching on a bone, Raditz felt a surge of anger. Perhaps it was due to the Saiyan's precociousness or the knowledge instilled in him by machines during his youth, which allowed him to recall many things. He remembered wetting the bed as a child, his mother dragging him by the feet to rinse him in the river before unceremoniously tossing him beside the fire. Indeed, women can often be unreliable. Even with their current efforts to learn, they remain somewhat clumsy. Observing Kakarot's furrowed brow, it is evident that he has been hurt. With a firm resolve, Raditz decided that he would personally raise his children, ensuring that no woman would ever touch them. The suffering he endured must not be inflicted upon his offspring again. Yet Kakarot is truly fortunate. Chapter 53 concludes. The banquet has ended, and the group from Earth has witnessed the might of the Saiyan warriors, tasting foods they had never before encountered, including creatures capable of obliterating the planet. The Saiyans have also learned that their commander's son has been sent to Earth to lead a blissful life, realizing that childhood can indeed be filled with joy and fulfillment. Vitalis did not anticipate that this impromptu banquet would yield such delightful surprises. At the very least, many Saiyans began to contemplate the challenges of nurturing the next generation. Yuanji, the responsibility of Earth now rests upon your shoulders. You must assume the duties of a captain, care for your comrades, and safeguard the planet. Vitalis, while escorting the divine beings back home, also brought along the station team. Yes, my king, for the glory of the Saiyans, I shall fight for you. With my presence, Earth shall remain safe. His piercing gaze and tousled hair evoke a sense of reassurance, albeit with a touch of youthful bravado. Captain Yuanji, age 12, possesses a combat power of 660,000. Having emerged as a newborn following the battle with Frisia, nurtured within the hyperbolic time chamber. The other 5 team members share a similar upbringing, having engaged in meditation from a young age, allowing them to master their emotions without the previously rampant brutality of the Saiyan race. Vitalis specifically selected them to protect Earth. These are all fine young lads, around 11 or 12 years of age. Their presence on Earth will deepen their bonds with the planet. Divine One, we entrust them to you. Let them reside in the temple for convenient observation of the mortal realm, and allow them to train in the time chamber. Should any tasks arise, simply summon them. Vitalis instructed the divine being. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls will be housed within the temple, where they will be securely guarded. Once arrangements were made, Vitalis sent Gohan and the doctor back to their homes. He returned to the throne atop planet Vegeta. The palace remained unrepaired, which Vitalis deemed a waste. The throne alone symbolizes royal authority and is conveniently portable. As for living quarters, he prepared various models of capsule villas and could conjure a palace instantly using magic, rendering such concerns insignificant. At this moment, it was deep night on planet Vegeta. Sitting upon the throne, he waved his hand gently, unleashing a powerful gust that scattered all the clouds, offering a clearer view of the starry sky. Extending his right hand, fingers splayed as if grasping the infinite void, he felt the palpable strength within. Destiny? Can I seize it? No, it is imperative that I do. This sensation is truly splendid. With that youthful exuberance concluded, he retracted his right hand and leaned against the throne, gazing at the breathtaking night sky. Utilizing magic to observe the celestial panorama, the dreamlike spectacle captivated Vitalis. Step, step, step. Footsteps echoed as an individual approached quietly, standing beside the throne. After a brief glance at Vitalis, they turned their gaze towards the heavens. After a long moment, Vitalis suddenly inquired, "What do you think of this starry sky, Broly?" "It is beautiful," Broly replied, retracting his gaze to meet Vitalis'. "Indeed, it is magnificent. For the sake of this celestial expanse, we must hasten our steps. The sooner we cleanse this realm, the sooner we can find peace." "How is your father faring?" Vitalis continued. "My father is quite pleased. Yes, Paragus is overjoyed." Pulling Broly around to meet his brothers, sons of either comrades or colleagues, all urging Broly to protect them with a thump on the chest. During this time, Paragus, besides stirring up a storm, has sparked a frenzy of procreation. Many believe that if a seemingly weakling like Paragus can sire a formidable son like Broly, then they too can achieve greatness, perhaps even surpassing it. Vitalis chose not to elaborate, reveling in the joy of it all. Moreover, if another child would be born, it would be a tremendous boon, though the odds are slim. Nevertheless, due to this situation and the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, the population has multiplied significantly. Thanks to the strength of the previous generation, many newborns are also notably powerful, creating a virtuous cycle with a promising developmental trajectory. "Barak, please summon Vegeta." Vitalis reached out to Barak, who was training his son in the hyperbolic time chamber, instructing him to seek out Vegeta. Vegeta, 3, seemed to be under some sort of influence, jumping around in a star system approximately 100 light-years away. They had only met briefly during the coronation feast before he dashed off to frolic. "Your Majesty?" "Understood. I shall go at once upon receiving Vitalis' telepathic message." Barak felt puzzled, but, as a warrior, he adhered to orders as a matter of duty. "Ha, Raditz, keep your eyes wide open." Barak began to gather energy, his muscles contracting, becoming more proportionate. With a flash of golden light, he inquired, "Raditz, how many times did I attack you?" "Father." Aye. Raditz struggled to respond, his injuries making speech exceedingly difficult. The once formidable warrior with a power level of 3 million was still unable to break through, a pitiful sight as Barak approached Raditz, lifting him by the collar with his left hand and forcefully inserting a senzu bean with his right. "Now answer me. How many times did I attack you?" As Barak spoke, his physique began to transform. His muscles swelled rapidly, unleashing an overwhelming power, and even a faint current of electricity danced across his skin. Gulping, Raditz stared at Barak in awe. 1843? No, wait, 1936? That, father, give me a moment to think. No, please. Raditz cried out in terror as Barak, still grasping him with his left hand, extended his right index finger slowly towards Raditz's chest. "Raditz, inheritor of my bloodline, you ought not to behave in such a manner. Reflect upon your actions. Should you continue down this path, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Thus, you may dwell beneath my protection for a lifetime. For who else could you be but my son?" My finger, poised for a moment, never descended. I released my grip, allowing Raditz to fall. I felt the imprint of my presence linger in the world. Choosing not to gaze upon Raditz any longer, I teleported away. Sighing, I reverted to my ordinary Super Saiyan form and consumed a senzu bean to restore my depleted energy. I never wished to treat Raditz in this way. Yet the scars of his childhood influenced him greatly. He remains averse to training. This stems from his status. As a low-class warrior, he surpassed the mid-class warriors to become the foremost under the king, bearing the weight of glory. In contrast, Raditz, designated as a high-class warrior at birth, found himself marginalized due to his low-class warrior heritage, leading to his rejection by peers. In time, he became indolent, shunning training. While I once overlooked these matters, I now perceive them clearly. I still yearn for my sons to grow up happy and healthy. Through the relentless training from King Vegeta 3, Raditz now boasts a combat power exceeding 3 million, yet he has reached his limits, unable to break through. Although he possesses great strength, if this continues, he will inevitably face obsolescence. The root of his stagnation lies in his unwillingness to change. Shaking my head, I cease my contemplation. This would be my final attempt. If unsuccessful, I would cast him to Earth for a carefree existence, perhaps to protect Kakarot in the process. Closing my eyes, I emptied my mind and began to sense Vegeta's energy. Chapter 54. Vegeta, why does your transformation into a great ape not lead to loss of reason? In the Alpha Star system, King Vegeta 3 stood atop the highest peak of planet Alpha, meticulously observing the surroundings. It is difficult to articulate my feelings at this moment. I had anticipated a swift hunt for star beasts, yet after traversing several star systems, I found no trace of them. I had previously seen reports within the Frisia Force indicating the presence of star beasts in this vicinity. Damn it, I had hoped to capture a large one before the banquet concluded to compare with Bardock. However, the elusive nature of my quarry left me empty-handed. Having kept a close eye on the banquet's proceedings, I was well aware that it had long since concluded. Yet, I found it shameful to return empty-handed. How could I explain my absence? Merely to enjoy the scenery? Enjoying the scenery, are we? Bardock's sudden appearance startled me. What business does he have here? The scenery is indeed pleasant. Just days ago, I hunted a star beast right here, Bardock remarked nonchalantly, as if it were trivial. You did this on purpose? You bastard. I roared with fury. While I understood the unspoken bond between us, the audacity of his words stung. How could I return as a failure? Knowing he had succeeded right where I had faltered? What of it? After all, we are partners, Bardock replied, his concern evident despite the jest. Forget it. The scenery here is quite delightful. What brings you here? Vegeta 3, with arms crossed, surveyed the surroundings. Ah, so you prefer the view below? I, however, am captivated by the celestial tapestry visible from this angle. Bardock, though reluctant to elaborate on his partner's preferences, assured that everything was fine. The vista below was indeed magnificent in the past, with towering peaks draped in pristine snow, a breathtaking sight. Yet, that was a memory, just days ago. He had vanquished a star beast here. In a bid for a decisive blow, he had unleashed his full power, obliterating the snow. The mountain, once loftier, now stood diminished and barren, its slopes strewn with boulders and fissures. Truly, as the king of the once mighty Saiyan warriors, he revels in this post-battle ambience. The king instructed me to convey your purpose to Bardock. Bardock, what is your opinion of the king? Vegeta 3 fixed a serious gaze upon Bardock. The king? Still rather immature. With such a temperament, he could easily meet an untimely end. He possesses vast knowledge, yet often overlooks critical details. He exhibits caution, yet his arrogance taints his essence. Lacks purity, Bardock articulated his perspective. Indeed, lacking in purity. At times, he hardly resembles a Saiyan. Not to mention, he falls short even as a warrior, Vegeta 3 remarked. Oh, are you still contemplating the reclamation of the throne? Bardock turned his gaze towards Vegeta 3. Haha, don't look at me like that. While I'm somewhat accustomed to it, the gaze of a Super Saiyan is undeniably irksome. Even after training to suppress the rage that accompanies the transformation, that impulsive sensation remains infuriating. As for the throne, I shall forego that ambition. Compared to the king, I am woefully inadequate. If it were me, I would have exiled Broly to a desolate planet to wither away in solitude, denying him the chance to thrive. Yet the king has done the opposite, not only allowing Broly to flourish, but actively aiding in his empowerment. Such magnanimity I cannot match. Moreover, should I take action against the king, Broly would promptly eliminate me. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, exists on an entirely different plane than us. Furthermore, it is the king who instigates change. I am not one to be ungrateful. As for the king's shortcomings, that is inconsequential. Do we not exist to support him? Whatever the king desires, we shall endeavor to fulfill. We are the warrior race of Saiyans, and we are no longer the frail beings we once were. We possess the capability to enact the king's will. Therefore, shall we indulge the king for now? At the very least, it is far more exhilarating than before. Vegeta 3 said slowly. Huh, is this what you pondered upon your arrival? Is this all you wish to convey? How dreadfully tedious, Bardock scoffed, gazing at the sky. And what of you? What do you think? If I were to seize the throne? Vegeta 3 stared intently into Bardock's eyes. Should you succeed, I would spare no effort to eliminate you, even at the cost of my own life, Bardock replied, equally serious, locking eyes with Vegeta 3. Ha, you are quite something. Vegeta 3 suddenly found Bardock rather impressive, though I've always found Bardock to be intriguing. However, he also comprehended the reasons behind Bardock's formidable strength. In the past, there had been instances where lower-ranking warriors defied the odds, yet none had advanced so rapidly as Bardock. Perhaps, even in the absence of a king, Bardock would surpass him and potentially ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Unlike typical Saiyans who are devoid of humanity, Bardock had been influenced by his family. Through his interactions with them, he recognized that both Jain and Bardock possessed remarkable strength. Of course, he did not entirely endorse their emotional prowess, particularly regarding power. So, Bardock, I wish to know why you seek to kill me. Is it for the sake of the king? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. No, among Saiyans, the victor claims the throne. It is merely that I cannot abide your rule, Bardock replied, turning to depart as their casual conversation drew to a close, with the king awaiting him. What a disingenuous fellow he is. Is it not unfair? In the spirit of camaraderie, I expressed my thoughts, yet this obstinate Bardock merely shook his head. And Vegeta followed him out. As a former king, devoid of companions or anyone with whom to converse, he now found solace in such exchanges, though lamentably. Bardock's lack of candor left much to be desired. As for the others, he held them in contempt. Your Majesty, he heard in unison as two figures knelt before him. Vitalis felt a momentary daze. Yes, he was indeed the king. Rise. I summoned you for a purpose, Vitalis stated as he approached the edge of the platform. For reasons unknown to him, he had acquired knowledge of many future events. He could not disclose the cause, but he had altered the destinies of numerous individuals. As for the specifics of those changes, you shall witness them in due time. I shall refrain from elaborating further. While traversing dimensions cannot be articulated, glimpsing the future is not uncommon within the Dragon Ball universe. Certain races possess the ability to foresee specific futures. Moreover, as they inevitably encounter alternate dimensions and timelines, it is prudent to address potential issues preemptively, rather than allowing seeds of disaster to take root. By openly discussing these matters now, they may be better prepared for what lies ahead. Now listen to me, and if you have questions, hold them in. Seek your own answers later. Vitalis preemptively cautioned the two eager to inquire, understanding that fabricating stories could lead to complications. Turning to Broly, he found reassurance in his steadfast demeanor. Though surprised, Broly remained quietly attentive to Vitalis' discourse. I have witnessed Super Saiyans and their subsequent forms, including Super Saiyan God, manifesting in the future. The reason for summoning you today is to initiate experiments on Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Bardock and Vegeta exchanged bewildered glances. Aren't we supposed to progress through the third form first? And we haven't even unlocked the second. Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 is the designation I have chosen. Although, in my view, it diverges significantly from the traditional Super Saiyan lineage, the official title remains, and thus I shall adhere to it. It is a path entirely distinct from that of the Super Saiyan God. Perhaps the levels may vary slightly, yet the magnitude shall not be inferior to that of the Super Saiyan God. However, I am uncertain whether, in this realm, the Super Saiyan 4 can indeed come into existence, hence the necessity for experimentation. And you, Vegeta, are the most suitable candidate. Before we proceed, enlighten me, King Vegeta. Why does your transformation into a great ape not lead to a loss of reason? Chapter 55, I am not certain. Huh? Why does it not result in a loss of reason? Is it due to the royal bloodline? In any case, neither my grandfather nor my father, nor I have ever succumbed to the madness that typically accompanies the transformation into a great ape. As for the deeper reasons, I cannot elucidate. Vegeta 3, in his confusion, acknowledged that it is common knowledge that the royal bloodline does not lead to a loss of reason. Yet, when one delves deeper, no one can provide a definitive explanation. Is there any historical record or documentation regarding the Saiyans? Vitalis inquired, harboring little hope but still wishing that the royal lineage might possess some secrets. Historical records? Documentation? Such frivolities are not the concern of the Saiyans. Even the legend of the Super Saiyan has merely been passed down through generations, relying on oral tradition alone. Vegeta 3 scoffed. Only recently With advancements in technology, have they been able to acquire knowledge through machine learning? His father and grandfather were mere warriors, incapable of harnessing high technology even if they obtained it. Very well, the education of the Saiyans is indeed an issue. Although they may not need to pursue a technological path, they ought to possess the ability to preserve civilization, lest they face a cultural discontinuity due to calamities. Shaking his head, he conceded that the Saiyans are always either engaged in battle or on the path of warfare. Is there any lore regarding the events that transpired before the Saiyans arrived on this planet? Vitalis was curious, pondering how the Saiyans, after the destruction of their home, wandered and subsequently slaughtered the indigenous population upon their arrival, completely dominating this world. How was their homeland destroyed? Did all Saiyans migrate here after the destruction? Might there still be other branches of Saiyans that exist? I do not know. I am unclear. I was not born at that time. My grandfather was born during the period of exile, and he too is unaware of many matters. At this point, Vegeta 3 recognized the necessity for basic education. While the emergence of a Super Saiyan might occur by chance, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God, which requires a ceremonial process, is of such paramount importance that its knowledge should not have been lost. Otherwise, the universe would be rife with tales of Super Saiyans, and they would not have been subjugated by Frieza and his progeny. Let us proceed with the experiment for the Super Saiyan 4 and observe whether it can be brought to fruition, suggested Vitalis. Super Saiyan 4? How shall we accomplish this? Vegeta 3 sensed a vague connection, perhaps related to the king's inquiries. But why would it pertain to the transformation into a great ape without losing one's reason? The Super Saiyan 4 acquire royal blood? Bardock cast a glance at Vegeta 3, discerning that the king had chosen him as the candidate for the Super Saiyan 4 experiment. There is no need for such constraints. Theoretically, advantages exist. We shall soon ascertain the results of the Super Saiyan 4 experiment. Bardock, prepare yourself. For once we conclude our investigations, it will be your turn, Vitalis explained. It is prudent to inform Bardock about the Super Saiyan God. While the likelihood of complications is minimal, it is unnecessary for him to indulge in unfounded worries. Nevertheless, as a fellow commander, it is understandable that he might feel emotional when he observes Vegeta undergoing the Super Saiyan 4 experiment, while he himself has yet to experience anything. Thus, it is better to communicate this in advance. As for surprises, they are a warrior race, not a romantic one, and such embellishments are unnecessary. Allow me to elaborate. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation is fundamentally rooted in the primal power of the great ape, augmented by the strength of the Super Saiyan. However, this is merely a prerequisite. One must also master the feral power during the transformation to elevate oneself further into Super Saiyan 4. To harness such ferocity, one must possess rationality. Among us, only Vegeta has thus far been able to maintain his intellect while in the great ape state, Vitalis remarked, revealing the intricacies surrounding the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Can one transform into a Super Saiyan after becoming a great ape? To be candid, I had pondered this not long ago. However, the inability to retain rationality deterred me, as I feared I might inadvertently harm Raditz. Bardock clasped his hands over his chest, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Vitalis felt a moment of sympathy for Raditz. Yet this was also one of the reasons he resolved to initiate the Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God transformations. Firstly, as the king, he had come to appreciate the weight of his responsibilities, deciding that concealing knowledge was unnecessary. As a ruler, it was imperative to lead his people forward. Secondly, with the proliferation of Super Saiyans, it was inevitable that some would entertain the notion of augmenting their already formidable power through the additional tenfold increase provided by the Great Ape transformation. After all, they are a warrior race, and with tails to boot, experimentation was bound to occur. Although maintaining rationality during the transformation to Super Saiyan 4 may be impossible, one must consider the potential outcomes. Presently, the Saiyans exhibit unwavering loyalty, yet should someone master the Super Saiyan 4 and harbor malevolent intentions, what then? If such a transformation were to occur during a berserk state, how would one manage the consequences? Rather than remaining passive, it is far wiser to proactively usher in the era of Super Saiyan 4. Following the success of Vegeta 3, future generations would have a path to follow, significantly bolstering the strength of their race. Even if a few malevolent Super Saiyan 4s were to emerge, panic would be unnecessary. Furthermore, potential threats posed by future evil Super Saiyan gods could be effectively quelled. While the exact multiplier of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation remains uncertain, it is plausible that, in its normal state, the power of Super Saiyan 4 may not be inferior to that of the Super Saiyan God. Bardock, you rascal. Vegeta 3 held a deep admiration for Bardock, who had devised such intricate battle strategies. In their current state, he likely would not stand a chance against Bardock. Unlike Bardock, Vegeta 3 harbored a disdain for the great ape form. He would not reject it in times of necessity, but since the advent of the Super Saiyan, he had wholly relinquished the power of the great ape. The Super Saiyan was the true aspiration of his life. After Vitalis mentioned Super Saiyan 2 and 3, he eagerly pursued the path laid out by Vitalis. Bardock, however, did not pursue the path toward full power as a Super Saiyan, nor did he harbor ambitions of achieving Super Saiyan 2. Instead, he focused on refining his various forms. Currently, he could not surpass Bardock. Yet King Vegeta 3 remained confident that he would soon attain Super Saiyan 2, decisively overpowering Bardock's transformations. Strangely, Bardock's thoughts coincided with the king's mention of the Super Saiyan 4 path, which posed a significant danger. Had the king not forewarned him, would he have faced a Super Saiyan 4 Bardock when he transformed to challenge him? Such a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, he was indeed the best candidate, and he would be the first to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Ignoring the fervent Vegeta below, Vitalis continued, explaining that the Super Saiyan God ritual required 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans to channel their energy to the ritual bearer, thereby giving rise to the savior of the Saiyans, the legendary Super Saiyan God. Allowing the trio a moment to acclimate to this information, Vitalis elaborated, I am uncertain whether righteousness is a strict prerequisite, but the 2 Super Saiyan gods I know were indeed born from the energy of 5 virtuous Saiyans. I ponder, if the participants were malevolent, would a being opposite to a god emerge? Perhaps an evil god? This has deterred me from initiating the Super Saiyan God experiment. What about now? Bardock inquired, sensing that the king intended for him to undergo the Super Saiyan God experiment. Did the king perceive him as virtuous or malevolent? I believe I possess the strength to suppress, he mused. Alongside Broly, their combined power was astonishing. He did not directly respond to Bardock, but indicated that with Broly present, neither the Super Saiyan God nor any evil entity concerned him. For better observation, Vitalis proposed preparing 3 groups. One group consisting of those confined deep within the hyperbolic time chamber, another of ordinary Saiyans, and a final group led by the virtuous Saiyans, with Bardock at the forefront. Me? Virtuous? What a disgrace, Bardock muttered under his breath, yet he did not argue. Compared to other Saiyans, he indeed recognized his own leniency. King Vegeta 3 also looked at Bardock in astonishment. This fellow was virtuous? It was a revelation he had not anticipated. However, observing Bardock's expression, he refrained from speaking. It was not cowardice, but rather an acknowledgement that, at this moment, he could not contend with Bardock. The king had stated that Bardock's maximum power increase might rival that of Super Saiyan 2, and his speed was akin to it as well. Thus, this individual was truly a freak, achieving Super Saiyan 2 level through such unconventional means. Fortunately, in a few days, he would reach Super Saiyan 4, making it unnecessary to seek conflict now. Would it not be exhilarating to confront Bardock directly in a few days? At that moment, a powerful and brutal aura suddenly manifested in the sky. The group looked up. Chapter 56. Father, prepare to witness my strength. Father, I am not worthless. Raditz thought as tears streamed down his face while watching Bardock depart. From the moment of his birth, he was deemed a superior warrior, a rarity in the annals of Saiyan history. It was not merely the absence of superior warriors born outside the royal lineage that made his case exceptional, but rather his origins from a lowly warrior family. Historically, apart from royalty, the emergence of superior warriors was confined to prestigious clans and elite warrior households. Individuals who distinguished themselves among middle-tier warriors, standing on the verge of superiority. Upon grasping the significance of being a superior warrior, he felt a surge of joy. Yet to outsiders, he appeared merely as a fortunate lad basking in the glory of his father, the mightiest low-class warrior. His father's esteemed reputation overshadowed any notion of superiority, for Bardock transcended the so-called elite and noble bloodlines. His parents cared for him, primarily due to his status as a superior warrior. Compared to other children from low-class warrior families, he was far better off, spared from exile, and allowed to remain on planet Vegeta for training and growth. Nurtured in the company of his parents. Yet, the more fortunate he became, the more discontent he felt. He seldom saw his father after his birth, each time they met. His father spoke of superior warriors with a melancholic expression, leading him to believe that his father perceived him as inferior. His mother, too, initially took pride in showcasing her son, But gradually, as fewer people engaged with her about him, she ceased to mention him in conversations. Those who surrounded him were drawn to him solely because of his superior warrior status, with envy and jealousy abounding, accompanied by a fair share of ridicule. He remained indifferent to their scorn, yet some foolish individuals dared to proclaim that he, as a superior warrior, was destined to surpass all others, standing beneath the king, including his own father, a low-class warrior. He harbored resentment towards his father, resenting why he was merely a low-class warrior. He loathed himself, questioning why he had to be a superior warrior. He also felt disdain for an unknown past grievance, but upon the arrival of the king, he understood. He despised the system that dictated destiny, where his father, despite his immense strength, could only remain a low-class warrior throughout his life. Raditz acknowledged that his previous laziness was indeed a reflection of his true nature, but initially, it stemmed from a desire to avoid surpassing his father. Although he later found solace in idleness, leading him down a path of degradation, his original intentions were noble, for he was a dutiful son. The arrival of the king altered everything. His father was promoted to marshal, becoming the legendary Super Saiyan, not in the manner of Broly, but of a different ilk. He rejoiced, for his father's regrets dissipated. The title of low-class warrior vanished, and no one dared to call him that again or compare his superior status with his father's. Training alongside his father brought him immense joy. Despite the arduous journey, witnessing his father's progress and recognizing his own contribution filled him with pride. Most importantly, from that moment onward, his father never again mentioned superior warriors. As he reflected on the past, tears blurred his vision. No, I'm not worthless, he pondered. Why? Why? Raditz yearned for answers. I am not a coward either. Beyond Bardock's words, he recalled the transformation of his comrades, who had shifted from fear and flattery to secretly labeling him a coward. Although he remained indifferent, he now possessed a combat power exceeding 3 million, and no one dared to label him a weakling any longer. Yet, he could not forget the disdainful expressions of those individuals from the past. Am I still weak? No, I am formidable. I am neither a waste nor a coward. Watch closely, father. I am the elite warrior Raditz, and I am the strongest. Raditz slowly rose to his feet, a surging energy beginning to swell within him. The immense power distorted the magnetic field, causing debris from the battle to levitate and shatter once more under this tremendous force. Tears from the corners of his eyes ascended into the sky, dissipating into the air. I, Raditz, am the mightiest. Whether it be Uncle Vegeta, Father, or Broly, I shall surpass each of you in due time. Prepare to witness who the true champion is. Unable to comprehend why his father was so angry and disappointed, Raditz resolved to cease his pondering. Whether in wrath or despair, he would resolve matters in the Saiyan manner, wailing beneath my might, trembling in awe of my power, and taking pride in my strength. Abandoning thought, Raditz chose to speak through force. Surely, such overwhelming power would leave no room for his father's anger or disappointment. The white aura began to transform into a golden hue. With a flash of lightning, a brilliant golden light erupted forth. His irises shifted to a pale green. His eyebrows turned golden, and his flowing hair stood upright, now shimmering in gold. Is this the Super Saiyan transformation? It is hard to believe that I am this powerful. Clenching his fists, Raditz felt a surge of excitement. With a slight tremor, the golden light dissipated and the aura faded. A subtle smirk crept across his lips as he declared, Father, I am coming. Raditz soared toward the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. While he could have left a mark outside and instantaneously transported himself away using coordinates or magic, he chose to fly out. At a pace neither too fast nor too slow, he intended to announce that he, Raditz, son of the great Bardock, was the 5th Super Saiyan, undeniably one of the top 5 Saiyans. Simultaneously, he sensed his father's presence along with the king, Broly, and Uncle Vegeta, likely engaged in a meeting. If he were to approach directly, Broly would undoubtedly retaliate. Though his emotions surged, Raditz maintained a semblance of rationality. No one desired to be struck without cause. He deliberately flew over the area where his mother was, feeling the waves of astonishment rising from below, which filled him with exhilaration. Wait for me, father. Soon you shall witness my true power. Radiating a formidable fighting spirit, Raditz began to gather his strength. Currently, his father's normal combat power was still slightly inferior to his own, and now that he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was certainly stronger. Moreover, unbeknownst to his father, he had stealthily learned his father's power form. Although this enhancement might not be effective against his father's base form, he was now a Super Saiyan as well. He just had yet to fully grasp the nuances of speed forms. In terms of velocity, he definitely did not hold the advantage. Thus, he needed to catch his father off guard, ensuring he could not showcase his speed. While teleportation may compensate for a degree of mobility, it pales in comparison to pure speed, and flexibility is somewhat lacking. My father is also capable of teleportation. Thus, I must not only remain vigilant of his speed, but also thwart his ability to teleport. I need to restrain the maneuvers of speed-oriented opponents. Yet time is of the essence for developing such strategies. For now, I shall attempt to secure victory through unorthodox means. First, I shall strike my father and then devise the necessary countermeasures. At this moment, I must contemplate my tactics. I shift my posture, turning my back to the ground, crossing my arms with my left hand while my right hand supports my chin in a contemplative stance. Slowly, I close my eyes and begin to devise my strategy. Chapter 57, General Bardock, I, Raditz, challenge you. Witnessing Raditz, who appeared almost otherworldly at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Vitalis could not help but utter an expletive. At first glance, he thought Goku had traversed dimensions, specifically the Super Saiyan 3 form. But upon closer inspection, he noticed the distinct eyebrows and slightly different hairstyle, lacking bangs, with golden hair that was even more unruly than Super Saiyan 3's. Yet, the smirk at the corner of his mouth bore a resemblance to that of Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, upon closer scrutiny, it was indeed Raditz's energy that permeated the air. Raditz had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, although I had anticipated this moment. Witnessing Raditz in his current form left me with a rather peculiar sentiment. However, he could always shave his eyebrows to cosplay as Super Saiyan 3 Goku. After all, they were brothers, and from certain angles, the resemblance could indeed be strikingly convincing. How amusing, Bardock. Here comes Raditz. Vegeta mused, not contemplating as deeply as Vitalis. He had not anticipated Raditz's transformation into a Super Saiyan at this juncture. Observing Raditz, brimming with combat fervor, everyone present could sense an overwhelming battle intent directed at Bardock. Regardless of the outcome of this evening's clash, Bardock's confrontation with his son would undoubtedly become a cherished tale, evoking joy at the mere thought. Vegeta resolved to capture this magnificent moment, hoping to photograph Bardock being bested by Raditz. Foolish father, do you see? This is the power of Raditz. Raditz proclaimed as he unleashed his full might upon Bardock below him, a brilliant golden aura blazing fiercely, illuminating half of planet Vegeta. Foolish? Bardock questioned, suspecting his hearing had faltered. How could the timid and slothful Raditz utter such words? Indeed, but you are my father, and I shall refrain from enumerating your numerous follies. Raditz lamented, one hand on his forehead, eyes closed in distress. However, General Bardock, I, Raditz, challenge you. On the battlefield, there exists no paternal bonds. Therefore, do not expect me to show mercy. So, General, do you dare accept my challenge? With one hand on his hip and a wide grin upon his face, he reveled in the distorted expression of his father. Raditz, I should have informed you that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, one experiences an extraordinary surge of exhilaration. While it can bolster morale, controlling this emotion is essential to harnessing your true power. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to remain calm. After all, a son requires guidance. Indeed, father, you have spoken, and I have firmly etched your words into my memory. But which of your eyes beheld my lack of control? I feel quite well at present. Extending my right pinky, I clear my ear, indicating to Raditz that his hearing is perfectly intact, and he comprehended everything. Is that so? Do you remember? Casting a glance at the surrounding Saiyans, who had gathered to witness the spectacle stirred by Raditz, Bardock resolved to deepen Raditz's recollection. As a father, it is essential to provide proper guidance to my son. Well, Commander Bardock, why so much triviality? Are you afraid of me? It is quite all right. Even if I do not show mercy, this is merely a commonplace challenge. After all, you are my father, and I shall not resort to lethal measures, merely engage in combat without relent. Raditz scratched the back of his head, seemingly troubled by Bardock's reluctance to engage, and earnestly offered an explanation. It is of no concern. With the sins of beans and the King's restorative magic, you can be revived. Shall I only use 80% of my power against you? Or perhaps 60%? Any lower, and I cannot guarantee my prowess. Observing Bardock's contorted visage and clenched fists, Raditz felt elated and added fuel to the fire. Ha ha ha! Bardock suddenly erupted into laughter. How amusing, Raditz! Has transforming into a Super Saiyan endowed you with courage? But do you believe that alone grants you the right to challenge me? Bardock, enraged yet mockingly amused, inquired. Ah, father, as a fellow Super Saiyan, you must comprehend the might of our kind. I, too, surpass the ordinary Saiyan that you are. I am now Super Raditz. Enough with the superfluous words. Will we fight or not? As a Saiyan, you should not fear battle. Otherwise, as your son, I would feel shameful. Raditz urged Bardock once more. How infuriating. Truly, being your son, it is exceedingly difficult to provoke you. I must commence the battle before you regain your composure. Observing Bardock's fluctuating demeanor, Raditz felt an intense surge of anxiety within. Trivialities? Fear? Bardock ascended deliberately. With each step toward the heavens, his aura intensified. The prolonged activation of Super Saiyan in training, devoid of its effects during non-combat periods, manifested as Bardock advanced. His golden hair billowed, and his power blazed fiercely, his once emotionless eyes growing colder still. Raditz, I recall telling you that anger can awaken a being's latent power, and for Saiyans, this holds especially true. A Super Saiyan may be regarded as a warrior fueled by fury. The angrier one becomes, the mightier they grow, Bardock declared as he strode forward. Raditz scratched his head, seemingly recalling his father's words. Indeed, he himself had ignited the power of the Super Saiyan through unchanneled rage. Yet, in his fervor, he had overlooked this fact. No matter, my plan remains intact. All progresses smoothly. I need only to secure a single victory. One shall suffice. Even if it requires cunning, I shall demonstrate my strength to my father. Father, are you quite angry? Why is that? Could it be that I have guessed correctly? Are you truly fearful of the power of Super Raditz? With unwavering confidence, Raditz spoke once more. Gentlemen, may I announce the rules before we commence? Although Raditz's sudden enthusiasm was unexpected, Vitalis eagerly anticipated the clash between the father and son. Our rules? King Vegeta pondered for a moment, sensing that the stipulations would not hinder Raditz. Rather, they might even be leveraged to secure a more advantageous position. Bardock also turned his gaze towards Vitalis. There are no intricate rules. We are not nitpickers here. The only stipulation is that the battle must take place in the skies, and we must control our power to avoid annihilating planet Vegeta. There are no time constraints. The contest concludes when one party concedes or is incapacitated, Vitalis declared, reclining on his throne. The strength of the two warriors could effortlessly obliterate planet Vegeta, a fact that could not be overlooked. While they might exercise restraint, it was prudent to clarify the terms to prevent any irreparable consequences. Understood. After all, this is our home, and I will control my power effectively. So there's no need for you to worry about me accidentally harming you. I, Super Raditz, have full confidence in this regard. Speaking of which, father, what level of power do you wish for me to employ? With a flick of his flowing hair, Raditz proudly pointed his thumb at himself, making a bold proclamation. I will exercise restraint, Bardock replied solemnly. Chapter 58, The Commencement of the Father-Son Battle. Broly, go fetch some food and drinks. I have a feeling this battle will be quite the spectacle, and I find myself somewhat peckish, Vitalis instructed Broly, who was keen on enjoying the show. After all, a Saiyans digestive system is remarkably robust, and he indeed felt a hunger pang. All right, Vitalis, just a moment, Broly replied, redirecting his gaze from Raditz before vanishing in an instant. Not partaking in any drinks? Such a delightful occasion, and to forego alcohol would be a pity, King Vegeta inquired. I am but a child. Good children should refrain from alcohol until they reach maturity, Vitalis remarked, casting a sidelong glance at King Vegeta. Primarily, he simply did not enjoy drinking. Well then, I shall retrieve the scouter and recording device, and perhaps grab some drinks as well. Vegeta thought better than to mention that they were a warrior race, swiftly teleporting away to prepare for the impending clash. With a crackle of energy, the two formidable forces collided, arcs of electricity dancing across the sky as numerous small energy spheres formed and detonated. Observing the imminent clash of these two Super Saiyans, the gathering Saiyans descended to the ground, noting that several unfortunate souls in close proximity had already succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of their auras, crashing to the earth and creating craters. Everyone, please remain in place or distance yourselves from the battlefield. I will use magic to broadcast the ensuing battle for all to witness. Simply close your eyes to catch the action, Vitalis communicated telepathically to the ever-growing crowd. After all, this was a battle of Super Saiyans, legendary warriors that had long intrigued many. Although Vitalis and a few others have maintained their Super Saiyan forms to adapt to the unparalleled strength and training, and many have gazed upon them, few have dared to engage. During the initial battle with Frieza, many were not present, and those who were largely failed to witness the spectacle as they were swiftly dispatched to the afterlife. Now, with two mighty Super Saiyans poised to clash, word has spread, and spectators have begun to gather. However, not everyone is deemed worthy of witnessing such a confrontation. Access to the battle necessitates a ticket, specifically, the assurance of being unharmed amidst the chaos. To prevent any unfortunate casualties, Vitalis promptly intervened and initiated a live broadcast. Only a select few had any semblance of strength. Otherwise, the overwhelming pressure emanating from the two combatants would have easily incapacitated them. Those who had recently succumbed to unconsciousness, along with anyone possessing a fighting power below 2 million, were swiftly transported to nearby, life-sustaining planets. For those who had received news while hurrying from the room of spirit and time, temporal rifts were open to expedite their journey to other planets. As for why the two warriors were not relocated to a different planet for their bout, it was due to the lingering scars left by Frisia and his father, which had yet to fully heal. Allowing the two to battle there would not only be detrimental, but would also provide an opportunity for the Eternal Dragon to restore the damage. However, it was imperative to ensure the restoration magic was disseminated afterward. Self-healing was preferable. Wishing for such a restoration through the Dragon Balls would be a waste. Strengthening spells were abundant, and it would also be prudent to elevate Vegeta's planet status. In a moment of contemplation, Vitalis recalled that he had only imparted meditation and various strategic spells, such as instantaneous movement and telepathy, while neglecting other types of magic, which felt like a tremendous loss. The storm of thoughts subsided within seconds. Refocusing his attention on the two warriors, he exclaimed, "Raditz, I shall reiterate, this battle is no mere child's play." At that moment, Bardock teleported above Raditz and delivered a powerful kick to his chin, sending him flying. The impact was significant, and Vitalis observed the energy waves dispersing at the moment of contact. "Impressive," he murmured, savoring the thrill of witnessing Bardock engage Raditz. He envisioned the day he would accompany Bardock to witness the catastrophic clash between the two formidable sons. "Vitalis, what do you think? Is this sufficient?" Broly returned, eager to show Vitalis what he had brought. Upon seeing Broly effortlessly lift a small mountain, Vitalis felt a hint of embarrassment. That will suffice. You may set it down. Come, let us feast while we watch." Descending from his throne, Vitalis utilized his mental prowess to fell several trees from a distance, transforming them into a campfire. As he settled beside it, he began to roast some meat, offering pieces of fruit to Broly. Broly, noticing the flames, inquired, "Is this magic as well?" "Indeed, it is merely a simple projection spell," Vitalis replied, taking a bite of the fruit, which likely came from an unknown planet. Within the flames danced the vivid scene of Bardock and Raditz engaged in fierce combat. The battle is about to commence, and Raditz proves to be rather ineffective. Upon Vegeta's casual glance, he observes Bardock transforming into a beam of light, treating Raditz as if he were a mere plaything, tossing him about with ease. "Come, sit down and join us for a meal." Vitalis invites upon the return of Prince Vegeta III. "No, I must document the events of this evening. I hope Raditz can surprise me," Vegeta III replies, placing several crates of wine aside, retrieving a bottle, and walking to the edge of the platform. With a press of a button, he activates the recording device to capture this confrontation. This device, having been modified from a detector, retains its original function while now boasting video recording capabilities. This enhancement serves two purposes: to ensure the detector remains relevant in an era where everyone possesses the ability to sense energy, and to record intriguing racial abilities for analysis by the mainframe. That which can be learned will be absorbed, and that which cannot will be preserved for future reference. So when encountering similar skills, there will be no panic or confusion. "Father, haven't you eaten? Perhaps you should join us for a bite before continuing," Raditz mockingly suggests, wiping his mouth. He had just been tossed about like a ball, utterly defenseless. As usual, his father maintained his composure, having sent him flying and instantly activating his speed mode, leaving Raditz unable to keep up with his father's pace. "It is indeed difficult to provoke my father into a frenzy. I was careless. However, I only require a fleeting opportunity. Raditz, your incessant chatter post-transformation is tiresome. And aside from becoming more resilient, you have shown no improvement." Bardock dismissively responds to Raditz's words. "What? Chatter? Father, if I so wished, I could conclude this battle in an instant. I merely hope you would provide more amusement," Raditz retorts. "Resilient? You have yet to grasp the reality. Observe. You haven't even breached my defenses. Are you merely scratching the surface?" Trembling, Raditz endures the pain. My ribs nearly snapped. Had I not transformed, I would have been finished." Upon hearing Raditz' remarks, Bardock begins to gather energy. I will teleport and deliver a kick to the enraged Bardock. Seizing the opportunity to strike, well done, but not sufficient. I intentionally exposed a weakness. Bardock grins, catching Raditz's leg with one hand. Raditz condenses an energy blast in his right hand, bending his knee and pressing it against Bardock's chest. Father, no one knows you better than I do. I'm merely playing along. Teleporting to a distance, Raditz states. Oh, you wish to leave a mark on me? Ordinary teleportation cannot match my velocity. But you believe that by marking me, you can track my movements? You are mistaken. Bardock perceives the ineffectual strike, quickly understanding Raditz's intent. Of course, I am aware that regardless of the teleportation method, the moment of appearance provides you ample time to react, evade, or even counterattack. Raising his right hand, Raditz begins to gather power, and in moments, a sphere of energy 100 meters in diameter materializes above him. Thus, what I intend to unleash is my attack. Dear Father, with this strike, your speed cannot entirely evade the blast radius, and should you falter even slightly, you may find yourself injured. Allow me a moment to prepare as I wield this energy orb, Raditz remarked with satisfaction. Oh, and Father, do not entertain thoughts of erasing my mark. This has been meticulously crafted, and even you cannot obliterate it in a short span of time. Ha ha, Raditz gazed at Bardock. Come now, Father, let me witness your choice. It is quite challenging to incite your wrath. Thus, I must resort to Plan B. When I divulge my strategy, your pride will compel you to abandon all defenses and confront me head-on. At that moment, the opportunity shall arise. Raditz, if you wish to come, then do so without all this superfluous chatter. I recall informing you that when facing an adversary, one must strike with the ferocity of a tempest rather than toying with the opponent. This is a matter of life and death. Bardock, with arms crossed, stood resolutely in place, awaiting Raditz's assault. Chapter 59. Raditz begins to showcase his skills. Raditz is far too verbose. Had I been in his position, he would have already met his demise. Broly commented, observing the maniacal laughter of Raditz. Raditz must have his own intentions. His conspicuous scheming is apparent. And Bardock likely perceives it too, merely playing along for the sake of the performance. Vegeta 3 expressed his thoughts. Is Raditz feigning this demeanor, anticipating Bardock's compliance? Vitalis pondered, munching on a snack. Telepathic communication is remarkably convenient, swift enough to keep pace with the rhythm of battle. And it conserves the need for verbal exchanges, truly splendid. Does Raditz possess such intellect? Even so, Bardock ought to discern this. Raditz remains somewhat inexperienced. Alas, it seems Raditz aimed to provoke Bardock, but it is regrettable that Bardock did not indulge him. Capturing Bardock's lackluster performance would have been amusing. Vegeta 3 regarded Raditz as rather dim-witted. I sense Bardock is indeed quite furious, though he has suppressed it. Earlier, when you were absent, Bardock's expression changed several times, but he forcibly restrained himself, likely fearing that anger might cloud his judgment and lead to a downfall at the hands of his son. The pressure of being a father is substantial. Vitalis continued to nibble on his snack. Is that so? What a pity it wasn't recorded. Had I known, I would have retrieved the recording device sooner. I completed its modifications just a few days ago, but I did not anticipate it being needed so soon. Vegeta lamented the missed opportunity. I have captured it with magic. I shall show you the replay shortly, and you can record it then. Vegeta was certain he would utilize these videos to tease Bardock. Vitalis offered his assistance, as there would undoubtedly be much to observe. Why not indulge in the spectacle? If magic can capture, why bother modifying the device? Isn't magic more convenient? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. Do you not find wearing a scouter to be quite stylish? Moreover, magic consumes energy. At times, relying on machinery is indeed advantageous. Vitalis articulated his perspective. Although I habitually feel the urge to argue, there is little energy to spare, and saving it holds little significance. Moreover, the Senzu beans replenish my energy instantly, rendering any concern for energy unnecessary. Nonetheless, I cannot deny that I find wearing the detector rather stylish. Broly, observing the two in their awkward stance, was left speechless. So, is father prepared? Here I come. He struck a pose for a few seconds before Raditz finally made his move. With a splutter, Vitalis coughed out the watermelon he had yet to swallow. Indeed, Raditz was in motion. Contrary to his earlier claim of transmitting an energy blast, he had teleported right before Bardock, seizing his tail wrapped around his waist. The scene unfolded with a smug Raditz gazing at the bewildered Bardock, who remained with arms crossed, awaiting Raditz's attack. Damn it, I should not have had any expectations of Raditz. Can I say I never taught him Anything? That period of instruction was nothing short of my disgrace. Sighed the third prince of Vegeta, tapping his forehead in exasperation. I must admit, Raditz is indeed quite surprising, albeit a bit dim-witted. However, none of us anticipated he would take this course of action, which he has successfully accomplished, he remarked, accepting a drink from Broly and taking a sip. Are you jesting? Is this truly your objective? Bardock exclaimed, his voice trembling as he took a deep breath. Ah, surprised, aren't you? Father, although you have trained your tail, my current power is sufficient to diminish a significant portion of your strength, Raditz declared with a grin. In a flash of golden light and crackling electricity, Bardock entered his power mode. With a swift motion, his now robust tail struck Raditz away. Transitioning to speed mode, he instantly appeared before Raditz, switching back to power mode to deliver a powerful kick. Not too bright, are you? Knowing I've trained, yet still daring to approach? Bardock mocked, asserting that his tail was indeed his most formidable weapon in power mode. There's some strength there, but it still falls short. Put some force into it. Aim for my waist. I've been feeling a bit sore lately. Raditz, resembling a deflated ball, established a mental link with Bardock to taunt him. Still trying to provoke me? If that's your strategy, it can end here. Considering your past, this performance is a remarkable improvement. Bardock, now transformed into a small giant, pinched Raditz's head with one hand. Feeling tired, father? I suppose age takes its toll, leading to a lack of endurance. Speed mode and power mode compensate for each other. But the energy expenditure is substantial, isn't it? Raditz grinned widely. Watch closely. This is my transformation, he declared as formidable powers surged forth. His muscles began to bulge, and currents of electricity coursed through his skin. He swiftly grasped Bardock's hand with a reverse hold. Now my energy is abundant. The stage is set for my performance. Super Raditz is about to make his entrance, he remarked, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Is this truly your reliance? Ultimately, he is but a mere child, merely capable of crude imitation, treading the paths of others. Moreover, in circumstances where the disparity is not vast, relying on passive defense to exhaust opponents, does your intellect falter? Bardock scoffed. There is no remedy. Your tactical switches are too underhanded. Only upon becoming a Super Saiyan can one truly comprehend your might. In your presence, even an ordinary Super Saiyan stands no chance, Raditz lamented with a wry smile. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, generating a colossal wave of energy that spiraled outward, unleashing a tempest upon planet Vegeta. Even with extreme restraint, the resultant aftershocks were capable of cataclysmic destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous collisions reverberated, causing the very celestial body to tremble. This is far more captivating. Just moments ago, Raditz was left pondering, enduring a one-sided beating. Although it was somewhat entertaining, it lacked the thrill one desires, Vitalis mused, flipping a piece of meat and reaching for a biscuit. Indeed, Raditz has drained much of Bardock's strength, and coupled with his transformation, he now possesses a genuine opportunity to contend with Bardock. Yet, it is evident that Raditz has sustained injuries. It remains uncertain how much longer he can hold on. King Vegeta III found himself rooting for Raditz, yet acknowledged the vast gulf in experience. It appears Raditz will succumb first. The disparity is far too great. Had Bardock been earnest, this battle would have concluded long ago. With a thunderous strike, Bardock forced Raditz back. This ends here. I truly have no desire to continue this pitiful display. If we must settle this, let us await your recovery and enhancement of strength, Bardock declared, turning to glance at Raditz. Curse be it. Do you still look down upon me? Then prepare yourself. This shall be my final assault. Raditz seethed with rage, daring to dismiss Bardock's prowess. Crackling with energy, Raditz began to gather power into his right hand. This move encapsulates my resentment and fury. Here it comes, father, he proclaimed, compressing the energy into a brilliant sphere. Chapter 60, Defeat. Behold my strength. Raditz roared as he propelled the energy sphere toward Bardock. Is that so? Then allow me to witness it, Bardock replied, raising his right hand to gather energy. As he beheld the approaching colossal sphere, Bardock gradually pressed the small energy orb in his grasp forward. Boom! The energy sphere in Bardock's hand transformed into a beam of light, piercing through Raditz's massive energy projectile, which dissipated into a myriad of starlight. Raditz stared in shock, suddenly exhausted, his Super Saiyan form fading as he lost the strength to maintain flight, plummeting toward the ground. Noticing this, Bardock reverted to his normal state, preparing to catch Raditz. Father, be careful! Raditz strained to shout, realizing Bardock's intent. Upon hearing Raditz's warning, Bardock recalled something and turned, only to be met with the sight of the 100-meter diameter energy sphere now positioned behind him. Boom! A tremendous explosion érupted. As mere spectators, Vitalis and the others observed with clarity the unfolding events. After Bardock had relaxed his defenses, Raditz transferred the energy sphere he had just conjured to Bardock's side. Had Raditz not intervened, Bardock would have faced certain death. Exhausted from expending vast amounts of energy, Bardock was utterly defenseless against this onslaught. What a pity. Lamented King Vegeta III, Raditz's mercy has cost us a dramatic outcome. Perhaps if Bardock had perished for a time, it would have been better. Cough, cough, Vegeta. This is too severe. It is merely a contest. No matter how ruthless we Saiyans may be, fratricide and patricide should not occur within our ranks, Vitalis remarked, observing King Vegeta's sentiment. Indeed, while we Saiyans may have historically undervalued emotion, we have never resorted to the act of personally slaying our kin. Exile was the most severe punishment, King Vegeta III explained, adding with a shake of his head that although the previous generation of Saiyans might have been indifferent, the act of exiling a newborn was viewed by many as exceedingly heartless. Furthermore, Vitalis understood that as Saiyans aged and their physical capabilities waned, they chose to fight to the death, pouring all their essence into battle. In the past, there were scarcely any elderly or infirm within Saiyan society. With a swift motion, Vitalis dispersed the smoke with a gust of wind. We must retrieve Bardock. His pride has led him to forego defense, and now he lies unconscious. If he continues to fall, he will surely perish. Vitalis urged King Vegeta. Tsh, grunted Vegeta, as he soared towards the plummeting Bardock. What about Raditz? Broly inquired. His curiosity piqued. Forget him. He is merely exhausted. He won't die from the fall. It is inconsequential. Youth requires tempering, Vitalis replied, returning to his task of grilling meat. However, Raditz had surprised many, even though he was a part of the plan. The intention to deliver a lethal blow after Bardock had relaxed his guard revealed his inexperience through his arrogant demeanor and clumsy performance. From the comical moment he grasped Bardock's tail, both Bardock and the audience had let down their guard, failing to ponder the fate of the energy sphere. Assuming it was merely a feint, let this serve as a lesson. Never underestimate any opponent. Until all enemies have drawn their last breath, Saiyans must remain vigilant. They are vulnerable. Even rudimentary weapons capable of breaching their defenses can easily slay a Saiyan. Even Goku, who ascended to the status of a Saiyan god, could stumble. Vitalis was acutely aware of this truth, maintaining constant vigilance and preparing enchantments even during slumber, yet other Saiyans lacked this awareness. Even seasoned warriors could find themselves caught off guard in an unexpected turn of events. Raditz's attempt to defeat Bardock using a magical technique serves as a compelling lesson in the art of confrontation. As for how Bardock would respond upon learning of this incident, it is of little concern. Raditz is destined to grow even stronger. Having satisfied his hunger, and with nightfall approaching on Earth, he declared, "Let us proceed, Broly." First traversing 25 million kilometers, followed by a swim of the same distance, before we retire to slumber on Earth. Vitalis clapped his hands, rising to dispatch the generated waste into an unknown star within a distant galaxy. With a flicker of determination, he added weight to himself and Broly before leaping from the platform. Casting a glance at Raditz, who lay embedded in the pit, Vitalis sprinted towards the dawn. Bardock, slowly opening his eyes, was greeted by a delighted Kine, who rushed to embrace him. "I am unharmed," he reassured her, momentarily dazed as memories of his recent unconsciousness flooded back. The efficacy of the Senza beans was remarkable. Bardock had fully recovered. But where is that scoundrel Raditz? He inquired, noticing only himself and Kine at home. Who knows? That heartless rascal has likely gone off to cause mischief, Kine replied, exasperated. Well, it matters little. Raditz has become quite formidable in his own right. As long as he avoids an encounter with someone of Frisia's caliber, he should be fine, Bardock mused, shaking his head and dismissing further thoughts of Raditz. However, having been defeated by Raditz was a humbling experience. It was evident that his training had not been sufficient. Bardock remarked solemnly, "It's nothing, Bardock. You simply let your guard down, and Raditz is known for his tricks." Kine hastily consoled him, observing his despondency. "I was indeed lax in my vigilance. Had it been a true adversary, I would have perished. If not for Raditz's warning, I would have faced defeat regardless." As dawn broke, Bardock gazed out the window and resolved to begin his training. "Next time, I shall demonstrate absolute power and make Raditz aware of who truly holds authority." "Shouldn't you eat something first?" Kine suggested, holding him back. "No need. I've consumed Senza beans and am not particularly hungry," Bardock replied, patting his stomach. "Very well. I shall join you in training. It has been far too long since I last confronted Raditz, Kine declared, her frustration evident. You are no match for Raditz at present, Bardock stated, observing his wife, hands on her hips. What? Does that scoundrel dare to retaliate? Kine retorted, displeased. Even without a counterattack, your strikes would be ineffective against him. Bardock replied, thoughtfully. That is why I wish to train alongside you, Kine insisted. Moreover, if I find myself unable to prevail, we shall combine our efforts. You mentioned that the king sealed Kakarot's powers, did you not? You can learn that technique. I shall take the offensive while you handle the sealing. Raditz has become increasingly outrageous, Kine mused, recalling the sealed Kakarot. Very well. It is rare for you to express a desire to train. Let us proceed, Bardock decided. And without further contemplation, he transported Kine to the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 61, Commencement. 7th Universe. North of the Galactic Center. In a corner. Solar System. Earth. Western Hemisphere. On an unknown island above the ocean, several figures sat cross-legged together, holding fishing rods as they engaged in angling. Isn't Majin Buu merely a legend? Remarked Vegeta 3, gazing at the ever-shifting reflections on the water surface. No, Majin Buu indeed exists. In the future I foresee, he will break free from his seal. Although he is ultimately vanquished, it takes an abundance of fortuitous circumstances to achieve that victory. At this moment, I cannot guarantee our ability to defeat him, so it is prudent to address this matter in advance, replied Vitalis. In the coming days, Vitalis intended to conduct experiments on Super Saiyan 4. Accompanied by several individuals capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, he arrived on Earth to partake in fishing and similar activities, hoping to cultivate a sense of mindfulness. Concurrently, he utilized magic to surveil all planets frequented by the demon race. The universe is vast, and Babidi is elusive. Locating him proves challenging. All he knows is that Babidi has acquired a demon king from the demon realm as a henchman, yet the means of entering the demon realm remain a mystery, leading him to search one by one. Meanwhile, a battalion of Saiyans, after annihilating Frisia's forces, dispatched all but the personnel stationed on planet Vegeta to various star systems plagued by demons in search of the entrance to the demon realm. They also pursued Babidi while collecting various legends, such as those of the Kais. In the event of a significant disaster in the galaxy, they would organize forces to suppress it, eliminating threats and sealing those they could not defeat. Vitalis deemed it necessary to preemptively eliminate or isolate potential dangers to prevent any catastrophic emergence. Furthermore, Vitalis communicated the characteristics of powerful beings from his memories, such as the Kais and gods of destruction, to his entire clan, urging them to remain vigilant during their search for Majin Buu, lest they encounter troubles that could jeopardize the entire race. Majin Buu and the gods of destruction left Vegeta 3 in a state of contemplation. He once believed that Frisia and his progeny were the pinnacle of power and even dreamt of usurping them. Yet now he realized how foolish he had been. With his strength amplified and horizons broadened, he recognized the insignificance of his former self. By the way, what about the Zeta organization? They were once partners of Frisia, claiming to possess wealth and intelligence, seeking collaboration with us Saiyans. Perhaps they know something? Vegeta inquired. The Zeta organization? I have not heard of it. What do they do? Vitalis asked, for it was a comprehensive world, and whether in manga or anime, the focus was primarily on the protagonists. They do everything, selling information, acting as bounty intermediaries. And I've heard they are quite audacious and unscrupulous, daring to profit from the discrepancies within Frisia's ranks. Vegeta 3 pondered about the organization. Is that so? We should inquire about Majin Buu, the circumstances of the demon realm, and the issues surrounding the seals of the gods. As for compensation, Frisia owes me a considerable debt that remains unpaid. Let them repay it. If they refuse, I shall send them to Frisia to confess. I trust Frisia will appreciate my efforts. While he may not care for the discrepancies, I believe he would be incensed should anyone dare to play tricks before him. Vitalis remarked, considering Frisia's associates likely not to be virtuous individuals. Very well, Vegeta remarked, closing his eyes to establish a telepathic connection with his subordinates. As for whether he was aware, Vitalis merely intended to test the waters. He recalled a rather peculiar entity that possessed omniscience. One could only pose a question after kissing him, while men were limited to a single inquiry, whereas women were granted additional opportunities based on their allure. Such a being was one Vitalis had no desire to encounter. For who could say if his identity as a traveler would lead to being taken by the gods for experimental dissection? Moreover, Vitalis had no intention of bestowing a kiss upon that creature. However, he considered sending someone, though not a woman, as that would be too generous for that fellow. Instead, he could dispatch a group of robust men, each allowed to ask a question, as there were plenty of Scions available. Regrettably, those who should not have been eliminated under Frisia's command would have been the most suitable candidates for such an endeavor, Vitalis thought maliciously. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. He was uncertain if that being would even consent, and until the final moment, Vitalis had no plans to seek him out. Your Majesty, the Zeta organization reported, they have encountered a figure reminiscent of Babidi, who appears to be evading pursuers and has swiftly vanished. However, this individual wields formidable dark magic, and it is highly likely that Babidi is near, declared Vegeta III. Evading pursuers? The Supreme Kai? Vitalis pondered. Oh, is that so? Let us dispatch someone to the location they mentioned to see if we can trace Babidi's footsteps, he instructed. Furthermore, any organization allied with Frisia should be vigilant for signs of Babidi's presence. It is unexpected that the Zeta organization possesses this intelligence, regardless of its veracity. It is worth investigating. Those who can collaborate with Frisia must have some merit. After all, there was ample time before the emergence of Bu. As depicted in the original narrative, he had plenty of opportunities to either inquire of others or consult the Dragon Balls, though utilizing the wishes of the Dragon Balls in such a manner seemed wasteful. Additionally, in order to gather energy, Planet Vegeta was currently the most favorable location in this universe, both in terms of quantity and quality. The combat prowess of Planet Vegeta was indeed exceptional. It all depended on whether Babidi had the audacity. By the way, Bardock mobilized 2 legions. Vitalis turned to Bardock and commanded. 2 legions? What forces remain that necessitate such a deployment? Have we located the fabled demon realm? Bardock mused, perplexed. In recent days, numerous demon realms, both great and small, have been annihilated by the Saiyans. They had encountered some demon clans numbering in the tens or hundreds of thousands. But those were merely dimensions tainted by the aura of the demon realm, varying in size, and referred to by the ignorant demons as the demon realm. Initially, Vitalis had gathered 50 legions, brimming with enthusiasm, to launch an assault on the demon realm, painstakingly marking each individual with a signal to ensure a retreat if necessary. Yet, upon entry, they found themselves in a minuscule underground world, incapable of accommodating even a single legion, housing only a few thousand demons, and the so-called Demon King, Pushio, turned out to be nothing more than a feeble entity with a combat power barely exceeding 1,000. Feeling a sense of shame, Vitalis had the potential to obliterate this underground world with a mere wave of his hand, yet he restrained himself from annihilating that planet, suppressing his embarrassment. Under the gaze of countless spectators, he yearned to destroy something as a means of catharsis. Subsequently, it was decided to send emissaries to assess the situation before making any judgments. In hindsight, it was evident that most known life-bearing planets possessed, to varying degrees, a so-called realm of demons, some even harboring dozens of such realms. Enraged, Vitalis issued an edict for the extermination of these demonic realms, one by one. After all, the demon race was notoriously insane and difficult to communicate with, posing a persistent threat if left unchecked. I intend to visit the headquarters of the Galactic Police, Vitalis elucidated, as 2 legions will be stationed at the Galactic Prison, which houses some exceedingly dangerous individuals. He referred to Moro, the latest formidable adversary from his previous life, regrettably left unfinished in his reading, leaving him unaware of how he was ultimately vanquished. Simultaneously, Mels, a candidate angel, was honing his skills amidst the mortal realm. Working within the Galactic Police, Vitalis deemed it prudent to forge connections and familiarize himself in hopes of gaining early access to the ultimate state of freedom. Then there was Moro, whom he would not allow to escape under any circumstances. Vitalis was only aware that he had been sealed by the Supreme Kai of the universe, without knowledge of how he had been defeated. Otherwise, he would have contemplated releasing him early to eliminate the threat. After all, such a terrifying entity would merely view the Saiyan race as a delectable feast. Thus, Vitalis resolved to deploy 2 legions for mutual defense. Is that so? Bardock promptly contacted his most elite legion. The troubles Vitalis mentioned were indeed significant, particularly regarding Frisia and that creature Bu, though Vitalis did not classify them as dangerous. And what about those Saiyans? What civilization birthed those bioengineered warriors? Vitalis fell into deep contemplation, meticulously recalling the troubles he had encountered, wishing to resolve them as soon as possible. Chapter 62, Galactic Police, King of the Galaxy. In the boundless universe, there existed an enormous space structure resembling a steering wheel, akin to a bicycle wheel. The main body appeared like a colossal lollipop, with a vast sphere extending 4 pillars that supported a ring. The ring bore the prominent emblem of the Galactic Police. Vitalis instantly recognized this as the Galactic Police headquarters he sought. Accompanied by Broly, Bardock, and Vegeta, Vitalis teleported beside an individual he was well acquainted with, an elite of the Galactic Police and the head of the Earth sector, Jack. He indeed resembles Ultraman. Jack the cop, right? Greetings, Vitalis greeted. Wow, Science? What brings you here? Jack's keen eyesight immediately detected the sudden arrival of the group. Recognizing their familiar appearances and the tails at their waists, he swiftly deduced their identities. The leader was none other than Vitalis, whom he had been monitoring. Upon receiving intelligence about a Saiyan child commanding a fleet entering his jurisdiction, he was taken aback and summoned several colleagues to assist in a decisive annihilation. However, a minor incident had delayed their plans midway. Until Vitalis entered the temple of the Earth deities and vanished without a trace, this operation was temporarily halted. However, upon his reappearance, he had grown immensely powerful and sought to apprehend Melis, another elite member, but the latter's whereabouts remained unknown, thus the plan was once again abandoned. The next intelligence regarding Vitalis emerged from the unusual activities of Frieza and his progeny, who had converged on planet Vegeta, capturing the attention of various cosmic forces. Yet, being in the domain of the Science and Frieza, the true nature of their intentions remained a mystery. Days later, news broke that Frieza and his offspring had engaged in a fierce conflict with the Science over an unequal division of spoils, culminating in their demise and sending shockwaves throughout the universe. The Saiyan army launched widespread offensives, annihilating Frieza's forces and seizing his territories and wealth, which further provoked the Galactic Patrol. The rapid ascent of the Saiyan clan, with their astonishing individual prowess, rendered the Galactic Patrol hesitant to engage in direct confrontation, leading to their inaction. Additionally, rumors circulated of the legendary Saiyan warrior, the Super Saiyan, prompting the Galactic Patrol to assemble in anticipation of the Scion's bid for dominance over the cosmos. However, subsequent reports revealed that the Saiyan King had established a cosmic garrison, declaring 2 firm edicts. Should they remain unprovoked, the Scions would maintain absolute neutrality. Upon learning this, the Galactic King, along with Melis and a few other elite members, deliberated on postponing enforcement and observing the situation. Should the cosmic garrison prove legitimate, it would be a cause for celebration. If false, the Galactic King would reach out to the deities for assistance. According to informants, the Saiyan King was none other than Vitalis himself, who had recently appeared on Earth. To ensure the stability of his jurisdiction, Jack had remained at headquarters, avoiding Earth during routine inspections. For the sake of maintaining the relationship between the Galactic Patrol and the Scions, he reluctantly chose to delay his mission to prevent unnecessary conflict. Yet, unexpectedly, trouble had come knocking at his door. Suppressing his instincts, he resisted the urge to draw his weapon. He understood that against these inhuman entities, his firearms would prove ineffective, and he would need to strike when they let their guard down. Is that not the illustrious Saiyan King, Lord Vitalis? I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Someone, fetch Melis. Let him prepare tea for our honored guests. Please, take a seat. Melis is our elite tea brewer, renowned for his exceptional brews, Jack hurriedly interjected. Vitalis twitched at the corner of his mouth, observing the shameless Ultraman-like creature before him. Yet, he had to admit that this individual would not shy away from a crisis, which was commendable. As for the tea-brewing elite, Melis, Vitalis couldn't help but marvel at the man's quick wit. In this sycophantic demeanor, it was likely that no one would question his words. Indeed, those unfamiliar might genuinely believe Melis was simply an exceptional tea brewmaster. However, there is currently no threat to the universe, and it is unnecessary for Myers to take risks that might lead to his disappearance. Even if a confrontation arises, does he fear engaging? He imagines seizing the opportunity to incapacitate his opponent with a tranquilizer gun, much like in the original narrative. Vitalis is prepared. Raditz has been monitoring the situation through several recording devices and will teleport anyone away if the circumstances become unfavorable. Should the teleportation fail, the Saiyan fusion army would launch indiscriminate attacks on this stellar region. At that point, even with technological weaponry, Myers would find himself powerless. As for utilizing angelic powers, that would be tantamount to courting death. No, take me to find the Galactic King. Rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble, merely seeking collaboration, Vitalis explained, aware that if he did not clarify, this humorous individual might create unforeseen complications. Collaboration? Gak pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, collaboration. Fear not. No race is more compassionate than us Scions. Our love for peace has even led us to defeat the malevolent cosmic tyrant, Frisia, Vitalis subtly hinted. They had vanquished Frisia. Yet their galactic patrol lacked the strength to confront Frisia's forces directly, especially in light of the current Science. Gak, the Galactic King has requested that you escort a few guests to the conference room. Myers and the others are already waiting there. An unfamiliar galactic patrol officer approached Gak. Is that so? Then follow me. Gak replied immediately upon learning that Myers was already present. He had to concede that Myers and his crew were indeed reassuring, albeit just slightly more so than himself. Together with Myers, he felt invincible against any challenges. As Gak entered a spacious chamber, the Galactic King, resembling an octopus adorned with a crown, came into view. With short, neatly trimmed hair, the angelic Myers observed Vitalis, who was lost in contemplation regarding the latter's complexion. It was a hue he could accept, though he wondered how Bardos perceived it in reality. May I inquire if you are familiar with me? Or have I done something amiss? Myers addressed Vitalis, sensing an unusual intensity in his gaze. Oh, it is nothing, merely that I perceive you as formidable. Perhaps we can engage in a discussion and spar sometime, Vitalis responded, recovering from his unexpected curiosity about Myers' sister. Ahem, this is the esteemed Galactic King, Gak hastily clarified, noticing the Galactic King's expression of disappointment. Greetings, Galactic King. I am Vitalis, a warrior from the universe's mightiest fighting race, the Science, Vitalis proclaimed, dramatically unfurling his cape, which he had donned over his battle attire. Gak gasped in astonishment. This self-introduction seemed even more impressive than his own. Vegeta, 3, and Raditz appeared to awaken to something significant. Meanwhile, Bardock and Broly watched Myers, who had been deemed strong, with keen interest, making Myers feel somewhat bashful. Vitalis, however, remained intrigued by the distinctions between the Galactic King's limbs and other aspects. Fortunately, he does not possess the social prowess of Goku, nor does he intend to shake hands with the Galactic King. However, Goku's ability to accurately grasp the situation during his numerous handshakes is indeed a skill in itself. Galactic King, I have come here to seek collaboration with the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Prison houses numerous formidable entities, and should they escape, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, potentially plunging the universe into a cataclysmic crisis. Therefore, I intend to dispatch personnel to assist the Galactic Patrol in guarding the Galactic Prison. Vitalis directly articulates his purpose. Chapter 63. You have no right to refuse. Impossible. No way. Upon hearing Vitalis' request, those present immediately declined. It was no jest. While most of the inmates at the Galactic Prison are not sentenced to death, some amongst them are indeed condemned criminals whose death sentences cannot be executed, and thus they are forcibly detained. Should any of these criminals pose a threat, the repercussions would be unimaginable, especially considering the notorious Science. Collaboration in their supervision? Despite the establishment of a cosmic garrison, public opinion remains unchanged. Most perceive it merely as a ploy by the Science to dominate the universe. They are powerless to resist. Thus they can only acquiesce helplessly. Entrusting the Science with prison oversight is troubling. Furthermore, as a warrior race, should their battle instinct awaken, what would happen if they released prisoners to fight? The fate of ordinary criminals is inconsequential to them. Yet, there are certain beings whose release would make recapture exceedingly difficult. Those present were aware of certain cosmic secrets. They understood that 4 of the 5 Supreme Kais had perished, with the remaining 1 absent for millions of years. The disparity between the Kais and the Supreme Kais is vast. Some issues lie beyond their resolution. Oh, is that so? I apologize for the intrusion, Vitalis remarked, turning to depart. Oh, by the way, I must inform you that the star system housing the Galactic Prison will soon be sealed off, including yourselves. Entry and exit will be prohibited. To avoid unnecessary complications, you may consider establishing a prison elsewhere. Vitalis was not surprised. He had anticipated encountering such challenges prior to his arrival and had devised countermeasures accordingly. Observing the reactions of the gathered individuals, he recognized that the perception of the Science in their eyes remained unchanged. However, he was indifferent. After all, it had not been long, and their kindness had yet to be revealed, which was entirely normal. Furthermore, their opinions were of little consequence. Adherence to his established rules was paramount. The primary concern lay with the unpredictable Moro. Otherwise, such measures would be unnecessary. Regardless, he must oversee the Galactic Prison, and since they disagreed with collaborative defense, informing them of the impending blockade sufficed. There was no need for excessive dialogue or humble negotiation. The initiative now rested firmly in Vitalis' hands. With the existence of the Room of Spirit and Time, The current Saiyan population numbers in the millions, each capable of obliterating stars. Even in pairs, coupled with instantaneous movement, they could ignite warfare across millions of star systems in an instant. Should Vitalis desire it, he could annihilate all life-bearing planets in this universe in a brief time frame. Aside from angels and destroyers, none could swiftly vanquish all Saiyans. The angels remain entirely neutral, refraining from intervention. Should the god of destruction take action, the consequences would likely be more dire than allowing all Saiyans to wreak havoc. If a higher entity were to be stirred, the repercussions would be even more significant. Thus, Vitalis remains unperturbed, possessing the audacity to overturn tables, now unafraid of any entity beneath the god of destruction. This is the essence of power, even though at present, aside from Broly, the individual strength of others pales in comparison to Cell. The existence of millions capable of obliterating stars allows him to stand tall and boldly declare his stance against beings such as the Kais. Regrettably, when faced with the formidable, the universe is merely a fundamental unit of measurement, easily extinguished with a wave of the hand. Thus the need for further efforts persists. May I inquire why you are so invested in the galactic prison? Myers called out to Vitalis, who was about to exit the door. Upon hearing Myers' voice, Vitalis turned and replied, "There are threats within the galactic prison that jeopardize the current peace of the universe. I have little faith in your galactic patrol." That is quite a statement. A cloaked figure, resembling a member of the Gak race, pointed at Vitalis, but after a moment's thought, struggled to formulate a suitable rebuttal. "Your Excellency, the galactic prison houses many fearsome entities. However, some of those have remained confined for millions of years without incident. Why do you believe that the Scions would manage better?" Myers articulated his skepticism. Moreover, certain individuals within are not ones that today's Scions could possibly defeat. Even if there were more Scions, it would be futile. Frisia and his progeny would stand no chance against them. After a brief contemplation, Myers expressed his lack of faith in the current combat capabilities of the Scions. "I am aware of that, which is precisely why I require oversight. Numerous factions across the universe dare to challenge the Galactic Patrol, yet they do not have the audacity to confront the Scions." Vitalis spoke slowly. Myers, upon hearing this, found himself without a counterargument. Indeed, the Scions had vanquished Frisia and his lineage, swiftly ascending to become a top-tier force in the universe. Their pursuit of the remnants of Frisia's regime demonstrated the terrifying strength of the Scions. They were more formidable than the combined might of the Kuld and Gula legions, along with Frisia's army, with individual power levels reaching hundreds of thousands. Coupled with the rumored existence of Super Scions who had defeated Frisia and his offspring, no one dared to provoke the Scions at present. Some of the elder beings and historically significant factions were well aware of the Scions' terrifying reputation from millennium ago and ancient times. In contrast, the Galactic Patrol could merely tend to their small domain. Beyond their territory, they were largely ignored, and even within their own lands, their existence was often disregarded. Compared to the current Scions, the Galactic Patrol was woefully inadequate, even if he were to contravene regulations. He could not guarantee the annihilation of all Scions before his own disappearance. "Could you grant us some time to deliberate?" After a moment of reflection, Myers inquired. "Certainly, I shall allow you 1 month's time. During this period, I will reside on Earth. Should you reach a decision, you are welcome to seek me out. However, 1 month hence, regardless of your response, I shall seal the galactic prison." With that, Vitalis turned and departed the room, accompanied by his companions. Upon arrival, we shall first explore the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, allowing King Vegeta to observe the operations of such an esteemed establishment. Any knowledge gleaned is valuable. Regrettably, Mel's, who has long been entrenched in the Galactic Patrol, is inclined toward a so-called justice that likely holds the Scions in low regard, sighed Vitalis. While he harbors aspirations of establishing diplomatic relations with Mel's, the Scions are currently perceived as a more perilous threat than Frisia within the Galactic Patrol's eyes. Through their brief interaction, Vitalis discerned that Mel's does not embody a zealous hatred for evil. Yet he would certainly not ally himself with malevolence, nor allow it to roam unchallenged. However, the absence of diplomatic ties is no cause for alteration in his strategic deployments. Subsequently, the gods of destruction, Beerus and Kampa, share a fondness for culinary delights, while Whis and Vados, embodying absolute neutrality, possess vastly differing perspectives from Mel's. Establishing connections with them is certainly feasible. As for Mel's, in due course, he will come to understand the situation. For now, there is no need to exert pressure. "Are we truly departing, my king?" inquired Vegeta 3. Indeed, replied Vitalis, long-standing mindsets are exceedingly difficult to alter. Our reputation as Scions is undeniably tarnished, rendering any discourse with them unnecessary. We are not suited for such endeavors. I am not naive enough to believe that mere words could shift their perceptions of us. Bardock, prepare accordingly. Should they consent to collaboration, we shall station 2 legions. If they refuse, we will deploy 30 legions for a permanent presence. Vegeta, you are responsible for procuring the necessary equipment, space stations, patrol vessels, and various detection devices. Ensure everything is meticulously arranged. He was acutely aware that there were likely devices nearby, capable of overhearing their conversation. A final ultimatum indeed. 30 legions? To blockade a star system? Vegeta 3 queried with intrigue. Indeed, a star system can be obliterated by just a handful of warriors. The annihilation of planets is merely a matter of time. Should they unite, the destruction of an entire system could transpire in an instant. Ah, indeed, I am aware that the number seems somewhat insufficient. But we require personnel to occupy our current territories and pursue Babidi. Our forces are presently inadequate. Otherwise, I would wish to deploy at least 100 legions to ensure that not a single meteor could escape. Vitalis fully comprehended Vegeta's intentions. However, now was the moment to exhibit their military might. Vegeta 3 fell silent, contemplating whether that was truly his meaning, but swiftly grasped Vitalis' intent. Is the galactic prison truly as fearsome as they say? Vegeta 3 now found himself genuinely curious about who instilled such concern in the king and those feeble galactic patrol officers. Fearsome indeed, but I shan't elaborate further. Should the galactic patrol agree to collaborate, you may request a dossier on the prisoners. It should contain pertinent records. Should they refuse, I shall escort you to witness it firsthand in a month's time. In the face of this dilemma, Vitalis opted to defer the matter for the moment. He was only aware of one Moro, and many specifics were obscured by the passage of time, rendering his memories hazy and rendering any display of knowledge unnecessary. Chapter 64. The Scion's Love for Peace. Miles, what is your plan? Gak inquired, observing the silhouette of Vitalis. The Galactic King, I am uncertain. The transformation of the Scions is of little consequence. What truly matters is their intent. Why have they suddenly turned their attention to the galactic prison? Miles shook his head. However, I am inclined to collaborate with them. Our combat prowess pales in comparison to that of the Scions, both in terms of sheer numbers and advanced capabilities. By partnering with the Scions, we may avoid a position of disadvantage and closely monitor their movements, allowing us to strategize accordingly. If what the Scion King claims is true, sealing off the prison galaxy leaves us with no recourse. Engaging in battle seems futile. The prospects of victory are dim. Miles reflected, formulating his analysis. Yet they are Scions, notorious for their unbridled combativeness. A being clad in a cloak remarked, resembling an Ultraman. Indeed, I too ponder why these battle-mad warriors established a cosmic peacekeeping force, forbidding the annihilation of life-bearing planets and the practice of genocide. They even intend to station themselves at the galactic prison. Miles mused, arms crossed in contemplation. Could there be a hidden agenda? Perhaps to control the prisoners within, utilizing them as their minions to conquer the cosmos? Or do they plan to unleash those formidable beings to engage them in battle? The unidentified Ultraman-like entity speculated. The Scions lack no fighting strength, currently. It would not be difficult for them to dominate the universe with their collective might. Those able to impede them are either sealed away or dormant. As for engaging them in combat, it is entirely plausible, given their penchant for warfare. They are indeed a tribe of lunatics, Miles stated. However, this decision rests with you. Galactic King, he said, turning his gaze toward the Galactic King. Do they not appear astonished by my presence? The Galactic King questioned. Miles, Gak. I see. Let's collaborate with them. I shall contact Lord Kaioshin shortly to discuss matters, the Galactic King resolved. The current Scions wield greater power than Frisia, and they are nearing the point of crossing the line. At that juncture, Lord Kaioshin will intervene. Lord Kaioshin? I doubt it. He lacks the decisive strength to eradicate the Scion race, and I suspect he might be overwhelmed by them, Miles opined skeptically. If Grand Kaioshin and his 4 disciples, north, south, east, and west, were present, perhaps there would be a chance. But as it stands, he has utilized his abilities to observe. The current Scions possess a terrifying foundation. They grow stronger by the moment, with both quantity and quality advancing in tandem. Under the reign of the Omni King, this universe has been elevated in rank to at least the top 5, thanks to the Scion race. Should top-tier combatants emerge, Entering the top 3 is not beyond the realm of possibility. Gak, why have you remained silent this time? A curious compatriot of Gak inquired, noting the unusual quietude among their kin. Recently, a notorious thief has emerged in my jurisdiction, and I am contemplating how to apprehend him. Suddenly, I was called out, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, why do these Saiyans have such an affinity for Earth, always flocking to it? I, Gak, an elite officer, silently lamented. Am I right? Truly, an elite officer like you. Do you require my assistance? Seeing my compatriot so dedicated to his duties brought me a sense of comfort. No need. Your jurisdiction is larger than mine. I wouldn't want to trouble you, haha. Gak wished for help, but aside from redeployment, there was no one who could assist him. At that moment, a Galactic Patrol officer rushed in. Tyke, what troubles you? I inquired hastily. Report. Those Saiyans are loitering around headquarters, and they have made some rather unfortunate remarks. Tyke replied with a bow. Unfortunate remarks? What have they said? My gaze sharpened, piercing directly at Tyke. He produced a device, fiddled with it, and the voices of Vitalis and his group echoed through the air. If you agree to cooperate, we shall station 2 legions. If not, we will mobilize 30 legions. 30 legions? To blockade a star system? Currently, we lack the personnel. Otherwise, I would have called upon at least 100 legions to ensure that not a single ship could escape. How infuriating. Such blatant disregard for us, the Galactic Patrol. As we listened to Vitalis' words, we all felt a sense of frustration, yet we were powerless. Once upon a time, the Saiyans were merely targets for capture and annihilation, requiring elite officers and the most advanced technological weaponry to have any hope of victory. However, now, facing the current Saiyans, we found ourselves rendered utterly incapable of standing before them without risking planetary destruction. Aside from Mels, who might have some leverage, the rest were merely fodder. Let us concede to their demands, allow the Saiyans to take charge of the defenses while we retain only the essential personnel to operate the prison. Let them have their way, and redeploy all elite officers stationed at the prison to participate in galactic law enforcement. This would certainly conserve our energy, the Galactic King decreed. Your Majesty, it's nothing to worry about. The Saiyans are also a part of this universe. They surely do not wish for its annihilation. The establishment of the Cosmic Guard has indeed curtailed the destruction of life-bearing planets and races. Let us try to trust them this once. After all, the outcome cannot be worse than it is now, and we still have the Grand Kai to intervene, the Galactic King resolved firmly. Mels, you will lead the discussions with the Saiyans regarding the prison's joint defense. I will contact the Grand Kai, the Galactic King stated as he turned to leave. Mels. Everyone looked towards him. Since joining the team, Mels has consistently demonstrated exceptional interpersonal skills and work capabilities, earning the respect of all. Gak, accompany me. You have observed that king the longest. Tyke, you and Klo will organize the inmates' records. Ensure they are thorough, Mels instructed, making arrangements. Unforeseen circumstances compel one to make choices in such a brief span of time. O Saiyans, what future awaits the universe? Does my brother possess the knowledge? Lord Beerus must be nearing his awakening. Alas, what a tumultuous season this is. Understood. Acknowledged. Indeed. HM, do you consent to our collaboration? Observing the intentions of the enigmatic Mels, Vitalis found it peculiar how swiftly matters progressed. He had allocated a month for this decision, while he had anticipated an agreement. The rapidity was unexpected. Certainly, however, I implore you to exercise caution. Many inmates within the prison are exceedingly perilous, capable of annihilating this galaxy and posing threats to the universe itself. I shall ensure all pertinent information regarding the prisoners is conveyed to you shortly. I hope that upon reviewing it, you grasp the gravity of the situation, Mels articulated. Is that so? Vegeta, you will be responsible for receiving the data, and Bardock, you too shall assist. The defense of the galactic prison will rest upon your shoulders. Mels, I trust you will guide Vegeta in a tour of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As you are aware, Vegeta is currently in charge of the Cosmic Security Force and lacks experience. It is essential he learns, Vitalis remarked. Regrettably, the current Cosmic Security Force, under Vitalis' direction, is merely a skeletal framework, akin to a half-hearted imitation of the original, with numerous details still requiring refinement. Although Vegeta once held the title of king, that was as a Saiyan king. Assigning him such responsibilities is rather challenging. Thus, Vitalis intends for Vegeta to emulate the operations of the Galactic Patrol. After all, the Galactic Patrol has existed for an extensive duration and maintains connections with the deities. One can never be certain if they possess hidden trump cards, and it would be prudent for Vegeta to ascertain their depths. Joking aside, this universe is vast, and our galactic patrol occupies but a small corner of it. Mel's chuckled. By the way, Mels, are you familiar with the demon realm? How does one traverse to the demon realm? Vitalis inquired suddenly. The demon realm? I have heard whispers of it. The ancient demon realm stands in stark contrast to the Kaishan realm, a world that rivals the mortal realm in magnitude. I cannot provide specifics, but due to the essence of the demon realm, it has influenced numerous alternate dimensions, giving rise to many fiendish beings. This has caused us considerable trouble, for it seems that many mortals have learned the art of summoning these creatures, leading to widespread calamities. Why do you inquire about this? Mel shared his knowledge, intrigued by Vitalis' curiosity. As you know, we Scions cherish peace, and the existence of these fiendish beings threatens that peace, necessitating resolution. Vitalis stated with an air of inevitability. Mels. Got. Vegeta 3. Bardock. Scions cherish peace. Chapter 65. Preparation. Scions cherish peace. Raditz, in a handstand on the rooftop, cast a glance at Gohan, who was bathing Goku below. It is utterly uncool. The warrior race of Scions is hardly synonymous with peace. Nevertheless, it appeared quite intriguing to gaze upon the magical spectacle, as the Scions expressed their affinity for peace, accompanied by those distorted visages. Raditz pondered. Was it a suppressed laugh? Anger? Disbelief? There were emotions Raditz could not quite decipher. Yet, their desperate attempts to contain themselves were truly remarkable. Was it mere coincidence? Raditz also noticed that the leader seemed to cast several glances in his direction. The repeated eye contact made Raditz exceedingly uncomfortable. It must be a coincidence. Those weaker than me, utilizing magic, could hardly perceive my presence. As for my father and the others, they merely sensed something amiss, and only that monster Broly could truly detect and retaliate. How could this individual possibly surpass me? I need not transform. Such a weakling could be dealt with by Raditz with a single hand. Adjusting the angle of the magic, Raditz decided he would no longer regard this peculiar character. However, which path should I choose? Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God? The king stated that although both paths were available, Scions possessed the potential for either. It would be best to master one, as each individual's talent varied, and one's distance traveled depended on their own capabilities. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God diverged significantly from the ordinary Super Saiyan, providing shortcuts. As a pioneer, my father was responsible for Super Saiyan God, while Uncle Vegeta took charge of Super Saiyan 4. Once they succeeded, the gap between my father and me would only widen. Following the path of Super Saiyan God like my father would mean I would forever trail behind him. If I pursued the Super Saiyan 4 route, I still lacked the ability to maintain my sanity during the transformation into a great ape. I had only just attained Super Saiyan 1, and Super Saiyan 2 was still far off. Moreover, according to the king, the disparity between Super Saiyan 2 and 3 when facing Super Saiyan God and 4 was insurmountable. How infuriating! The Saiyan bloodline is utterly unreasonable. I have no chance of defeating my father. Raditz lamented, recalling the last time he had fainted from exhaustion, completely neglected. He had been roused by the water that filled the bottom of the pit, although the previous encounter had not gone as planned and ended in failure. This time he yearned to confront his father head-on. Unfortunately, a single misstep led to a cascade of delays. On the path of Super Saiyan, my father stands ahead of me, and soon he will also be ahead in the realm of Super Saiyan God. How vexing! With a mere flick of a finger. Raditz continued to observe the scene while contemplating quietly. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, it is now entrusted to you, Bardock. Vegeta, you will handle the handover here, and perhaps learn something in the process. Broly and I shall take our leave, said Vitalis. We have done what we needed to do, and surprisingly smoothly, although I can discern the reluctance among the few present, compelled to agree under the Scion's influence. However, it matters not. Time will alter everything, and they will adapt in due course. Resigned to their fate, they will inevitably be assimilated, both in body and mind. Once accustomed, there will be no issues. It is just that the relationship with Mels has made no progress, and one could even say it left a rather unfavorable impression. Yet, there is little to be done, for the conflicting powers and objectives between both parties remain. The concept of ultimate freedom is not an absolute necessity at this stage. Moreover, Jiren, when confronted by Goku embodying this ultimate freedom, is not devoid of resistance, despite his struggles. Jiren does not rely on the destructive powers of a god of destruction, nor does he possess any divine techniques. Instead, he draws upon his own formidable strength, matching that of the universe's most powerful deities and destroyers. Vitalis does not consider himself inferior to Jiren. Lacking divine techniques is inconsequential. for he can forge his own unique abilities. Let us proceed, Broly, he mused, no longer fixating on Meru's nor blindly pursuing divine techniques. Suddenly, Raditz sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air around him. Someone appeared beside him in an instant. Startled, his body reacted instinctively, his fingers tightened, propelling him upward as he kicked towards a target. Broly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Vitalis, and caught Raditz's foot with one hand, tossing him into the air. Just as Raditz intended to unleash an energy blast, Vitalis seized his hand. That was merely an instinctive reaction, he reflected. In truth, such a response is commendable. It is far better than being ambushed and defeated. I should have notified him before teleporting behind him. Broly, glancing at him, shook his head, as Vitalis was taken aback by Raditz's reaction, as well as by Broly's exaggerated response. Although neither transformed, Broly's overwhelming power meant that a single blow could easily squander a wish. Remarkably, Broly could dispatch Raditz, whose battle power exceeds 3 million, in a mere flick. Even if Raditz had not unleashed his full might, few in the universe could withstand such an attack. Apologies, my king. It was just instinct, Raditz chuckled nervously, casting a wary glance at Broly. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Truly terrifying. To be born in the same era is a lamentable fate. My father and his generation faced their own struggles, but the weight of pressure ultimately rests upon me. Kakarot, please grow quickly and inherit my will. The burden of competing with Broly shall be yours, while I will manage matters with our father. Raditz glanced at the playful Goku. Raditz, have you truly decided to reside on Earth permanently? Vitalis inquired, as Raditz had submitted a request to live on Earth to protect his younger brother. Indeed, given my current strength and the ability to teleport, my location is inconsequential. I can swiftly respond to missions, Raditz replied, feeling that his home offered little affection. His father often trained with his mother, neglecting him, and he was only summoned due to his resilience, soon to be cast aside once the new techniques were tested. Very well, but remember, do not harm the Earth's environment or innocent lives. Beyond that, feel free to act as you wish. Do make sure to report to the Supreme Kai Station team, Vitalis instructed. After imparting his guidance, he returned to the small island with Broly. He does not oppose the arrival of the Saiyans on Earth. Rather, he encourages and anticipates their coming. The offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings possess boundless potential. Most importantly, there exists no reproductive isolation. While Saiyans can currently subdue an entire galaxy single-handedly, the universe is replete with countless galaxies, much like the Milky Way. It is exceedingly difficult for the current Saiyan population to manage them all. It would be inefficient to rush to the scene of every incident. Even establishing patrols would not suffice to cover every region, for to a powerful being, the annihilation of a planet takes but an instant. Thus, the optimal solution is for Saiyans to be dispersed throughout the universe. Each galaxy and each life-bearing planet should have Saiyans as guardians. At that time, it is likely that the seventh universe will no longer be ranked at the bottom. Perhaps the tournament of power will not even require their participation. They could simply watch as the lower-ranked universes fight for their survival slots. However, with these changes, will Kakarot meet the Omni King? If everything transforms, will the Omni King decide against holding the tournament of power? Will he erase the universes that do not meet the standards? It seems necessary to devise a way to engage with the Omni King to ensure the tournament proceeds. It would be dire to be eliminated for a slight misstep in ranking. While continuing to fish on his small island with Broly, Vitalis contemplated the future once more. He awaited the cooling of the Dragon Balls on Earth, at which point he would resolve the Scion's final shortcomings. With no worries, he could revel in his freedom, and the thought alone filled him with excitement. Chapter 66. Hope to surpass Father Raditz. My king, I wish to surpass my father. I implore you. Please reveal to me the path or method that rivals or even surpasses that of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. Raditz earnestly requested, bowing humbly. After confirming that his father and Uncle Vegeta would not be returning to the Galactic Patrol headquarters for the foreseeable future, Raditz resolutely sought out Vitalis. He sensed that the Saiyan frenzy incited by Paragus had impacted his father, who had high hopes for him. Unfortunately, the gap between him and Broly was insurmountable, leading to his father's disappointment. He felt that his father had shifted his attention toward Kakarot. Although Kakarot was not a legendary Super Saiyan like Broly, his birth power level of 200,000 far surpassed that of the original Broly. He was the only new generation Saiyan to have such a high birth power level. Although Saiyans now generally possess high birth power levels, none, apart from Kakarot, had exceeded 100,000. Thus, Kakarot had become a focal point of interest among the Saiyan race. Upon learning that Kakarot had been sent to a culinary planet and raised by a weakling, many shifted their focus. However, some, including his father, remained observant. To prevent Kakarot from enduring the same fate he had, and to spare his father further disappointment after Kakarot's potential defeat by Broly, Raditz resolved to draw his father's attention to himself. After all, that Broly is undeniably extraordinary. He does not believe anyone can surpass him. Thus, his motivations are solely for Kakarot and the relationship between Kakarot and his father, devoid of any selfish intentions. Oh, do you harbor disdain for Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4? How long has it been since you transformed into Super Saiyan 1? Vitalis observed Raditz with amusement, thinking, here is a fellow who has just learned to walk, yet already aspires to soar. No, I do not look down upon Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4. However, whether as a Super Saiyan or otherwise, my father has always been ahead of me. Merely relying on basic power enhancements makes it difficult to surpass him. Uncle Vegeta once informed me that due to my father's unique traits, he is suited for the path of Super Saiyan God, and similarly, Uncle Vegeta, due to his inherent conditions, is most suited for the Super Saiyan 4 path. Regardless of which path I pursue in the future, it is destined that I will struggle to catch up with him. Raditz articulated his thoughts, and Vitalis was taken aback by the ambition of this seemingly inconspicuous character from the original work, who sought to surpass Bardock and Vegeta 3. Who would have thought that besides Bardock, you also aspire to surpass Vegeta? Vitalis resolved to take Raditz to explore other timelines, allowing him to witness other versions of himself. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta serves as my life mentor. He corrected my mistakes and imparted the true meaning of battle. I wish to make him proud of my strength and ensure he does not regret having guided this seemingly unworthy disciple. It was indeed Uncle Vegeta who first introduced me to the exhilaration of combat. The realization that the strong can mercilessly trample the weak is immensely gratifying. Although I may be on the receiving end of such trampling, I can sense Uncle Vegeta's delight, prompting me to repay him in kind. As we are all Saiyans, a warrior race that eschews conventionality, I must repay him in a manner befitting our kind. However, were you thinking and seeking me to discover methods to surpass Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4? Understand that even the mere existence of a Super Saiyan instills despair in countless cosmic races. What leads you to believe I possess a means more potent than Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4? Vitalis inquired. I am aware that it was you, my king, who provided the Senza beans and the room of spirit and time, granting us the opportunity to harness the power of Super Saiyans. Moreover, you also introduced the concepts of Super Saiyan 2 and 3, as well as the experimental plans for Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. I believe you are surely capable of achieving even greater feats. After casting a glance at Vitalis, Raditz lowered his head once more. Stroking his chin, Vitalis contemplated. Indeed, the divine techniques, combined with the Saiyan's aptitude for developing transformation forms, could yield an even more formidable state. However, as of now, the only divine techniques known to Vitalis are Ultra Instinct and Destruction. While he understands the principles of Ultra Instinct, merely mentioning it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the gods. One need only observe the collective reaction of the deities during the Tournament of Power to comprehend the absurdity of a mortal mastering Ultra Instinct. As for Destruction, that is a realm Vitalis does not dare to even contemplate. Provoking a god of destruction could lead to utter obliteration, leaving nothing behind. Not even a trace of one's soul. While I aspire to develop my own divine technique, I lament that my current realm and strength are insufficient. I envy Hit. For once he touches the divine realm, his Flash Fist series will undoubtedly transform into an extraordinarily powerful divine technique. Gazing at the figure of Raditz before him, Vitalis feels a surge of excitement. Here stands an excellent specimen for experimentation, one that has willingly presented himself, displaying utmost diligence without a hint of complaint. Rise, he commands. As a Saiyan, this posture is rather unbecoming. Were it not for cultural considerations, I would contemplate abolishing this kneeling tradition. As a commendable youth, while I find some satisfaction in witnessing others kneel, I cannot shake a twinge of embarrassment, feeling somewhat guilty. However, Saiyans do not kneel lightly. It is reserved for profoundly significant occasions, and even then, it is merely a single knee to the ground. To uphold tradition, one cannot whimsically alter ancestral customs. Indeed, I understand that as a warrior race, we only kneel to our king, Raditz admits, scratching the back of his head in awkwardness. Well, I do possess a method here that could allow you to surpass Bardock and Vegeta. However, to exceed Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, that depends on your own efforts. If you can master it, then your future adversaries will be limited to those above the divine. For none beneath the divine shall have the audacity to challenge you. Having died once, I am resolute. I want to learn this divine power. Raditz, through fragments of conversation with Bardock and Vegeta, understands that divinity is indeed real, and several commands from the king are intertwined with the divine. Undoubtedly, the might of the divine is something to be revered. Now, he is on the brink of grasping divine power, while mere mortals can only aspire to gaze up at him. Ahem, do not become overly excited too soon. Perhaps this power will require a lifetime of pursuit. And even then, mastery is not guaranteed. Vitalis, observing Raditz's eagerness, feels a slight pang of guilt at the thought of deceiving him later. Super Saiyan God merely grazes the divine realm, while Super Saiyan 4 only begins to possess the strength to challenge the divine. It primarily hinges on one's foundational abilities. Otherwise, with your current strengths, be it Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, not even a moderately strong opponent would find it challenging to defeat you. Indeed, Vitalis is acutely aware that the waters of the Dragon Ball universe run deep. Gods are merely more potent life forms. The greatness of a deity lies in their divine responsibilities and actions. The Kaioshin may be weak, yet their divine office and duties render them immensely significant. The god of destruction is formidable, for destruction is both his divine role and a universal principle. His immense power combined with this role commands respect. However, there are mortals capable of vanquishing such gods. Thus, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 are merely initial stages, having progressed a mere step, with the finish line still a distant prospect. I understand now, my king. I will pursue this with a resolve akin to that of one facing certain death. I do not wish to disappoint my father or Uncle Vegeta. I also desire to contribute my strength to the king's grand ambitions. With a deep breath, Raditz resolves that he must become powerful, no matter the cost. What thoughts might Bardock and Vegeta harbor upon discovering this child's intentions? To contribute to my ambitions? Surely he does not seek to challenge me. His only desire is to avoid disappointing his father and master, which diverges significantly from the notion of contribution. He is no fool, aware enough to steer clear of those two. At this moment, Vitalis comprehended why Raditz had chosen this particular time to approach him. However, seizing the opportunity for both a ready test subject and an entertaining spectacle, how could Vitalis possibly forego such a chance? After all, what malevolent intentions could Raditz possibly possess? Chapter 67. A change of name and a layer of skin. Now, listen closely rather than referring to this as a technique. It is more aptly described as a realm of existence. The state of no self, indeed. Those deities, whether they be Kai or Supreme Kai, possess the ability to observe the lower realms. When fused with Vegeta, one might vaguely sense the presence of watchful eyes. Meanwhile, angels possess means to view and replay any historical moment in any location. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from mentioning the name of the ultimate freedom technique to avoid attracting unwanted attention or leaving gaps. Hence, it is best to veil it in a semblance of something else. As long as the general direction is correct, it suffices. For this is the duty of a test subject, to discern the overarching path and seek the right way. The realm? No self? Impressive. Although incomprehensible, it exudes a certain grandeur. And Raditz feels as though this is tailor-made for him, Lord Raditz. The state of no self can only be attained through an undistracted heart and a mind devoid of clutter, enriched with experience. Fortunately, having consumed numerous anime and novels in his past life, Raditz possesses a solid foundation and does not need to overthink the packaging of the ultimate freedom technique. It is not through contemplation that one acts, but rather through the body's innate experience, unconsciously countering and employing the techniques of other warriors he has witnessed. Only those who have transcended their own limits can reach this state, Vitalis articulated slowly. Though they may appear similar, the details differ, yet that is inconsequential. The general direction is what truly matters. Vitalis does not believe Raditz can achieve this at his current stage, but accumulating experience in advance is beneficial for everyone involved, be it Raditz or Vitalis. In the future, it is entirely possible that they may encounter other timelines where Goku has mastered the ultimate freedom technique. At that time, due to his accumulated experience, he might swiftly grasp it. Better to be prepared than caught off guard. Acting without cerebral response? An unconscious counterattack? Remarkable. Fear, not the ambush. And most importantly, no need for cogitation. This is delightful, Raditz thought, his body would fight autonomously. Does this imply his body can cultivate and act independently? Coupled with the transformation magic developed by the king, which separates consciousness from the body, could he not then indulge freely within the realm of consciousness? After all, his body would act on its own. Boom! A snap of the fingers sent Raditz flying. What does it mean to act without thinking? How utterly inelegant. While the intent is conveyed, it lacks the sophistication that comes from action born of contemplation. Doesn't this sound far more elevated? Moreover, observing Raditz's expression, Vitalis could discern his thoughts, for he too had entertained similar ideas, albeit with deeper reflection. The separation of consciousness and body raises a profound question. If the body acts autonomously, does it still belong to him? In an alternate reality, this could be a catastrophic event, potentially giving rise to a new consciousness. The most significant point is the folly of envisioning the future without having mastered the present. Perhaps it is wiser to dream at a later time. Listen closely. Do not reach for unattainable heights. Allocate some time to acquire knowledge. Even if one cannot escape becoming a brute, one should aspire to be a cultured brute. The Saiyans are on the brink of an era of cosmic warfare. While one may rely on sheer strength, understanding concepts such as gravitational fields, the four fundamental forces, and gravitational slingshot effects can transform both action and combat, saving time and effort. For instance, requiring less energy to obliterate a galaxy. Let us not dwell on such thoughts for now. With a mere flick of a finger, I summon Raditz back. This is the realm of selflessness. Do not overthink it. Launch your attack towards this state of being. Now, go and cultivate your abilities. Ah, my lord, you have yet to explain how to cultivate. Raditz inquired. Speaking of which, have you mastered it? He had only mentioned the realm of selflessness, leaving Raditz bewildered as to how to proceed. It has been said that such realms must be comprehended individually. Technically, I should not disclose the name, and I had already indicated the effects. From another perspective, this increases the difficulty of your cultivation. Thus, the next steps lie with you. At the very least, what I have just conveyed provides a direction for your training. If he wishes to grasp the method of cultivation, then there is no need for experimentation. Simply engage in universal cultivation of the ultimate state. Transformations like Super Saiyan can be set aside. Even Super Saiyan, God Super Saiyan, will become unnecessary. Mastering the ultimate state will yield divine powers, and a contingent of Saiyans who have attained this state will fear no one beneath the Omni King. Well, I shall share one more thing with you. Since you are now aware of the realm of selflessness, it has indeed increased the difficulty of entering a state of undistracted focus and mental clarity. The realm of selflessness that I mentioned earlier is merely a preliminary stage. There lie 3 grand doors beyond it. These represent the 3 hidden techniques of selflessness. I shall refrain from detailing the other 2, as knowing them may not serve you well. The ultimate limit of the realm of selflessness, forged through countless trials, now go and cultivate. Vitalis waved his hand, signaling for Raditz to leave. What? Only a name? Raditz found this absurd. Moments ago, he had resigned himself to the absence of a cultivation method, understanding that such realms require personal insight, yet now he was left with only a name. The term itself indicates a process of relentless practice. As long as one does not perish from training, one must push themselves to the limit. Vitalis turned away, returning to his fishing, realizing he would run out of things to say if he continued. Though his recollection was vague, he could not recall the intricate details. It would be unwise to mislead. However, a sudden insight struck him today, replacing the ultimate state with the concept of selflessness. He discovered that the realm of selflessness seemed rather profound, particularly the 3 grand doors, each more extraordinary than the last. Among them, the seamless limits effect was truly astounding. Is this still tennis? What's the point of playing tennis? Although combat and tennis differ vastly, the realms share a connection. Perhaps the transformed selflessness is not inferior to the ultimate state after all. At least, Wukong knows 3 paths, while Zizai is only aware of the concept. Very well. I shall take my leave now. However, having arrived at the seaside, I intend to catch some fish before returning. Raditz soared into the depths of the ocean, wary of disturbing the king while fishing. That brute Broly was still nearby. To disturb the king would surely invite death. He harbors no mercy for those who offend the king. Just days prior, he had narrowly escaped death, the shadow of mortality lingering vividly in his memory. His first encounter with the specter of demise. Vitalis, can I also learn the state of no self? Broly inquired, gazing at the departing Raditz. Certainly, here you may learn anything you desire. However, the state of no self is rather ethereal and elusive. so it is unnecessary to pursue it excessively. Perhaps in the future, you shall encounter something more suited to you. In Vitaly's eyes, Broly's temperament was indeed most aligned with Saiyan. He was pure, even more so than Kakarot, at least when compared to the Goku of the Super Era. In terms of spirituality, could not rival Broly. Aside from Saiyan, Broly's innate strength and the traits passed down through generations also lend themselves well to destruction. Thus, after becoming acquainted with Beerus and Whis, he would seek to send Broly to train with them. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, he would also wish to join. But Broly's priority was paramount. In terms of talent, Broly was indisputable. When the time comes, he could return and teach him, couldn't he? Chapter 68, A Wish Renewed. Broly, by external time standards, you are likely only about a year old, correct? Vitaly asked, glancing at Broly beside him. Initially, he had only wished for Broly to mature swiftly, overlooking other aspects, such as his childhood. Perhaps the Saiyan race, and he himself had once been indifferent to such matters. However, upon reflection, Vitaly felt a pang of guilt. After spending considerable time together, he sensed the reality of this world. It is populated by living, breathing beings. Moreover, Broly's attitude towards him deepened his sense of remorse. Broly regarded him as family, a brother, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. Perhaps if he were to stand in opposition to Broly's father, Broly would choose him instead. After all, hadn't he whisked Broly away shortly after his birth? Perhaps. What is it? Do you think I'm still too young? Should I spend some more time in the hyperbolic time chamber? Broly asked curiously. Indeed, Broly could sense Vitaly's overly protective disposition towards children. Having abolished the Saiyan tradition of exiling young warriors to conquer planets, even prohibiting those under 18 from joining the military. Only those exceptional, powerful, and promising children were entrusted with the duty of safeguarding their planet. Having spent some time on Earth, Broly likely grasped Vitaly's intentions, though his kin voiced their discontent. Broly felt no dismay, for he believed that all of Vitaly's actions were indeed just. No, that is not my intention. You have merely missed your childhood. Do not let your youth slip away as well. Tomorrow, you may make a wish again. After the wish is made, you must depart. I have a special task for you, which I hope you can accomplish, Vitaly remarked. A task? Vitaly's task, I shall certainly fulfill, Broly exclaimed, rising to his feet, his excitement generating waves upon the sea. A flash of light flickered in Vitaly's eyes as he quelled the storm and the towering waves inadvertently stirred by Broly's fervor. Such is the power of the strong. Their every action can unwittingly summon calamity. Broly, your heart's cultivation is still insufficient. Further training is required. I apologize. I was merely too exhilarated. Is this my second official task? Broly inquired. You once told me that you would seek an opportunity to teleport me to Frisia's headquarters to defeat him. Unfortunately, Frisia arrived ahead of schedule. I did not get the chance to slay that fiend with my own hands. This remains a disgrace in my life. Broly's fists clenched tightly, his anger palpable at the mere mention of Frisia. Vitaly had previously mentioned that when the opportunity arose, he would send Broly to annihilate Frisia. However, Frisia's premature arrival to his demise had thwarted that plan, leading to considerable losses due to Broly's inability to eliminate him at the earliest moment. Nevertheless, Broly had a plan. Once Vitaly fulfilled all his wishes, he would request to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frisia, to cleanse his shame and ensure that he would be defeated one punch at a time. That is unnecessary. Do not dwell upon it. Initially, it was merely a whimsical thought about the future. Plans seldom survive contact with reality, Vitaly said, sheepishly rubbing his head. The so-called opportune moment was merely a chance to use teleportation magic to deliver Frisia a swift demise during Broly's rampage. At that time, he had viewed Broly merely as a tool, an unstable yet powerful fighter. However, this time Broly had misunderstood. His role was not to engage in battle. Moreover, although Frisia possessed immense potential, Broly, your talent, is unparalleled. Your adversaries should not be mere mortals, Vitaly said, casting a wistful glance at the setting sun. Talent, whether in Broly or Frisia, was exceedingly formidable. Both could surpass most without training, and their capacity for cultivation was astonishing, allowing them to achieve in a short span what others might toil a lifetime for. Not to mention, Vegeta 3, Bardock, and Raditz also possessed talents that surpassed his own, although many prodigies have been overlooked due to the outdated warrior ranking system. This oversight stemmed from their lack of miraculous items like the Senzu beans. Therefore, the warrior ranking could still differentiate talent to a degree. Compared to these individuals, he was merely a low-tier warrior, temporarily ahead due to his foresight. To speak of nothing else, Broly had already far surpassed him. In terms of combat prowess, Bardock was quickly catching up. Vegeta, 3, and Raditz, after breaking through the Super Saiyan barrier, were also experiencing rapid growth. Would they need to resort to the Dragon Balls to alter their lineage or bodies? Shaking his head, Vitalis dispelled the alluring thought of merging with the formidable body of Majin Buu, exchanging it with the future Goku's essence. The Eternal Dragon could indeed facilitate such a transformation. Yet Vitalis was reluctant to pursue it. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins resisted such notions. Having been granted a rare second chance at life in such a vibrant world, he felt compelled to strive for greatness. Even the Saiyan lineage had evolved through the relentless struggles and battles of countless ancestors, and perhaps he could further enhance his bloodline. He pondered whether he could unlock a unique form akin to the legendary Goku, who had unveiled Super Saiyan forms, Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3, along with the enigmatic transformations like Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue, each more magnificent than the last. The thought ignited a fervor within him. After all, Kakarot was merely a lower-tier warrior, albeit the protagonist. In comparison, his own resolve in the pursuit of martial excellence seemed feeble, and his thoughts were not as pure. Yet, one must have aspirations. If all else failed, he could retire in paradise when the time was ripe. Striving was never shameful. However, it appeared that time was dwindling. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he sighed, contemplating too much and struggling to sleep. He decided to practice instead. What about you? Are you sleeping or joining me? Vitalis mused, gazing at the setting sun, anticipating the moment he could make another wish, feeling a twinge of excitement. He realized he had been overthinking, his fervor still ablaze. Of course, let's train together, Broly replied without hesitation. Sleep? At this hour? The two raced toward the sun, relying solely on their physical prowess, darting across the ocean's surface with incredible speed, stirring up fierce winds and towering waves. I wish to train as well. Since the arrival of the king, there have been matters to attend to, yet I often find myself cleaning up after them. How fortunate it must be to be the king, to appear on the ocean's surface with impunity, calming the disturbances caused by the two of us. After circling the earth several times, they finally completed their lap. Let us go, Broly. The dawn is breaking, Vitalis called, urging Broly to soar toward the temple. He had initially contemplated testing the Dragon Balls after midnight, but considering that the Supreme Kai and Bubbles were still resting, he deemed it impolite to intrude and contained his impatience, running throughout the night. Upon arriving at the temple, he found Bubbles had already positioned the Dragon Balls on the ground. Among the station's Saiyan squad, only 2 remained at the temple while the others hovered above the earth. Having learned of the Dragon Ball's purpose and the King's intent to utilize them, they remained vigilant. Their location enveloped the globe, ready to respond swiftly to any threats, terrestrial or cosmic. Seeing this scene, Vitalis smiled faintly. This was the advantage of having a king. One did not feel solitary, and it was rather gratifying. I entrust you with my wish, great eternal dragon. Vitalis stepped forward, raising his hands and loudly reciting the incantation. The sky, which had just begun to brighten, was once again shrouded in darkness. A brilliant light sliced through the heavens as the colossal form of the eternal dragon manifested in the sky, its enormous head lowered, fixating its immense eyes on Vitalis. Oh, how the mighty Shenron has fallen, forsaking his signature lines. Is it truly necessary? In the original timeline, that same group frequently invoked him, yet one never observed such petulance from you. Alas, Shenron, I beseech you to reveal the whereabouts of all Dragon Balls. Chapter 69, The Dragon Balls. Shenron, I implore you once more to disclose the locations of all Dragon Balls. Vitalis felt that his initial request had not been adequately articulated, so he reiterated his plea. Great Kami, Mr. Popo Broly. As you wish, Shenron's gaze flickered. Your wish has been granted. Please state your next desire. Incredibly, Vitalis had merely intended to test his luck, having no pressing wishes at hand. He was curious to see if there existed any Dragon Balls beyond those of Earth, Namek, and the Super Dragon Balls. The Earth's Kami is a remnant of the Namekian refugees, and the Grand Elder of Namek is a survivor of a cataclysmic crisis. Previous films had introduced malevolent Super Namekians. Might there be other surviving Namekians? Could any of them possess the ability to create Dragon Balls? Vitalis pondered. For the universe is vast. Moreover, in the parallel universe 6, Namekians surely exist, and they must have Dragon Balls. Even if nothing else, securing the position of the Super Dragon in this universe would facilitate future strategies. Although the timeline of Universe 6's God of Destruction Compa, in gathering Dragon Balls remains uncertain. It would be prudent to monitor developments. Perhaps a deliberate disturbance could awaken Beerus, allowing for early contact with the deities. Compa would surely be pleased, and one might have the opportunity to utilize the Super Dragon Balls as well. Regardless of the outcome, this wish would not be in vain. To his astonishment, there indeed exist other Dragon Balls. Initially, the information provided by Shenron revealed no Dragon Ball locations from other universes. Not even the position of the Super Dragon Balls in this universe was disclosed. It appears that the wishes associated with the Earth-S Dragon Balls are confined to this universe and are of a lower tier than the Super Dragon Balls, rendering them incapable of pinpointing specific locations. Of course, it is also conceivable that out of deference to the rules, Shenron chose not to inform Vitalis of such matters. However, Vitalis learned that this universe possesses 3 sets of Dragon Balls. The Earth and Namek Dragon Balls are both indicated to be on Earth, an obvious revelation. Moreover, another set is located on a planet named Cyril, where it is likely that Namekians reside. Shenron, please hold for a moment, Vitalis said with a beaming smile. For this particular set of Dragon Balls was quite extraordinary, consisting of only 2 orbs. This was a completely novel discovery for Vitalis, one that had not been seen in the original narrative. He had always believed that Dragon Balls were constituted of 7 orbs, whether they be Earth Dragon Balls, Namek Dragon Balls, or Super Dragon Balls. Thus, do the Dragon Balls of Cyril possess unique characteristics? Is the Shenron formed from 2 orbs more potent or feeble? Swish! Swish! In a mere span of 2 minutes, Vitalis returned, guided precisely by the dragon's location, which also included temporal coordinates, enabling his flawless teleportation. He effortlessly acquired the Dragon Balls. With a click and a clack, he toyed with the 2 small Dragon Balls in his hands. His curiosity piqued. Would this dragon be of legal age? Would it be permissible for it to take on its duties? Arise, dragon, and grant my wish, he proclaimed, casting the Dragon Balls onto the ground. Ahem. Let us try the Namekian language. Takalapta, Tota Longbow, Pupillet Parlo. Buzz. The 2 Dragon Balls resonated with radiant light, and a figure emerged from the luminescence. However, the appearance of this figure seemed rather peculiar, slightly smaller than the other dragons and bearing resemblance to a loach. Gatherer of the 2 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Any wish that I am capable of fulfilling shall be granted, the 2-star dragon intoned, seemingly aware of the Earth Dragon's presence. Their gazes met, silent yet profound. Earth Dragon. Cyril Star Dragon. Celestial deity, Vitalis mused. Ah, quite polite, aren't you? TSK, Earth Dragon, take notes. Regardless, this new dragon exhibits a commendable courtesy, as evidenced by its earnest introductory line. Is this your second wish? The Earth Dragon inquired, leaning forward for a closer look. No, wait a moment. Let us first observe the capabilities of your new colleague, Vitalis replied, directing his attention toward the Cyril Star Dragon. It appeared that the Earth Dragon was beginning to exhibit a hint of emotion. Please tell me all the methods that allow Saiyans to survive in space. Along with the potential drawbacks of each, he articulated in Namekian. Is this your wish? Although it seems to be 2 wishes, they are indeed interconnected. So I shall grant it. Also, wishing does not require the Namekian tongue. The universal language of the cosmos will suffice, the 2-star dragon responded. Upon hearing the dragon's words, everyone present, except for Vitalis, turned their heads, having grasped the implication. They were taken aback that the dragon would find Vitalis' clumsy Namekian inadequate. Oh, is that so? Thank you for the reminder. Look at how the Earth Dragon engages. It takes a few extra words and feels as though is wishing. How eager are you to clock out? Vitalis lamented, noting that the Earth Dragon's willingness to grant wishes appeared selective. Had beings like Beerus been present, they would have exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Is this your second wish? The Earth Dragon squinted, scrutinizing Vitalis. No, wait a moment. It seems necessary to wish while standing beside Beerus in the future, to fully appreciate the dragon's trepidation and the act of revering the dragon. As you wish. Until we meet again, the 2-star dragon mused, casting a thoughtful glance at the Earth Dragon before dissipating. The 2 Dragon Balls ascended in a blaze of light, swiftly scattering into the horizon. Understanding Vitalis' nature, Broly rapidly flew towards the Dragon Balls, but just as he was about to touch them, they inexplicably veered, accelerating away into the distance. They don't seem to have turned to stone. Vitalis observed that the Dragon Ball, bathed in radiant light, had not transformed into stone and seemed to possess a certain sentience, even drifting about. The enraged Broly, in a fit of fury, swiftly pursued the Dragon Ball. Mere seconds later, he handed the 2-star Dragon Ball to Vitalis, expressing his regret. I apologize, Vitalis. I was careless. Next time, I shall not allow it to escape. Despite his timely increase in power, he had only managed to catch one, while the other eluded him. Do not worry. On Earth, it cannot flee, Vitalis reassured him. Here, take the radar and retrieve it. He produced the Dragon Ball radar from his magical storage space, and while scattering the Dragon Balls was not a concern, with the radar in hand, they could easily gather them again given their strength. However, once the Dragon Balls turned to stone, the radar would be unable to detect them. Thus, intercepting them beforehand would save time. Yet, the Dragon Ball from Cyril Star had not transformed into stone. Did this imply that a wish could be granted immediately? Watching Broly depart with a buoyant spirit, Vitalis shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it, and resolved to test it later. He closed his eyes and began to explore the myriad methods that would allow Saiyans to survive in the vastness of space. Chapter 70, Dragon Ball 2. The wishes that would enable Saiyans to endure in the cosmos were indeed fulfilled by the dragon. Numerous methods were presented: traveling aboard a spaceship, donning a spacesuit with an oxygen tank, and even a compilation of various species capable of surviving in the cosmos. Altering the bloodline or organs of these beings could also facilitate survival in space. Each of these bloodlines or organs was thoughtfully annotated with its respective advantages and disadvantages. However, changing one's bloodline would mean forsaking Saiyan heritage. Bloodline fusion was an option, yet the disparity between pure bloods and hybrids was significant. Weaker bloodlines not only failed to enhance potential, but could also adversely affect Saiyan lineage. While survival was assured, the loss of potential rendered such a solution unworthy. There were indeed formidable bloodlines available, some of which rivaled Saiyans in strength and surpassed them in survival capability. Nonetheless, adopting such bloodlines would no longer classify one as a Saiyan. Vitalis, in light of alternative choices, was unwilling to abandon his heritage. After all, the Super Saiyan form represented his childhood and nostalgia. He had not yet pursued power to the extent of relinquishing his humanity. Changing organs was also a viable option. Even if there were rejection issues, the dragon could eliminate those concerns. Among these, there existed a creature known as the Ether Dragon, whose energy organ captivated Vitalis. It required only a minimal amount of material to initiate fusion, yielding immense energy. If he could acquire this energy organ, perhaps he could momentarily ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos. Alas, it was regrettable that accompanying enhancements to his physique were necessary, for the Saiyan body would not withstand the energy produced by the organ. Even the Ether Dragons, despite their formidable lineage, have yet to harness the full potential of their energy organs. The extent of the energy these organs can generate remains a mystery, as no one has endured long enough to uncover their limits. The overwhelming energy surges often result in self-destruction. While self-detonation may seem an appealing option, there are numerous methods to enhance physical strength that greatly intrigue Vitalis. However, he finds himself unable to accept the growth of foreign organs within his own body. Thus, he refrains from such measures. After perusing all available methods, Vitalis discovered the astonishing variety of extraordinary species within the cosmos, their bloodlines and peculiar organs evoking profound fascination. The powerful bloodlines and organs tantalized him immensely. Had he not faced a personal hurdle, he might have succumbed to the temptation of transformation. Another option presents itself: ascension to godhood, a true divinity, rather than merely attaining the godly aura that transforms one into a Super Saiyan god. Perhaps delving into divine powers could enable even a Super Saiyan to thrive in the vastness of space. Yet such aspirations feel distant. For ordinary Saiyans lacking the aptitude to transform into Super Saiyan gods, their combat prowess is rendered futile. It is rather ironic and absurd that, despite their capacity to obliterate stars, they cannot engage in battles beyond their planet. Fortunately, among the methods outlined, there exists a secret technique of Ibiryu, which, when activated, allows beings to sustain themselves without reliance on respiration. This technique replaces the respiratory system with the energy generated internally, surpassing mere breath holding. Breathing serves to maintain life, encompassing both external and internal respiration. External respiration involves the inhalation of fresh oxygen and the expulsion of carbon dioxide, primarily occurring in the lungs, while internal respiration transports inhaled oxygen via the bloodstream to various tissues and organs for metabolic utilization, subsequently returning carbon dioxide to the lungs for exhalation. The Ibiryu technique, however, employs the body's energy reserves to substitute for respiration. As long as this energy is not depleted, one can survive indefinitely in an oxygen-deprived environment. This is precisely what the Saiyans require. while breath-holding may allow temporary survival in water, magma, outer space, or alternate dimensions. It would be a reckless endeavor in the midst of battle. The resilience of a Scion's body and energy shielding enables them to endure and fight in the harshest conditions, with respiration being their only limitation. The Ibiryu technique elegantly resolves this dilemma. Although it increases energy expenditure, the presence of Senzu beans mitigates this concern. At that moment, Broly returned, having discovered another Dragon Ball. "Here," he said, handing the radar and Dragon Ball to Vitalis. Indeed, the Dragon Ball had not turned to stone. Gazing at the Dragon Ball in his hand, Vitalis, having just made a wish, could hardly believe the scene before him. "Divine being, what knowledge do you possess?" Vitalis inquired, turning to the celestial entity. "The legacy I received from the Grand Elder mentioned that the Dragon Balls vary in number and size due to the capabilities of their creator. The maker of these Dragon Balls must indeed be quite formidable." The divine being responded slowly, equally astonished. It was their first encounter with uncooled Dragon Balls. "Is that so? Regardless, if they're useful, that suffices," Vitalis shrugged, dismissing further contemplation. "Why ponder unnecessarily? Let's utilize them as needed." Takaraput, Total Longbow, Pupil at Parlo. The two Dragon Balls resonated with light, emitting a dazzling glow as a familiar silhouette reappeared. "The one who has gathered the two Dragon Balls, state your desire. Any wish, as long as I can fulfill it, shall be granted," the two-star dragon proclaimed, taking in its surroundings, including the recently granted wish of Vitalis. With a thunderous surge of energy, everyone turned to witness Broly entering his Super Saiyan form. The golden aura flickered with hints of green, and his emotionless gaze fixated intently on the two-star dragon. "Cough, cough, dragon. My wish is to have the Ibiryu secret technique become an innate ability for all Scions alive in this universe. Is that feasible? Or should I elaborate on the meaning of innate skills?" Vitalis said, somewhat bashfully. "Is this truly your desire, Earth Dragon?" The Earth Dragon queried. "Is this your wish, Cyril Star Dragon?" "Earth Dragon, please wait a moment." "Yes, Cyril Star Dragon, this is my wish," Vitalis clarified to both dragons, realizing the necessity of prefixes when multiple dragons were present. "As you wish," the Cyril Star Dragon responded, its eyes flashing with divine light. "Your wish has been granted. However, while I do not require cooling time, my energy is finite. This enhancement for a substantial race consumes considerable energy, and I will be unable to fulfill wishes that demand significant energy for a while. You understand my meaning, do you not?" Instead of departing immediately, the dragon elucidated its situation. "I see. If I could use this continuously, it would be incredible. Thank you, dragon." Vitalis expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the dragon's politeness in granting his wish. "Earth Dragon, I shall take my leave," he said, casting a glance at the fiercely charged Broly. The dragon dissipated into light, transforming back into the Dragon Balls, which gently floated to their original position. It seemed aware of the strength of those present and the existence of the Dragon Radar, and, given its significant energy depletion, opted not to exert itself needlessly. Seeing the Dragon Balls remain stationary, Broly paused momentarily, but said nothing further, reverting to his normal state. The radiance indeed dimmed slightly. Should I summon it again to test its limits? Vitalis pondered, gesturing for the Dragon Balls to float into his hand, gazing thoughtfully at the orbs. "What do you intend to make me wait?" Vitalis inquired, feeling a sense of impatience. At that moment, the Earth Dragon spoke. Chapter 71, Dragon Ball 3. Although the act of wishing upon the Dragon Balls carries inherent risks, it has been established that this universe is under the influence of the Destroyer God and follows the Broly path. Perhaps the Dark Star Dragon Balls and malevolent dragons do not exist, yet the old Kaishin has remarked that the Dragon Balls can alter the natural laws of the universe. The excessive use of these orbs could potentially lead to unforeseen crises. However, it is simply inconceivable to refrain from utilizing the Dragon Balls. Who could resist such a convenient artifact? Indeed, Vitalis could not. The accompanying benefits of the Dragon Balls are far too enticing for him to relinquish them. Most Scions are inherently fearless, unafraid of death, and will fight until their last breath, although a few may falter in the face of mortality. After the resurrection of the fallen Scions, the existence of the Dragon Balls became common knowledge. Now, none among their kind harbor fears of death. With Senzu beans to heal their wounds and Dragon Balls to restore life, the notion of death has lost its terror. Moreover, those who have returned from the afterlife speak of a judgment upon death, determining whether one ascends to heaven, descends to hell, or is reincarnated. Consequently, the fear of death has dissipated entirely. It is merely another beginning, be it in paradise or the abyss, and reincarnation offers no loss. Thus, the current Scions engage in sparring without restraint, as long as no one dies. In external battles, they fight fiercely, whether against foes or their own kin, determined to battle on as long as they draw breath, epitomizing the spirit of a warrior race. The myriad advantages render the abandonment of the Dragon Balls an impossibility. Have you settled on a wish? As Vitalis pondered, the dragon lowered its head again, urging him to decide. Could you bring me the Earth Dragon Balls from a year hence? Vitalis contemplated the possibility, reasoning that if Xeno could exist in two forms, perhaps the Dragon Balls could as well. No, that would contravene the laws of the gods and the cosmic order. I am powerless to fulfill such a request. The dragon replied, exasperated. Why must you seek to obtain what is not earned? Propose a different wish. Very well then, please wait a moment while I consider another option. This response was not unexpected for him. He merely wished to test the waters. After all, failure would not consume a wish. Yet should he succeed, he would be intrigued to see whether it would result in the disappearance of a Dragon Ball after a year or the creation of a parallel universe devoid of Dragon Balls. If it were the former, he could achieve a direct linear traversal instead of entering a parallel timeline, necessitating a re-evaluation of the god's powers. The distinction between traversing through different timelines in parallel universes and directly jumping through time in the current timeline is far too significant. Even the Kaioshin's, utilizing time rings to observe temporal dimensions, cannot alter history. Otherwise, new parallel timelines would emerge. They too are unable to interfere with the history of the current timeline. The consequences of failure would be manageable. Yet he must devise a method to validate the extent of the gods' control over time and their capabilities concerning the fabric of time itself. Well, never mind. I shall reserve this wish. If I recall correctly, leaving one wish allows for a half cooldown period. Until next time, the dragon contemplated at present. There are no pressing wishes to be granted. Really? Truly no wishes left? The dragon inquired, astonished. Indeed, the outcomes of today have exceeded my expectations. Disrupting my train of thought, I must sort through it all. My apologies for the wait, Vitalis said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Your wishes have all been fulfilled. The dragon's gaze flickered as it recited its farewell lines, dispersing in a radiant glow, leaving behind 7 stone-like Dragon Balls upon the ground. It seems that for some time now, the Dragon Balls have ceased attempting to depart. One wish remains, which I shall reserve for a request alongside the Namekian dragon. For the time being, it is prudent to test the limits of the Cyrillic dragon, as this will facilitate the arrangement of the 3 dragons. At present, the Namekian dragon excels in the realm of resurrection, albeit capable of reviving only one individual at a time. Next in line is the Earth Dragon, whose abilities have significantly enhanced post-upgrade. The Cyrillic Dragon Balls boast no cooldown period, yet seem to exhibit issues with energy consumption. This is also a concern with the Earth Dragon Balls, though it merely affects the number of wishes rather than the cooldown duration. The Namekian Dragon Balls have yet to reach their limits. Thus, Vitalis is inclined to explore the limits of the Cyrillic Dragon, and once the Cyrillic Dragon Balls have rejuvenated, he will conduct tests. The results of these tests will determine the future applications of the 3 Dragon Balls. Should the Cyrillic Dragon Balls prove to possess no distinguishing features aside from the absence of a cooldown, then the Cyrillic Dragon shall be tasked with intelligence gathering, as merely answering questions should incur minimal costs. Let us defer this discussion. Having an abundance of Dragon Balls can be a burden in itself. Vitalis contacted the nearest legion to Cyrillic Star, instructing them to prioritize their arrival and encompass Cyrillic Star and its Namekian inhabitants within their protective perimeter. Thus, the deities and the denizens of Namek can joyously reconnect with their kin. Once they become acquainted, it will be opportune for Vitalis to inquire about the specifics of the Cyrillic Dragon's capabilities. Broly, I have a task for you. A long-term assignment. Vitalis approached Broly, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Whatever the task may be, I shall see it through. Broly exclaimed with enthusiasm, delighted at the prospect of a new mission. As for resurrecting Frisia, that can wait. He is not going anywhere. Perhaps it would be more gratifying to revive him when he is stronger, allowing the 3 of them to confront him together. You must understand that while we Scions can unleash greater power through anger, such extremes can be perilous. Especially for you, as it is easy to lose control, Vitalis remarked, feeling somewhat awkward observing Broly's exuberance. I understand. I still struggle to master that power. Even as a mere Super Saiyan, there's a risk of going berserk, Broly acknowledged, aware that his immense strength could lead to catastrophic consequences if unleashed recklessly. If Vitalis and his companions are unable to fuse, then the mightiest Scions currently would easily dispatch them one by one, although he has deliberately refrained from training. His recent encounters with Frieza and his son, as well as a battle with Vegeta, have honed his abilities. Faced with his current mastery of power, it is likely that even a fusion of Vitalis and his comrades would struggle to defeat him in the short term. Over time, however, these fusion warriors might ultimately succumb to him. Therefore, you must seek the power of love, for love can indeed transform worlds and foster your growth, Vitalis earnestly advised. You may occasionally visit your father and me, but for the most part, you must embark on your journey alone, pursuing the path of love. Indeed, Vitalis intends for Broly to experience romance. This is undoubtedly for Broly's benefit, as love has the power to strengthen individuals. Setting aside other considerations, one need only look at the explosive transformation of Vegeta when motivated by the desire to protect his beloved Bulma to see how formidable a Saiyan can become when love is at stake. Merely receiving a slap may ignite such power. Had he faced a fate akin to Krillin S, he might have birthed a new transformation. Though it may prove ineffective against the gods of destruction, what mortal could withstand it? This is a small insight into Vitalis' thoughts. Currently, only two individuals can invoke Broly's latent fury, the one who raised him and his father. With no desire to sacrifice Broly, Vitalis has contemplated the notion of finding him a wife. Of course, the idea of sacrifice was merely jest, as no being beneath the gods requires Broly to unleash his wrath in such a manner. Above the gods, it would likely be futile as well. Primarily, even if the offspring do not inherit the legendary bloodline, they would undoubtedly possess immense strength, at least not inferior to Gohan's potential in the future timeline. Thus, marrying early and having many children to fully realize Broly's lineage is the most prudent course of action. Vitalis is willing to serve as a caretaker for the Broly family. Broly, you may return to planet Vegeta to see if there are any young women who catch your fancy, or you might seek someone on Earth. Should you find someone appealing, pursue them boldly, and once you have a target, feel free to consult me for advice on courting. Perhaps I have never experienced love myself, but my theoretical knowledge surpasses that of all Saiyans. If none appeal to you, you might also explore the universe, as long as you can produce healthy children post-union. I would be amenable. Vitalis suddenly recalled the woman who accompanied Broly in the original narrative. Although he found her somewhat attractive, the notion of marriage and children with her was still beyond his acceptance. But what if Broly is fond of that type? Unfortunately, the original work provided scant details about her. Her age, when she joined Frieza's forces, or her department remain unknown to Vitalis. Is she even born yet? How old is she? Has she joined Frieza's army? Ideally, it would be best if she has neither been born nor enlisted. Otherwise, she may have already succumbed to the afterlife. Those bearing the name of Frieza's army, aside from technical personnel like scientists, have been eradicated. Thus, let Broly embark on his quest for true love. Chapter 72, What is Love? With a swift kick, he was sent tumbling from the divine sanctuary. Broly, still a child of the warrior race, the Saiyans, was reluctant to accept this task. He had no desire for a partner, only wishing to remain by Vitalis' side and fulfill his duties as the captain of the guard. Hence, Vitalis had no choice but to give him a gentle nudge towards the journey of love. Broly, should you return without a bride, resulting in the failure of your mission, I would undoubtedly be quite disappointed. The consequences of failure are something I believe you would find intolerable. Vitalis himself was unsure how to punish Broly. After all, the current Saiyans, accustomed to a life of solitary battles, were not easily deterred by physical punishment or confinement. They were indifferent to material deprivation. The only thing they cherished was the honor of being a Saiyan warrior, a status that Vitalis dared not strip away lightly. For it was a matter far more severe than taking their lives. Moreover, without sufficient justification, such a deprivation could not be imposed. Thus, Vitalis partook in a clever wordplay, suggesting that Broly might find certain consequences unbearable, prompting Broly to reflect on what could possibly evoke such feelings of dread within him. The innocent Broly would undoubtedly be filled with motivation. Bardock and Vegeta, 3 already had their spouses. The next in line for matchmaking was Raditz, conveniently located on Earth. At this moment, Raditz's union with a human would surely result in offspring capable of transforming into Super Saiyans with ease, akin to Goten and Trunks. Achieving a universal Super Saiyan status was not merely a dream. However, despite his grand declarations, Vitalis' understanding of love was rather superficial, gleaned solely from television, films, anime, and novels. He had yet to encounter the unwavering true love depicted in literary works throughout his lifetime. What is love? While he had seen many beautiful women and developed an affection for each, Could this truly be considered love? Or perhaps merely an appreciation for beauty? Bidding farewell to the deities, Vitalis ascended to the atmosphere, gazing into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Just a bit further lay the void of space, fraught with cosmic rays and unknown perils. Most critically, there was a lack of oxygen, an uncharted domain for the Saiyans. Past battles had always transpired on planets, where concerns for planetary safety required them to remain vigilant. Even if they could withstand a planet's explosion, they could not endure the harshness of space. Now, having resolved the issue of respiration, their combat prowess could be further unleashed, allowing them to engage in battle without restraint. Should a planet be obliterated, summoning the dragon would suffice. Taking a deep breath, Vitalis ceased his inhalation, not merely holding his breath, but replacing external oxygen with the energy within. Before his energy was exhausted, he would not require oxygen. Channeling his internal energy, he formed a protective layer upon his skin and gradually soared from the earth. The protective membrane, formed by gas, isolates everything, shielding against both beneficial and harmful radiation. While the corporeal form of gas may withstand most rays and radiation, precautionary measures must still be undertaken. Space is a realm of wonder, where a mere flick of force can yield effortless propulsion. Yet the gravitational pull of celestial bodies must be contended with to avoid being ensnared by various astral entities. Traversing the fields between these celestial bodies demands considerable energy for resistance. Presently, Vitalis possesses such formidable combat prowess that these concerns seem trivial. Perhaps legendary phenomena, such as black holes, stars, neutron stars, and white dwarfs pose threats, yet Vitalis has refrained from testing such boundaries, wary of potential complications. Amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, Vitalis indulged in playful exploration. He discovered that while acceleration during flight could be sustained, halting or changing direction required significantly greater force, a lesson learned after fracturing his limbs on several occasions. Utilizing gravitational slingshot effects could conserve both energy and time, though such strategies are rendered moot for those who master techniques like teleportation. Nevertheless, the thrill of play persists. For instance, maintaining protective energy allows one to expend a minimal amount of force to obliterate a small asteroid. Regrettably, there were no spectators to marvel or applaud as Vitalis proclaimed, "Speed is power." In the presence of equally matched opponents or stronger adversaries, such feats are mere embellishments, lacking practical application. After several days of joyous antics, he finally returned to the planet Vegeta. The king and station personnel greeted him with nods of acknowledgement as he approached the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a stern countenance, he stepped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, golden light enveloped him, propelling Vitalis into a full-powered Super Saiyan state, unleashing a staggering battle power of 600 million that pressed everyone within the chamber to the ground. He felt a surge of both anger and elation. The individuals present, whether warriors on the front lines or logistical support, had devoted themselves to training within, some even residing there. Witnessing this scene previously brought Vitalis a sense of satisfaction, as the chamber was originally designed to grant an advantage to the Saiyans. However, most had exhausted their time limits and relied on teleportation magic for entry and exit, resulting in unrestrained usage by those without limitations. Some had remained within for decades, even centuries, with a few passing away inside. The Saiyans are not a long-lived race. The acquisition of power comes with its own costs. Recognizing this, Vitalis resolved to implement restrictions on the hyperbolic time chamber. As he could not allow the elderly to perish just yet, their fates would significantly influence his plans. Moreover, there exists a demographic dilemma. Many children are born and raised within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. While the internal time is ample, the disparity with the external passage of time is significant. If adjustments are not made promptly, the Saiyan race may soon face a population crisis. Although the time discrepancy has precipitated a surge in the Saiyan population, now exceeding 3 million, a substantial portion of this number comprises the elderly, and their numbers continue to escalate. Conversely, the birth rate of newborns is persistently declining. As these elders reach the twilight of their lives, the Saiyan population will inevitably plummet, potentially impacting the overall rating of this universe. Vitalis is confident that, at present, if the composite strength of this universe is rated a 10, the Saiyans contribute at least 4 points to that score. The future of the 7th universe boasts formidable warriors, including Golden Frieza, Son Goku, and Android 17, all capable of cosmic destruction. However, it has been demonstrated that top-tier power does not significantly affect the universe's rating. It is more about the average strength across the cosmos, rather than attributing the elevated score solely to Goku and his companions. It would be more accurate to say that the ordinary populace has diluted their contributions. Therefore, it is indeed a pity that these Saiyans are aging away. The lifespan of a Saiyan is comparable to that of a human, extending slightly, allowing them to live around 200 years, with those who maintain their combat prowess potentially living even longer. Historically, Saiyans averaged a mere 40 to 50 years, often perishing in battle or on the verge of it. Currently, despite the absence of external pressures, their relentless pursuit of unparalleled strength leads them to neglect other aspects of life, focusing solely on rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Even those engaged in external activities rush to the chamber at the first opportunity. They have become ensnared in a blind spot. In fact, external training is akin to their current regimen. Previously, the urgency to grow stronger due to Frisia's threat necessitated reliance on the chamber. Thus, Vitalis aims to rectify this misjudgment. For Saiyans, a good sparring session suffices. He intends to sweep through the hyperbolic time chamber in his Super Saiyan form, hoping to inspire others to achieve the same transformation. Presently, aside from the recently born youngsters, it is nearly impossible to find a warrior with a battle power below 500,000. Those over 10 years old all possess a power level exceeding 1 million. Bardock has demonstrated that a battle power of 1 million can indeed trigger a transformation into a Super Saiyan. All that is lacking is the right opportunity. Vitalis plans to seize this moment to provide these individuals with that opportunity, contributing to the collective ascent into Super Saiyan status. Chapter 73. Is there not a single fighter among you? Greetings, everyone. I have a significant announcement to make, but first, let us engage in a battle. Amplifying his energy, he projected his voice throughout the hyperbolic time chamber. There is but one rule. Only one of us can remain standing in the end. Oh, and no senza beans are permitted. Their use must be strictly prohibited. With approximately 300,000 Saiyans present, if they were all to consume senza beans, this battle could extend indefinitely, lasting until the beans are exhausted. This would undeniably constitute a tremendous waste. In a mere 3 seconds of preparation, Vitalis swiftly appeared beside a bewildered Saiyan, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring. He then subdued another unsuspecting Saiyan, whose hard head struck the ground with such force that it created a deep dent, rendering him unconscious with eyes rolled back. I shall not hold back. It is best to engage in battle with the resolve to kill me, for otherwise, such a feeble feeling cannot truly be deemed a fight. Fusion. Have you not learned its shortcomings over the long duration of your training? How utterly disgraceful. With a single kick, he sent the 2 nearby warriors attempting to fuse flying. As Vitalis remarked disdainfully, are you still the warrior race known as Saiyans? Can you not even perceive the most fundamental battlefield dynamics? In the future, conceal your tales. Do not carelessly expose your Saiyan identity, for I cannot bear such humiliation. As he taunted, Vitalis plunged into the throng, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each move claiming multiple Saiyan lives. There is a certain thrill in mercilessly overpowering the weak. The exhilaration is undeniable, although I must refrain from killing blows. Incapacitating my foes remains permissible, provided they do not lose limbs. The battles within the Dragon Ball realm are quite straightforward. Close quarters combat reigns supreme, with energy blasts serving as decisive finishing moves, occasionally supplemented by peculiar abilities and magic. There is little room for flamboyance. Yet this raw, visceral combat is invigorating. Why not cultivate the Ultra Instinct? With Vitalis unleashing his full power, none in the vicinity could breach his defenses. Thus, mastering the Ultra Instinct became inconsequential. Even if one could not evade attacks, sustaining a few hits was of little concern. It was not that Vitalis wished to go easy on his opponents. Facing hundreds of thousands of Saiyans who possessed fusion capabilities and could transform into great apes at will, one must fight with utmost seriousness to avoid peril. This was precisely why Vitalis transformed into a Super Saiyan before entering the fray. Otherwise, he risked being caught off guard and receiving a thorough beating. While the current Saiyans are indeed combative, they primarily revel in the chaos of battle, fighting for their lives on the battlefield, unlike the likes of Goku and his companions, who allow their enemies to grow stronger. Saiyans endowed with transformation skills comprehend the stakes and would not grant other races the opportunity to transform. Nevertheless, the inherent nature of Saiyans is to indulge in their superiority, often toying with their foes when the tide is in their favor. This trait is difficult to alter. All Vitalis can do is enhance the foundation of the Saiyans. If one individual falters, thousands more await, ensuring the survival of their race. In a matter of moments, Vitalis had already toppled thousands. Now, aside from those at the outer fringes, nearly all had successfully fused and undergone transformation. Admittedly, a gorilla clad in a small jacket and sporting a mohawk exudes a formidable presence. However, these individuals cannot separate body and spirit as Vitalis does. Devoid of rationality, they cannot serve as effective training partners. Ah, what a perfect opportunity to test my latest ultimate technique. The most potent cutting technique. Vitalis grinned wickedly as he extended his right hand. A golden aura gradually took shape, forming a serrated wheel of energy, a stark contrast to Krillin's energy disk. This creation, known as the Eightfold Light Wheel, is an embodiment crafted by Vitalis, inspired by a renowned skill from a past tokusatsu work. Armed with the luminous wheel, Vitalis charges into the throng of gorillas like a fierce tiger among sheep, severing tails with each swing. In the ensuing battle, the transformation into primal forms is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, in their mindless state, they shall never achieve growth or the ability to conjure 5 clones, each possessing a combat power of 100 million. This is essential to preserve the dignity of the king. Any power below 100 million risks being obliterated. Each clone wields a light wheel, relentlessly reaping tails. What are your thoughts? Facing a single individual, hundreds of thousands find themselves utterly powerless. Standing atop the head of a gigantic ape, Vitalis addresses those who still retain their reason. Is there no response? Do you not consider yourselves the proud warrior race of Saiyans? Such feeble attacks. Amidst the chaotic barrage of energy blasts, he randomly selects one and crushes it before the eyes of all. At that moment, a colossal ape instinctively seizes the opportunity, swinging its fist towards Vitalis from behind. This time, Vitalis neither dodges nor defends. He merely turns, gazing up as the enormous fist descends upon his visage. The tremendous impact generates a shockwave, sending both the surrounding onlookers and the giant ape flying. This punch possesses a combat power of at least 20 million, but what a soft and feeble strike. Have you not eaten? Is this merely a form of massage? As the giant ape retracts its fist, Vitalis retaliates with a punch that shatters the ape's arm, simultaneously severing its tail amidst its furious roar. How embarrassing. Is this all you have? You dare to call yourselves a warrior race? Are you truly Saiyans? Let me count. Vegeta is formidable, Bardock is strong, and Raditz. That young lad. Yet you cannot even compare to him. Oh, and then there's Broly, but you're even further from his league. Curious why Haven Team mentioned myself? Because I stand here, single-handedly vanquishing hundreds of thousands of you. With a devilish laugh, Vitalis hovers above. In a mere 3 minutes, with a speed imperceptible to the eye, he eradicates thousands of merged giant apes. Are you too weak to dance? Grasping a neck with one hand, Vitalis questions the individual in his grip. The high ponytail sways in the wind, bright and clear eyes, elegantly arched brows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and flawless skin radiating a faint blush. Her delicate lips resemble dew-kissed rose petals. Tall and slender, with a trim waist and elongated legs, her attire post-fusion accentuates her allure. As beneath the male warrior's garments, the female warriors don a chest wrap. After a brief appraisal, Vitalis nonchalantly declares weakness is repugnant, and delivers a kick to the exquisitely defined midriff, sending her flying several kilometers, inadvertently colliding with dozens along the way. With a series of rapid jumps, he casually wipes his nose, relieved that there's no blood. Evidently, his training on Earth has borne fruit. As a king, speaking with a guilty conscience, Vitalis found himself tormented by his own integrity. The Saiyan women, far from being unattractive, possessed an exquisite beauty, honed through years of rigorous training and relentless battles. Their physiques were remarkable, enhanced by their unique biology, which resulted in minimal impurities and striking appearances. The one he had just sent flying was a paragon among beauties. Ah, the frail me wishes to weep. If this continues, the Saiyans are destined for doom. With a gesture mimicking wiping away tears, he seized the ankle of a short-haired maiden and spun her in the air before casting her aside. He then turned and delivered a swift slap that sent a diminutive child tumbling away. In an instant, he teleported, landing 2 fierce punches that sent 2 elderly men reeling. Alas, such is the fate of a king. Must rulers invariably embody negative roles? Will I ever find a wife in this predicament? Sighing inwardly, he quickened his pace, having only dealt with a fraction of the adversaries, with many more awaiting their turn to be struck. Chapter 74. Surely, I won't falter, will I? There's a hint of amusement, but it's still a long way off, Vitalis remarked with a tinge of embarrassment. having made an error that resulted in him absorbing dozens of energy blasts with his face. In an attempt to practice the art of free movement, he instinctively sought to evade the incoming attack, but his mind conjured the thought to bypass cognitive deliberation and allow his body to react autonomously. The consequence was that his mental intention inhibited his physical response, interrupting his natural reflexes as the assault approached. Consequently, he took the energy blast squarely on the face. Brushing his hair aside, he was fortunate that the disparity in combat power was substantial. Otherwise, his luxurious locks would have been ruined. In truth, the speed of those energy blasts appeared languid to Vitalis, easily avoidable with a mere breath or a flick of his fingers. However, with the intention of mastering the art of free movement, he deliberately refrained from evading. Yet, it seemed that sometimes possessing too much knowledge can be detrimental, particularly with techniques such as free movement, where the likelihood of success diminishes drastically when approached with foreknowledge. Well, never mind, forcing it only pushes success further away. With a thunderous kick, Vitaly sent a robust man crashing to the ground, creating a deep, dark pit. It was evident, without the need to probe further, that this pit was profound. Excellent. It appears you still possess some spirit, despite his frustration at being unable to unlock the door to the art of free movement. The one-sided domination and deliberate mockery began to incite anger among the remaining Saiyans. Although their fury paled in comparison to Vitaly's strength, it nonetheless empowered these warriors to unleash capabilities far beyond their usual limits. Truly, I am remarkable. It seems the dream of universal Super Saiyan transformation is not so far-fetched after all. But surely, I won't falter, will I? Casting a glance at the clones engaged in fierce combat, Vitalis felt a sense of satisfaction. At times, a Saiyan would erupt in fury, causing the clones, devoid of intellect, to slow in their harvesting efforts. It was somewhat perilous. They had essentially fused, and should a few Super Saiyans emerge, there was indeed a risk of misfortune. Despite the significant foundational disparity in combat power. However, these are all fusion warriors. Their individual combat power starts at 1 million, and after fusion, most possess combat strengths around 10 million, with the exceptional ones reaching 2 to 3 million. Fortunately, the transformation into a primal state was timely curtailed. Otherwise, a catastrophic defeat might have ensued, given that the primal form amplifies power tenfold. Had Frisia been in the fray, he would likely have met his demise. Vitalis retracted his doppelgangers, sensing that a few individuals had reached a critical point. Perhaps the stage for a battle among Super Saiyans was imminent. Moreover, he would soon confront the Super Saiyan forms of fusion warriors. A sudden, thunderous roar interrupted Vitalis' contemplation. He turned toward the sound to find the beautiful warrior he had just sent flying. An immense aura surged with her fury, crackling with sporadic lightning. The oppressive force she exuded pushed those around her away. Her flowing ponytail shimmered with a faint golden light, and her striking eyes were locked onto Vitalis. Her irises flickered, alternating between gold and black, and in an instant, a flash of electricity transformed her eyes to a pale green, followed by her hair and eyebrows turning golden, standing erect except for a few strands framing her face. Vitalis exhaled, curious about what her upright ponytail would look like. If it resembled Trunks' wild style, how would this beauty appear? Although he believed her beauty could carry any hairstyle, the thought of a punkish look felt a bit hard to accept. With a swift motion, the transformed beauty appeared before Vitalis. She was remarkably fast, causing him to swallow hard. One could not hide the intent to strike in their gaze. As he met her emotionless eyes, a wave of unease washed over him. What now? Surely, he had fallen out of favor. What should he do? The thought of being disliked by such a beauty troubled him greatly. Constantly facing disdain from women hampered his prospects of finding a partner. Is weakness synonymous with ugliness? Am I still unattractive in my current state? The fusion warrior's distinctive composite voice, devoid of emotion, posed the question. What does devoid of emotion mean? It sounded as if she were reciting a text mechanically, without sentiment. Vitalis mentally scoffed. She was indeed beautiful, but her cold demeanor was disconcerting. Indeed, regardless of race, women are acutely aware of their appearance. Even Saiyans can feel offended when labeled as unattractive. From my perspective, is this truly all you have to say? You've merely transformed into a Super Saiyan. The journey has only just begun, and you have a long way to go. One must uphold the dignity of their royal status, especially after delivering such a harsh lesson moments ago. Now to flatter her would be quite embarrassing. After all, as a king, altering one's statements mere minutes after uttering them is quite undignified. Resolved, He decided to seek a partner on Earth or in another realm, leaving the disdain of his kin behind. "We are still on the battlefield, and you just squandered your chance to strike me," he declared, delivering a powerful punch that sent the woman flying. The immense force not only sent the woman flying, but also unleashed a shockwave and sonic boom that eliminated yet another group of individuals. Vitalis transported the severely injured away, allowing those outside to provide them with senza beans. Although he had held back with that punch, it was merely to the extent that it would not be fatal. The woman, upon transforming, displayed a combat power that surpassed Vitalis' own, conservatively estimated at around 1 billion. This was the reason she dared to confront him with her questions. A disparity of several tens in combat power created an insurmountable chasm, yet was not entirely uncrossable. However, a difference of several hundreds meant certain death without a trump card, and exceeding several thousands rendered any resistance utterly futile. Once the threshold surpassed 10,000, only the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan could offer any hope. Of course, if the opponent chose to play around and hold back, there might be an opportunity to survive a little longer. Unless there were extraordinary enhancements, the gap in combat power was demoralizing. Typically, a difference of merely several tens could result in a swift defeat. To preserve his dignity, Vitalis had just employed his transformation into an ape-like form. This transformation was the most extravagant before achieving Super Saiyan status. Meditating to attain the Moon Ape transformation, he could suppress his body's giant ape transformation through magic, harnessing the power of the ape while retaining his humanoid form, a veritable low-tier version of the Super Saiyan transformation. Furthermore, following a version optimization, Vitalis could transform at the moment of attack, reverting back after delivering the blow, thus skillfully managing this formidable power. When combined with the strength of a Super Saiyan, his might surged to a terrifying 60 billion. Unfortunately, this power was not entirely under his control. Without such control, should he lose all rationality and unleash his full strength, no one would survive. The fleeting moment of transformation during an attack was too brief to fully unleash the potential of his strength. For instance, the punch he had just thrown at that woman was deliberately restrained. It was a casual swing. Yet in that moment, the augmented strength from his transformation struck her with lethal force. Now, she lay in a deep pit over 1,000 kilometers away, rolling her eyes in unconsciousness, forcibly exiting her Super Saiyan state. Oh dear, what a careless mistake. How unfortunate that there was finally someone capable of fighting. Yet look at your state. It is truly suffocating. The frantic gasps and impotent cries were quite repugnant. Perhaps I should return after some time for another bout? Shall I bring along some allies for you? Let us see how I can single-handedly contend with hundreds of thousands then. An awkward attempt to divert attention ensued. Vitalis had not anticipated the overwhelming potency of combining Super Saiyan with ape transformation. A single punch had dispatched her, yet thankfully, he had not killed her. His initial intent was merely to maintain the dignity of a king, though more so for his own pride. He had acted directly. Later, he would seek her out to offer an apology. Indeed, he had overstepped. Having just transformed, he needed a vigorous battle to solidify his strength. Yet he had inadvertently eliminated her, which was truly a transgression.